A Suggestive Inquiry into the Hermetic Mystery. By Mary Anne Atwood. Part 1. An Exoteric View of the Progress and Theory of Alchemy. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. A preliminary account of the Hermetic philosophy, with the more salient points of its public history. The Hermetic tradition opens early with the morning dawn in the Eastern world. All pertaining thereto is romantic and mystical. Its monuments, emblems, and numerous written records, alike dark and enigmatical, form one of the most remarkable episodes in the history of the human mind. A hard task were it indeed and almost infinite to discuss every particular that has been presented by individuals concerning the art of alchemy. And as difficult to fix with certainty the origin of a science which has been successively attributed to Adam, Noah and his son Cham, to Solomon, Zoroaster, and the Egyptian Hermes. Nor, fortunately, does this obscurity concern us much in an inquiry which rather relates to the means and principles of occult science than to the period and place of their reputed discovery. Nothing, perhaps, is less worthy or more calculated to distract the mind from points of real importance than this very question of temporal origin, which, when we have taken all pains to satisfy and remember, leaves us no wiser in reality than we were before. What signifies it, for instance, that we attribute letters to Cadmus, or trace oracles to Zoroaster, or the Kabbalah to Moses, the Eleusinian mysteries to Orpheus, or Freemasonry to Noah? Whilst we are profoundly ignorant of the nature and true beginning of any one of these things, and observe not how truth, being everywhere eternal, does not there always originate where it is understood? We do not delay, therefore, to ascertain, even were it possible, whether the Hermetic science was indeed preserved to mankind on the Siriatic pillars after the flood, or whether Egypt or Palestine may lay equal claims to the same. Or, whether in truth that Smuggardine table, whose singular inscription has been transmitted to this day, is attributable to Hermes or to any other name. It may suffice the present need to accept the general assertion of its advocates, and consider alchemy as an antique erifice coeval, for aught we know to the contrary, with the universe itself. For although attempts have been made, as by Hermann Conringius I, to slight it as a recent invention, and it is also true that by a singularly envious fate, nearly all Egyptian record of the art has perished. Yet we find the original evidence contained in the works of A. Kircher II, the learned Dane Olaus Baricius III, and Robert Valensis in the first volume of the Theatrum Chemicum IV, more than sufficient to balance every objection of this kind. Besides ample collateral probability bequeathed in the best Greek authors, historical and philosophic. In order to show that the propositions we may hereafter have occasion to offer are not gratuitous as also with better effect to introduce a stranger subject, it will be requisite to run through a brief account of the alchemical philosophers, with the literature and public evidence of their science. The more so, as no one of the many histories of philosophy compiled or translated into our language advert to it in such a manner as, considering the powerful and widespread influence this branch formerly exercised on the human mind, it certainly appears to deserve. This once famous art, then, has been represented both as giving titles and receiving them from its motherland, Cham. For so, during a long period, according to Plutarch, was Egypt denominated, or Chamia, on account of the extreme blackness of her soil, or, as others say, because it was there that the art of Vulcan was first practiced by Cham, one of the sons of the patriarch, from whom they thus derive the name and art together. But by the word Chamia, says Plutarch, the seeing pupil of the human eye was also designated, and other black matters, whence in part perhaps alchemy, so obscurely descended, has been likewise stigmatized as a black art. 5. Etymological research has doubtless proved useful in leading on and corroborating truths once suggested, but it is not a way of first discovery. Derivations may be too easily conformed to any bias, and words do not convey true ideas unless their proper leader be previously entertained. Without being able now, therefore, to determine whether the art gave or received a title from Cham, the Persian prince Alcemon, as others have contended, or that dark Egyptian earth. To take a point of time, we may begin the Hermetic story from Hermes, by the Greeks called Trismegistus, Egypt's great and far-reputed adeptist king, who, according to Suidas, lived before the time of the pharaohs, about 400 years previous to Moses. Or, as others compute, about 1900 before the Christian era 6. This prince, like Solomon, is highly celebrated by antiquity for his wisdom and skill in the secret operations of nature, and for his reputed discovery of the quintessential perfectibility of the three kingdoms in their homogeneal unity. Whence he is called the thrice great Hermes, having the spiritual intelligence of all things in their universal law 7. It is to be lamented that no one of the many books attributed to him, and which are named in detail by Clemens Alexandrinus, escaped the destroying hand of Diocletian 8. More particularly if we judge them, as Jamblichus assures us we may, by those Asclepian dialogues and the divine Poimander, which yet pass current under the name of Hermes 9. Both are preserved in the Latin of Ficinus, and have been well translated into our language by Dr. Everard. The latter, though a small work, surpasses most that are extant for sublimity of doctrine and expression. Its verses flow forth eloquent, as it were, from the fountain of nature, instinct with intelligence. Such as might be more efficacious to move the rational skeptic off from his negative ground into the happier regions of intelligible reality, than many theological discourses which, of a lower grade of comprehension, are unable to make this highly affirmative yet intellectual stand. But the subjects treated of in the books of the Pomander and Asclepius are theosophic and ultimate, and denote rather our divine capabilities and promise of regeneration than the physical ground of either. This, with the practical method of alchemy being further given in the Tractatus Aureus, or Golden Treatise, an admirable relic, consisting of 7 chapters, attributed to the same author 10. The Smaragdine Table, which, in its few enigmatical but remarkable lines, is said to comprehend the working principle and total subject of the art, we here subjoin, from the original Arabic and Greek copies. It has been rendered into Latin by Kircher as follows. Tabula Smaragdina Hermetis / the Smaragdine Table of Hermes. True, without error, certain and most true. That which is above is as that which is below, and that which is below is as that which is above, for performing the miracles of the one thing. And as all things were from one, by the mediation of one, so all things arose from this one thing by adaptation. The father of it is the sun, the mother of it is the moon, the wind carries it in its belly, the nurse thereof is the earth. This is the father of all perfection, or consummation of the whole world. The power of it is integral, if it be turned into earth. Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently with much sagacity. It ascends from earth to heaven, and again descends to earth, and receives the strength of the superiors and of the inferiors, so thou hast the glory of the whole world, therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. This is the strong fortitude of all fortitudes, overcoming every subtle and penetrating every solid thing. So the world was created. Hence were all wonderful adaptations of which this is the manner. Therefore am I called thrice great Hermes, having the 3 parts of the philosophy of the whole world. That which I have written is consummated concerning the operation of the sun. This emerald table, unique and authentic as it may be regarded, is all that remains to us from Egypt of her sacred art. A few riddles and fables, all more or less imperfect, that were preserved by the Greeks, and some inscrutable hieroglyphics are still to be found quoted in certain of the alchemical records, but the originals are entirely swept away. And, duly considering all that is related by the chroniclers of that ancient dynasty, her amazing reputation for power, wealth, wisdom, and magic skill. And, even when all these had faded, when Herodotus visited the city, after the priestly government of the pharaohs had been overthrown by Cambyses, and that savage conqueror had burned the temples and almost annihilated the sacerdotal order. After the influx of strangers had been permitted, and civil war had raged almost to the fulfillment of the Asclepian prophecy, the wonders then recorded by the historian of her remaining splendor and magnificence. What shall we now conclude, when, after the lapse of many more destroying ages, we review the yet mightily surviving witnesses of so much glory, surpassing and gigantic even in the last stage of their decay. Shall we suppose the ancient accounts fallacious because they are too wonderful to be conceived, or have we not now present before our eyes the plain evidence of lost science and the vestiges of an intelligence superior to our own? For what did the nations flock to Memphis? For what did Pythagoras, Thales, Democritus, and Plato become immured there for several solitary years, but to be initiated in the wisdom and learning of those Egyptians? For what else, but for the knowledge of that mighty art with which she arose, governed, and dazzled the whole contemporary world? Holding in strong abeyance the ignorant, profane, vulgar, until the evil day of desolation came with self-abuse, when, neglecting to obey the law, by which she governed, all fell, as was foretold. And sinking gradually deeper in crime and presumption, was at last annihilated, and every sacred institution violated by barbarians, and despoiled. O, Egypt! Egypt! Fables alone shall remain of thy religion, and these such as will be incredible to posterity, and words alone shall be left engraved in stones narrating thy pious deeds. The Scythian also, or Indian, or some other similar nation, shall inhabit Egypt. For divinity shall return to heaven, all its inhabitants shall die, and thus Egypt bereft both of God and man shall be deserted. Why do you weep, O Asclepius? Egypt shall experience yet more ample evils. She was once holy, and the greatest lover of the gods on earth, by the desert of her religion. And she, who was alone the reductor of sanctity and the mistress of piety, will be an example of the greatest cruelty. And darkness shall be preferred to light, and death shall be judged to be more useful than life. No one shall look up to heaven. The religious man shall be counted insane, the irreligious shall be thought wise, the furious, brave, and the worst of men shall be considered good. For the soul, and all things about it, by which it is either naturally immortal, or conceives it shall attain to immortality, conformable to what I have explained to you, shall not only be the subjects of laughter, but shall be considered as vanity. Believe me, likewise, that a capital punishment shall be appointed for him who applies himself to the religion of intellect. New statutes and new laws shall be established, and nothing religious, or which is worthy of heaven or celestial concerns, shall be heard or believed in the mind. Every divine voice shall, by a necessary silence, be dumb, the fruits of the earth shall be corrupted, and the air itself shall languish with a sorrowful stupor. These events, and such an old age of the world as this, shall take place, such irreligion, inordination, and unseasonableness of all good. 11. Such is the substance of a prediction which, as it was supposed to have reference to the Christian era, has been abused and reputed a forgery by the faithless learned of modern times. It is, however, difficult to conceive why it should have been considered so obnoxious, for the early history of Christianity certainly does not fulfill it. It was a falling off from divinity that was predicted, and not such a revival as took place upon the teachings of Jesus Christ and his apostles. At that period philosophy too flourished, and the spirit of the word was potent in faith to heal and save. If the prediction had been a forgery of Apuleius, or other contemporary opponent of Christianity, the early fathers must have known it, which they did not, as is plain from Lactantius, and St. Augustine mentioning, without expressing any doubt about its authenticity. And though the latter, then adopting probably the popular notion, esteemed it instinctive fallacies spiritus 12, he might subsequently perhaps have thought otherwise, had he lived so long. Christianity was yet in his time glowing, bright, efficacious, from the divine fountain. Faith was then grounded in reality in living operation, and the mystery of human regeneration, so zealously proclaimed, was also rationally understood. The fulfillment, with respect to Egypt, appears to have taken place in part long previously, and in part to have been reserved to later times, when sacred mysteries, too openly exposed to the multitude, became perverted and vilified by their abuse. But this prophecy carries us out of all order of time. It will be necessary, in tracing the progress of our science, to pass again to Egypt. The period of her true greatness is, as is well known, shrouded in oblivion. But, during the long succession of the Ptolemies, the influx of strangers, so long before successfully prohibited, became excessive. her internal peace was destroyed. But her art and wisdom spread abroad with her renown, foreigners obtained initiation into the mysteries of Isis. And India, Arabia, China and Persia vied with her and with each other in Magian skill and prowess. Pliny informs us that it was Ostanes, the Persian sage accompanying the army of Xerxes, who first inoculated Greece with the portentous spirit of his nation 13. Subsequently the Greek philosophers, both young and old, despising the minor religion of their own country, became anxious to visit the eastern temples, and that of Memphis above all, in order to obtain a verification of those hopes to which a previous spirit of inquiry and this new excitement had abundantly given rise. Amongst the earliest mentioned of these, after Thales, Pythagoras, and a few others, whose writings are lost, is Democritus of Abdera, who has been frequently styled the father of experimental philosophy, and who, in his book of Sacred Physics, treats especially of the Hermetic art, and that occult discovery on which the systems of ancient philosophy appear to have been very uniformly based. 14. Of this valuable piece there are said to be several extant editions, and Synesius has added to it the light of a commentary. 15. Nicholas Flamel also, of more recent notoriety, has given extracts from the same at the conclusion of a very instructive work. 16. That its authenticity should have been disputed by the ignorant is not wonderful. But the ancients are nowhere found to doubt about it. Pliny bears witness to the experimental fame of Democritus, and his skill in the occult sciences and practice of them, both in his native city of Abdera and afterwards at Athens, when Socrates was teaching there. Plenum miraculi edi hoc periter utrasque arts efflor vis, medicinam dico, magiciam idem etate, illum Hippocrate hanc Democrito illustrantibus, and 17. Seneca also mentions his artificial confection of precious stones. 18. And it is said that he spent all his leisure, after his return home, in these and such like hyperphysical researches. 19. During the sojourn of Democritus at Memphis, he is said to have become associated in his studies with a Hebrew woman named Maria, remarkable at that period for the advances she had made in philosophy, and particularly in the department of the Hermetic art. A treatise entitled Sapientissima Maria de Lapide Philosophica Prescripta is extant, also Maria Practica, a singularly excellent and esteemed fragment, which is preserved in the alchemical collections. 20. But amongst the Greeks, next Democritus, Anaxagoras is celebrated as an alchemist. The remains of his writing are unfortunately scanty, and even those to be found in manuscript only, with exception of some fragments which have been accidentally translated. From these, however, we are led to infer favorably of the general character of his expositions, which Norton, our countryman also, in the proheme to his quaint Ordinal of Alchemy, lauds, thus holding him up in excellent comparison with the envious writers of his age. All masters that write of this solemn werke have made their boques to manier men full dirk. In poesies, parables, and in metaphors also, which to scholars causeth pain and woe. For in their practice when they would assay, they leaf their costs, as men see alle day. Hermes, Rhasis, Geber, and Avicen, Merlin, Hortelin, Democrite and Morian, Bacon and Raymond with many mo, wrote under coverts, and Aristotle also. For what hereof they wrote clear with their pen, their clouded clauses dulled, from manier men, fro laymen, fro clerks, and so fro every man. They hid this art that no man find it can. By their boques they do shew reasons fair, whereby much people are brought to despair. Yet Anaxagoras wrote plainest of them all, in his book of Conversions Natural. Of the old fathers that ever I found, he most discloses of this science the ground, whereof Aristotle had great envy, and him rebuked unrightfully. In manier places, as I can well report, intending that men should not to him resort. For he was large of his cunning and love. God have his soul in bliss above. And such as sowed envious seed God forgive them for their misdeed. 21. Aristotle is much blamed by adepts in general for the manner in which he has not only veiled the knowledge which he secretly possessed, but also for having willfully, as they complain, led mankind astray from the path of true experiment. We hesitate to judge this question, since, however much the barrenness of his philosophy may be deplored, it appears improbable that any philosopher, much less one who took such pains as Aristotle, should designedly labor to deceive mankind. His idea was peculiar and appears itself unjust. He blames his predecessors for the various and contradictory positions they had made in philosophizing, i.e., apparently contradictory, as respects their language when taken in a literal sense. For he never quarrels with their true meaning, and carefully avoids disputing their general ground. His metaphysics indeed, which are the natural touchstone of his whole system, differ in no one fundamental aspect or particular that is essential from those of Anaxagoras, Plato and Heraclitus. Certain epistles to Alexander the Great on the Philosopher's Stone, attributed to Aristotle, are preserved in the 5th volume of the Theatrum Chemicum, and the Secreta Secretorum is generally acknowledged to be authentic. In the Book of Meteors also a clearer intelligence of intrinsic causes is evinced than may be apparent to the common eye. 22. But the whole philosophy of Plato is hyperphysical. The Phaedrus, Philebus, and 7th Book of Laws, the beautiful and sublime Parmenides, the Phaedo, Banquet, and Timaeus have long been admired by the studious without being understood. A mystic semblance pervades the whole, and recondite allusions baffle the pursuit of sense and ordinary imagination. Yet the philosopher speaks more familiarly in his epistles. And if the correspondence with Dionysius of Syracuse had concerned moral philosophy only and the abstract relations of mind, why such dread as is there expressed about setting the truth to paper? But the science which drew the tyrant to the philosopher was more probably practical and profitably interesting than abstracts would appear to be to such a mind. Indeed, O son of Dionysius and Doris, this your inquiry concerning the cause of all beautiful things is endued with a certain quality, or rather it is a parturition respecting this ingenerated in the soul, from which he who is not liberated will never in reality acquire truth. 23. Wisdom must be sought for her own sake, neither for gold or silver or any intermediate benefit, lest these all should be denied together without the discovery of their source. There is a treatise on the Philosopher's Stone in the 5th volume of the Theatrum Chemicum attributed to Plato, but the authenticity is doubtful. And since the principal Greek records of the art were afterwards destroyed with the remnant of Egyptian literature at Alexandria, we are not desirous to enroll either of these names without more extant evidence to prove their claim to the title of Hermetic philosophers. They are mentioned here in their series, because we hope to make it probable, as the nature of the subject comes to be developed, that the most famous schools of theosophy have in all ages been based on a similar experimental ground and profound science of truth in their leaders. It was about the year 284 of the Christian era when, as Suidas relates, the facility with which the Egyptians were able to make gold and silver, and in consequence to levy troops against Rome, excited the envy and displeasure of the emperor to such an extent, that he issued an edict, by which every chemical book was to be seized and burned together in the public marketplace. Vainly hoping, as the historian adds, by this shameful act, to deprive them of the means of annoying him any more. Thus Suidas also endeavors to account for the silence of antiquity with respect to the Egyptian art. 24. Yet, notwithstanding all this sacrilege, the art appears to have been continually revived in Egypt throughout the whole period of her decline. And, though the records are scanty, we have the memorable story of Cleopatra, the last monarch, dissolving her earring in such a sharp vinegar as is only known to philosophers on the ground of nature. Mystical tales, too, there are related to her pursuits with Mark Antony, and certain chemical treatises attributed to this princess are yet extant. 25. It will be unnecessary to delay our inquiry long at Rome. A city so preeminently famous for luxury and arms was not likely to arrive at much perfection in the subtler sciences of nature. Some failing attempts of Caligula there are recounted by Pliny 26 and Virgil, Ovid, Horace, Vitruvius, and other men noted of the Augustan age, have been gravely accused of sorcery and dabbling in the black art. But the perpetual lamps best prove, and without offense, that the Romans understood something of chemistry and the occult laws of light. Several of these are described by Panseralis, and St. Augustine mentions one consecrated to Venus in his day, that was inextinguishable. But the most remarkable were those found in Tullia's, Cicero's daughter's, tomb. And that one near Alcestis in the year 1500, by a rustic who, digging deeper than usual, discovered an earthen vessel or urn containing another urn, in which last was a lamp placed between two cylindrical vessels, one of gold the other of silver, and each of which was full of a very pure liquor, by whose virtue it is probable these lamps had continued to shine for upwards of 1500 years. And, but for the recklessness of barbarian curiosity, might have continued their wonderful illumination to this time. By the inscription found upon these vessels, it appears they were the work of one Maximus Olybius, who certainly evinced thereby some superior skill in adjusting the gaseous elements or other ethereal adaptations than is known at this day. The verses graven on the urn are as follows. Platoni sacrum munis enia tingite fures. Ignotum est vobis hac quat in ana latet. Namque elementa gravi clausit dig est labor. Ves sub hoc modico Maximus Olybius. Adsit fecundo custos sibi copia cornu. Nepretium tanti deperiat laticis. Which have been translated thus. Plunderers, forbear this gift to touch. 'Tis awful Pluto's own. A secret rare the world conceals. To such as you unknown. Olybius, in this slender vase. The elements has chained. Digested with laborious art. From secret science gained. With guardian care, too copious urn. The costly juice confine. Lest through the ruins of decay. The lamp should cease to shine. On the lesser urn were these. Abite hinc pessimi fures. Vos quid voltis vestris cum oculis emisititis. Abite hinc vestro cum mercurio pedisato caduciatoque. Maximus Maximo donum Platoni hos sacrum facili. Plunderers, with prying eyes, away. What mean you by this curious stay? Hence with your cunning patron God. With bonnet winged and magic rod. Sacred alone to Pluto's name this mighty art of endless fame. 27. Hermolaus Barbarus, in his corollary to Dioscorus, or some other, where he is treating of the element of water in general, alludes to a particular kind that is distinct from every other water or liquor, saying, there is a celestial, or rather a divine water of the chemists, with which both Democritus and Trismegistus were acquainted, calling it divine water, Scythian latex, and which is a spirit of the nature of the ether and quintessence of things, whence potable gold, and the stone of philosophers, takes its beginning. The ancient author of the Apocalypse of the secret spirit of nature is also cited by H. Cunrath, concerning this water, and he devoutly affirms, that the ether in this praeterperfect aqueous body will burn perpetually, without diminution or consumption of itself, if the external air only be restrained. 28. There are also, besides those mentioned by Panseralis, modern accounts of lamps found burning in monuments and antique caves of Greece and Germany. But the Benonian enigma, long famous, without a solution, should not be omitted here, since this relic has puzzled many learned antiquaries, and the adepts claim it as having exclusive reference to the occult material of their art. Elia Lelia Crispis. Nec vir, nec mulier, nec androgyna. Nec puella, nec juvenis, nec anus. Nec casta, nec meretrix, nec pudica. Sed omnia. Sublata nec fame, nec ferro, nec veneno, sed omnibus. Nec cula, nec terris, nec aquis. Sed ubique jacet. Lucius Agatho Priscus. Nec maritus, nec amadier, nec necessarius. Nec morans, nec gaudens, nec flens. Hanc. Nec molum, nec pyramidum. Nec sepulchrum. Sed omnia. Sit eti nescit cui posurit. Hoc est sepulchrum cert. Cadaver non habens, sed cadaver idem. Est eti sepulchrum. 29. The following excellent translations appeared amongst some original contributions in the early number of a literary periodical, a few years since 30. Aella Crispis. Nor male, nor female, nor hermaphrodite. Nor virgin, woman, young or old. Nor chaste, nor harlot, modest height. But all of them you're told. Not killed by poison, famine, sword. But each one had its share. Not in heaven, earth, or water broad. It lies, but everywhere. Lucius Agatho Priscus. No husband, lover, kinsman, friend. Rejoicing, sorrowing at life's end. Knows or knows not, for whom is placed. This, what? This pyramid, so raised and graced. This grave, this sepulchre. 'Tis neither. 'Tis neither, but 'tis all and each together. Without a body I aver. This is in truth a sepulchre. But notwithstanding, I proclaim. Both corpse and sepulchre the same. All these contradictory claims are said by the alchemists to relate to the properties of their universal subject, as we shall hereafter endeavor to explain. Michael Meyer has detailed the whole illusion in his Symbola 31. N.N. Barnard, in the Theatrum Chemicum, has a commentary on the same 32. But to proceed, transferring our regards from Rome to Alexandria, we find many Christian Platonists and divines studying and discussing the occult art in their writings. Saint John, the evangelist apostle, is cited as having practiced it for the good of the poor, not only in healing the sick, but also confecting gold, silver and precious stones for their benefit. Saint Victor relates the particulars in a commentary, and the Greek Catholics were accustomed to sing the following verses in a hymn appointed for the Mass on St. John's Day. Cum gemarum partes fractas solid asset, has distractas tribut pauperibus. In exhaustum fert thesaurem ca de virgis fecit aurum gemmas de lapidibus 33. Looking to the general testimony of the Fathers, we observe that the early Church Catholic did not neglect to avail herself of the powers which sanctify of life and a well-grounded faith had gotten her. There is no doubt either that the Apostles, when they instituted and left behind them certain ordinances and elementary types, as of water, oil, salt and light, signified some real and notable efficacies. But our reformers, mistaking these things for superstitions, and since they had ceased to have any meaning, turned them all out of doors, retaining, indeed, little more of the mystery of regeneration than a traditional faith. The Papists, on the other hand, equally oblivious, evinced only to what a length of human credulity and ignorance may be carried, by placing inherent holiness in those material signs, apart from the spirit and only things signified. Adding, moreover, to the original ordinations many follies of their own, they fell into a very slavish and stupid kind of idolatry. And since one of the most fertile sources of dissension that have arisen in the Christian Church has been about these very shadows and types of doctrines, it is to be hoped that, if ever again they should come to be generally reintroduced, it will not be on the ground of ecclesiastical persuasion, or any mere written authority, which, however high and well supported, has never yet been found sufficient to produce unanimity, but from a true understanding and cooperation of that original virtue, apart from which they do but mimic an efficacy, and gather unwholesome fruits. There is a curious story of an early Christian mission to China, related by Thomas Vaughan, in his Magia Adamica, showing how the faith became originally established there and elsewhere by its open efficacy, and the power of works, in healing and purifying the lives of men. But we are at Alexandria, and during that grand revival which took place and continued there some centuries subsequent to the Christian epoch, Plotinus, Philojudaeus, Proclus, Porphyry, Jamblichus, Julian, and Apuleius, each professing a genuine knowledge of the theurgic art, and experimental physics on the Hermetic ground. We shall have frequent occasion to quote their evidence hereafter. Heliodorus, Olympiodorus, Synesius, Athenagoras, Zosimus, and Archelaus, have each left treatises which are extant on the Philosopher's Stone 30 for the excellent Hypatia, also, should be mentioned amongst these. So celebrated for her acquirements and untimely end. It was from this lady that Synesius learned the occult truths of that philosophy, to which he ever afterwards devoted his mind, and which he never abandoned, pursuing it still more zealously when, converted to Christianity, he became a bishop of the Alexandrian Church. He was careful, however, to protect the mysteries of his religion from vulgar abuse, and refused to expound in public the philosophy of Plato. He and his brethren having unanimously bound themselves by oath to initiate none but such as had been worthily prepared and duly approved by the whole conclave 35. Of Synesius, we have the remaining alchemical commentary on Democritus before mentioned, with an admirable piece commonly found appended to other treatises, those of Artephius and Flamel's hieroglyphics, for example, and translated into English. With Basil Valentine's Chariot of Antimony and the useful commentaries of the adept Kercringius 36. Heliodoros was a familiar friend of Synesius, and brother adept. Besides the writings already named, the mystical romance of Theagenes and Chariclia being attributed to him as an offense, rather than disavow it, as was required, he relinquished his bishopric of Tricca, in Thessaly, and went to pursue his studies in poverty and retirement. Zosimus was an Egyptian, and reputed a great practitioner. The name of Athenagoras is familiar in church history. His tract, which has been translated into French, and entitled Du Parfait Amour, shows him to have been practically conversant with the art he allegorizes. The taking of Alexandria by the Arabs, in the year 640, dispersed the choice remnant of mind yet centered there. And it was not long afterwards that the California Omar, mad in his Mohammedan zeal, condemned her noble and unique library to heat the public baths of the city, which it is said to have done for a space of 6 miserable months. A wild religious fanaticism now prevailed. Christians and Mohammedans struggling for temporal supremacy, and here we may observe something similar to a fulfillment of the Asclepian prophecy, but the evil was more profusely spread even than was predicted. For religion had everywhere fallen off from her vital foundation, tradition and secular delirium had taken place of intellectual enthusiasm, and idle dreams were set up as oracles in the place of divine inspiration. The priests, above all blameworthy, having forsaken the law of conscience, attempted to wield without it the rod of magic power. Confusion and licentiousness followed. And from gradual sufferance grew, and came to prevail, in the worst imaginable forms. Necessity, at length, compelled an abandonment of the mysteries, theurgic rites, no longer holy, were proscribed. And a punishment, no less than death, was menaced against him who dared to pursue the religion of intellect. In the interim, those few who had withstood the torrent of ambitious temptation, indignant at the multiform folly, and observing by the aid of their remaining wisdom, that the ingression of evil was not yet fulfilled, hastened rather than delayed the crisis. And by burying themselves with their saving science in profound obscurity, have left the world to oblivion, and the deceit of outer darkness, with rare individual exceptions, to this day. It is a peculiarity of the Hermetic science that men of every religion, time and country and occupation, have been found professing it. And Arabia, though she was guilty of so great a sacrilege at Alexandria, has herself produced many wise kings and renowned philosophers. It is not known exactly when Prince Geber lived. But since his name has become notorious, and is cited by the oldest authors, whereas he himself quotes none, he merits, at all events, an early consideration. Besides, he is generally esteemed by adepts as the greatest, after Hermes, of all who have philosophized through this art. Of the 500 treatises, said to have been composed by him, 3 only remain to posterity, the Investigation of Perfect, the Sum of the Perfect Magistery, and his Testament 37. And the light estimation in which these are held by more modern chemists, forms a striking contrast to the unfeigned reverence and admiration with which they were formerly reviewed and cited by the adepts, Albertus Magnus, Lully, and many more of the brightest luminaries of their age. If we look back to the 7th century, we quote from the address given at the opening meeting of the Faraday Society, 1846. The alchemist is presented brooding over his crucibles and alembics that are to place within his reach the philosopher's stone, the transmutation of metals, the alchest, and the elixir of life. With these we associate the name of Geber, the first authentic writer on the subject, from whose peculiar and mysterious style of writing we derive the word Geber or gibberish. Yet, notwithstanding this and much more that they descant upon, if our modern Illuminati were but half as experienced in nature as they might be, had they one ray even of the antique intellect they deride. How different a scene would not that remote age present to them? Instead of imagining greedy dotards brooding over their crucibles and uncouth alembics, in vain hope of discovering the elixir and stone of the philosophers, they would observe the philosophers themselves, by a kindred light made visible on their own ground. Experimenting, indeed, but how and with what? Not with our gross elements, our mercuries, sulfurs, and our lifeless salts. But in a far different nature, with stranger arts, and with laboratories too, how different from those now in use, of common fittings, yet not inferior either. But most complete with vessels, fuel, furnaces, and every material requisite, well adapted together and compact in one. Right skilfully has old Geber veiled a fair discovery, by his own art alone to be unmasked. His gibberish is not of the present day's commonplace, tame and tolerable. But such ultra-foolishness in literality are his receipts, as folly is never found to venture or common sense invent. For they are a part of wisdom's envelope, to guard her universal magistery from an incapable and dreaming world. Calculated they are, nevertheless, though closely sealed, to awaken rational curiosity, and lend a helping hand to those who have already entered on the right road, but to deceive in practice only the most credulous and inept. They who have really understood Geber, his adept compeers, declare with one accord that he has spoken the truth, though disguisedly, with great acuteness and precision. Others, therefore, who do not profess to understand, and to whom those writings are a mere unintelligible jargon, may take warning hence, lest they exhibit to posterity a twofold ignorance and vanity of thought. Rhasis, another Arabian alchemist, was even more publicly famous than Geber, on account of the practical displays he made of his transmuting skill. Excellent extracts from his writing, which are said to exist principally in manuscript, often occur in the works of Roger Bacon. The story of Morienus, how in early life he left his family in native city, for he was a Roman, to seek the sage Adphar, a solitary adept, whose fame had reached him from Alexandria. The finding him, gaining his confidence, and becoming at length his devoted disciple, is related by his biographer in a natural and very interesting manner. Also his subsequent sojournings, after the death of his patron, his intercourse with King Khalid, with the initiation and final conversion of that prince to Christianity. But the details are given at much too great length for extract in this place. A very attractive and esteemed work, purporting to be a dialogue between himself and Khalid, is extant under the name of Morian, and copied into many of the collections 38. Khalid also wrote some treatises. His Liber Secretorum, or Secret of Secrets, as it has been styled, is translated into English, French, and Latin. Prince Averroes, and the notorious Avicenna, next demand notice. The latter became known to the world somewhere between the 9th and 10th centuries. His strong but ill-directed genius, so similar to that of Paracelsus, was the occasion of much suffering and self-desolation. But his name was illustrious over Asia, and his authority continued preeminent in the European schools of medicine until after the Reformation. He is said to have carried on the practice of transmutation, with the magical arts in general, to a great extent, but his alchemical remains are neither lucid nor numerous, not those at least which are well authenticated. 39. Artephius was a Jew who, by the use of the elixir, is reported to have lived throughout the period of 1,000 years, with what truth or credibility opinions may vary. He himself affirms it, and Paracelsus, Pontanus, and Roger Bacon appear to give credence to the tale 40, which forms part of his celebrated treatise on the Philosopher's Stone, and runs as follows: I, Artephius, having learnt all the art in the books of the true Hermes, was once, as others, envious. But having lived 1,000 years, or thereabouts, which 1,000 years have already passed since my nativity, by the grace of God alone, and the use of this admirable quintessence, as I have seen, through this long space of time, that men have been unable to perfect the same magistery on account of the obscurity of the words of the philosophers, moved by pity and a good conscience, I have resolved, in these my last days, to publish it all sincerely and truly, so that men may have nothing more to desire concerning this work. I except one thing only, which it is not lawful that I should write, because it can be revealed truly only by God, or by a master. Nevertheless, This likewise may be learned from this book, provided one be not stiff-necked, and have a little experience. 41. This Artephius forms a sort of link in the history of alchemy, carried as it was in the course of time from Asia into Europe, about the period of the First Crusades. When a general communication of the mind of different nations was effected by their being united under a common cause. Sciences, arts, and civilization, which had heretofore flourished in the East only, were gradually transplanted into Europe, and towards the end of the 12th century, or thereabouts, our Phoenix too bestirred herself and passed into the West. Roger Bacon was amongst the first to fill his lamp from her reviviscent spirit, and with this ascending and descending experimentally, he is said to have discovered the secret ligature of natures, and their magical dissolution. He was moreover acquainted with theology in its profoundest principles, medicine, likewise physics and metaphysics on their intimate ground. And, having proved the miraculous multiplicability of light by the universal spirit of nature, he worked the knowledge to such effect, that in the mineral kingdom he produced gold. 42. What marvel, persecuted as he was for the natural discoveries which he gave to the world, without patent or profit to himself, if he should appropriate these final fruits of labor and long interior study. Yet it does not appear that he was selfishly prompted even in this particular reservation. It was conscience, as he declares, that warned him to withhold a gift somewhat over rashly and dangerously obtained. His acutely penetrative and experimental mind, not content even with enough, led him by a fatal curiosity, as it is suggested, into forbidden realms of self-sufficiency and unlawful peace of mind. And finally induced him to abandon altogether those researches, in order to retrieve and expiate in solitude the wrongs he had committed. We know that the imputation of magic has seemed ridiculous, and every report of the kind has been referred to the friar's extraordinary skill in the natural sciences. The rejection of his books at Oxford has often been cited as an instance of the exceeding bigotry of those times, as indeed it was. And yet are we not nearly as far off perhaps from the truth in our liberality as were our forefathers in their superstition? An accusation of magic has not occurred of late, nor would be likely to molest seriously any philosopher of the present age. But then it did occur often during the Dark Ages, and who can tell whether it may not again at some future day, when men are even more enlightened and intimate with nature than they are now? There are still remaining 2 or 3 works of Roger Bacon, in which the roots of the Hermetic science are fairly stated. But the practice most carefully concealed, agreeably to that maxim, which in his later years he penned, that truth ought not to be shown to every ribald, for then that would become most vile, which, in the hands of a philosopher, is the most precious of all things. 43. Many great lights shone through the darkness of those Middle Ages, Magians, who were drawn about the fire of nature, as it were, into communication with her central source. Albertus Magnus, his friend and disciple the acute Aquinas, Scotus Erigena the subtle doctor, Arnold de Villanova, and Raymond Lully, all confessed adepts. John Reuchlin, Ficinus the Platonist, Picus de Mirandola, blending alchemy and therapeutics with Neoplatonism and the Kabbalistic art. Spinoza also was a profound metaphysician and speculator on the same experimental ground. Alain de Lisle, the celebrated French philosopher, Merlin, Saint Ambrose, the abbot John Trithemius, Cornelius Agrippa his enterprising pupil, and many more subsequent to these, great, resolute, and philosophic spirits, who were not alone content to rend asunder the veil of ignorance from before their own minds, but held it still partially open for others, disclosing the interior lights of science to such as were able to aspire, and willing to follow their great example, laboring in the way. Medium minds set limits to nature, halting continually, and returning, before barriers which those others overleaped almost without perceiving them. Faith was the beacon light that led them on to conviction, by a free perspicuity of thought beyond things seen, to believe and hope truthfully, which is the distinguishing prerogative of great minds. But it will be necessary to regard this extraordinary epoch of occult science more in detail, with the testimony of its heroes, whose reputation, together with that of alchemy, has suffered from the faithlessness of biographers, compilers, commentators, and such like interference. Most of the alchemical works of Albert, for instance, have been excluded from the great editions of his works, and the authenticity of all has been disputed, but without lasting effect. For in that long and laborious treatise, De Mineralibus, unquestionably his own, even if the rest were proved spurious, there is sufficient evidence of his belief and practice to admit all. Therein he describes the first matter of the adepts with the characteristic minuteness of personal observation, and recommends alchemy as the best and most easy means of rational investigation. The transmutation horum corporum metallicorum et mutation unius in aliud non est physici determiner, sed artis quae est alchemica. Est autem optimum genus hujus inquisitionis et certissimum, quia tunc per causam unius cujusque re proprium, residential cognoscitor et Delaware accidentibus aegis mimimi dubitator, nec est difficile cognoscere, 44. This passage is one amongst many that might be adduced from his own pen to prove that Albert was an alchemist, but Aquinas' disclosures are ample, removing all doubt, even if he himself had left room for any. Besides the treatise of minerals already mentioned, there is the Libellus de Alchemia, published with his other works 45. Also, the Concordantitia Philosophorum de Lapide, the Secretum Secretorum, and Breve Compendium in the Theatrum Chemicum, all treating of the same subject. Albert's authority is the more to be respected in that he gave up every temporal advantage, riches, fame, and ecclesiastical power, to study philosophy in a cloister remote from the world during the greater portion of a long life. An opinion has commonly obtained that the philosopher's stone was sought after from selfish motives and a blind love of gain, and that such has been frequently the case there is no doubt, but then such searchers never found it. The conditions of success are peculiar, as will be shown. Avarice is of all motives the least likely to be gratified by the discovery of wisdom. It is philosophers only that she teaches to make gold. Querant alchemium, falsi quoque recti. Falsi sine numero, sed high sunt rejecti. Edi cupiditatibus, heu, tot sunt infecti. Quat inter mil milia, vix sut tres electi istum as scientium, 46. The true adepts have been rare exceptions in the world, despite of all calumny, famous, and favored above their kind. Let any one but with an unprejudiced eye regard the writings of those who may be believed on their own high authority to have succeeded in this art, and he will perceive that the motives actuating them were of the purest possible kind. Truthful, moral, always pious and intelligent, as those of the pseudo-alchemists, on the other hand, were reckless and despicable. But more of this hereafter. Albertus died, Magnus in Magia, Major in Philosophia, Maximus in Theologia, 47. And his learning and fame descended fully on him who had already shared it, his disciple, the subtle and sainted Aquinas. The truth was not likely to die in such hands. Aquinas wrote largely and expressly on the doctrina of transmutation, and in his Thesaurus Alchemiae, addressed to his friend, the abbot Reginald, he alludes openly to the practical successes of Albert and himself in the secret art 48. Vain, therefore, are attempts of his false panegyrists, who, anxious it would seem rather for the intellectual than the moral fame of their hero, have ventured to slur over his assertions as dubious. Aquinas is much too far committed in his writings for their quibbling exceptions to tell in proof against his own direct and positive affirmation. Met alla transmutari possint unum in aliud, says he, cum naturalia sint et ipsorum material idem. Metals can be transmuted one into another, since they are of one and the same matter, 49. Declarations more or less plain to the same effect are frequent, and his treatise, De Esse et Essentia, is eminently instructive. It is true he slurs over points and sophisticates also occasionally in order to screen the doctrine from superficial detection. For Aquinas was above all anxious to direct inquirers to the higher purposes and application of the divine art, and universal theosophy, rather than to rest its capabilities of quickening and perfection in the mineral kingdom. As at that period many were wont to do, sacrificing their whole life's hope to the multiplication of gold. Fac sicut te or tenens docui, ut size quat tibi non scribo, quoniam peccatum esset hoc secretum verisecularibus revelar, cum magis hanc scientium propter vanitatum quam propter debitum finem edide honorem quaerunt. And again, eni sis garrulus sedpone ori tua custodium, et filium sapientem margaritum antiporcas non progesis. Nali te, carissime, cum majorio per occupare, quia propter salutis edi Christi praedictionis officium. Et lucrandi tempus magni debs attendere divitius spiritualibus, quam lucris temporibus in higher. 50. The pretensions of Arnold di Villanova have not been contested, nor are his writings the only evidence of his skill in the great art. Contemporary scholars bear him witness, and instances are related of the wonderful projections he made with the transmuting powder. The jurisconsult, John André, mentions him, and testifies to the genuine conversions of some iron bars into pure gold at Rome. Oldradus also and the abbot Panorimitanus of about the same period, praised the Hermetic art as beneficial and rational, and the wisdom of the alchemist Arnold di Villanova. 51 The works of this philosopher are very numerous. The Rosarium Philosophicum, esteemed amongst the best, is published in the Theatrum Chemicum, and at the end of the folio edition of his works. The Speculum, a luminous treatise. The Carmina, Questions ad Bonifacium, the Testamentum, and some others are given entire in the Theatrum Chemicum, but have not been translated. About this time and towards the close of the 14th century, an excitement began to be perceptible in the public mind. So many men of acknowledged science and piety, one after another, agreeing about the reality of transmutation, and giving tangible proofs of their own skill, could not fail to produce an effect. The art became in high request, and its professors were invited from all quarters, and held in high honor by the world. Lesser geniuses caught the scattered doctrines and set to work, some with sufficient understanding and with various success. Alain de Lisle is said to have obtained the elixir, but his chief testimony has been excluded by the editors of his other works. Often and unscrupulously has private prejudice interfered to defraud the public judgment of its rights and true data. The rejected treatise, however, was printed separately, and may be found in the third volume of the Theatrum Chemicum 52. This philosopher also wrote a commentary on the prophecies of Merlin, which are reported to have sole reference to the arcane of the Hermetic art. 53. Raymond Lully is supposed to have become acquainted with Arnold, and the universal science, late in life. But when the fame of his Christian zeal and talents had already become known and acknowledged abroad, his declarations in favor of alchemy had the greater weight. Unlike his cloistered predecessors, secluded and known as they were by name only to the world, Raymond had traveled over Europe, and a great part of Africa and Asia. And with his former fame was at length mingled the discovery of alchemy and the philosopher's stone. John Kramer, abbot of Westminster, had worked for 30 years, it is related, assiduously with the hope of obtaining the secret. The enigmas of the old adepts had sadly perplexed and led him astray, but he had discovered enough to convince him of the reality, and to encourage him to proceed with the investigation. When, Lully's fame having reached him, he determined to seek that philosopher, then resident in Italy. Was fortunate in meeting with him and gaining his confidence, and not a little edified by the pious and charitable life Lully led there, and recommended to others. Desirous of becoming still more intimately enlightened than was convenient in that place, Kramer invited and brought over with him Raymond Lully to England, where he was presented to the king, then Edward II. Who had also before invited him from Vienna, being much interested in the talents and reputed skill of the stranger, and now more than ever by the promise of abundant riches which the sight of Kramer's gold held out to him. Lully, still as ever zealous for the promulgation of the Christian religion, promised to produce for the king all moneys requisite, if he felt disposed to engage in the Crusades anew. Edward did not hesitate, but complied with every condition respecting the appliance of the gold, provided only Lully would supply it. The artist accordingly set to work, sooth story runs, in a chamber set apart for him in the Tower, and produced £50,000 weight of pure gold. His own words relative to the extraordinary fact in his testament, are these. Converti una vice in orum 50 millia pondo argenti vivi, plumbi, et stanic. I converted, says he, at one time £50,000 weight of quicksilver, lead, and tin, into gold. 54. The king no sooner received this, than breaking faith with Lully, in order to obtain more, the artist was made a prisoner in his own laboratory, and without regard at all for the stipulation, before engaged in, ordered to commence on his productive labors anew. This base conduct on the part of the king was much lamented by Kramer, who expresses indignation thereat openly in his Testament 55, and the whole story has been repeatedly recorded in the detailed chronicles of those times. But to be short, our hero fortunately escaped from his imprisonment, and a coinage of the gold was struck in pieces weighing about 10 ducats each, called nobles of the rose. Those who have examined these coins pronounce them to be of the finest metal, and the inscription round the margin distinguishes them from all others in the museums, and denotes their miraculous origin. They are described in Camden's Antiquities, and for the truth of the whole story, we have, besides Kramer's evidence and the declarations of Lully, a great deal of curious allusion to be found in the books of Olaus Barricius, R. Constantius, Elinglet de Fresnoy, and Dickinson. The last relates that some time after the escape of Lully, there was found in the cell he occupied at Westminster with Kramer, whilst it was undergoing some repairs, a certain quantity of the powder of transmutation, by means of which the workmen and architects became enriched. 56. Lully's writings on alchemy are, as the rest, obscure, and have only been understood with great pains and application even by those who have been so fortunate as to possess the key of his Kabbalistic mind. Whether his equivocal and contradictory language was so contrived to baffle the sordid chemists, or whether, as before said, he learned the art late in life, and was convinced at last only by Arnold exhibiting the transmutation in his presence, it would require scrupulous examination to judge at this day. Certain it is there are passages in his writings which leave room for controversy, though none, we think, virtually denying the art, whilst his essays in favour of it are acknowledged excellent and numerous. As many as 200 are given in the catalogue of de Fresnoy treating exclusively on this subject. 57. Those were singular times when few any longer doubted the possibility of gold-making, and individuals of the highest repute devoted their lives to the subtle investigation. We have adduced this notable instance of Lully's prowess in England, as one only amongst many others, quite as well authenticated, which are told by the authors before cited and in the alchemical collections. Public curiosity was stimulated to the highest pitch, experiments were made reckless of consequences, and the spirit of avarice, bursting forth expectant, absolutely raged. Whether the incaution of adepts, in making their art too publicly profitable, had given rise to the frenzy, or whether it was spontaneously kindled, or from whatever cause, the fact is lamentably certain. The stone was no longer sought after by philosophers alone. Not only have we Lully, Kramer, Rupesessa, de Mun, Flammel, John Pontanus, Basil Valentine, Ripley, and the host of contemporary worthies, successively entering the lists, but with these a spurious brood of idlers living on the public credulity, and which the practical evidence of these others continued to ferment. Men of all ranks, persuasions and degrees of intelligence, of every variety of calling, motive and imagination, were, as monomaniacs, searching after the stone. As popes with cardinals of dignity, archbishops with bishops of high degree, with abbots and priors of religion, with friars, hermits, and priests Monnier one, and kings with princes and lords great of blood. For every estate desireth after good, and the merchants also, which dwell in fear of brenning covetise, have thereto desire, and common workmen will not be outlaughed. For as well as lords they love this noble craft, as goldsmiths, whom we shall least reprove. For sights in their craft meveth them to believe. But wonder it is that brewers deal with such works, Freemasons, and tanners, with poor parish clerks. Ailers and glaziers will not therefore cease, and eke saily tinkers will put them in prease. With great presumption, yet some choler there was, for all such men as give tincture to glass. But Monnier artificers have byn over swift, with hasty credence to sum away their thrift. Yet ever in hope continued their heroot, trusting as some time to speed right well. Of Monnier such truly I can tell, which in such hope continued all their life, whereby they were made poor and made to unthrive. It had been good for them to have left off in seeing, for naught they found except a scoff. For truly he that is not a great clerk is nice and lewd to meddle with this werke. Ye may trust me, it is no small engine. To know all secrets pertaining to this mine. For it is most profound philosophy. This subtle science of holy alchemy. 58. Many usurped the title of the adepts, who had no knowledge even of the preliminaries of the art, sometimes deceiving, at others, being themselves deceived. And it has been principally from the fraudulent pretensions of those dabblers that the world has learned to despise alchemy, confounding the genuine doctrine with their sophistical and vile productions. And a difficulty yet remains to distinguish them, and segregate, from so great an interspersion of darkness, the true light. For a multitude of books were put forth with the merest purpose of deception, and to ensnare the unwary. Some indeed affirming, that the truth was to be found in salts, or niters, or boraxes, but others, in all vegetable bodies indiscriminately, committing a multifarious imagination to posterity. Not did these alone content the evil spirit of that day, but it must introduce mutilated editions of the old masters, filled with inconsistencies, and the wicked inventions of designing fraud. And thus, as the adept observes, they have blasphemed the sacred science, and by their errors have brought contempt on men philosophizing. As of that monkey which a book did write. Of 1,000 receipts in malice for despite. Which he copied in Monnier a place. Whereby hath Byn made Monnier a pale face. And Monnier Gounda have been made bare of hue. And men made fowls which beforetimes were true. 59. Nor has the literature alone suffered from such knavish interpolation, but the social consequences are described, at the time, as deplorable. Rich merchants, and others, greedy of gain, were induced to trust quantities of gold, silver, and even precious stones, which they lost, in vain hope of getting them multiplied. And these rogueries became so frequent and notorious, that at last Acts of Parliament were passed in England, and Pope's bulls issued over Christendom, forbidding transmutation, on pain of death, and the pursuit of alchemy. 60. But this, whilst giving an external check, did not smother the desire of riches, or that morbid desire of them, so long fostered in the expectation. Experiments continued to be carried on in secret with no less ardor than before, both by knaves and philosophers. Pope John XXII, who interdicted it, is said to have practiced the art himself extensively, and to have wonderfully enriched the public treasury through its means. But to bring forward each extraordinary tradition and character of the various artists who flourished during the 14th and 15th centuries, would trespass too far on our pages. And for the present purpose, it may be needful only to detail the more remarkable. Amongst them, the story of Nicholas Flamel, and his wife Perenelle, has been thought interesting. Their humble origin, their charitable distribution of it, and the eminent piety and mystery of their lives, attracted great attention in their own country. And a widespread fame has descended and connects their name honorably with the history of the Hermetic art. The relation given simply by the author concerning himself as follows: I, Nicholas Flamel, scrivener, living in Paris, in the year of our Lord, 1399, in the Notary Street, near St. James, of the Boucherie, though I learned not much Latin. Because of the poverty of my parents, who, notwithstanding were, even by those who envy me most, accounted honest and good people. Yet, by the blessing of God, I have not wanted an understanding of the books of the philosophers, but learned them, and attained to a certain kind of knowledge, even of their hidden secrets. For which cause's sake, there shall not be any moment of my life pass wherein, remembering this so vast good, I will not render thanks to this my good and gracious God. After the death of my parents, I, Nicholas Flamel, got my living by the art of writing, engrossing, and the like, and in the course of time, there fell by chance into my hands a gilded book, very old and large, which cost me only 2 florins. It was not made of paper or parchment, as other books are, but of admirable rinds, as it seemed to me, of young trees. The cover of it was brass, well bound, and graven all over with a strange kind of letters, which I took to be Greek characters, or some such like. This I know, that I could not read them. But as to the matter which was written within, it was engraven, as I suppose, with an iron pencil, or graver, upon the said bark leaves, done admirably well, and in fair neat Latin letters, and curiously colored. It contained thrice 7 leaves, for so they were numbered on the top of each folio, and every 7th leaf was without writing, but in place thereof were several images and figures painted. Further, going on to describe the book and these hieroglyphics minutely, Flamel relates how, at length, after much study and fruitless toil, their meaning was explained to him by a Jew stranger, whom he met with in his travels. And how on his return home, he set to work and succeeded in the discovery, is thus familiarly declared: he that would see the manner of my arrival home, and the joy of Paranel, let him look upon us two in the city of Paris. Upon the door of the chapel of James, in the butchery, close by one side of my house, where we are both painted, kneeling, and giving thanks to God, for through the grace of God it was, that I attained the perfect knowledge of all that I desired. I had now the prima material, the first principles, yet not their preparation, which is a thing most difficult above all things in the world. But in the end I had that also, after a long aberration and wandering in the labyrinth of errors, for the space of 3 years. During which time, I did nothing but study and search and labor, so as you see me depicted without this arch, where I have shown my process, praying also continuously unto God, and reading attentively in my book. Pondering the words of the philosophers, and then trying and proving the various operations which I thought they might mean by their words. At length, I found that which I desired, which I also soon knew, by the scent and odor thereof. Having this, I easily accomplished the magistery. For knowing the preparations of the prime agents, and then literally following the directions in my book, I could not then miss the work if I would. Having attained this, I came now to the projection. And the first time I made projection, was upon mercury, 1.5 pounds whereof, or thereabouts, I turned into pure silver, better than that of the mine. As I proved by assaying it myself, and also causing others to assay it for me, several times. This was done in the year AD 1382, January 17, about noon, in my own house, Paranel alone being present with me. Again following the same direction in my book, word by word, I made projection of the red stone, on a like quantity of mercury, Paranel only being present, and in the same house, which was done in the same year, April 25, at 5 in the afternoon. This mercury I truly transmuted into almost as much gold, much better indeed than common gold, more soft also, and more pliable. I speak in all truthfully. I have made 3 times with the help of Paranel, who understands it as well as myself. And without doubt, if she would have done it alone, she would have brought the work to the same, or full as great perfection as I had done. I had truly enough, when I had once done it. But I found exceeding great pleasure and delight in seeing and contemplating the admirable works of nature, within the vessels. And to show you that I had then done it 3 times, I caused to be depicted under the same arch, 3 furnaces, like to those which serve the operations of the work. I was much concerned for a long time, lest Paranel, by reason of extreme joy, should not hide her felicity, which I measured by my own, and lest she should let fall some words among her relations, concerning the great treasure which we possessed. But the goodness of the great God, had not only given and filled me with this blessing, in giving me a sober chaste wife, but she was also a wise prudent woman, not only capable of reason, but also to do what was reasonable. And made it her business, as I did, to think of God, and to give ourselves to the works of charity and mercy. Before the time wherein I wrote this discourse, which was at the latter end of the year 1413, after the death of my beloved companion, she and I had already founded and endowed with revenues 14 hospitals, 3 chapels, and 7 churches, in the city of Paris, all which we had built from the ground, and were able to enrich with gifts and revenues. We have also done at Bologna about the same as at Paris, besides our private charities, which it would be unbecoming to particularize. Building, therefore, these hospitals, churches, etc., in the aforesaid cities, I caused to be depicted under the said 4th arch, the most true and essential marks and signs of this art, yet under veils and types and hieroglyphical characters. Demonstrating to the wise and men of understanding, the direct and perfect way of operation and lineary work of the philosopher's stone. Which being perfected by anyone, takes away from him the root of all sin and evil. Changing his evil into good, and making him liberal, courteous, religious, fearing God, however wicked he was before, provided only he carries through the work to its legitimate end. For from thenceforward he is continually ravished with the goodness of God, and with his grace and mercy, which he has obtained from the foundation of eternal goodness, with the profundity from the fountain of eternal goodness. With the profundity of his divine and adorable power, and with the contemplation of his admirable works. Part of this relation is given of himself by the author in his hieroglyphics, and part is taken from his testament. And chronicle recount as late as the year 1740, that the evidence of his charitable deeds remained and the symbols of the art in the cemetery of the Holy Innocents at the Church of St. James, on the Marivaux d'Or, at the portal of St. Genevieve, and 61. Amongst the writings of Flamel, besides those already quoted from, we have La Sommaire Philosophique, in French verse, which is also translated in the Theatrum Chemicum, an esteemed work, with important annotations at the end. Le Désir Désiré, and Le Grand Éclaircissement, which are more rarely to be met with. The Isaacs, father and son, Dutch adepts, are said to have worked successfully, and are much lauded by Boerhaave, who appears not either to have been a stranger to their pursuit or to the principles of occult science. 62. But Basil Valentine is the star of the 15th century, he is generally reported to have been a Benedictine hermit. But a mystery hangs about his individuality which has never been satisfactorily cleared up, though careful researches have been made, and his numerous works written in all languages, called forth much curiosity on their appearance and have been held in high esteem by students in the Hermetic art. He ranks high amongst his brethren for having, as they say, discovered a new method of working the red elixir, and facilitated the process materially, which had been hitherto laborious and a rare effect, as appears from those lines of Norton. How that Monnier men patient and wise found our white stone with exercise. After that they were truly taught. With great labor, that stone they caught. But few, saith he, or scarcely one. In 15 kingdoms hath our red stone. We am to seek it availeth right naught. Till the white medicine be fully wrought. Neither Albertus Magnus, the black freer. Neither freer Bacon his compeer. Had not of our residential stone consideration. Him to increase in multiplication, and 63. The Hamburg edition of Basil Valentine's works may be considered the most perfect. 64. The English translations are rambling and incomplete, with the single exception of that one which is taken from the Latin of Kerkringius, with his admirable commentary on the triumphal chariot of antimony in stone of fire. The 12 keys are rendered in the Bibliothèque des Philosophes Chimiques, 2nd edition. A valuable collection of English alchemy in verse was published by Elias Ashmole, himself a lover of occult science, and the great patron, in his day, of those who made it their study. Neither was he ignorant of the subject, if we may judge by the preface and curious notes appended to his Theatrum, wherein he exposes certain principles of magic, and alludes to the manual artifice without much disguise. I must profess, says he, I know enough to hold my tongue, but not enough to speak. And the no less real than miraculous fruits I have found, in my diligent inquiry in these arcane, lead me on to such degrees of admiration, they command silence, and force me to lose my tongue, lest, being not holy experiences. As he goes on to say, I should ask to the many injuries the world has already suffered, by delivering the bare medley of my apprehensions without the confident attestations of practice. And by justly esteemed as indiscreet as those whom Ripley mentions, that prate Wythe wondering of Robin Hood, and of his bow. Whych never shot therein I trow. 65. Norton's Ordinal, dated 1477, with which this Hermetic theatre opens, is a praiseworthy performance, and with the exception of the subject matter and certain preliminaries, which are constantly concealed, the process is presented in a candid, orderly, and attractive manner. So much cannot be said for the Canon Ripley of Burlington, whose private misfortunes would seem to have made him envious. His composition is disorderly, and those 12 gates have, we conceive, little edified any without the lodge. Added also to his own wilful misguidance, the verses are said to have suffered spoliation and displacement from the order in which they were originally written, according to the mischievous Kabbalistic method in vogue at that time. Ripley, therefore, is universally complained of, though reputed a good adept. The commentary published by the celebrated anonymous Irenaeus Philolaethes, under the title of Ripley Revived, though it explains a great deal practically and may serve to lead on the initiated, yet will appear infamously sophistical and inevitably disgust a beginner. 66. All Ashmole's collection is valuable, even were it only as a specimen of early mystic literature. The fragment from Pierce, The Black Monkey, Bloomfield's Blossoms, and Philosophy and Experience, are among the most instructive. Ashmole's intention of collecting the English prose writings on alchemy was not accomplished, only a few scattered portions were edited and those not of the best. Ficinus, an Italian of highly cultivated genius, well known as the Latin translator of Plato, and savior of other valuable remnants of antique literature, was also an amateur in the Hermetic art. He collected and translated the works imputed to Hermes, before mentioned, from Greek into Latin, and took pains elsewhere theoretically to explain the art. 67. Picus, Prince di Mirandola, was his contemporary, and wrote a treatise, in which he connects alchemy with the most profound metaphysical science. 68. Then we have the remarkable instance of Cornelius Agrippa, a man of powerful and penetrating genius who, having possessed himself of the means and principles of the occult science from his friend, the wary and learned abbot Trithemius, set to work something it would seem after the example of Friar Bacon, proving them in a self-sufficient order. His 3 books of occult philosophy, especially the first 2, illustrate the practical bias and enterprising nature of his mind. But as he declares, he had not, when he wrote them, arrived at a full experience, nor was he able to make the philosopher's stone. But it was this discovery, made later in life, which caused him to be discontented with his former revelation, and to publish that book on the vanity of the sciences, which has been considered as a recantation of his former philosophy. But which is in fact no recantation at all, but a consummation rather and conclusion in general of his works. Anyone taking the pains to read may perceive that Agrippa wrote it neither in ignorance nor in despair of human knowledge. It was by searching and proving the magnitude of the mystery that he arrived at that final and convictive faith, which is as much above ordinary science as the vulgar credulity of mankind is below it. It is not the part of a mind, sane and philosophic, to fall back content in ignorance, or to retrograde passively in despair of its object. The vanity of particular and temporal sciences is discovered by comparison only in the broad day light of universal truth. And there stood the magician at last when, as it were from the top of Celsus' ladder, looking down upon the steps by which he had climbed, and whereon he had successively rested. He observed their inferiority and the small prospect they afforded in comparison with that which he now, at their clear summit, enjoyed. Let any one read from the Vanity of the Sciences the chapter on alchemy, and judge whether the author contradicts, as the report has said, or contemns merely the experience of his early youth. And where, after showing the folly of pretenders, speaking of the genuine Hermetic art, he says, I could tell many things of this art, if I had not sworn to keep silence. And this silence is so constantly and religiously observed of the ancient philosophers, that there is bound no faithful writer of approved authority that hath openly described this art, which thing has induced many to believe that all books of this art were but of late years invented, etc. Finally, of the one blessed stone alone, besides which there is no other thing, the subject of the most holy stone of the philosophers, to speak rashly, would be a sacrilege and I should be forsworn. 69. Looking to the final chapters of the same work also, we observe the ground of the whole Hermetic philosophy laid out, and the relative vanity of worldly science to that, which is universal, rational, and divine. The capabilities of the subject are great, and had it been treated in the usual and masterly style of a scholar of Nettesheim, it would have remained a work of lasting value, but he was fettered by oaths and had been somewhat conscience-stricken. And the monks, whom he had formerly censured, eagerly promulgated the whole as a recantation of former errors, holding it in this light and as an acknowledgment of the sufficiency of their own doctrine and of the common faith for salvation. In the beginning of his extraordinary career, Theophrastus Paracelsus proposed openly to discover the hidden secret of philosophy, but the world scoffed at his pretensions, abused and persecuted him. And all the revenge he indulged in was to leave it unenlightened. The writings he put forth are, with few exceptions, filled with subtle malice, as it were, so many sarcasms upon mankind and leading them far away, through alluring sophisms, from the straight way of truth. Surely, as Ashmole remarks, incredulity appears to have been given to the world as a punishment. Yet neither in its belief did it speed better, but has still plodded on in error for want of thought, and through all ages men have suffered in ignorance, on account mainly of the indefiniteness and selfishness of their desires. Of the numerous books attributed to Paracelsus, and given together as his works, the 3 addresses to the Athenians, and the Aurora, are amongst the best. Those to the Athenians have been translated into English, and published with the philosophy of J. Crollius, a disciple, and the Aurora also is to be met with, though more rarely, in company with the Water Stone of the Wise Men, by J. Gracius. With respect to the private history and character of this extraordinary man, accounts differ, and opinions accordingly, but his fame, and the authority of his doctrine, lasted down through a long period of time. His early death has been adduced as an argument against the probability of his being possessed of the elixir he boasts, and by others as a proof of his having been poisoned, but the poison of intemperance and irregular living has also been considered as especially likely to be fatal to one who was in the habit of taking a potent spiritual medicine, which would heighten the spiritual consequences of depravity and habitual excess, and accelerate dissolution in the conflict of opposite principles. 70. Paracelsus, notwithstanding the world's neglect, had numerous disciples, increasing also after his decease, some intelligent and worthy the name of philosophers, as Van Helmont, Crollius, Flood, Helvetius, Faber, and many more anonymous. But there were others, mountebank pretenders, more in number still, who, pursuing the baser line of their master's example, whilst they enviously suppressed the little truth they knew, wrote and practiced for lucre, leading mankind into error and the commitment even of egregious crimes by their receipts. And the world which would not be drawn by the true light, gave easy way to their false stimulants, and encouraged the enemy's growth in literature, until the tares possessed the field. Nor could it be well otherwise, as a modern adept has observed on the occasion, for this bushel being placed over the light, the darkness of it invited ignorance abroad. The burlesque of Erasmus, which, towards the close of the 16th century, were turned upon the follies then continually going on amongst the credulous chemists and their dupes, show that it was the prevailing mania of the age. When rich men and potentates fell easily into the snares of the lowest vagabonds, who had acquired the tact only to write and talk mysteriously. Chaucer, in the tale of the Chainan's Yeoman, gives an example of this kind of the boastings, bereavements, and surpassing beliefs of ignorance. As Ripley also, in his erroneous experiments, tells how he made solutions full many a one of spyrYtts, ferments, salts, urn and steel, wanying so to make the philosophers, stone. But finally I lost Delhi. After my bokes yet wrought I well, which evermore untrue I proved. That made me oft full sore aggrieved. Waters corrosive and water ardent, with which I wrought in divers wise. Many one I made but all was shent. Egg shells I calcined twice or thrice. Oilies fro calcis I made up rise. And every element fro other I did twy. But profit found I right none therein. Also I wrought in sulphur and in vitriol, which follies do call the green lion. In arsenic, in ointment, foul mot them fall. In delibi principio was mine inception. Therefore was fraud and fine the conclusion. And I blew my thrift at the coal. My clothes were bawdy, my stomache was never whole. I proved urines, eggs, here, and blood. The scales of urine which smthys do off smite. Oes, ust, and croquefort which dyd me never good. The soul of Saturn and also marcasite. Lithage and antimony not worth a mite. Of which gay tinctures I made to shew. Both red and white which were untrue. Oil of loon and water with labour great. I made calcining white with salt precipitate. And by itself with violent heat. Grinding with vinegar tyll I was fatigate. And also with a quantity if 6 actuate. Upon a marble which stowed me oft in cost. And oils with corrosives I made, but all was lost. Thus I roasted and boiled as one of Geber's cooks. And oft times I was deceived with many false books. Whereby untrue, thus truly I wrought. But all such experiments availed me not. But brought me in danger and cumbrance. By loss of goods and other grievance, and 71. The tide so long encroaching, however, began at last to fluctuate. And as mistrust, gathering from disappointment, ripened, a change somewhat suddenly took place in the public mind, and turned finally into an absolute odium of the deluding alchemists and the art. Then it was that several were obliged to retire into exile, and even the true adepts, for the public knew not to distinguish, suffered equal cruelty and abundant inconvenience. They who before had been courted and lauded in hopes of obtaining gold, or the means of making it, were arrested and tortured, in order to extort confession. Accordingly we find mixed up with their philosophy, bitter complaints of injury, thefts, murders, and unjust imprisonments. Alexander Seton was hunted through Europe in disguise, not daring to remain in any town, for fear of detection. I am suffering, says this author, in his open entrance, correction, philoleths, a continual banishment, deprived of the society of friends and family, and, as if driven by the furies, am compelled constantly to fly from place to place and from kingdom to kingdom, without delaying anywhere. And thus, though I possess all things, I have no rest or enjoyment of any, except in the truth, which is my whole satisfaction. They who have not a knowledge of this art imagine, if they had, they would do many things. I also thought the same, but am grown circumspect by experience of many dangers and the peril of life. I have seen so much corruption in the world, and those even who pass for good people are so ruled by the love of gain, that I am constrained even from the works of mercy, for fear of suspicion and arrest. I have experienced this in foreign countries, where, having ventured to administer the medicine to sufferers given over by physicians, the instant the cures became known, a report was spread about of the elixir. And I have been obliged to disguise myself, shave my head, and change my name, to avoid falling into the hands of wicked persons, who would try to wrest the secret from me, in hopes of making gold. I could relate many incidents of this kind which have happened to me. Would to God that gold and silver were as common as the street mud, we should not then be obliged to fly and hide ourselves, as if we were accursed like Cain. 72. Michael Sendivogius was imprisoned by his prince. Even the pious Cunrath is moved to bitterness, when speaking of the treatment he had experienced. George Vaughan Welling, Fichtold, Muller, Harprecht, also. For the good and innocent now suffered more and more than ever cautious to conceal their names, with the evidence of alchemy, from the world. And as the mind of the day became gradually engaged in puritanical discussions, and the interests of political leaders, indifference to the art again succeeded, and a skepticism as blind and nearly pernicious as the former credulity settled upon the minds of men. But philosophers were content to have it so, observing the incapability of the common herd, and how little they cared for the truth, or the witness of nature's greatest miracles, in comparison with their own selfish emolument. Some gathered themselves together for better protection, and carrying on their work into the Rosicrucian fraternity, a widely celebrated, though secret association, established, as the report is, by a German adeptist who had traveled into the East, and in Arabia was initiated into many arcane mysteries of nature. Their fame and confession, with the story of their first institution, has been rendered into English with an excellent preface by Thomas Vaughan, and an appendix showing the true nature of their philosophy, place of abode, and other particulars connected with their Magian prowess and renown. But we must not omit to notice the names of Dee and Kelly, 2 notorious magicians of Queen Elizabeth's time. For though the Lotte was somewhat of a knave, and a little over-presumptuous, yet there is reason to believe that he practiced transmutation, and became possessed of the red powder by some secret kind of information, if not of the means of perfecting it by his own art. Thus it was generally reported of Dr. D. and Kelly, that they were so strangely fortunate as to discover a large quantity of the powder of projection in a niche amongst the ruins of Glastonbury Abbey. And which was so rich in virtue, being 1 upon 272,330, that they lost a great portion in trial before they found out the true height of the medicine. With this treasure they went abroad, fixed their abode at Trebona, and transmuted occasionally. In Dee's diary we have the account of Kelly making projection with 1 small grain, in proportion no larger than the least grain of sand, upon 1 ounce and a quarter of common mercury, which produced almost 1 ounce of pure gold 73. Then there is the story of the warming pan, related by Ashmole, from no very distant testimony, of a piece of metal being cut out and, without Kelly touching or handling it, or melting the copper even, only warming it in the fire. The elixir being projected thereon, it was transmuted into pure silver. The pan, he goes on to relate, was sent to the Queen Elizabeth by her ambassador, who then lay at Prague, that by fitting the piece into the place whence it was cut out, it might exactly prove to be once a part of that pan. Bloomfield had likewise seen in the hands of one Master Tyrone Scrope, rings of Sir Edward Kelly's gold, the fashion of which was only gold wire twisted thrice about the finger, of which fashioned rings he gave away to the value of 4,000 L. at the marriage of one of his servants. This was highly generous, but to say the truth, he was openly profuse beyond the modest limits, as Ashmole observes, of a sober philosopher. This kind of profusion has been frequently exhibited by such as are reported to have come by the treasure casually, never by those who have themselves confected it. During the abode at Trebona, Dee and Kelly appear to have tried many experiments, and their conversations with their spiritual informants are ludicrously mundane and abortive. 74. Whether or not they finally succeeded in the object of their research remains uncertain. The story runs that they did not, but that the secret of making of the powder was confided to Kelly some years afterwards by a dying monk. In Dee's diary, towards the latter end, there certainly are expressions of joy and gratitude, as if he had suddenly attained to some great and important discovery. Haec est dies quam facit Dominus, omni quod vivit laudet Dominum. And upon the 30th day of the month following, he writes, Master E. Kelly did open the great secret to me, God be thanked. Things were not carried on so privately abroad, but the Queen had notice of the proceedings of her subjects. And she sent letters and messages summoning them to return home. Dee obeyed, but Kelly remained behind, was taken prisoner by Emperor Rudolph, who had long set a watch on their movements. It was during this detention that he wrote that little book, the Lapide Philosophorum, which is commonly to be met with, but it is of little more value than repute. The death of Kelly is involved in mystery, and Dee is said to have expired in poverty in Mortlake. The writings of Jacob Boehme, the profound theosophist of Prague, and those of the Portage and Leeds school, may not be undervalued, since these enthusiasts were all on the same original track, and the first would seem to have attained something better even than a view of the promised land. Moreover, Boehme has discovered such a ground of experience and principles of the divine art in his writings, as may help the student to conceive profoundly and lead him to the means of understanding the enigmas of the old adepts. For this author is, of all who have hitherto entered experimentally into the mystery, the plainest, simplest, and most confidential exponent. The Aurora, or Day Spring, the Discourse of the Three Principles, the Mysterium Magnum, the Tree of Life. The Turned Eye, or 40 Questions Concerning the Life of Man, and his epistles, are full of explicit indications concerning the physical basis of magic and occult material of the Philosopher's Stone. 75. So that the following eulogy, copied from a manuscript found in a volume of his works, may not be considered misplaced, or altogether extravagant. What are the Eastern Magi sought? Or Orpheus sung or Hermes taught? Whatever Confucius would inspire. Or Zoroaster's mystic fire. The symbols that Pythagoras drew. The wisdom godlike Plato knew. What Socrates debating proved. Or Epictetus lived and loved. The sacred fire of saint and sage. Through every clime in every age. In Boehme's wondrous page we view. Discovered and revealed anew, etc. Revealed anew, it will be observed, theosophically, but not intellectually. Nothing, since the Greeks, has been found to approach their doctrine of wisdom in perspicuity, grace of utterance, and scientific explication of the divine source. Of all the successors on the same road, none have exceeded their authority, and very few have attained to the perfect veracity and ideality of their ground, but of this hereafter. Numerous works on alchemy have issued from the German press, detailing the experience of excellent and learned adepts. Amongst those of later years may be mentioned Ambrose and Philip Müller 76, Hermann Fichtelt 77. And his friend George von Welling 78, J. Crolius 79, the Van Helmonts, father and son 80, Gracius, the reputed author of the Water Stone 81, a personal friend of Boehm's, Henry Cunrath, a pious and learned adeptist 82, Andrew Libavius 83, J.J. Beckshare 84, and J. Tullius, a Dutchman and an elegant classical expositor on the same ground 85. Faber also 86, but of all those who have connected ancient fable with philosophy, and explained them by the Hermetic key, Michael Meyer ranks first. And his works are more esteemed and sought after even in the present day, than is easily accountable, since he is profoundly guarded in his Revelations 87. Highly curious engravings and woodcuts adorn the works of these authors, and even the title pages of many of them convey more idea and food for reflection than other modern tomes, oftentimes throughout the whole of their development. The Novum Lumen Chemicum, which passes under the name of Michael Sendivogius, the Polish adept, is one of the best known and popular of modern works on the subject. It has been translated into English by John French, also a practitioner 88. Whose introductory preface is bold and striking, and was published in London under the title of The New Light of Alchemy, with the 9 books of Paracelsus, De Natura Rerum, in 1650. This new light, professedly drawn from the fountain of nature, and grounded in manual experience, is cleverly handled, and of an attractive character. Though in consequence of the wilful disorder and perplexity of the composition, repeated perusal and a certain knowledge are requisite, in order to gather its recondite drift. And so much the more, as its theory and asserted facts are at variance with our common conceptions and experience of the possibility of nature. The French edition of this work, also, has been translated by Digby, and contains, besides the treatise on salt omitted in the above, other curious additions, with a concluding dialogue, which is instructive 89. There is a multitude of little English books on alchemy afloat on the bookstalls, amongst them some original, well-written, and worthy of perusal. For although Britain has not been so fertile in adepts as France and Germany, yet her scarce ones have been great. The profundity and comparative candor of their writings, being very generally acknowledged by their foreign compeers, to which de Fresnoy, though himself a skeptic, in his Histoire Hermétique bears this characteristic witness, d. Illers en any scoroit disconvenir que les Anglois en, écrivant sur la science hermétique avec beaucoup de lumière et de profondeur. Ils font paroiter leur jugement et leur esprit de rélection. Ils seroit a suhader chu ils portacent la même attention et la même maturité à tout ce chu ils entreprenant. On seroit beaucoup plus content d'eux et ils nes, exposerait pas à perdre l'estimé de autres nations comme ils y risquent tous les jours, 90. This piece of flattering French testimony refers, we suppose, to the writings of our early adepts. Otherwise, of all that have flourished in latter times, the most celebrated and facile princeps is that anonymous who styles himself Irenaeus Philolaes. The many works that have appeared under this signature indicate so excellent and perfect an artist, that his brethren, always speaking with admiration, unanimously award him the garland. Yet of himself, his name, and habits of life nothing is known, no contemporary mentions him. Starkey, indeed, professes to have been his servant once for a time in America, and to have assisted him in the art, and describes him as an English gentleman of an ancient and honorable family then living on his own estate and rarely learned. I saw, says he, in my master's possession the white and red elixir in very large quantity. He gave me upwards of 2 ounces of the white medicine of sufficient virtue to convert 120,000 times its weight into the purest silver. With this treasure I went to work ignorantly and was caught in the trap of my own covetousness. For I expended or wasted nearly all of this tincture, and did not know its value until it was nearly gone. However, I made projection of a part, and have tinged many hundreds of ounces by it into the best silver. Of a pound of mercury I have made within less than a scruple of a pound of silver, etc. 91. It is also reported that Irenaeus was intimate with the chemist Boyle. But the rumors are all uncertain, and, as if to increase the mystery, he has been confounded with other English adepts, as Harprecht and Thomas Vaughan, and his writings also with those of Sendivogius, who has been identified with him under the name of Alexander Seton and others. He himself informs us that he was born in England, somewhere towards the beginning of the 17th century, that he possessed the secret at a very early age, and was the victim of unremitting persecution. His principal works are, An Open Entrance to the Shut Palace of the King, Ripley revived, The Marrow of Alchemy, in verse. Metallorum Metamorphoses, Brevis Manuductio as Rubinum Coelestum, Fons Chemici Veritatis, and a few others in the Museum Hermeticum and in Manget's collection. Thomas Vaughan, whose pseudonym of Eugenius Philalethes has, notwithstanding the very obvious distinction of his mind and style, caused him to be confounded with the foregoing Irenaeus, was the author of several luminous little treatises, bearing on the higher grounds of this mystic science, full of ideas and the recondite spirit of antiquity. In these Vaughan makes casual reference to the gold-making possibility, but is at little pains to attract in this direction, or indicate, as is usual, any sophistic order of practical operation. And thus repelling impertinent inquiry, he leads at once to the true and only valuable speculation of the subject. Moreover, unless we be mistaken, the one art and medium of vital perfectibility is more clearly shown in his writings than in those of any other English author. They are as follows: Magia Adamica, or the Antiquity of Magic. Whereto is added, a discovery of the Colum Terrae, or Magician's Heavenly Chaos, Anthroposophia Theamagica, a discourse on the nature of man grounded on the protochemistry of Hermes, and verified by a practical examination of principles. Anima Magia Abscondita, a discourse of the universal spirit of nature, with its strange, abstruse, and miraculous ascent and descent, Euphrates, or waters of the East, a practical discourse of that secret fountain whose water flows from fire. Lumen de Lumen, a new magical light discovered and consummated, with an allegorical display of the first matter, and other valuable magnetical introductions and guides. This author's death is reported to have befallen extraordinarily, something after the manner of Virgil's, and from an overdose of the elixir. Nor should it appear wonderful, as the narrative runs, that the subtle light of life should in these instances have been swallowed up in the superior attraction of a greater flame. Agrippa gives a similar account of the death of Alexander the Great, saying that he died suddenly by the hand of his preceptor, administering the venom of the waters of the Styx, to whom the youthful monarch had previously entrusted his life. Body and Soul without Reservation 92. The authors we have brought forth as distinguished and genuine, are but few in comparison with the whole number. Some reckon as many as 400,093, but there are enough without forcing any into the ranks. Borrichius, from standing testimony, counts as many as 250094. Lenglet de Fresnoy has reduced the number still more, but then he was ignorant of the subject and excludes according to titles, rather than the matter, of several books covertly treating of the Hermetic art 95. The Bodleian Library contains many hundred volumes by separate authors. The Royal Library of France was reputed still richer in 1742, especially in manuscripts, and the Vatican and Escurial have large and valuable collections in the same branch. And it is in these archives alone that the ancient art is now preserved, in which we hoard the memory of long bygone hopes. Oh, declare a man an alchemist in the present day would be to brand him as insane, and the Hermetic ground is as far out of the road of common thought as if it were tabooed. Not indeed that anyone regards it as sacred, but devilish rather, or delirious, or ridiculous, as the bias may be. Meanwhile, therefore, to reconcile this science or the teachers of it to the world, we should feel to be a task above our ability, were it very far greater than it is. The prejudice having grown so old and strong that neither reason nor authority is longer able to balance it. But in whatever light we be disposed to regard alchemy, whether as the acme of human folly, or contrariwise, as the recondite perfection of wisdom and causal science. It appears almost equally remarkable, considered in the former way we have before us a huge amount of avarice, mad credulity, and fraud accumulating on continually from immemorial time, with the deplorable conclusion that the greater part of those to whom the world has been taught to look up as philosophical authorities were in fact dupes and worse deceivers. On the other hand, if we hesitate in thus denouncing all the many well-approved and religious professors of this art, and suppose them, even in this particular, to have been sincere, what then ought we to conclude? That they were deluded? It is true their assertions are startling, but then the means of realization proposed are actual. The transmutation of metallic bodies was a proof addressed to the senses and so uniformly stated as to preclude subterfuge or any medium fulfillment. I have seen the stone and handled it, says Van Helmont, and projected the fourth part of 1 grain, wrapped in paper, upon 8 ounces of quicksilver boiling in a crucible, and the quicksilver, with a small voice, presently stood in its flux, and was congealed like to yellow wax. After a flux by blast we found 8 ounces all but 11 grains which were wanting of the purest gold, therefore 1 grain of this powder would transmute 19,186 parts of quicksilver into the best gold. I am constrained to believe, for I have made projections divers times of 1 grain of the philosopher's gold upon some thousands of grains of boiling quicksilver, to the admiration and tickling of a great multitude. He who gave me that powder, the stranger butler, whom he first found in prison, had so much as would transmute 200,000 pounds worth of gold, 96. Our tincture of gold, says Paracelsus, has within it an astral fire which conquers all things and changes them into a nature like itself. It is a most fixed substance and immutable in the multiplication. It is a powder having the reddest color, almost like saffron, yet the whole corporeal substance is liquid like resin, transparent like crystal, frangible like glass. It is of a ruby color of the greatest weight. And this is a true sign of the tincture of the philosophers, that by its transmuting force all imperfect metals are changed, and this gold is better than the gold of the mines, and out of it may be prepared better medicines and arcane, 97. So likewise Friar Bacon says, and Lully, and Arnold in his Speculum, that he had seen and touched, after much labor and industry, the perfect thing transmuting 98. And Geber in these words, the things are manifest in which the verity of the work is nigh, and we have considered the things perfecting this work is nigh, and we have considered the things perfecting this work by a true investigation. With certain experience, whereby we are assured that all the words are true which are by us written in our volumes, according as we found them by experiment and reason, 99. And again, by the goodness of God's instigation and by our own incessant labor, we have searched out and found, and have seen with our eyes and handled with our hands the completement of matters sought after in our Magistery, 100. And Pico di Mirandola, in his Book de Oro, I come now, says the prince, to relate what my eyes have seen plainly without veil or obscurity. One of my friends, who is now living, has made gold and silver several times in my presence, and I have seen it and done it myself, 101. We do not adduce these testimonials in proof either of the truth or plausibility of the Hermetic art, but to lead on inquiry, without which it would be equally vain to believe as to deny. And further, to show the pretension was not ambiguous, but absolutely provable, if at all, we have the story of the transmutation before Gustavus Adolphus in the year 1620. The gold of which was coined into metals bearing the king's effigy with the reverse, Mercury and Venus. And that other at Berlin, before the King of Prussia, widely celebrated in 171-0102. The story related by Kircher in his Mundus Subterraneus also is explicit, and that of Helvetius. But the foregoing, taken casually, may be sufficient to indicate that the evidence of alchemy was neither abstract nor hidden, nor vaguely opinable, but clean, experimental and determinable. And that if there was deception at all, it must have been willful and not the offspring of self-delusion on the part of the adepts. And then what should induce men to invent, age after age, and to reiterate and confirm a shameful and unpopular falsehood? Pious hermits and ecclesiastics, physicians and metaphysicians, men of high rank and reputation, far above and out of the way of sordid allurements, most of whom had in fact relinquished station, power, wealth, and worldly benefices for the science, sake and the cause of true religion. What interest should have moved them, even supposing minds so degraded as to deceive so far and frequently their fellow men? Or shall we conclude that Ripley Wither was so mad and simple a knave as to write the offer to his king to show him the actual working of the stone, if he had possessed nothing? But he even promises to unfold the whole confection conditionally. Would he so far have ventured, or what motive had he to deceive? Never truly for merk nor for pound. Make whitey common, but to you conditionally. That to yourself ye shall keep whitey secretly. And only whitey use, as may be God's pleasure. Els in time comminge of God I shoot aby. For my discoveringa of high secret treasury, 103. And if the notion of willful deceit is improbable, then, their problem being one of tangible facts, it is still less likely that they were themselves deceived. I write not fables, says H. Cunrath in his Amphitheatre. With thine own hands thou shalt handle and with thine own eyes thou shalt see Azoth, viz., the universal mercury, which alone with its internal and external fire is sufficient for thee, which transforms itself into what it will by the fire. And again, I have travelled much and visited those esteemed to know what by experience and not in vain, amongst whom, I call God to witness, I got of one the universal tincture, and the blood of the lion, which is the gold of the philosophers. I have seen it, touched it, tasted it, smelt it, and used it efficaciously towards my poor neighbors in most desperate cases. Oh, how wonderful is God in his works! 104. The liberal mind naturally experiences a difficulty in disbelieving where, a possibility being granted, the testimony in support of a matter is fair and honorable. And though sensible evidence and more than this sometimes is required to silence negative assertion, yet reason, supported by her witnesses, may enervate it, and induce that strict investigation and thought which should always precede experiment, but which the multitude have never yet been found willing to undertake. And are consequently led astray in progress, and learn as it were by chance. It is said that Lord Bacon instituted certain experiments with a view to the discovery of the philosopher's stone, and in the advancement of learning he faithfully recognizes the possibility. As does also Sir Isaac Newton in his works, nor did either of these great men, though they were practically unsuccessful themselves, condemn the ancient tradition or deny its validity. Yet it would seem to be more ordinarily natural to the human mind to reject these things, which it has neither been early imbued in the belief of, nor instructed to understand. Besides individual research into mere possibilities, and because facts only are alleged, is too hopeless and arduous for this short life, which requires a definite assurance of success, and fruit even from the smallest labor. And this is the world's palliation for despising alchemy, and many things which the ancients have asserted in like manner, without the requisite means of realization. For they would not have they anywhere openly declared, even the common subject of their art. But left mankind to imagine, as they did, all that was erroneous concerning it, as of their salts, sulfurs, mercuries, magic elements, and occult confections. What a chaos of metaphor and monstrous allusion does not the literature of alchemy present at first view? With what fantastic images and inconclusive positions is it not replete, sings, symbolisms, and subtle enigmas innumerable, as if to try the ingenuity at every point. Contrary to the usual endeavor of writers to enlighten, by rendering their ideas intelligible, the adepts appear to have a directly contrary aim, at least so it would occur to anyone from a cursory survey. Now leading along by some ingenious allegory, full of deep and exciting suggestions, yet withal enveloped in a mystery so obscure that without more light it were impossible to penetrate it. Then, further to seduce, adding, it may be, another gleam of argument, tantalizing the hope and wearying the understanding with unequal assertions, until all passes away again, with all possibility of discernment. Behind some clouded metaphor or word of warning that the secret of the ages may not be profaned. A variety of artifices according to the Kabbalistic method, moreover, have been employed, and the Hermetic discourses are not infrequently found introverted in their order, and dispersed with repetitions. To prevent the truth from becoming openly obvious, even to those who had already become possessed of the true key. But only of the vestibule and entrance rights. If you consider how the parties of the works be out of order set by the old clerks. As I said before, the master of this arte. Every and each of them disclosed but a part. Wherefore though ye perceived theme as ye would, yet ye cannot order or join them as ye should. 105. For is not our art cabalistic, asks Artephius, and full of mysteries? And you, fool, believe we teach the secret of secrets openly, and understand our words according to the letter. Be assured, we are not envious, but he that takes the philosopher's saying according to the outward sense and signification has already lost the clue to Ariadne, and wanders up and down the labyrinth. And it would be of the same benefit to him as if he had thrown his money into the sea. 106. And Sendivogius, to the same effect in the preface of the 12 treatises, I would, says he, have the candid reader be admonished that he understand my writings, not so much from the outside of my words as from the possibility of nature. Let him consider that this art is for the wise, not for the ignorant. And that the sense of the philosophers is of another nature than to be understood by vaporizing Thrasos, or the letter-learned scoffers, or vicious, against their own consciences. Or ignorant mountebanks, who, most unworthily defaming the most commendable art of alchemy, have with their whites and reds deceived almost the whole world. 107. And again, in the epilogue, all things indeed, says the adept, might have been comprehended in a few lines. But we are willing to guide into the knowledge of nature indirectly, by reasons and examples, that thou may knowest what the thing truly is thou shouldst seek after, also that thou might have nature, her light and shadow, discovered to thee. Be not displeased if thou meetest sometimes with contradictions in my treatises, it being the custom of philosophers to use them. Thou hast need of them, if thou understandest them, thou shalt not find a rose without prickles. 108. Each artist striving witty how to conceal, lest wretched caitiffs shoulda the treasure steal, nor villains shoulda their villainies maintain. By this rare art, which danger they to heal, in horrid metaphors veiled are an art most plain. Lest each fool knowing witty shoulda witty when known disdain. 109. And Roger Bacon advises, therefore, to leave off experiments until the ground of wisdom is properly conceived. And though I say, take this, and this, believe me not but operate according to the blood, i.e. according to the understanding, and so of all, leave off experiments, apprehend my meaning, and you will find, believe me, being a lighted candle. 110. And Basil Valentine and Irenaeus, and most adepts in short, warn their readers against running into the practice upon vague premises, and before they have attained to a full understanding of the matter to be taken in hand. Yet, notwithstanding all their injunctions, many seekers, and faithful ones too, have been led astray. Geber's Receipts, Basil's and Glauber's, though at variance with all common sense probability, have been the means of surrounding many a literal soul with stills, coals, and furnaces, in hope by such lifeless instruments to sublime the spirit of nature. Or by salt, sulfur and mercury, or the three combined with antimony, to extract the form of gold. But they who have thus fallen to practice, without the true light or heeding their injunctions, had no right to charge their error on the adepts. The disappointment and misery of those fanatical chemists having been attributable to their own misunderstanding bias, and more frequently owing to the deceit of sophists than to the genuine tradition of Hermetic science. Since difficulties however are apparent, and the pretenders to the art were in latter times far more numerous than the true adepts, and the literature has suffered in consequence grievous disgrace and spoliation, it is not surprising that the public, having been so long and grossly deluded, should at length have shut out alchemy from amongst its credenda. If there was no desire to search deeper, it was wisely done, and checked the raging of a sore distemper. But that many have fallen into error and suffered, or others proved deceivers, or that the world has chosen to disbelieve, are no proofs in philosophy, even if it were without so many witnesses, that the Hermetic Mystery is groundless. The world is fully as ignorant of the genuine doctrine and art of wisdom as were the impostors whom it repudiated, and their judgment concerning it is of as little value. The words of the philosophers remain, though modern science is not able to confirm them, or present anything analogous to the powers they professed, not in the advancement of the mineral kingdom only, but over all nature. And since they unanimously recommend a studious examination, in order to conceive rightly of the promises held out, before attempting to judge them or the pretensions of their art, we propose to investigate preliminarily the theoretic ground and matter on which the physical possibility of transmutation rests. Chapter 2. Of the theory of transmutation in general, and of the first matter. Est in Mercurio quicquid quaerunt sapiens, tuba essercit.1. The theory of alchemy, though arcane, is very simple. Its basis indeed may be comprehended in that only statement of Arnold de Villanova, in his Speculum, that there abides in nature a certain pure matter, which, being discovered and brought by art to perfection, converts to itself proportionally all imperfect bodies that it touches. And this would seem to be the true ground of metalline transmutation, and of every other, namely, the homogeneity of the radical substance of things. And on the alleged fact that metals, minerals, and all diversified natures, being of the same created first principles, may be reduced into their common basis or mercurial first matter, the whole Hermetic doctrine appears to hinge and proceed. The multiform body of the world lies open, but the source everywhere is occult, nor does ordinary analysis at all discover this universal matter of the adepts. It has been accordingly objected, that natural species cannot be transmutable, because the transmutation of different species one into another necessarily implies miction and a spurious offspring, thus, that if it were even admitted possible by any means to infuse gold into lead or other inferior form, it would still remain imperfect, and the better species be defiled by the vile admixture. That the result would not in fact be gold at all, but of a middle nature, according to the proportionate virtue of the metals conjoining, golden or leaden, or as the case might be. Since species are indestructible, therefore, the transmutation of metals has been regarded as a sophistical proposition and not a true art. And this argument the alchemists also admitting, have sometimes seemed to contradict themselves and their science, but such is not really the case, and only from want of understanding them has it been supposed so. It is not species that they profess to transmute, nor do they ever teach in theory that lead as lead, or mercury as mercury specificate, can be changed into gold, any more than a dog into a horse, a tulip into a daisy, or vice versa, in this way, anything of unlike kind. But it is the subject matter of these metals, the radical moisture of which they are uniformly composed, that they say may be withdrawn by art and transported from inferior forms, being set free by the force of a superior ferment or attraction. Species, says Friar Bacon, are not transmuted, but their subject matter rather, species non transmutanter, sed subjecta speciarum optimi et propriasime, therefore the first work is to reduce the body into water, that is, into mercury. And this is called solution, which is the foundation of the whole art. 111. And the first preparation and foundation of the Hermetic art, says the author of the Rosarium, is solution and a reduction of the body into water, which is argent vive, for it is well known to artists that species cannot, as themselves, be transmuted, since they are not liable to sensible action and corruption. But the subjects of species rather, since they are corruptible and may be changed, yet neither can the subjects of species be transmuted, unless they are reduced first into their first matter, and made free to pass from one into another form. But this is not contrary to reason, because one form being expelled, another may be introduced, as is evident in rustic operations, as in the making of glass from flints, stones and ashes. Much more then should the experienced philosopher be able to corrupt the subject matter of natures and to introduce a new form. 112. Arnold, also admitting that species are indestructible, advises therefore that the subject be freed by an artificial reduction. 113. Species non transmutari sed individual speciarum. 114. And Avicenna 115, and Aristotle 116, who is also quoted from by Ripley, as the philosopher who in the Book of Meteors did write, that the likeness of bodies metalline be not transmutable. But afterwards he added tice words of more delight, without they be reduced to their beginning materiable. Wherefore such bodies as in nature be leakable. Mineral and metalline may be mercurizate. Conceive ye may tice science is not opinable. But very true by Raymond and others determinate 117. When therefore Lully, speaking of the art, declares the species are absolute and cannot be changed one into another, elementiva habent vera conditions et una species se non transmutat in alium 118. We shall not understand him as denying the art by any means, but a false position of it only. The fundamental possibility and principle of transmutation being not of species, but of their universal subject or first matter. And this universal subject is the alleged foundation of the whole Hermetic experiment. Not only the thing transmutable in natures, as is above the thing transmutable in natures, as is above shown, but the thing transmuting also, when set free and segregated in its proper essentiality. The fermented spirit assimilates the light throughout. Trust not, says the adept, those impostors who tell you of a sulphur tingens, and I know not what fables, who pin also the narrow name of chemia on a science ancient and infinite. It is the light only that can be truly multiplied, for this ascends and descends from the first fountain of multiplication and generation. This light, discovered and perfected by art, applied to any body, exalts and perfects it in its own kind, if to animals, it exalts animals, if to vegetables, vegetables. If to minerals, IR refines minerals, and translates them from the worst to the best condition. Where, note by the way, that every body hath passive principles in itself for this light to work upon, and therefore needs not to borrow any from gold or silver 119. This last advice is given to correct a common error, that the alchemists extracted from the form out of these metals to transmute and increase with. Gross misconception of their initial principle has indeed caused their positions frequently to appear ridiculous, as of the common talk, for instance, of weighing and proportioning the elements so exactly as to constitute them into lasting accord. Of consolidating the metalline vapor by heat artificially introduced, or by the rays of the sun and moon drawn to simultaneous cooperation, and several such like literally imputed follies, far from their minds. Who protested against such misunderstanding, having assumed to themselves another principle and another method of generating metals, by which they were enabled to follow nature independently, and help her to exceed the ordinary limits of her law, not by the condensation of imaginary vapors in the minds, or by the assistance of the great luminary or lunar light, but by working, as it is said, the only universal living in occult nature by and through itself, scientifically, which contains within itself the original of all these, even of the whole manifested existence. Thus, we read, in the Lucerna Solis, a certain thing is found in the world, which is also in every thing and in every place. It is not earth, nor fire, nor air, nor water. Albeit it wants neither of these things. Nay, it can become to be fire, air, water, and earth. For it contains all nature in itself purely and sincerely. It becomes white and red, is hot and cold. It is moist and dry and is diversifiable every way. The band of sages only have known it. And they call it their salt. It is extracted from their earth. And has been the ruin of many a fool. For the common earth is worth nothing here. Nor the vulgar salt in any manner. But rather the salt of the world. Which contains in itself all life. Of it is made that medicine which will preserve you from all maladies 120. The stone is one, says the monk in his rosary, the medicine is one, in which the whole mystery consists, to which we add nothing nor take away anything, only in the preparation, removing superfluities 121. All is made of mercury, says Geber. For when soul is reduced to his first original, i.e. the mercury, then nature embraceth nature, and by open and manifest proof we have concluded that our stone is no other than a potent spirit and living water, which we have named dry water, by natural proportion cleansed and united with such union, that they can never more be absent each from other 122. And Aquinas says, it is mercury alone which perfects in our work, and we find in it all we have need of, nothing different must be added. Some, mistaking, believe that the work cannot be perfected with mercury alone without his sister, i.e. as agent and patient, that thou addest nothing different from mercury, and know also that gold and silver are not unlike in kind to this our mercury. For it is their root. If thou workest therefore with mercury alone, without foreign intervention, thou obtainest thy desire. The white and red proceed from one root, for it dissolves and coagulates itself. Whitens, rubifies, and makes itself to be both yellow and black, it unites with itself, conceives itself, and brings itself forth, to the full perfecting of its intention. 123. It is only in her manifold changes that nature is known and made apparent in ordinary life. But, since these alchemists profess to have enjoyed another experience, and through their art to have discovered her in her simple essentiality, to be that total which works all conditionally throughout existence, it will therefore be requisite to consider their whole doctrine with reference to this presumed unity, and by no means be led aside by their metaphoric language into a common misconstruction of its meaning. But since, according to the old maxim, all is in mercury which the wise men seek, let us seek therefore if we may be able at all to identify this mercury, and whether the same ancient material be yet on earth. It is well known, that the Greeks and Eastern sages derived all things in common from a certain pure and hidden fire. Stoics, Pythagoreans, Platonists, and Peripatetics view with each other in celebrating the occult virtues of the ether. Its all-pervading essence and perfective power, in it they place the providential regulation of nature. It was the very life and substance of their theosophy, in which from the highest to the lowest confines of existence, from Jove to the last link in the infernal monarchy, all were inhabiting the ethereal world. For, as Virgil says, it lights and nourishes the innermost earth as well as the air and starry heavens. Principio colum, ac terras, compos clicentes. Lucentemque globum luni, titaniac astra. Spiritus inta salit. Totamque infusipur artis. Mens agitat molem, iti magno esse corpori missit. 124. And the assertions of the ethnics, about the anima mundi, differ very little or nothing in substance from the Hebrew doctrine, but in words only. Neither are their opinions so heinous or ridiculous as the zealous policy of ignorance, under a Christian guise, has too often caused them to appear. That there is a fluid or vitalizing principle invisibly permeating all things, and resident in the air we breathe, common experience indicates, for life cannot subsist without air, not in all kinds of air. But there is some one quality or ingredient in the atmosphere which is a secret food of life, and on which it immediately depends. What this aliment is, though many names have been invented, the moderns in default of knowledge are not agreed. And seeing it escapes the test of their closest vessels and analyses, and that it can be neither seen, heard, felt, nor naturally understood, the ancient theory of the one element has been very much derided. The chemist, Homburg, indeed, with Boerhaave, Boyle, and others eminent of that period, hold with the alchemists, that there is a distinct substance universally diffused, though sensible only in its mixed forms and powerful effects. That it is the alone pure and active source of all things, and most firm bond of the natural elements, giving life to all bodies, penetrating and sustaining all things, and enlivening all. That this mighty ether moreover is always at hand, ready to break forth into action on predisposed subjects, fermenting, producing, destroying, and governing the total course of nature. Bishop Berkeley, too, in his Cyrus, contends learnedly in favor of the same universal material, which he likewise calls ether, and a pure invisible fire the most subtle and elastic of all bodies pervading all. And considers that it is from thence, and not from any mingled property, that the air has its power of sustenance and vitalization. These then, with a few others, in recent times have so far concurred with the ancients in distinguishing the fontal spirit of nature, apart from its manifestation, and as distinct from that elementary ignition with which we are sensibly familiar. For they do not allow that to be fire indeed, but an excitation only or effect of the antecedent potency which they describe. But then they could adduce no tangible proof of their doctrine. The worked could not see their invisible fire. It has therefore been regarded as a mere speculative chimera, which in part it was perhaps, in their minds, without experience, and, accordingly, disbelieved. For philosophy, at length, laudably anxious to prove all things, yet too idle to theorize, will suppose nothing that is not openly shown, how then should she recognize that recondite fire? Neither are we desirous absolutely to assume it here, for though experiments of recent date seem to supply concurrent evidence, and the phenomena of mesmerism have helped to force again on the minds of the more observing portion of mankind the supposition of a new imponderable, or odic force, yet, few believe. And we pass it now to continue our research concerning that elder quintessence of the Magi which they introduce, not as a being of speculation merely, but of experimental science. Not perceptible only in mingled forms, in the common air or elementary water, but as an essence compact and tangible without heterogeneity, in which pure estate, the Kabbalists, also describing, call it, lumen vestimenti, the vehicle of light. And the Greeks, the free ether, that is to say, freed from the prison of gross matter, and able to work of itself intimately by the virtue of its own included light. Thus Zeno defines it, ignem esse artificiosum, ad gignendum progredientum via. As a plastic fire, ever generating by rule. And Cicero, as that coelestis alstissima etherique natura, id est ignea aqui per se omnia gignat, that most heavenly high ethereal igneous nature, which spontaneously begets all things 125. That light of life, the vital draught. That forms the food of every living thing. And e'en the high, enthroned, all-sparkling eye. Of ever-mounting fire, immense expanse. The viewless ether in his genial arms. Clasping the earth. Him call thou Lord and Jove 126. It is requisite, however, to distinguish errors here, lest we speak profanely, calling that Jove which is not Jove. And mistaking Olympus, embrace some cloud whilst the life-giving Juno is far away above all our idea and sight. For the goddess is subtly mingled in nature commonly observable in her action only, as adepts say, and to the world unknown, as we may observe Lully, amongst others telling us, she is of another birth. And cannot be brought to knowledge without sagacious handling and human help. Immo argentum's vivum nostrum est aqua alterius naturi, quae reperiri non potest supra terram, cum in actionem veniri non posit per naturam, absci agitorio ingenii et humanarum manuum operationibus 127. Hoc vir nullibi est quod quirimus. Nowhere, for the ethereal spirit does not subsist of itself, separate or tangibly on earth, but, giving subsistence to other beings, is occultated even in their life, and defiled. It is moreover, an especial doctrine of adepts, that nature operates her ordinary manifestation in direct contrariety to her perfect law, that, as darkness and imperfection are now apparent, the true light is made occult. And that neither sanity nor beauty can permanently supervene in bodies, unless the contrary be operated in them. So that that which is fixed becoming volatile and the volatile nature fixed, the adventitious or externally generated image may be constricted utterly, and the central form contrariwise developed into life and act. Si fixum solvas faciascu volari salutum. Iti volucrum figas, facient te vivere tutum. Solve, coagula, fige. Thus, it is said that by a real experimental inversion, the Hermetic art has proved imperfections to be accidental to nature, and introduced to her from without. That as water, spread abroad upon a many-colored surface of earth, salts, or spices takes the hue and flavor of the spot on which it rests, so it is with the prolific source of things. Species subsist in it adventitiously, as it were, by sufferance, and may be expelled, and ought to be for the attainment of perfection. Whoever desires to attain this end, says Arnold, let him understand the conversion of the elements, to make light things heavy, and to make spirits no spirits, then he shall not work in a strange thing. Convert elementa et quod quiris invenis 128. And if any skillful minister of nature shall apply force to nature, and, by design, torture and vex it in order to its annihilation, says the philosopher. It, on the contrary, being brought to this necessity, changes and transforms itself into a strange variety of shapes and appearances, for nothing but the power of the Creator can annihilate it or truly destroy. So that, at length, running through the whole circle of transformations, and completing its period, it in some degree restores itself, if the force be continued. And that method of torturing or detaining will prove the most effectual and expeditious which makes use of manacles and fetters, i.e., lays hold and works upon matter in the extremest degree. 129. So much does Lord Bacon assume upon the declaration of Democritus. Our philosopher had in him the bright light of genius, which enabled in him independently of experience to conceive well and grapple with the possibility of nature. His mind glanced intuitively through and beyond the darkness which time had cast before the wisdom of antiquity, and he discerned her yet beaming afar off with venerable splendor in her old domain. Though chained to the superficies, observing and collecting facts, he honored those sages who long before him had experimented into the center, and proved there a firm and immutable foundation of truth. But thither he was not himself able to pass, for he knew nothing of their great art, or of its subject even, and naturally mistook their hidden ground. Had the smallest glimpse only been revealed to him, he would have imagined all differently, or even proposed that the dissolution of nature should be attempted mechanically, or by help of such particular digesters applied to the fire. As in the Silva Silvarum he seriously designs for this end. 130. Such instruments do, in fact, expel the very nature which the ancients prized, leaving us without all recompense in the dead ashes of her consuming vesture. Whereas, the proposal of Democritus is not only to reduce the matter, with her false forms, to the verge of annihilation, but to entrap the bare spirit and help her on from thence to operate her own intrinsical freed will, which according to this testimony she possesses, and is able to manifest, wrapping herself spontaneously about it, even to a recreation. But if she is suffered to depart invisibly without pursuit or amendment, which is the common catastrophe, then she is caught up by other external compellents, and becoming defiled, is imprisoned by them and no better than she was before. The contrariation proposed by the alchemists, indeed, is not the power of ordinary art any more than of nature herself. But she passes through death from one form into another, as in chemic vessels, without self-discovery, being instigated by a most forcible eccentric will, which she has no power but to obey, yet, as the passage runs, if any skilful minister shall apply another force, and by design torture and vex the spirit in order to its annihilation, it, being brought under this necessity, transforms and presently restores itself, the force being continued. And that magic, says Paracelsus, is the most singular secret that directed such an entrance into nature, which, if it were divinely done by God alone, it would be to no purpose to study for it. But the deity doth not make himself especially operative herein. If that magic then were natural, certainly it was most wonderful, very excellent for quickness of separation, the like whereof nature can neither give nor express. For whilst that is at work, beyond all things fall apart into their elements, breaking forth into their act in simple essence. The greatest miracle of all in philosophy is separation. Separation was the principle and beginning of all generation. And as it was in the great mystery, so it is in the lesser. The trufat, or matter of the metals, brings everything into its due form. 131. Convert the elements, says Arnold, and you will find what you seek. For our operation is nothing else than a mutation of natures, and the method of conversion in our argent vive is the reduction of natures to their first root. 132. The elements of mercury being separated, says Ripley, and again commixed by equal weight or proportion, make the elixir complete. 133. Now as we are taught from the beginning, that the whole of the Hermetic theory and practice proceeds upon the assumption of a certain universal being in nature, which is occult, and since the whole art therefore has respect to this, we may be careful to observe that in speaking of elements, our authors do not allude to the common elements, as of fire, air and water, with which we are familiarly conversant, or to those subtler gases, so-called simples of modern chemistry. All of which are impure and equally irrelevant to this philosophy, but the elements they speak of, as being introverted and transformed, are the elements of the mercury, properties of the universal spirit, in which, and by which alone, they profess to have operated the perfective miracle of their stone. We must not limit, says Paracelsus, an element to a bodily substance or quality. That which we see is only the receptacle. The true element is a spirit of life, and grows in all things, as the soul in the body of man. This is the first matter of the elements, which can neither be seen nor felt, and yet is in all things. And the first matter of the elements is nothing else but that life which the creatures have. And it is these magical elements which are of such an excellent and quick activity that nothing besides can be found or imagined like them. 134. We do not know whether we have set the position clearly, that the order of natural procedure ought to be introverted for a true and perfect manifestation. The point is subtle, and as it may be more easily apprehended hereafter on more intimate ground, we leave it for the present to consider especially what that nature was, which the alchemists profess to have revolutionized. In order that gathering their definitions of the whole, we may be better able afterwards to conceive the particulars. Caprotium non navit, adium pana. Fortis subtilis pan, integer et generalis. Edi totus ignis, ora, terra, sive aqua. Ca resides solio cum tempori semper eadem. Medio, supreme et infimo regno tuo. Concipiens, generans, producens, omnia servans. Exordium rerumque finis omnium. 135. Yet not in his elementary and manifest diffusion let us invoke the most ancient nature, but as he was discovered by the Hermetic masters. Whole, and singularly, and before any alteration had been induced in his uniform substance by their art. Thus Albertus Magnus defines the mercury of the wise to be a watery element, cold and moist, a permanent water, an unctuous vapor, and the spirit of body. And again, the first material of the metals is an unctuous subtle humidity, forcibly incorporated with a subtle terrestriety. 136. Atrephius describes it as a white fume, in substance like to pure silver, resolving bodies into their original whiteness, and as a vegetable life making all things to grow, multiply and resuscitate. 137. Which Lully, not dissimilarly viewing, calls hyle, saying, that it is a clear compounded water, most like in substance to argent vive, that it is found flowing upon earth, and is generated in every compound out of the substance of the air. Therefore the moisture is extremely heavy. 138. Seek our argent vive, says Arnold, and you will have all you desire from it. It is a stone and no stone, in which the whole art consists, spirit, soul and body, which if thou coagulatest, it will be coagulated, and if thou makest it fly, it will fly. For it is volatile, and clear as a tear. And afterwards, it is made citron, then saltish, but without crystals, and no man may touch it with his tongue, for it is a deadly poison. Behold, I have described it to thee. But I have not named it, lest it should become common in the hands of all. Nevertheless, I will in a manner name it, and tell thee that if thou say it is water, thou dost say truth, and if thou sayest it is not water, thou dost lie. Be not therefore deceived with manifold descriptions and operations, for it is one thing to which nothing extraneous is added. 139. There is another found speaking after the same sense, Belus, in the classic synod of Aristeas. And this, he says, amongst all great philosophers is magisterial, that our stone is no stone, though with the ignorant this is ridiculous, for who will believe that water can be made a stone, or a stone water? Noting is more different than these two. Yet, in very truth, it is so, for this very permanent water is the stone, but whilst it is water it is no stone. 140. Again. It is a stone and no stone. In which the whole art consists. Nature has made it such. But has not yet brought it to perfection. You will not find it on earth, since there it has no growth. It grows only in the caverns of the mountains. The whole art depends on it. For he who has the vapor of this thing has the gilded splendor of the red lion, the pure and clear mercury. And he who knows the red sulfur which it contains has within his power the whole foundation. 141. Basil Valentine, more intimately defining the nature of the first matter, declares it to be comparable to no manifested particular whatever, and that all description fails in respect of it, without the light of true experience. And Rupasissa says the same, and Ripley, that is not like any common water or earthy material, but a middle substance, a quosa substantia sicca reperta, partaking of extreme celestial and terrestrial. And though it may seem contradictory so to speak of a fist matter, as of a middle, or third, yet this is done in respect to its generation by active and passive relations of the universal spirit, whence it proceeds as a third, yet homogeneal from its radix. Lully also calls it tertium, and compounded in this sense. And Basil Valentine. Corpus anima spiritus in duobus existit. Ex cabus tota residential procedit. Procedit ex uno et est residential una. Volatile fixum simul collega. Sunt duo et tria et saltem unum. Si non intelliges, nihil obtines 142. And Vaughan, for example of a modern authority, say that the first matter is indeed the union of masculine and feminine spirits, the quintessence of 4, the ternary of 3, and the tetract of 1. And that these are his generations, physical and metaphysical. The thing itself, continues he, is a world without form, a divine animated mass of complexion like silver, neither mere power nor perfect action, but a weak virgin substance, a certain soft prolific Venus, the very love and seed of nature. The mixture and moisture of heaven and earth 143. As Sendivogius likewise declares, our water is heavenly, not wetting the hands, not of the vulgar, but almost rain water 144. And by such familiar analogies as tears, rain, dew, milk, wine, and oil, the fermental principle of the spirit and her distilled quintessence are very ordinarily denoted. We conclude these verbal instructions with the following summary passage from the ancient book of Synesius, and the new light, it is, says this esteemed author, speaking of the same matter, a clear light, which fills with true virtue every mind that has once perceived it. It is the nucleus and bond of all the elements which are contained in it, and the spirit which nourishes all things, and by means of which nature operates universally. It is the virtue, true beginning, and end of the whole world. In plain terms, the quintessence is no other than our viscous celestial and glorious soul drawn from its Minera by our Magistery. But nature alone engenders it, it is not possible to make it by art, for to create is proper to God alone. But to make things that are not perceived, but which lie in the shadow to appear, and to take from them their veil, is granted to an intelligent philosopher by God, through nature. And this latex is the sharp vinegar which makes gold a pure spirit, seeing she is even that blessed water which engenders all things. Our subject is presented to the eyes of the whole world, and it is not known. O our heaven, O our water, O our mercury, O our slat niter, abiding in the sea of the world. O our vegetable, O our sulfur, fixed and volatile, O our caput mortuum, or dead head, or feces of our sea. Our water, that wets not the hands, without which nothing grows or is generated in the whole world. And these are the epithets of Hermes, his bird, which is never at rest. It is of small account, yet no body can be without it, and so thou hast discovered to thee a thing more precious than the whole world. Which I plainly tell thee is nothing else than our sea water, which is congealed in gold and silver, and extracted by the help of our calebs, or steel, by the art of philosophers, in a wonderful manner by a prudent son of science. Thus obscure, after all, is the true matter of the alchemists. And if we presume to add here, that it is the simple generated substance of life and light, immanifestly flowing throughout nature, and define it as that without which nothing that exists is able to be, we are not for this yet wiser how to obtain or work it apart. Nor are words sufficient to convey a just notion where there is no ground of apprehension, and whether a thing be most like water, earth, fire, quicksilver, azote, or ether, is indifferent to the mind, needing actual experience to fix its idea. This the art promises to a patient and true philosopher, but as a reward of individual labor and perseverance only. We may content ourselves thus early, therefore, with the exclusive assurance that it is no one of the many things with which sense brings us acquainted. That it is neither water, nor earth, nor air, nor fire, though it contains in principle the nature of all these, neither gold, nor silver, nor mercury, nor antimony, nor any alkali, or gas, or vitriol of the vulgar. Though these titles are found interspersed abundantly with others, equally deceptive, in the pages of the adepts. Neither is it animal absolutely, or vegetable, or mineral, or any natural particular whatever, but the alone Lelia Elia latent in and about all, which the enigma celebrates as comprehending all. But which the alchemists alone teach experimentally to expound. The ordinary phenomena of light, however, may occur, as not dissimilar from those which they describe. Only that they are shadowy and mingled, compared with the alleged virtue and perfective properties of the philosophic subject. Yet as colors, blue, red, yellow and purple, are blended in the one uniform solar light, and are shown apart simply by a prismatic parting of the rays, or particles of their essence. And again, when the disposition is exchanged, relapsing, they exhibit the uniform whiteness whence they came. So is it said to be with the alchemical Pan, who, being but one himself, is in his offspring multitudinous, and manifold in every diversity of form, hue, and complexion. The ever-varying substance of the whole. Ethereal, watery, earthy general soul, immortal fire. Even all the world is thine. And pars of thee, O Proteus, power divine. Since all things nature first to thee consigned. And in thy essence omniform combined. Then, again, as light and heat mingle with bodies entering their composition, hardening some, softening others, destroying or cherishing, changing their aspect continually, and modifying their qualities. So is the mercurial quintessence said to produce all various effects, but within itself consummately without external reference, or elementary confusion. Hitherto we have had account of the matter only as it first appears, pure, as they say, and white, out of the philosophical contrition. And so far, we find the testimony sufficiently congruous, but when the wise artist has brought all into this annihilate condition, and pressed out the waters of her extreme life. Nature reacting, as it is said, exhibits from out her unity three great magnetic principles of being, the salt, sulfur, and mercury of adepts, in relation to each other of agent, patient, and offspring universal. Perpetually flowing forth to multitudinous manifestation. For Pan contains Proteus, as we have seen before from Democritus, and exhibits himself through this god, evolving every particular property in form of beings, out of his central will, of necessity, as the Orphic Oracles declares. Also of Mercury, with like allusion. Hear me, O Mercury, and son of Maia, the bright expositor of things. This Proteus, then, or Mercury, or quintessence of philosophers, is warily concealed by them under an infinity of names, all more or less applicable, yet delusive. For though every epithet is admissible, inasmuch as nothing can be said amiss of a universal subject, yet the right conception is hard to gather from their books. In its artificial fermentation and progress towards perfection, the changes it undergoes are manifold, and as the common life of nature, it becomes any and every conceivable thing in turn that it wills to be. Now it is mineral, now vegetable, now animal, by predominance of either principle, it is fire, spirit, body, air, earth, and water, a stone, a vapor, or an aqua sicca. An essential oil of life, and a most sharp vinegar, a phoenix, a salamander, a poisonous devouring dragon, and a chameleon, every color, every thought is included in its circulations. Nourishing, destroying, living, dying, corrupting, purifying, it is all things, and, anon, it is nothing, but a potential chaos and egg of philosophers. A precedential, nameless principle, always in mutation, becoming to be, first, last, greatest, least, the servant of art and queen of nature. Proceeding homogeneal through each omniform variety, and returning into herself manifestly the life and all phenomena which she as constantly supplies, the great identity is as herself unchanged. Et quanto illa magis formas esse vertet in omnes. Tanto, Nate, magis tenacia vincula 145. Adepts have taken advantage of the mutable nature of their subject, to baffle the blind searcher, as well to confound false premises as to lead the intelligent to a discovery of the simple truth. And where we find them speaking confusedly of elements, colors, and operations, it is very requisite to bear in mind the idiosyncrasy of their ground, and that it is to the qualities and changes which take place during the preparation. And multiplying the mercury by its proper light, they allude, and not to any superficial phenomena or those elements which the moderns have so triumphantly decomposed. The three principles, the salt, sulfur, and mercury, are merely different as modes of being of the same thing, and the many names arising out of the action and passion of these, do but indicate the stages of progress and development, as of a tree, which with its leaves, trunk, flowers, buds, fruit and branches, all differing, is nevertheless one individual, of one original, and of one root. In the common estate, as the spirit is in nature, said to be everywhere, it is called a thing vile and cheap, in its perfectly prepared form, a medicine the most potent and precious in the whole world. And the intermediate stages partake of the predominance of either extreme. Being sublimed at first, it is called a serpent, dragon, or green lion, on account of its strength and crude vitality, which putrefying, becomes a stronger poison, and their venomous toad, which afterwards appearing calcined by its proper fire, is called magnesia and lead of the wise, which again dissolving, becomes their vitriolic solvent and most sharp acetum. And this afterwards is changed into an oil, which, whitening, is called milk, dew, quintessence, and by many other names, until raised to the final perfection, it is henceforth a phoenix, salamander, their royal essence and red stone. Our great elixir most high of price. Our azot, our basilisk, and our adrop, our cockatrice. Some call it also a substance exuberate. Some call it mercury of metalline essence. Some limos dirty from his body evacuate. Some the eagle flying fro the north with violence. Some call it a toad for his great vehemence. But few or none at all do name it in its kind. It is a privy quintessence. Keep it well in Mind 146. Some speaking of it thus in metaphor, others in abstract terms, and all ambiguously. One regarding only certain properties, which another as entirely passes by, now describing in the natural state, then in its purified condition, or otherwise in any one of the intermediate stages through which it passes. Without note of order in the art. Altogether it passes, without note of order in the art. Altogether it is by no means wonderful that so many erroneous conclusions have arisen respecting it, ingenuity having been rather directed to obscure than reveal the truth, which indeed can hardly be well conceived without an insight into the experimental ground. And there are other difficulties which beset an exoteric theory of occult science, and inconsistencies will continually appear betwixt the sound of alchemical writings and their true sense, until the initial ground is understood. Practice in the beginning is required, therefore, to interrogate and discern, from amongst so many shadowy representatives, the true light. Constantly holding in mind the simplicity of the substance, whence these images are all derived, we may nevertheless be enabled to thread in comparative security this hermetic labyrinth of birds and wild beasts, and when Geber says that the thing which perfects in minerals, is the substance of argent vive and sulfur, proportionally commixed in the bowels of clean inspisate earth 147. Or Sendivogius, that the matter of the metals is twofold 148, or Lully, or Ripley, or Basil, calls it a third thing. We shall not understand them, or any others so speaking, as of a variety of things, of sulfur, mercury, or earth in a common sense interpretation, but of the magnetic relation, action, and passion of the ethereal being in itself. And from the foregoing we may also judge that when Hermes says that the separation of the ancient philosophers is made upon water, dividing into four substances 149, that it is not the common elementated water to which he alludes. Any more than did Thales when he said that all things were generated from thence, or Moses when he taught that the Spirit of God moved creatively upon the face of the same. This water they speak of is not the fluid with which in this life we are conversant either as dew, or of clouds, or air condensed in caverns of the earth, or artificially distilled in a receiver out of sea fountains either of pits or rivers, as the empirical chemists formerly imagined, but it is the ethereal body of life and light which they profess to have discovered, a certain tortured water, having suffered alteration by art and becomes corporified. Oh how wonderful, exclaims the Arabian, is that thing which has in itself all things which we seek, to which we add nothing different or extract, only in the separation removing superfluities 150. The sense of all these philosophers is the same, and from their gathered evidence we may infer that their stone is nothing more or less than the pure ethereality of nature, separated by artificial means. Purified and made concrete by constriction and scientific multiplication of its proper light, the preparation, generation, birth, specification, all proceeding, arte mirabili, on the hidden basis of its primal eduction. Earliest and easiest it attains to the perfection of the mineral kingdom, and the seed of gold, says the adept, is a fiery form of light inspisate, and this is the stone of fire. Lapis noster, hic est ignis, ex igni creatus, etiam ignum veriter, ea anima aegis in ignum orator 151. Thus nature, by the help of art, is said to transcend herself, and light is the true fermental principle which perfects the ether in its proper kind. Nor can one be so stupid as to think that water of its own accord should cause within itself so great a change, and link sulfur and mercury with so firm laws its own dimensions to penetrate so many times a metal to create. No, there must be an inward agent granted. Else would a thing unchanged still remain. This agent is the form that matter wanted, while it its proper nature did retain. This form is light, the source of central heat, which clothed with matter doth a seed beget. The seed no sooner is produced, but soon essays to bring the matter to a change. On it stamps its character, which done, the matter lives, and that which may seem strange co-worketh with the form to attain the end, to which the seed implanted doth intend. 152. This of the mineral kingdom, where the formal light, by multiplication in its ethy, is said to produce gold, through superior skill and coction in the vegetal life, the elixir of the wise. And more rarely yet in the animal kingdom, and most of all in man, wherein all these are included, and a mystery of universal being, profound and difficult to govern and no less arduous than glorious to sustain. For though the material is one throughout, forms are diverse, and in him it assumes an image that is divine and more potent than all the rest, which is in this life yet an embryo, but when unfolded through a new birth in universal intelligence, transcends the limits of this nether sphere, and passes into communion with the highest life, power, science, and most perfect felicity. Of the phenomena of light, electricity, magnetism, etc., great account is taken at the present day, both to exhibit them, and to apply their various potencies to the affairs of life, but of the real source of these potencies, or of the true efficient in any case, nothing is known. The beam has been tried and tortured, through prismatic glasses and crystals, every chemical agent has been exhausted upon it, and electrical machines have been instituted to trap the fluid, but in vain. The learned are free to admit that, though they have discovered much of the mysterious influences of light, the more is discovered the more miraculous do they appear. It has passed through every test without revealing its secrets, and even the effects which it produces in its path are unexplained problems still to tax the intellects of men. 153. These phenomena are effects then of a cause unknown, and that very unknown cause it was the alleged object of the Hermetic experiment to prove. Shall we now therefore revert to the inquiry, and search to ascertain whether, recovering the ancient method of philosophizing, we may advance by it to the same end? Truth is nowhere manifested upon the earth, because her forms or sulfurs are perplexed, and the passive spirit of nature is included and impure. She is moreover specified elsewhere, and does not consequently, as a true passive, reflect without truly to itself. But by the Hermetic dissolution the right recipient is said to be obtained, the pure is separated from the impure, the subtle from the gross, and the agent and the patient are one identity, as in the emerald table it is graven. That which is below is as that which is above, and that which is below is as that which is above, for the performing of the miracles of the one thing whence all the rest proceed by adaptation. And on this unitary basis of production the metamorphosis of species is not so ridiculous. Have we not example in the common process of fermentation, the mild juice of grapes converted into wine, and milk into bute and cheese and whey. And these each proceeding out of one thing without requiring the addition of anything different, but only by operation of their own ferment they become changed into different specific natures. Just so is the vital spirit said to be, by the art of alchemy, promoted from one form of being into another by its one prepared must or leaven, and as such, in turn, it reacts convertively on the elements of its original extraction. Having previously passed on, through many stages, from imperfection to perfection. Analogy of this, likewise, we have in the animal kingdom, caterpillars changing their neuter forms quiescently, and becoming winged moths. There remains the great difference, however, that whereas, in these familiar examples, imprisoned nature rests necessarily within the limiting law of her species. The will of the philosophic proteus is free to be drawn without hindrance to form itself about the universal magnet of its own infinite self-multiplicative light, which being transmuted, transmutes. And multiplying, multiplies its proper substance freely, in proportion to the virtue which it has acquired in the fermentation. And hence it may be better conceived, perhaps, how this fermented spirit or stone, as in the crystalline perfectness of its essence it has been called, when brought into contact with the crude life of nature whence it sprung, transmutes, i.e., attracts the same away from other forms into intimate coalescence with its own assimilative light. And notwithstanding metals and all things in the world, as the adepts say, derive their origin from the same spirit, yet nothing is reputed so nearly allied to it as gold. For in all other metals there is some impurity, and therefore a certain weight is lost in transmuting from them. But in gold there is none, but the formal light is wholly swallowed up in it without residue, dissolving intimately, gently, and naturally, as they compare it to ice in warm water. An excellent simile, by the way, inasmuch as the commingling natures differ in state only and were originally one. And I say to you, ad sendivogus, that you must seek for that hidden thing, out of which is made, after a wonderful manner, such a moisture or humidity which doth dissolve gold without violence or noise, but sweetly and naturally. If you find this out you have that thing out of which gold is produced by nature. And although all metals have their origin from thence, yet nothing is so friendly to it as gold, it is even like a mother to it, and so finally I conclude 154. And the method of working to this discovery, and to supply the deficiency of form to the purified body of the spirit, is described as the same in each of the three kingdoms of nature, the preparation only being diversified according to the variety of things indigent or intended to be changed. And if the art has been more frequently proved in the mineral kingdom than in the other two, we learn that this has happened, not because the power is limited here, or because adepts have desired gold above every other good, but because the metalline radix first presents itself in the experimental process, and is most easily apportioned. And because the responsibility involved is less vital and consequential, it has been more freely exhibited and worked at large. In metals, says Geber, is lesser perfection than in animals. And the perfection of them consists more in proportion and composition than in anything else. Therefore, seeing in them less perfection than the other, we can more freely perfect these. For the Most High hath so distinguished perfections from each other in many forms, and those things in which the natural composition were weakest, i.e., where life predominates over corporeal consistency, are by God endued with greater and more ignoble perfection, viz., that which is from the way of proportionate mixtion of the matter 155. But metals, notwithstanding their inferiority of proportion, are said to be produced originally, as all other things are produced, from metalline seeds out of the universal spirit or mercury, by which also they may be exalted and multiplies. And by no other thing. For that without this spirit growth is impossible, or transmutation or increase, and by it all natures are generated externally in their proper kinds. And the reason that is given why metals which thus include the prolific principle do not naturally increase, is a deficiency of heat, the spirit being overcome in the gross, preponderating elements of their hard composition. So that they cannot fructify, unless they be first purged from their terrestriety and their tincture set free in the subtle origin of all life. Vulgar gold sendivogus compares to a herb without seed, which when it is ripe bears seed. And as trees from southern climates cease to blossom and bear fruit when transplanted into colder soils, so it is with the metals hindered by the crud earth of which they are composed. But, he adds, if at any time nature be sweetly and wittily helped, then art may perfect that which nature could not, gold may yield fruit and seed in which it multiplies itself by the industry of a skilful artificer, who knows how to exalt nature. And this by no other medium than fire or heat. But seeing this cannot be done, since in a congealed metallic body there appear no spirits, it is necessary that the body be loosened and dissolved, and the pores thereof opened, whereof nature may work 156. And thus, continues another, when the mineral spirit is pure, it will, by its especial forms, do more than generate their forms to produce something like themselves, for it will work such an alteration in things of like nature with themselves, that they shall equalize the philosophical elixir, whose divine virtues wise men so much admire, and fools condemn because their blinded eyes cannot penetrate within to the center of the mystery 157. We do not presume to suppose that such a view of nature will be immediately acceptable, or that the Hermetic theory presents itself even in a plausible aspect as yet. The laws on this ground are directly inverse to our ordinary notions of natural procedure and to our acquired conception of simplicity and specific variation. But we are not investigating for those who make their mere individual experience a negative measure of belief, and who understand the possibilities of nature and art so far as to limit them. But for such who, more observing, see reason for hope beyond their present vision, and are able to imagine at least those surpassing realities which the ancients assert convectively as having apprehended in intellect and experimentally known. We have hitherto brought their testimony so far only as to the existence of a homogeneal subject in nature, showing that the same was the material basis of their philosophy, and the only principle of transmutation, life, increase, and perfection. We have endeavored also to explain, as well as the fence without which we placed ourselves for the preliminary discussion would admit, that the reduction of bodies to their original matter, by introversion of the generated life, is requisite to a true manifestation and permanence in any form, as by the ordinary process of unassisted nature, as is evident. Indeed, she never withstands or alters for an instant her mode of being or vital perpetuity. It is vain, therefore, to seek for that in nature which is an effect beyond her strength. She must be helped, that she may exceed herself, or all will be useless. For the mercury of the philosophers is not found of itself on earth, nor can be detained or perfected without this occult and needful art assisting her. And these are the grand desiderate, to know what the true matter is, where and how it may be taken, and to find an artist able and fitted to perfect it. Without the former we are advised to attempt nothing. And without the latter the former can be practically of no avail. Having premised thus much concerning the matter with the ground of the Hermetic theory, so far only, however, as may enable us to guard against gross misapprehension, we propose, previous to entering on a more intimate discussion, to set the whole fairly before the reader's judgment, in the following translation of the Tractatus Aureus, or Golden Treatise of Hermes. Concerning the physical secret of the philosopher's stone, which has been considered to be one of the most ancient and complete pieces of alchemical writing extant, and may be regarded as an exposition in epitome of the whole art. Mystical and disorderly as this relic is, and must especially appear at first to any one unaccustomed to the antique style, we trust that the short pains may not be grudged that it will cost in passing on with us to the discovery of its idea. The treatise has been held in high esteem by the alchemists, and the scholia given in part may assist in the perusal. Whoever the author may have been, for, though it bears the name of Hermes, the true origin is doubtful, it wears the impress of very great antiquity, and claims better than to be frivolously judged of by those who are uninitiated in science and ignorant of the kind of wisdom it unfolds. Prudence, patience, and penetration, the author owns, are required to understand him, and more than these for the discovery of his great art. Books were not written in those days for the information of the illiterate, as though any vulgar distiller or mechanic might carry away the golden fleece, or in such a guise that the covetous, who made gold their only idol, should readily, without research or the due Herculean labor, gather the apples of the Hesperides, not yet that any, though learned, as the adept adds, Should by once or twice overly and slightly reading, as the dogs lap the waters of Nilus, straightway be made a philosopher. No, the magistery of this science forbids so great a sacrilege. Our books are made for those who have been or intend to become conversant about the search of nature. 158. For this is the first step towards the recovery of truth, to be diligent in the investigation. Other requirements there are and reasons for the extraordinary caution that has been used to keep the art concealed, which may in the sequel be appreciated when it is intimately understood. And ye may trust me, 'tis no small engine to know all the secrets pertaining to this mine. For it is most profound philosophy. This subtle science of holy alchemy. 159. Chapter 3. The golden treatise of Hermes Trismegistus, concerning the physical secret of the philosopher's stone. In 7 sections. Section 1. Even thus saith Hermes, through long years I have not ceased to experiment, neither have I spared any labor of mind. And this science and art I have obtained by the inspiration of the living God alone, who judged fit to open them to me his servant. 160. To those enabled by reason to judge of the truth he has given power to arbitrate, but to none occasion of delinquency. 161. For myself, I had never discovered this matter to anyone had it not been from fear of the day of judgment, and the perdition of my soul, if I concealed it. It is a debt which I am desirous to discharge to the faithful, as the Father of the faith did deign to bestow it upon me. 162. Understand ye then, sons of wisdom, that the knowledge of the 4 elements of the ancient philosophers was not corporally or imprudently sought after, which are through patience to be discovered according to their causes and their occult operation. For their operation is occult, since nothing is done except it be compounded, and because it is not perfected unless the colors be thoroughly passed and accomplished. 163. Know then, that the division that was made upon the water, by the ancient philosophers, separates it into 4 substances, 1 to 2, and 3 to 1, the 1/3 part of which is color, that is to say, a coagulating moisture. But the 2/3 waters are the weights of the wise. 164. Take of the humidity an ounce and a half, and of the meridian redness, that is the soul of gold, a 4th part, that is to say, half an ounce. Of the citron cere, in like manner, half an ounce, of the oripigment, half, which are 8, that is 3 ounces, and know ye that the vine of the wise is drawn forth in 3, and the wine thereof is perfected in 3165. Understand the operation, therefore, decoction lessens the matter, but the tincture augments it, because Luna after 15 days is diminished, and in the 3rd, she is augmented. This is the beginning and the end. 166. Behold, I have declared that which has been concealed, since the work is both with you and about you, taking what is within and fixed, thou canst have it either in earth or sea. 167. Keep, therefore, thy argent vive, which is prepared in the innermost chamber in which it is coagulated, for that is mercury which is spoken of concerning the residual earth. 168. He therefore, who now hears my words, let him search into them. I have discovered all things that were before hidden concerning this knowledge, and disclosed the greatest of all secrets. 169. Know ye, therefore, inquirers into the rumor, and children of wisdom, that the vulture standing upon the mountain crieth out with a loud voice, I am the white of the black, and the red of the white, and the citron of the red. And I speak the very truth. 170. And know that the chief principle of the art is the crow, which in the blackness of the night and clearness of the day, flies without wings. From the bitterness existing in the throat, the tincture is taken. The red goes forth from his body, and from his back is taken a pure water. 171. Understand, therefore, and accept this gift of God. In the caverns of the metals there is hidden the stone that is venerable, splendid in color, a mind sublime, and an open sea. Behold, I have declared it unto thee, give thanks to God, who hath taught you this knowledge. For he loves the grateful. 172. Put the matter into a moist fire, therefore, and cause it to boil in order that its heat may be augmented, which destroys the siccity of the incombustible nature, until the radix shall appear. Then extract the redness and the light part, till the 3rd part remains. 173. Sons of the sages, For this reason are philosophers said to be envious, not that they grudged the truth to religious or just men, or to the wise, but to the ignorant and vicious, who are without self-control and benevolence, lest they should be made powerful in evil for the perpetuation of sinful things, and in consequence philosophers are made accountable to God. Evil men are unworthy of this wisdom. 174. Know that this matter I call the stone. But it is also named the feminine of magnesia, or the hen, or the white spittle, or the volatile milk, the incombustible ash, in order that it may be hidden from the inept and ignorant, who are deficient in goodness and self-control. Which I have nevertheless signified to the wise by one only epithet, viz., the philosopher's stone. Include, therefore, and conserve in this sea, the fire, and the heavenly flyer, to the latest moment of his exit. But I abjure you all, sons of philosophy, by our benefactor who gives to you the ornament of his grace, that to no fatuous, ignorant, or inept person ye open this stone. 175. I have received nothing from any, to whom I have not returned that which had been given me, nor have I failed to honor and highly respect him. 176. This, O son, is the concealed stone of many colors, which is born in one color. Know this and conceal it. By this, the Almighty favoring, the greatest diseases are escaped, and every sorrow, distress, and evil and hurtful thing is made to depart. It leads from darkness into light, from this desert wilderness to a secure habitation, and from poverty and straits, to a free and ample fortune. 177. Section 2nd. My son, before all things I admonish thee to fear God, in whom is the strength of thy undertaking, and the bond of each separated element. My son, whatsoever thou hearest, consider it rationally. For I hold thee not to be a fool. Lay hold, therefore, of my instructions and meditate upon them, and so let thy heart be fitted, as if thou wast thyself the author of that which I now teach. If thou appliest cold to any nature that is hot, it will hurt it. In like manner, he who is rational shuts himself within from the threshold of ignorance, lest supinely he should be deceived. 178. Take the flying volatile and drown it flying, and divide and separate it from its rust, which yet holds it in death. Draw it forth, and repel it from itself, that it may live and answer thee, not by flying away into the regions above, but by truly forbearing to fly. For if thou shalt deliver it out of its straitness, after this imprisonment, and in the days known to thee shalt by reason have ruled it, then will it become a suitable companion unto thee, and by it thou wilt become to be an conquering lord. With it adorned. 179. Extract from the ray its shadow and impurity by which the clouds hang over it, defile and keep away the light, since by means of its constriction and fiery redness, it is burned. Take, my son, this redness, corrupted with the water, which is as a live coal holding the fire, which if thou shalt withdraw so often until the redness is made pure, then it will associate with thee, by whom it was cherished, and in whom it rests. 180. Return, then, O my son, the extinct coal to the water for 30 days, as I shall note to thee, and, henceforth, thou art a crowned king, resting over the fountain as known to thee, and drawing from thence the aura pigment dry, without moisture. And now I have made glad the heart of the hearers, and the eyes looking unto thee in hope of that which thou possessest. 181. Observe, then, that the water was first in the air, then in the earth. Restore thou it also, to the superiors by its proper windings, and altering skilfully before collecting, then to its former red spirit let it be carefully conjoined. 182. Know, my son, that the fatness of our earth is sulfur, the aura pigment, cerets, and colchicother, which are also sulfur, of which aura pigments, sulfur, and such like, some are more vile than others, in which there is a diversity. Of which kind also is the fat of gluey matters, such as our hair, nails, hoofs, and sulfur itself, and of the brain, which too is aura pigment. Of the like kind also are the lions' and cats' claws, which is cerets, the fat of white bodies, and the fat of the two oriental quicksilvers, which hunt the sulfurs and contain the bodies. 183. I say, moreover, that this sulfur doth tinge and fix, and is the connection of the tinctures. Oils also tinge, they fly away, which in the body are contained, which is a conjunction of fugitives with sulfurs and albuminous bodies, which hold also and detain the fugitive ends 184. The disposition sought after by the philosophers, O son, is but one in our egg, but this in the hen's egg can, by no means be found. But lest so much of the divine wisdom as is in a hen's egg should be extinguished, its composition is from the four elements adapted and composed 185. Know, my son, that in the hen's egg is the greatest proximity and relationship in nature. For in it there is a spirituality and conjunction of elements, and an earth which is golden in its tincture 186. But the son, inquiring of Hermes, saith, the sulfurs which are fit for our work, whether are they celestial or terrestrial? And he answers, certain of them are heavenly, and some are terrestrial 187. The son, Father, I imagine the heart in the superiors to be heaven, and in the inferiors earth. But saith Hermes, it is not so. The masculine truly is the heaven of the feminine, and the feminine is the earth of the masculine 188. The son, Father, which of these is more worthy than the other, to be the heaven or the earth? He replies, each needs the other. For the precepts demand a medium. As if thou should say that a wise man governs all mankind, because every nature delights in society of its own kind, and so we find it to be in the life of wisdom where equals are conjoined. But what, rejoins the son, is the mean betwixt them? To whom Hermes replies, in every nature there are three from two, first the needful water, then the oily tincture, and lastly, the feces or earth which remains below 189. But a dragon inhabits all these, and are his habitation, and the blackness is in them, and by it he ascends into the air. But, whilst the fume remains in them, they are not immortal. Take away therefore the vapor from the water, and the blackness from the oily tincture, and death from the feces, and by dissolution thou shalt achieve a triumphant reward, even that in and by which the possessors live 190. Know then, my son, that the temperate unguent, which is fire, is the medium between the feces and the water and is the prescrutinator of the water. For the unguents are called sulfurs, because between fire and oil and the sulfurs there is a very close propinquity, even as so the fire burns, so does the sulfur also 191. All the wisdoms of the world, O son, are comprehended in this my hidden wisdom, and the learning of the arts consists in discovering these wonderful hidden elements beneath which it hides completed. It behooves him, therefore, who would be introduced to this hidden wisdom, to free himself from the vice of arrogance. And to be just and good, and of a profound reason, ready at hand to help mankind, of a serene countenance, diligent to save, and be himself a guardian of the secrets of philosophy open to him 192. And this know, that except one understandeth how to mortify and induce generation, to vivify the spirit, to cleanse and introduce light, until they fight with each other and grow white and freed from their defilements, as blackness and darkness. He knoweth nothing, nor canst perform anything. But if thou knoweth this, he will be of a great dignity, so that the kings shall reverence him. These secrets, son, it behooves us to guard and conceal from the wicked and foolish world 193. Understand, also, that our stone is from many things and of various colors, and composed from four elements, which we ought to divide and dissever in pieces, and segregate in the limbs. And mortifying the same by its proper nature, which is also in it, to preserve the water and fire dwelling therein, which is from the four elements and in their waters, to contain its water, this, however, is not water in its true form, but fire. Containing in a pure vessel the ascending waters, lest the spirits should fly away from the bodies. For, by this means they are made tinging and fixed 194. O, blessed watery pontic form, that dissolvest the elements, now it behooves us, with this watery soul, in order to possess ourselves of the sulphureous form, to mingle the same with our acetum. For when, by the power of the water, the composition is dissolved, it is the key of the restoration, then darkness and death fly away from them, and wisdom proceeds 195. Section 3rd. Know, my son, that the philosophers bind up their matter with a strong chain, that it may contend with the fire, because the spirits in the washed bodies desire to dwell therein and rejoice in them. And when these spirits are united to them, they vivify them and inhabit them, and the bodies hold them, nor are they separated any more from them. 196. Then the dead elements are revived, the composed bodies tinge and are altered, and operate wonderful works which are permanent, as saith the Philosopher. 197. O, permanent watery form, creatrix of the regal elements! Who, having united to thy brethren and by a moderate regimen obtained the tincture, findest rest. 198. Our most precious stone cast forth upon the dunghill, being most dear is made altogether vile. Therefore, it behooves us to mortify 2 argent vives together, and to venerate the argent vive of aura pigment, and the oriental argent vive of magnesia. 199. O, nature, the most potent creatrix of nature, which containest and separatest natures in a middle principle. The stone comes with light, and with light it is generated, and then it generates and brings forth the black clouds or darkness, which is the mother of all things. 200. But when we marry the crowned king to our red daughter, and in a gentle fire, not hurtful, she doth conceive a son, conjoined and superior, in it, and he lives by our fire. But when thou shalt send forth fire upon the foliated sulphur, the boundary of hearts doth enter in above it, let it be washed from the same, and the refined matter thereof be extracted. Then is he transformed, and his tincture by help of the fire remains red, as flesh. But our son, king-born, takes his tincture from the fire, and death even in darkness, and the waters flee away. 201. The dragon, who watches the crevices, shuns the sunbeams, and our dead son will live's king comes forth from the fire and rejoices in the espousal, the occult treasures will be laid open, and the virgin's milk is whitened. The son, already vivified, is become a warrior in the fire and over the tincture supereminent. For this son is himself the treasury, even himself bearing the philosophic matter. 202. Approach, ye sons of wisdom, and rejoice. Let us now rejoice together, for the reign of death is finished, and the Son doth rule, and now he is invested with the red garment, and the purple is put on. 203. Section 4th. Understand, ye sons of wisdom, the stone declares. Protect me, and I will protect thee, give me my own, that I may help thee. My soul and my beams are most inward and secretly in me. My own Luna, also, is my light, exceeding every other light, and my good things are better than all other good things. I give freely, and reward the intelligent with joy and gladness, glory, riches, and delights, and what they ask about it I make to know and understand and to possess divine things. Behold, that which the philosophers has concealed is written with 7 letters, for Alpha follows, viz., Eta and Liber. And Sol, in like manner, follows. Nevertheless, if desirous to have dominion to guard the art, join the sun to Buba, which is Jupiter and a hidden secret. 204. Hearers, understand, then let us use our judgment. For what I have written I have with most subtle contemplation and investigation demonstrated to you, the whole matter I know to be one only thing. But who is he that understands the true investigation and inquires rationally into this matter? There is not from man anything but what is like him, nor from the ox and bullock, and if any creature conjoins with one of another species, that which is brought forth is like neither. 205. Now saith Venus, I beget light, nor is the darkness of my nature, and if my metal were not dry all bodies would desire me, for I liquefy them and wipe away their rust, and I extract their substance. Nothing, therefore, is better or more venerable than I and my brother being conjoined. 206. But the king, the ruler, his brethren attesting, saith, I am crowned, and I am adorned with a diadem, I am clothed with the royal garment, and I bring joy and gladness of heart. For, being chained to the arms and breast of my mother, and to her substance, I cause my substance to keep together, and I compose the invisible from the visible, making the occult matter to appear. And everything which the philosophers have hidden will be generated from us. 207. Hear then these words, and understand them. Keep them, and meditate thereon, and seek for nothing more. Man is generated from the principle of nature whose inward substance is fleshy, and not from anything else. Meditate on this letter, and reject superfluities. 208. Thus saith the philosopher, Botry is made from the citron, which is extracted out of the red, and from nothing else, and if it be citron and nothing else, know it will be thy wisdom. Be not concerned if thou art not anxious to make extract from the red. Behold, I have written to the point, and if ye understand I have all but opened the thing. 209. Ye sons of wisdom! Burn then the brazen body with an exceeding great fire. And it will imbue you with the grace which you seek. And make that which is volatile so that it cannot fly from that which flies not. And that which rests upon the fire though itself a fiery flame, and that which in the heat of the boiling fire is corrupted is cambar. 210. And know ye that the art of this permanent water is our brass, and the colorings of its tincture and blackness is then changed into the true red. 211. I declare before God, I have spoken nothing but the truth. The destroyers are the renovators, and hence the corruption is made manifest in the matter to be renewed, and hence the melioration will appear, and each side is a signal of art. 212. Section 5th. My son, that which is born of the crow is the beginning of this art. Behold, I have obscured matter treated of, by circumlocution, depriving it of light. I have termed this dissolved, and this joined, this nearest I have termed furthest off. 213. Roast those things, therefore, and boil them in that which comes from the horse's belly for 7, 14, or 21 days. Then it becomes the dragon eating his own wings and destroying himself. This being done, let it be put into a furnace, which lute diligently, and observe that none of the spirit may escape. And know that the periods of the earth are in the water which is bound until you put the bath upon it. 214. The matter being thus melted and burned, take the brain thereof and triturate it in most sharp vinegar till it becomes obscured. This done, it lives in the putrefaction, the dark clouds which were in it before it died in its own body will be changed. This process being repeated, as I have described, it dies again as I said, thence it lives. 215. In the life and death thereof we work with the spirits, for as it dies by the taking away of the spirit, so it lives in the return and is revived and rejoices in them. Being arrived then at this, that which thou hast been searching for is made apparent. I have even related to thee the joyful signs, that which doth fix its own body. But these things, and how they attain to the knowledge of this secret, are given by our ancestors in figures and types. I have opened the riddle, and the book of knowledge is revealed. The hidden things I have uncovered and have brought together the scattered truths within their boundary, and have conjoined many various forms, even I have associated the spirit. Take it as a gift of God. 216. Section 6th. It behooves us to give thanks to God, who bestows liberally to the wise, who delivers us from misery and poverty. Along with the fullness of his substance and his provable wonders I am about to try and humbly pray God that whilst we live we may come to him. 217. Away the, O sons of science, with the unguents extracted from fats, hair, verdigris, tragacanth, and bones, which are written in the books of our fathers. 218. But concerning the ointments which contain the tincture, coagulate the tincture, coagulate the fugitive and adorn the sulfurs, it behooves us to explain their disposition more at large. It is the form of all other unguents in which is the occult and buried unguent, and of which there appears to be no preparation. It dwells in his own body, as fire in trees and stones, which by most subtle art and ingenuity it behooves us to extract without combustion. 219. And know that the heaven is to be joined immediately with the earth. But the middle nature, which is the water, is a form along with the heaven and the earth. But the water holds of all the first place which goes forth from this stone, the second is gold. And the third is our almost or medial gold, which is more noble than the water with the feces. 220. But in these are the smoke, the blackness, and the death. It behooves us, therefore, to drive away the vapor from the water, the blackness from the unguent, and death from the feces, and this by dissolution. Which being done we have the sovereign philosophy and secret of all hidden things. 221. Section 7th. Know ye then, O sons of science, there are 7 bodies, of which gold is the first, the most perfect, the king of them, and their head, which neither the earth can corrupt nor the fire devastate, nor the water change. For its complexion is equalized, and its nature regulated with respect to heat, cold, and moisture. Nor is there anything in it which is superfluous, therefore the philosophers have preferred and magnified it, saying that this gold, in relation of other bodies, is as the sun amongst the stars, more splendid by his light. And as, by the will of God, every vegetable and all the fruits of the earth are perfected through it, so gold, which is the ferment ixer, vivifies and contains every metallic body. 222. For as dough, without a ferment, cannot be fermented, so when thou hast sublimed the body and purified it, separating the uncleanness from the feces, thou wilt then conjoin and mix them together. And put in them the ferment confecting the earth with the water until the ixer ferment even as dough ferments. Think of this, meditate and see how the ferment in this case doth change the former natures to another thing. Observe, also, that there is no ferment otherwise than from a kindred nature. 223. Observe, moreover, that the ferment whitens the confection and hinders it from combustion, and holds the tincture lest it should fly, and rejoices the bodies, and makes them intimately to be joined and to enter one into another. And this is the key of the philosophers and the end of their works. And by this science bodies are meliorated, and the operation of them, God assisting, is consummated. 224. But, through negligence and a false opinion of the matter, the operation is perverted, as bad leaven on the dough, or curds for cheese, and musk among aromatics. 225. The color of the golden matter points to redness, and the nature thereof, is not sweetness, therefore we make of them sericum, i.e., ixer. And of them we make the encaustic of which we have written, and with the king's seal we tinge the clay, and in that have set the color of heaven which augments the sight of them that see it. 226. The stone, therefore, is the most precious gold without spots, evenly tempered, which neither fire nor air, nor water, nor earth is able to corrupt. The universal ferment rectifying all things by its composition, which is of the yellow or true citron color. 227. The gold of the wise, concocted and well digested, with a fiery water, makes ixer. For the gold of the wise is more heavy than lead, which, in a temperate composition is the ferment ixer, and contrariwise, becomes distempered by an equal composition. For the work begins from the vegetable, next from the animal, as in the egg of a hen, in which is great support, and our earth is gold, of all which we make syriacum, which is the ferment ixer. 228. Part 2. A more esoteric consideration of the Hermetic art and its mysteries. Chapter 1. Of the true subject of the Hermetic art, and its concealed root. Opus vobuscum et apud est, quod intus arapensi permanens in terra vel in mer habira potes. Tractatus aureus, cap. 1. Hitherto we have regarded this mystic labyrinth of alchemy from without, considering the superficial scheme only. Before we enter, it may be well to offer the consenting reader our clue, lest, observing merely our indirect and sudden outset, he suppose the way mistaken, and losing faith accordingly, should decline to pass with us further to the end. For the paths through which we would conduct him are dark, intricate, lonely, and in a measure fearful, far receding, and out of reach of this outer daylight, with all its corporeal witnesses and scenes. Nor has the way become smoother from being so long a while untrodden. We shall have to thread many windings, to pass round and through thick tangles of doubt and overgrown prejudice, which time has accumulated and thrown up together at the gates. Before we can hope to enter the sanctuary of Minerva, much less behold the sacred light which burns there before her pure presence forever, refulgent and still. No modern art or chemistry, notwithstanding all its surreptitious claims, has anything in common to do with alchemy, beyond the borrowed terms, which were made use of in continuance chiefly to veil the latter. Not from any real relation, either of matter, method, or practical result. For though aqua fortis and aqua regia seem to dissolve metals, and many salts be found useful in analysis, and fire for the tearing in pieces of bodies, yet nothing vitally alternative is achieved, unless the vital force be present and in action. But modern art drives out, in fact, the very nature which the ancients prized. Distilling and dissecting superficies, harassing forever, without the more evolving any true cause, just because their notion of experience and method of experimenting are superficial and essentially atheistic. The pseudo-alchemists dreamed of gold, and impossible transformations, and worked with sulfur, mercury, and salt of the mines, torturing all species, dead and living, in vain, without rightly divining the true identity of nature. The means they employed were from literal readings of receipts, they had no theory whereby to direct their research, and making trial of nature, as if she were a thing of chance, by chance, found nothing. Some few, of superior imagination to these, who had glimpses of the universal subject, endeavored to draw light into focus of their vessels, to compress and entice the ether by magnetical disposition and attractions of various kinds. But their hopes were too vaguely based, there was no wisdom in their magistery, being ignorant of that internal fire and vessel of the adepts, so essential to the accomplishment of the Hermetic work. For how hardly should they divine without instruction, or interpret the dark hieroglyphic seal? It is declared, in the ancient book of Tobit, to be honorable to reveal the works of the Lord, but good to keep close the secret of a king. And old adepts, as if emulous of the sacred ordinance, whilst they display all the grandeur and abundant riches of his monarchy, make little or no mention of the king at all. And whilst the light has remained so long under the bushel of ignorance, with the divine wisdom under the bark of the law, it is deplorable to think how many worthy and truth-loving intellects have languished and perished for lack of knowledge. Knowledge too that is attainable, since it has been attained. For their few sakes, we now write therefore, and feel emboldened to hazard evidence of the forbidden truth. And without, we trust, transgressing the spirit of the prophet's advice, it may be allowed to lay open the regalia so far as we shall induce inquiry, and a more respectful consideration than heretofore. The inquiries hitherto made by us, concerning the physical basis of the Hermetic science, have helped to identify it with a matter now, at best, hypothetically conceived of only, since the means of proving it are unknown. And the obscure instructions of the ancients concerning the nature of their conceptive vehicle, has caused incalculable error and confusion. And though the cess of gross credulity have passed away, and a more widespread education has helped to awaken the common sense of mankind to a perception of the improbable and ridiculous in most things, yet other obstacles supervene, as great, if not more obnoxious to the pursuit of causal science. The human mind, indeed, has been so long unaccustomed truly to know anything, or even think of, much less investigate, its own intrinsical phenomena, that to speak of them at the present time may subject us to every imputation of error and presumption. And why a barren period has supervened, and man has no longer any experience in the life of wisdom, nor yet surmises the virtue that is in him, to prove and magnify the universal source. Yet that was the foundation of the whole Hermetic Mystery, whence it is said, that if the wise had not found a proper vessel in which to concoct it, the ethereal corner-stone would never have been brought to light. This Halley declares in Morian, and Albert, saying, that the place is the principle also of the supernatural generation, and Hermes, vas philosophorum est aqua earum. But they do not openly reveal either, as Maria concludes in her admonition, philosophers have spoken sufficiently of all that is necessary concerning the work, with exception of the vessel, which is a divine secret, hidden from idolaters, and without this knowledge no one can attain to the Magistery 229. Thus, it appears to have been a religious principle with the ancients, to withhold the means of proving their philosophy from an incapable and reckless world. And if by hazard, less prudent or envious than the rest, alluded openly in his writings whither to the concealed vessel or art of vital administration, his revealment was instantly annulled by false or weakening commentaries, or as quickly as possible withdrawn by means not less sure, because hidden from the world. Of the former expedient we have a notable example in Sendivogius, who, towards the conclusion of his treatises, referring to the honest hermit Morian's advice to King Khalid, this matter, O king, is extracted from thee, endeavors to draw attention off from it, by inveigling the reader into a doubt artfully raised about some gold found sticking between a dead man's teeth 230. Such instances are not rare, and it has been found easy by such similar equivocations, without absolute denial, to protect from foolish and profane intrusion that living temple wherein alone the wise of all ages have been securely able to raise their rejected corner-stone and ends of light. When, however, the writings of Jacob Boehme appeared in Germany, some century and a half ago, the alchemists who lived at that period, write as if they supposed their art could little longer remain a secret. A similar alarm had previously arisen amongst certain Rosicrucians about the books of Agrippa and Paracelsus' disciples, and in both instances because those great theosophists spoke openly, applying the practice of alchemy to human life. Suggesting also, as did the latter, the method and medium of attraction. For, notwithstanding these, in common with the rest, teach that the mercurial spirit is everywhere, and to be found in all things according to the nature of each, yet they do not so much profess to have sought for it in many things. Or that it may with equal advantage be drawn forth from all. Since it is neither apt to become universal of its own accord, or in every form of virtue sufficient for the Hermetic work. Therefore, they say, the best and noblest ought to be chosen to operate with, unless the searcher proposes to waste labor and ingenuity without obtaining his desired end. Besides, to search out the identity through all creatures and minerals, by way of experiment, would seem to be a matter of no small difficulty if we must need investigate each. But if one subject should be presented which contains all, and the comprehension of each subordinate form in a superior essence, then this one needs only to be investigated for the discovery of all. But the universal orb of the earth, adds the Moorish philosopher, contains not so great mysteries and excellences as man reformed by God into his image. And he that desires the primacy amongst the students of nature, will nowhere find a greater or better reserve to obtain his desire than in himself, who is able to draw to himself the central salt of nature in abundance. And in his regenerate wisdom possesseth all things, and with this light can unlock the most hidden and recluse mysteries of nature. 231. As Agrippa, moreover, testifies, that the soul of man, being estranged from the corporeal senses, adheres to a divine nature, from which it receives those things which it cannot search into by its own power. For when the mind is free, the reins of the body being loosed and going forth, as out of a close prison, it transcends the bonds of the members, and nothing hindering, being stirred up in its proper essence, comprehends all things. And therefore man was said to be the express image of God, seeing he contains the universal reason within himself, and has a corporeal similitude also with all, operation with all, and conversation with all. But he symbolizes with matter in a proper subject, with the elements in a fourfold body, with plants in a vegetable virtue, with animals in a sensitive faculty. With the heavens in an ethereal spirit and influx of the superior parts upon the inferior, with the angelical sphere in understanding and wisdom, and with God in all. He is preserved with God and the intelligences by faith and wisdom. With celestial things by reason and discourse, with all inferior things by sense and dominion, and acts with all, and has power on all, even on God himself, continues the magician, by knowing and loving him. And as God knoweth all things, seeing he has for an adequate object being in general, or, as some say, truth itself, neither is there anything found in man, nor any disposition in which something of divinity may not shine forth. As out of a close prison, it transcends the bonds of the members, and, nothing hindering, being stirred up in its proper essence, comprehends all things. And therefore man was said to be the express image of God, seeing he contains the universal reason within himself, and has a corporeal similitude also with all, operation with all, and conversation with all. But he symbolizes with matter in a proper subject, with the elements in a fourfold body, with plants in a vegetable virtue, with animals in a sensitive faculty. With the heavens in an ethereal spirit and influx of the superior parts upon the inferior, with the angelical sphere in understanding and wisdom, and with God in all. He is preserved with God and the intelligences by faith and wisdom. With all celestial things by reason and discourse, with all inferior things by sense and dominion. And acts with all, and has power on all, even on God himself, continues the magician, by knoweth all things, so man, knowing him, also can know all things, so man, knowing him, also can know all things. Seeing he has for an adequate object being in general, or, as some say, truth itself, neither is there anything found in man, not any disposition in which something of divinity may not shine forth. Neither is there anything in God which may not also be represented in man. Whosoever, therefore, shall know himself, shall know all things in himself, but especially he shall know God, according to whose image he was made. He shall know the world, the resemblance of which he beareth, he shall know all creatures with which in essence he symbolizeth, and what comfort he can have and obtain from stones, plants, animals, elements, formed spirits, angels, and everything. And how all things may be fitted for all things, in their time, place, order, measure, proportion, and harmony, even how he can draw and bring them to himself as a lodestone, iron 232. And this the adept, Sendivogus, moreover declares, that nature, having her proper light, is by the shadowy body of sense, hidden from our eyes. But if, says he, the light of nature doth enlighten any one, presently the cloud is taken away from before his eyes, and without any let, he can behold the point of our lodestone, answering to each center of the beams, viz. Of the sun and moon philosophical, for so far doth the light of nature penetrate and discover inward things, the body of man is a shadow of the seed of nature, and as man's body is covered with a garment, so is man's nature covered with the body. Man was created of the earth, and lives by virtue of the air, for there is in the air a secret food of life, whose invisible congealed spirit is better than the whole world. O, holy and wonderful nature! Which knowest how to produce wonderful fruits by water, out of the earth and from the air to give them life. The eyes of the wise look upon nature otherwise than the eyes of common men. The Most High Creator, having been willing to manifest all natural things to man, hath even showed us that celestial things themselves were naturally made, by which his absolute power and wisdom might be so much the better known. All which things the philosophers in the light of nature, as in a looking-glass, have a clear sight of, for which cause they esteem this art of alchemy, viz., not so much out of covetousness for gold or silver, but for the knowledge's sake. Not only of all natural things, but also of the power of the Creator. But they are willing to speak of these things sparingly only, and figuratively, lest those divine mysteries, by which nature is illustrated, should be discovered to the unworthy. Which thou, if thou knowest how to know thyself, and art not of a stiff neck, mayest easily comprehend, who art created after the likeness of the great world, yea after the image of God. Thou hast in thy body the anatomy of the whole world, and all thy members answer to some celestials. Let, therefore, the searcher of this sacred science know that the soul in man, the lesser world or microcosm, substituting the place of its center, is the king, and is placed in the vital spirit in the purest blood. That governs the mind, and the mind the body. But this same soul, by which man differs from other animals and which operates in the body, governing all its motions, hath a far greater operation out of the body, because out of the body it absolutely reigns. And in this respect, it differs from the life of other creatures which have only spirit and not the soul of deity 233. Such are the distinctive assertions of one esteemed an adept by his contemporaries, and who professes to ground them also on his own manual experience in the proto-chemistry of Hermes. And, whether they be entirely credited or not, these may help to elucidate the words of Trismegistus, where, in the first chapter of the Golden Treatise, he says, that the work is both in us and about us. And that the whole mystery is comprehended in the hidden elements of his wisdom 234. And Geber, in the same sense, where he declares that he who in himself knows no natural principles, is very remote from this sacred science, because he has not the true root in him whereon to base his labor and intention 235. Observe, therefore, and take heed, says Basil, that all metals and minerals have one root from whence their descent is. He that knows that rightly needs not destroy metals in order to extract the spirit from one, the sulfur from another, or salt from another, for there is a nearer place yet in which these three, viz. the mercury, slat and sulfur, spirit, body and soul, lie hid together in one thing, well known, and whence they may with great praise be gotten. He that knows exactly this golden seed or magnet, and searcheth thoroughly into its properties, he hath the true root of life, and may attain to that which his heart longs for. Wherefore I entreat, continues the monk, all true lovers of mineral science, and sons of art, diligently to inquire after this metallic seed, or root, and be assured that it is not an idle chimera or dream, but a real and certain truth 236. It was from such an internal intimacy, and central searching of the mystery, that the Paracelsian Crollius tells us he came to know that the same light and mineral vapor, which produces gold within the bowels of the earth is also in man. And that the same is the generating spirit of all creatures 237. And Albertus Magnus, in his Book of Minerals, after asserting that gold may be found everywhere, in the final analysis of every natural thing, concludes by showing that the highest mineral virtue nevertheless resides in man. For fire, which is the true orific principle in the life of all, burns more than all glorious in him erect. Our mercury is philosophic, fiery, vital, which may be mixed with all metals and again be separated from them. It is prepared in the innermost chamber of life, and there it is coagulated, as the Hermetic phrase runs, and where metals grow where they may be found 238. Remember how man, ys most noble creature. In earth's composition that ever God wrought. In whom are the four elements proportioned by nature. A natural mercurialite which cost right not. Out of high minor by arte vitae most be brought. For our metals be not ells but minors too. Of our sun and moon, wise Raymond said so 239. And though the philosophers have chosen to say little about it, on account of the shortness of this work, as Maria says, yet they themselves found out these hidden elements, and themselves increased them. And thou, O man, cries the Arabian Eliphali, even thou art he who through the breath and power of the water and earth in thyself, conjoinest the elements and makest them one. And thyself not knowing what a treasure thou hast hidden in thee, from the coagulation and consent of these powers, producest an essence, called, by us, the expert, the great and miraculous mystery of the world, that is the true fiery water. Eshva Mayim, Irascha Mayim, it surmounts in its power, the fire, air, earth and water. For it dissolves radically, incrudates even the mature, constant, and very fixed, fiery and abiding mass and matter of gold, and reduces it into a fit black earth, like to black spittle. Wherein we find the water and the true salt destitute of all odor, vehemency, and corrosive nature of the fire, there is nothing in the whole world besides to be found which can do this, to which nothing is shut. And though it is a precious thing, more precious than everything, yet the poor as well as the rich may have it in the same equal plenty. The wise men have sought this thing, and the wise men have found it 240. And it behooves him, therefore, who would be introduced to this hidden wisdom, says Hermes, to quit himself from the usurpations of vice, to be good and just and of a profound reason, ready at hand to help mankind. For these subtle chemical secrets may never be handled by the idle or vicious unbelievers of these matters in which they are only ignorant, who, being destitute of light, defile by an evil imagination the very spirit that ought to be refined. Omni aurum est aes, sed non omni aes est aurum, and the true physician, according to Crollius, whom Paracelsus called a natural divine, is true, sincere, intelligent, faithful, and being well exercised in the vital analysis of bodies. Knows that there is no constant quality of any body which is not to be found in the salt, mercury, and sulfur thereof 241. And these three principles of attraction, repulsion, and circulation, the universal accord of life, are everywhere and in all. Blood containeth the three things I have told. And in his tincture hath nature of gold. Without gold, no metal may shine bright. Without blood no body hath light. So doth the greater and less world still hold the circle according to God's will. Blood hath true proportion of th elements four. And of the three parts spoke of before. For blood is the principal matter of each thing, which hath any manner of increasing. The true blood to find without labor or cost. Thou knowest where to have it, worthy wits be lost. See out the noblest, as I said before. And now of the matter, I dare say no more 242. Or, what more shall I say? Asks Morian, emphatically, discoursing with the Arabian monarch about the confection of the stone, and after showing the distinctive supremacy of man in nature. The thing, O king, is extracted from thee, in the which mineral thou dost even exist. With thee it is found, by thee it is received, and when thou shalt have proved all by the love and delight in thee, it will increase, and thou wilt know that I have spoken an enduring truth. 243. Although few write so clearly to the purpose as those we have selected, yet the more modern class of adepts have in general left hints and suggestions to the same effect. They describe the life of man, as by their art revealed, to be a pure, naked, and unmingled fire of infinite capability, differing from that of the prone creatures in form, educability, and capacity for melioration in itself. And though it might be supposed, according to the alleged diffusion of the matter, that, if the art of separating it were known, it might be taken anywhere, which in part also is true, yet we may consider the object was not simply to obtain the matter or prove it only, but to improve, perfect, and bring the causal light to manifestation. And in what our human circulatory system differs and occultly approximates, so that it can be made to comprehend all inferior existences, and supersede nature in her course, may be gathered from this philosophy. And many reasons are given why the most noble subject was chosen, and this only vessel for its elaboration. The foregoing evidence, however, without more defense at present, may help to lead on the inquiry to a more explicit ground. Attraction is the first principle of motion in nature, this is generally admitted, but the origin of this universal attraction is occult and incomprehensible to the ordinary human understanding. Repulsion is the second principle, and a necessary consequence of the first by reaction. Circulation is the third principle, proceeding from the conflict of the former two. All motion is derived from this threefold source in its reciprocal relations, which are diversified according to its qualifications with the matter. The attraction, repulsion and circulation in the sun and stars move the planets in their orbits. The same principle in each globe performs the rotation on its axis, and the satellites partake the same motion from their primaries. Every quantity of matter, solid, fluid, or gaseous, when separated from the rest by its quality or discontinuity, is possessed individually by the same principles, however infinite the variety of substances, natural or artificial, great or small. Vegetable and animal forms and motions are no less evidences of these three principles than the heavenly and earthly bodies. Hence chemical affinity, called elective attraction, is ruled by the same laws. And it is found that when two matters unite, one is attractive and the other repulsive. When either attraction or repulsion predominates in a matter, the circulation is an ellipse, but when they are in equilibrium, a circle is produced. Repulsion, being produced in its origin by attraction, equals it, as reaction equals action, but in nature one principle is everywhere more latent or inert, or weaker than another. And there are degrees accordingly, in which either predominates in external manifestation, hence the different degrees of natural affinity for union. There are also degrees of strength, from harshness to mildness, and in the operation of the three principles, from the compactness of a hard rock to the loose adherence of the particles of a globule of mercury or dew, from explosion to expansion, and from a violent whirling motion to a gentle evolution. But the medium is always in the circulation produced from the action and reaction of centrifugal and centripetal forces, and the equality of these forms a circle, as was before observed, and which labors to harmonize the conflict of these two, and will succeed if the matter be duly qualified for it. But, according to the alchemists, there is but one matter truly qualifiable or capable of qualifying matter to be harmonized in this way, since nature has fallen off from her original balance, and the wheel of human life turns forth, deviating from its axis, into a line which terminated finally in dissolution. Which nothing but their antimonial spirit rectified by art, being in bright lines of equal attraction and repulsion, as it were a perfect magnet in a star-like circle of irradiated circulation, can contrariate or withstand. 244. And the agent in the preparation of this spirit, continues Bohm, is the invisible mercury, and no process can finally fail where the invisible universal mercury, or spiritual air of antimony, is present, condensed in its proper vehicle in any of the degrees of permanency. And the principle of its operation consists in the power of harmonizing the three discordant principles of attraction, repulsion, and circulation. 245. And this is the vital spirit of the arterial blood, where the universal principles are in their natural generation unequally composed, the repulsive force so far predominating over the interior attraction, that the total circulatory life is expulsive, and drawn without to a debilitated consciousness away from its first cause. Which inverse order of relationship and vital ignorance it is the object of the Hermetic art to remedy, and, by occultation of the opposive principle, to restore the true rector to his original rule. Sanquinem urinamque parator dat nobis natura, etiab horum natura salem dat pyrotechnia, quem circulat aries in salem Paracelsi. Hoc adam, sanguinis salem per urinatium fermentum sic transmutari debir, ut ultimum vitam amit tat, mediamque servet, salcidinamque retinite 246. Si fixum solvas faciasque volari salutum et volucrum figas, facient tutum sove, coagula, fige. This know, therefore, says Hermes, that except thou understandeth how to mortify and induce generation, to vivify the spirit, to cleanse and introduce light, until they fight and contend with each other, and grow white and freed form their defilements, rising, as it were, from blackness and darkness, thou knowest nothing, nor canst perform anything. But if thou knowest this, thou shalt be of a great dignity. 247. All which our modern exponent, further illustrating the Hermetic process, confirms. For, in 3 months' circulation, says he, by digestion, the powder becomes black, the opposition of attraction and repulsion ceases, in the vital spirit, and the attraction of the fixed which produced the repulsion of the volatile is slain by the circulation which also dies itself, and all three enter into rest. Then there is no more compression or expansion, ascent or descent, but the action and reaction have, by the equilibriate radiation of forces and the subtlety of the spirit, formed a circulation which has consumed all discordant opposites, and sunk down black and motionless. And thus the head of Hermes' crow is said to be in the beginning of this work, that which at first was fixed, viz. the sentient medium, is dissolved, and by the same process more profoundly operating, the original evil is made manifest in the matter to be renewed, and hence the principle of amendment and rectification also will appear. And on either side it is a signal of art. The same three principles gradually assume a new life, continues Bohm, infinitely more powerful in virtue, but without any violent contest, and in 3 months farther. Mild action of the principles in harmony have produced a brilliant whiteness in the matter, which in 3 months more become a brilliant yellow, red, or purpling tincture. Approach, ye sons of wisdom, and rejoice. Let us now rejoice together, for the reign of sin is finished, and the king doth rule, and now he is invested with the red garment, and now the scarlet color is put on. 248. That was the process of working with the vital spirit, so often reiterated by Hermes, Democritus, and the rest before cited, which also is many times passed through for the practical accomplishment. But every other matter labors for this perfection in vain, it can only attain to combustion, heat, and temporary light, and the consumption of the common elements in their analysis is a separation into gas and ashes. But this mystical nature revives, fortified from every successive dissolution, renewing its whole resolutely from either extreme by union. This spirit is so full of life, says the adept, that if the process fails in any stage, an addition of the same will renew it. The white or red powder is increased tenfold in strength and quantity by each digestion of it with fresh air, wet with gas water, or oil of this antimony. And each digestion is made in tenfold shorter time than the preceding, from a week to a few hours. For this gold is endued with a magnetical virtue, which by the inspisate fulgor of its tincture, draws the divine increase after it. In which nature expends all her forces, but leaves the victory to art, which by graduation to the full height, adds to the natural effulgence a supernatural light, for what else but light should multiply? Whence it has been called likewise the terrestrial or microcosmic sun, the triumphal chariot of antimony turned swift upon the current wheel of life. And this is the stone of fire seen in bright lines, of equal attraction and repulsion, when made manifest, as it were, an armed magnet included and circulating in a perpetual heaven. 249. Know, therefore, and consider, says Basil Valentine, that this true tincture of antimony, which is the medicine of men and metals, is not made of crude melted antimony, such as the apothecaries and merchants sell, but is extracted from the true mineral, as it is taken from the mountains. And how that extraction should be made, is a principal secret in which the whole art of alchemy consists. Health, riches, and honor attend him who rightly attains it. Lapis noster inter duos monticulos nascitur. In teet in me ad in nostri similibus latet 250. And when the mechanical part of the three principles passes into the hands of its proper manufacturers equally and generally in all countries, concludes Bohm, then will the school of adepts come out from this captivity, and will find their proper level as true physicians for the body and soul, dispensing the leaves of life for the healing of the nations. But now the seal of God lieth before it, to conceal the true ground, unless a man knew for certain that it would not be misused. For there is no power to obtain, no art or skill availeth, unless one entrust another with somewhat, as Hermes and Arnold bear witness, yet the work is easy and simple, but the wisdom therein is great and the greatest mystery 251. The greatest mystery of all is in existence, and the only mystery, and as fire and light are one and everywhere perceived after the same manner, so is life in every particular the same inscrutable identity through all. Or does a vast and filled creation hang before our eyes, and we think it to be without a foundation? Do we ourselves exist and consciously breathe, denying a mystery, or rather, admitting this, does anyone doubt that it is discoverable? Does not everything imply a necessary cause, and is not each sustained still living in the same? And is it not absurd to suppose that we are entirely depending on externals, or that being in part self-dependent, we are so far depending on nothing? If, therefore, we contain within us a proper principle of being, why should not this, thus proximate, be known? Behold, says the Apostle, he is not far off from every one of us. For in him we live, and move, and have our being, and again, to those forgetful Athenians, God made man to the end that he should seek the Lord, if haply he might feel after him he should seek the Lord. If haply he might feel after him and find him 252. And is not this a promise worth the certifying, an end worthy to be sought out, to feel and know God? Seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Yet it remains hidden still, and that Philalethian Welshman, Vaughan, indeed advises that we give ourselves no trouble about these mysteries, or attempt to dabble in the subtle philosophy of wisdom, until we have a knowledge of the protochemic artifice. For that by means of this, and this only, the true foundation is discoverable, and without it nothing can be intrinsically understood. It were a foolish presumption, he observes, if a lapidary should undertake to state the value or luster of a jewel that is shut up, before he opens the cabinet. Yet men will presume to judge of invisible celestial things, which are shut up within the closet of matter, and all the while perusing the outside which is the crust of nature. But advise them to use their hands and not their fancies, and to change their abstractions into extractions. For verily as long as they lick the shell after their fashion, and pierce not experimentally into the center of things, they can do no otherwise than they have done. They cannot know things intrinsically, but only describe them by their outward effects and motions, which are subject and obvious to every common eye. Let them consider, therefore, that there is in nature a certain spirit which applies himself to the matter, and actuates in every generation. That there is also a passive intrinsical principle where he is more immediately resident than in the rest, and by mediation of which he communicates with the more gross material parts. For there is in nature a certain chain or subordinate propinquity of complexions between visibles and invisibles, and this is it by which the superior spiritual essences descend and converse here below with the matter. But, he continues, have a care lest you misconceive me. I speak not in this place of the divine spirit, but I speak of a certain art by which a particular spirit may be united to the universal. And nature by consequence be strangely exalted and multiplied 253. And Agrippa speaks yet more specifically to this point, where, in the third book of his occult philosophy, he declares, calling Apuleius also to witness, that by a certain mysterious recreation and appeasing, the human mind, especially that which is simple and pure, may be converted and laid asleep from its present life so utterly as to be brought into its divine nature, and become enlightened with the divine light. And withal receive the virtue of some wonderful effects 254. Both these passages are in allusion to the art of alchemy, and this, persists Agrippa, is that which I would have you know, because in us is the operator of all wonderful effects. Who know how to discern and to effect, and that without any sin or offense to God, whatsoever the monstrous mathematicians, the prodigious magicians, the envious alchemists, and bewitching necromancers can do by spirits, in us, I say, is the operator of miracles. Not the bright stars of the sky, nor flames of hell. But the Spirit begetting all doth in us dwell. 255. How many earnest and curious books there have been written relative to the powers of magic and transformations by spells, talismans, and circumstantial conjurations of all sorts, which, taken according to the letter, are ridiculous without the key. But the records of alchemy are, above all, calculated to mislead those who have gone abroad thoughtlessly seeking for that perfection which was to be found only by experimentally seeking at home within themselves. Quid mirum nascere mundum? Si possunt homines, cabus est et mundus in ipsis. Exemplum de quis est in imagine parva. 256. Man then, shall we conclude at length, is the true laboratory of the Hermetic art. His life the subject, the grand distillatory, the thing distilling and the thing distilled, and self-knowledge to be at the root of all alchemical tradition? Or, is any one disappointed at such a conclusion, imagining difficulties, or that the science is impracticable because it is humanly based? Or some may possibly think the pursuit dangerous, or inexpedient, or unprofitable, scientific investigation having been so long and successfully carried on in every adverse direction. Behold, we invite not the unwilling, nor will these studies be found to reward the sordid seeker after riches or gold only. Such may find better employ and better emolument from the abundant offering of the precious metal upon the earth, nor do we anticipate that many will in the present day be attracted to our goal. Yet, notwithstanding so much skepticism and the slur which ignorance has cast now for centuries upon the every early creed and philosophy, modern discoveries tend evermore to reprove the same. Identifying light, as the common vital sustenance, to be in motive accord throughout the human circulatory system with the planetary spheres and harmonious dispositions of the occult medium in space. And as human physiology advances with the other sciences in unison, the notion of out-natural correspondency enlarges, proving things more and more minutely congruous, until at length the conscious relationship would seem to be almost only wanting to confirm the ancient tradition and lead into its full faith. Yet on no ground with which we are now actually acquainted could it be proved that man is a perfect microcosm, wherein, as it was said, the great world and all its creatures might be summarily discerned. We have no evidence of any such thing. Our affinities with external nature are bounded in sense, and our knowledge of her integral operations is proportionately defective. All that we do know is learned by observation, and we should be hardly induced, from anything we are commonly conversant with, to conclude that self-knowledge would be a way to the knowledge of the universal nature. Yet this was taught and believed formerly, not either as it were an arbitrary conceit, but as a truth understood and proved beyond speculation. It may be well to observe, however, and lest misunderstanding should at all arise in this respect, that it is not so much with reference to physical particulars, either to the perfection of his bodily constitution, or because he is composed of the four elements, that man was formerly distinguished. For these other animals and vegetables even partake, and often in a superior degree, but it was rather on account of a divine reason, on a occult principle of causal efficience, said to be originally resident in his life. That man was made to rank so high in the Kabbalistic scriptures and schools of antique experience. And here we remark that the outer body, mentioned indeed, yet as amongst the last of things accordant, nevertheless we remark the outer body, mentioned indeed, yet as amongst the last of things accordant. Nevertheless it is nearly all we are now able to observe, as, of the rest, the universal reason so magnified and its ethereal vehicle, very meager evidence is afforded to the senses or this life. Yet man, say they, is demonstrated to be a compendium of the whole created nature, and was generated to become wise and have a dominion over the whole of things. Having within him, besides those faculties which he exerts ordinarily and by which he judges and contemplates sensible phenomena, the germ of a higher faculty or wisdom, which, when revealed and set alone, all the forms of things and hidden springs of nature become intuitively known and are implied essentially. This being, moreover, or faculty of wisdom, is reputed so to subsist with reference to nature as her substratal source, that it works magically withal, discovering latent properties as a principle, governing and supplying all dependent existence. And of this they speak magisterially, as if in alliance they had known the omniscient nature and, in their own illumined understanding, the structure of the universe. Now if it be true that such an experience was ever granted to man on earth, it is now either wholly departed or the conditions are estranged. We can but with difficulty imagine, much less are we able to believe, ourselves capable of enjoying that free perspicacity of thought in universal consciousness which is cognizant by rapport with essential being. Man from his birth employs sense prior to reflection, and all our knowledge begins in this life with sensible observation. Most persons pass on well contented with such evidence as legitimate, or, indeed, possible objects of knowledge. But some few there have been in all ages, exceptions to the multitude, intellects in whom the standard of reality has been too far unfolded to suffer them to yield implicitly to the conclusions of sense. It is not those who have studied the philosophy of the ancients that have denounced it as chimerical. Our metaphysicians, without exception amongst those deserving the appellation, and who aspired after the same convictive truth, have lamented the inadequacy of natural reason. At the same time that they recognize the supremacy of its law as measuring and determining sensible particulars. But they have not been able to redeem it from dependency on these, for every attempt of the unassisted reason terminates negatively, as the subject identity slides ever more behind the retardant mind. It is only able at best, therefore, to maintain a counter ground, whereby to prove the shifting evidence of its own and other earthly phenomena. But although satisfaction is thus denied to modern inquiry, and philosophers have disputed about the conditions and difficulty of the absolute ground, yet are there none found, even in latter times, so presumptuous as to deny the possibility. Seeing it thus doubly implied, no less in the testimony of the highest reason than of tradition, and so they have honored the ancients afar off either in despair or admiration of their wisdom. Unable themselves to break the enchantment which isolates the reflective faculty, and disables it in the inquiry after that fontal nature which, by a necessary criterion, it craves. For we may observe, that the evidence of reason, even in common life, is irresistible, or, more exactly to speak, intuition is the evidence and end of every rational proof. We believe in the phenomenon of existence spontaneously, but in a power of antecedents to produce their effects necessarily. In the idea of time, eternity is implied, with bound, infinity. As the unit is included in each dependent of a numerical series, and the mathematics have their evidence in intellectual assent. Nor do we ever question the validity of the law, which thus abstractedly concludes within us, though our inferences from external facts are forever varying, and perpetually at fault. Locke, discoursing upon the intrinsic superiority of the intellectual law in his essay, observes that intuitive faith is certain beyond all doubt, and needs no proof beyond itself, nor can have any, this being the highest of all human certainty. And it is this very truth, that a no less eminent French philosopher, Victor Cousin, has successfully employed within these few years, to shake the sensual system of Locke and Condillac to its foundation 257. And this subsistence of universals in the human mind deserves to be profoundly considered by all who are interested in the pursuit of truth. For it includes a promise far beyond itself and stable proof of another subsistence however consciously unknown. Thus, if ordinary conviction is not attained by an assurance of reason to itself, and if, in the discovery of an assent to reason to itself, and if, in the discovery of an assent to universal propositions, there is no use of the discursive faculty or of external facts to witness. If, in short, we really know anything of self-evident intellectual necessity, independent of sensible persuasion, then does it not follow, there is a higher evidence of truth than the senses afford. And a superstantial nature of things implied which, though now latent and succeeding in order of time, is first in thought absolutely, and in the circular progression of nature may be so practically manifested at last. Aristotle compares the subsistence of universals in the natural understanding to colors, since these require the splendor of the sun to discover their beauty, as do those the inspiring afflux of their frontal illumination, therefore, too, he denominates human reason, intellect and capacity, both on account of its subordination to essential intellect, and because it is from a new awakening, a divine recreation, as it were. That it conceives the full perfection of a life in accordance with its one intelligible beauty, goodness, and truth. Thus strictly regarding the intellectual law, as it proves and orders inquiry in common life, we have an image, as it were, an embryo conception have an image, as it were. An embryo conception of that archetypal wisdom which the ancients celebrated as the occult essence of that law. And here we remark the grand divergence between modern and ancient metaphysics, that same law which the former recognizes but as an abstract boundary of thought only, having its object in sensibles. The latter proclaims absolutely to be the Catholic subject of the great efficient force of nature, as known also, and proved in the human conscience, when this is purified and passed back into contacting experience with its source. And this was wisdom, intellect, divination, and the true man, according to Plato and Aristotelians, is this intellect, for the essence of everything is the summit of its nature. And as man is the summit of this sublunary creation, and reason is the highest faculty with which he is here endowed, should not this probably be the next in progress to make manifest the alleged divinity of his first source? Lest doubt should still lurk, however, about such a divinity, and whether the notion is rightly conceived according to the teaching of the best philosophers, it may be well to bring them forward here, speaking for themselves. Thus Aristotle, for first example, since he will not be rated altogether as an enthusiast, in the beginning of his Metaphysics, declares wisdom to the highest science, adding that a wise man possesses a science of all things in intellect. Not indeed derived from sensible particulars, but according to that which is universal and absolute in himself. 258. In the Nicomachean Ethics, 2, after showing intellect to be that power of the soul by which we know and prove things demonstratively, he further distinguishes wisdom as the true being of that intellect. The science and intellection of things most honorable by nature. That though this part is small in bulk, yet it abounds in energy, and as much exceeds the composite nature of man in power as in this energy, which is the most delectable of all energies. 259. And throughout the Metaphysics, but more especially in the 12th book, he demonstrates the necessary subsistence of incorporeal, i.e., essential, being, and its efficacy in operation when by the help of certain mystical exercises and preparations, the human understanding medium is made to pass into contact with its antecedent cause. That then it becomes to be a life and energy, and enjoys the most exalted and excellent faculty of discernment, which was before occult, and the knowledge of which is inexpressibly blessed. And not to be conceived of by such as are not duly initiated and capable of this deification. True intellect, he says, is that which is essentially the most essential of that which is most essential, and it becomes intelligible by contact and intellection. And that intellect is the same with the intelligible, the understanding recipient of the intelligible essence. 260. Which essence, too, is wisdom, and the faculty we are discussing. But Plato yet more plainly declares that to know oneself is wisdom and the highest virtue of the soul, for the soul rightly entering into herself will behold all other things, and deity itself. As verging to her own union and to the center of all life, laying aside multitude and the variety of all manifold powers which she contains, she ascends to the highest watchtower of beings. 261. According to Socrates, also, in the Republic, we read that wisdom is generative of truth and intellect. And in the Theaetus wisdom is defined to be that which gives perfection to things imperfect, and calls forth the latent intellections of the soul, and again, by Diotima, in the Banquet. That mind which is become wise needs not to investigate any further, since it possesses the true intelligible. That is to say, the proper object of intellectual inquiry in itself, and hence the doctrine of wisdom according to Plato may be sufficiently obvious. But wisdom, says the Pythagorean Archytas, as much excels all the other faculties as sight does the other corporeal senses, or the sun the stars, and man was constituted to the end that he might contemplate the reason of the whole nature. In order that, being himself the work of wisdom, he might survey the wisdom of all things, which exist. Wisdom is not conversant with a certain definite existing thing but simply with all things. and so subsists with reference to all that it is the province of it to know and contemplate the universal accidents of things and discover the principles of all being. Whoever therefore is able to analyze all the genera which are contained under one and the same principle and again to compose and connumerate them, he appears to be wise and to possess the most perfect veracity. Further still he will have discovered a beautiful place of survey, from which it will be possible to behold divinity in all things that are in coordination with and successive to him, subsisting separately and distinct from each other. Having likewise entered this most ample road, being impelled in a right direction by intellect, and having arrived at the end of his course, he will have conjoined ends with beginnings, and will know that God who is the principal, middle, and end of all things which are accomplished according to justice and right reason 262. Here again we have a faculty discussed which is far above ordinary reason, since this verges to sensibles and is dependent on them. But wisdom implies the whole of life, being returned into its principle, and coming into the consciousness of a vision at once powerful and sublime. Thus Crito, of the same school, God so fashioned man as to comprehend the good according to right reason, and gave him a sight called intellect, which is capable of beholding God. For it is not possible without God to discern that which is best or most beautiful, nor without intellect to see God. And every mortal nature is established, in this life, with a kindred privation of intellect. This however is not deprived by God but by the essence of generation 263. The term intellect, as it is here taken in its highest sense, is synonymous with wisdom, and bears the same relation to our intellectual law as does this to the reasoning faculty, being the self-evident antecedent and end of its inquiry, which, according to these philosophers, is God. Pythagoras himself defined wisdom as the science of truth which is in all beings 264, and Iamblichus in his life of this Samian, speaking of wisdom, says that it is truly a science which is conversant with the first and most beautiful objects, i.e. the divine exemplars, and these undecaying, possessing invariable sameness of subsistence, but the participation of which other things also may be called beautiful 265. Proclus, Porphyry, the graceful Plotinus, and others of the Neoplatonists, too numerous to mention, dilate on the same asserted ground. And there is, according to all these philosophers, a principle of universal science latent in human life, real and efficacious though cognizable only under certain conditions which they specify. And wherein reason becomes also into the substantive experience of her law. This is that which the Egyptians, industrious searchers of nature, proclaimed upon their temple's front, that man should know himself, and this advice was meant experimentally and ontologically. Though modern fancy has slighted it and taken every ethnic fable and mythology in a profane sense. And here we are reminded of a difficulty in endeavoring to make these positions respecting the nature of true being obvious and of drawing them into a form related to sensible intelligence. Every science is difficult to treat of to the uninitiated mind, and this kind of speculation more particularly is irrelevant to many and naturally abstruse. Those to whom nature has granted such a ray of experience in the inner life as would otherwise appear favorable to a more profound investigation, are often indifferent to the rational ground, and remain accordingly satisfied in the dreams and deluding visions of an included imagination. Others more awakened to reason on the other hand, but in whom the spirit of inquiry is wholly drawn to externals, disregard as vain every proposition that does not immediately address the senses or pander to some apparent individual interest. Even the most reflective and educated class have rare inducements in these days, or permission of leisure sufficient to prosecute studies of an abstract nature. But we have adverted to the independent evidence of universals in the human intellect by way of introduction chiefly, not on their own account abstractly considered, or so much because the ancients rested their proofs of internal science thereon, but because, having once derived a rational ground of possibility, we may be better enabled to proceed with the tradition of the Hermetic Mystery and more tangible effects. The doctrine of the Hebrew Kabbalists is one of absolute idealism. The whole world was before their eyes as an efflux of mind, an emanation of the great superstantial law of light, and that sublime commentary the Liber Zohar, beams with the revelation of the celestial prototype in humanity. And kindling into reminiscence the fire which burns covertly throughout Holy Writ, addresses the Pentateuch to the understanding of mankind. These rabbis explain that in pursuance of a certain arcane, though not wholly inexplicable, necessity, creation falls away always for the sake of individual manifestation, from the consciousness of its primal source. That the principle of reunion nevertheless abides in the generated life of individuals and will in process of time operate to a restitution in higher perfection than could have been accomplished if such a fall into this existence had not taken place. Treating of and interpreting as divine symbols, the relations of the Old Testament, they dignify vastly the view of the whole scheme. And placing reason over the head of authority, and inciting man to self-inquiry as the foundation and comprehending identity of every other, they unite in one beautiful system the religion of intellect with the philosophy of life. But it is above all by the supreme position which they assign to man in the scale of creation that these Kabbalists arrest attention. The form of man, says the Rabbi Ben Jokai, contains all that is in the heaven and earth, no form, no world, could exist before the human prototype. For all things subsist by and in it, without it there would be no world, and in this sense we are to understand these words, the Eternal has founded the earth upon his wisdom. But we must distinguish the true man from him who is here apparent, for the one could not exist without the other. On that form in man, which is the celestial prototype, rests the perfection of faith in all things, and it is in this respect that man is said to be the image of God 266. For there is a wide difference between the idols of the human imagination and the ideas of the divine mind, between man as he is here known, the individualized multiplication of a blind will, and tat motive reason which is his life. And all this would appear less extravagant, perhaps, and impractical, if, instead of measuring the surfaces of things, we were to consider principles. If, instead of separating our shrunken understanding to contemplate and compare with the structure of this vast universe, we were to reflect contrariwise upon that wonderful existence which we share in common with all and which is at the basis of every specifical living thing. For there is no reason why man, in that he exists and contains, therefore, within himself the total cause of existence, should not, if the revelation only were allowed, perceive and understand all, in that all-continental all which is in himself. There is a freedom, an explanatory breadth, too, in these writers that does not bear the impress of mere fancy, with a solemn earnestness of style that breathes only from conviction. That we cannot easily apprehend the magnitude of their doctrine is no criterion in such a case, and its objections fail before the inference of reason and supporting experience. God dwells, says the Jew Philo, in the rational part of man as in a palace. The palace and temple of the great self-existent deity is the intellectual portion of a man of wisdom. The deity could never find upon earth a more excellent temple than the rational part of man 267. And again, the Logos, by whom the world was framed, is the seal after the impression of which everything is made and is rendered the similitude and image of the perfect Word of God. And the soul of man is an impression of this seal of which the prototype and original characteristic is the everlasting Logos 268. And what is wisdom according to the ancient Hermes? Even the good, the fair, and the blessed eternity. Look upon all things through it, and the world is subject to thy sight. For this mind in men is God, and, therefore, are some men said to be divine, for their humanity is annexed to divinity 269. When it is moved into the Catholic intuition of its source. Such then was wisdom, and that high intelligible which it behooves man to search after the one theme and bulwark of ancient science, which no historical teaching or observance of the accidents of nature could realize or improve, namely, the standard of truth in a rectified intellect. And philosophy was a desire of this kind, an appetition of reason for its antecedent light. And if we may believe these sublime enthusiasts, intellect does not extend herself towards the intelligible cause in vain. Quotation were endless, and enough may recur to the memory of those who do not yet despair of philosophy, or limit their faith to the slow evidence of the senses and double ignorance of these days. Or, if any one should further doubt of this wisdom, seeing she did not reveal herself in common arts and sciences of more recent human invention, and regard the whole as an abstract creature of the imagination, he will err from the ancient tradition, which makes wisdom, however far removed from sensibles, to be no inessential thing. but an affirmative operative hypostasis, informing, invigorating, and sustaining all things. In the words of the Stagirite before cited, it is essentially, the most essential of that which is most essential. But Solomon, better than all and most beautifully in his panegyric, describes her. Wisdom, says the wise king, is more moving than any motion, she passeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty, therefore, can no defiled thing fall into her. For she is the brightness of the everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of God, and the image of his goodness. And, being but one, she can do all things, and, remaining in herself, she mocketh all things new. And in all ages entering into holy souls, she mocketh them friends of God and prophets, for God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom, for she is more beautiful than the sun and above all the order of the stars. Being compared with the light, she is found before it, for after this cometh night, but vice shall not prevail against wisdom, and if riches be a possession to be desired in this life, what is richer than wisdom which worketh all things? For she is privy to the mysteries of the knowledge of God and a lover of his works. 270. Assuredly, then, is it not our duty in best interest to learn the way, and seek to know every condition of this proffered alliance, since we are not destitute either of rational ground or precedent. Nor is this the only place in Scripture where we have a promise with wisdom of more substantial fruits. But as we observe the outer man to be unbelieving by nature and unpromising for much discovery, with his senses and servile intellect all dark within, we leave him here to work with his own instruments on his own ground. There to calcine, weight, and measure circumferences, from the first to the last round of material possibility, perchance, then, when all has been tried and found wanting to his reason, extremes coalescing, we may meet again. Meanwhile we, who look directly onward to penetrate the mystery, seek not at random any longer in the outer world where so many before have foundered, albeit extracting their life's blood, and calling the mummial vapor and every element to their aid. But we look within, or rather, that we may learn how to do so, inquire of the wise ancients to direct us about the true method and conditions of self-knowledge. For it is this, no common trance or daydream, or any fanatical vision of celestials, that we propose to scrutinize, but the true psychical experience, Catholic, even as the basis of that law by which we reason, fell, and are one. Uniformly living and alike all. It is into the substantiality of this and for its practical evolution that we must inquire, if we would discover the true light of alchemy. And the alchemists, as we have seen, propose such a reeducation of nature as shall discover this latex without destroying her vehicle, but the modal life only. And profess that this has not alone been proved possible, but that man, by rationally conditionating, has succeeded in developing into action the recreative force. But the way they do not so clearly shew, or where nature may be addressed in order to the rejection of her superfluous forms, what was their immediate efficient? Whence and whereon did they direct their fire? These things, with the laboratory, its vessels and various apparatus, they have disguised, as we have already shown, and as a natural consequence, by an incurious world have been misapprehended and despised. For as Geber, with his usual point, observes, men have thought the confection of fold impossible, because they have not know the artificial destruction according to the course of nature. They have proved it to be of a strong composition, but of how strong a composition they have not proven. And all this because they knew not the verity of altitude, latitude, and of profundity. 271. For how should they, who have never glanced even in imagination toward the causal truth, believe in any other than remote effects? The well out of which she is drawn is deep, and not therefore to be fathomed by the plummet of a shallow reason. He must ascend in thought who would, descending, hope to penetrate so far as to the superstantial experience of things. For there it is yet hidden, the true light shut up as in a prison, the fountain of universal nature separated off from human understanding by the external attraction of it through the gates of sense. When the soul is situated in the body, says the philosopher, she departs from self-contemplation, and speaks of the concerns of an external life. But, becoming purified from the body, will recollect all those things, the remembrance of which she loses in the present life. 272. And Plutarch, who was well initiated in these mysteries, says, "The souls of men are not able to participate of the divine nature whilst they are thus encompassed about with senses and passions, any further than by obscure glimmerings. And as it were, in comparison, a confused dream. But when they are freed from these impediments and removed into purer regions, which are neither discernible by the corporeal senses, nor liable to accidents of any kind, it is then that God becomes our leader, upon him they wholly depend. Beholding without satiety, and still ardently longing after that beauty which it is impossible for man sufficiently to express or think, that beauty which, according to the old mythology, Isis has so great an affection for, and which she is constantly in pursuit of, and from whose enjoyment every variety of good things with which the universe is filled, is replenished, and propagated. 273. And again, in the opening of the same admirable treatise, he observes, that to desire and covet after the truth is to aspire to be a partaker of the divine nature itself. And to profess that all our studies and inquiries are devoted to the acquisition of holiness. The end of which, as of all ceremonial rites and disciplines, was that the aspirant might be prepared and fitted for the attainment of the knowledge of the Supreme Mind, whom the goddess exhorts them to search after. For this reason is her temple wherein the eternal self-existent dwells, and may there be finally approached, but with due solemnity, and sanctity of life. But Psellus, in his luminous commentary on the Chaldaic oracles, further declares that there is no other means of strengthening the vehicle of the soul but by material rites. And Plato, in the first Alcibiades, calls the magic of Zoroaster the service of the gods, and the use of this magic, in the words of the above Psellus, is as follows: to initiate or perfect the human soul by the power of materials here on earth. For the supreme faculty of the soul by the power of materials here on earth. For the supreme faculty of the soul cannot by its own guidance aspire to the sublimest institution, and to the comprehension of divinity, but the work of piety leads it by the hand of God, by illumination from thence. Synesius, likewise, in his treatise on Providence, bears witness to the efficacy of divine works. And the Emperor Julian, in those arguments of his preserved by Cyril, shows that without such assistance the divine union is neither effected nor rightly understood, and all the accounts we read of the Eleusinian mysteries. In addition to the witness of these philosophers, confirms that wisdom was the offspring of a vital experiment into nature, by certain arts and media producing the central efficient into conscious being in effect. If you investigate rightly, says Archytas, discovery will be easy for you, but if you do not know how to investigate, discovery will be impossible. It is the more to be regretted and wondered at, on account of the importance attached to this discovery, that the initiated were so profoundly silent upon these means. Since mankind in general would seem to have been precisely in this predicament, they have not known how to investigate. And were it not for these scattered innuendos and acknowledgments of an art, we might well continue in ignorance to despair of their hidden ground, at all events, seeing how far we fall short of the perception in this life. Either believing, we might regard the ancients as beings superiorly endowed, or otherwise disbelieving, deny, as many have done, the validity of their assertions. Yet as the case now stands involved in mystery, will it not be unjust to do either? For, being ignorant of the method, how should we presume to test the truth of this philosophy? Equally, also, will it not be incurious to yield an implicit faith? Let us inquire now, therefore, if fortunately a ray of light be left to guide us, whether it be possible to approach to a recollection of this ancient experiment, that we may become better judges of its merits. And lest gaining nothing by a tacit assent, and proving nothing by mere skepticism, we should deny something, and bolt ourselves continuously out from the sanctuary of truth in nature. And here we would engage the reader's attention for a brief interval, weighing well the substance of philosophical assertion against modern pride and our growing indifference, to consider the ground of this Hermetic mystery. And whether there be still an entrance open, as there was once said to be, to the shut palaces of mind. Let us descend into ourselves, and believe in ourselves if we be able, that which we are is worthy of our investigation. And we may discover, as we proceed, by their traditional light unfolding it, that the wisdom of the ancients was not the outward, adventitious acquisition or vain display which it has been supposed to be, but a very real, substantial, and attainable good. A spontaneous revelation of truth, if it was ever indeed enjoyed at all without experimental research, after the Hebrews ceased, nor was it longer possible for all, nor at every time, to partake of the divine communion. This, therefore, as the Platonic successor remarks, our philanthropic Lord and Father, Jupiter, understanding, that we might not be deprived of all communication with the gods, has given us observation through sacred arts, by which we have at hand sufficient assistance. 274. Here, then, we take up our clue to weave onward as we proceed, unraveling the mysteries by their traditional light. He objects encountering this research may, as we before said, be appalling to some, nugatory to others, and, at first view, too opposed we fear to the opinions of all. But if, by chance, a less oblivious soul or intellect, more allied than ordinary to antecedent realities, should find familiar scenes recur, thrilling into reminiscence, as of some long-past life forgotten, let such a one believe, and his faith will not betray him, the road whereon we are journeying is towards his native land. Chapter 2. Of the Mysteries. The path by which to deity we climb is arduous, rough, ineffable, sublime. And the strong massy gates through which we pass, in our first course, are bound with chains of brass. Those men, the first who of Egyptian birth, drank the fair water of Nilotic earth, disclosed by actions infinite this road, and many paths to God Phoenicians showed. This road the Assyrians pointed out to view, and this the Lydians and Chaldeans knew. Oracle of Apollo, from Eusebius. We have shown in our history that the Greeks were not ignorant of the Hermetic art, which they borrowed with their metaphysics, so far indeed as such things may be borrowed which pertain to reason, from the Egyptians and Persians, whose temples were visited by nearly every philosopher of note. Now the Egyptians, that is the Hermetic art, or art of divine works, was by the Greeks called theurgy, and was extensively practiced at Eleusis, and more or less in other temples of their gods. On no subject has more difference of opinion arisen amongst the learned, the high veneration in which the mysteries were held, the intellectual enthusiasm with which the Alexandrians speak of them. The philosophic explanations given in detail by Iamblichus and others, concerning the motive and divine nature of the initiatory rites and the spectacles they procured, have puzzled many inquirers who, unable in latter times to account rationally, have disposed of the greater past as a pantomimic show, sanctified by priestly artifice and exaggerated by a wild imagination, natural as it has been supposed to those ethnic souls. But then the fathers of our Church, what frenzy should have possessed them, that St. Augustine, Cyrillus, Synesius and the rest, should imitate their follies, transferring the very language, disciplines and rites of those odious mysteries to their own ceremonial worship as Christians, and that Clemens Alexandrinus should call them blessed. This has seemed extraordinary, and the authorities have been quoted and requited and turned in many ways by modern writers, each to the support of his own peculiar view or modification, often, as may be recognized, at variance with the original sense in context. Warburton's bias is negative and singularly misleading. He regarded the whole scheme of the mysteries as a political fraud, came to the conclusion that the gods were dead men deified, and that the greater mysteries were instituted solely with a view to nullify the lesser. 275. But, as is natural, H.W., who so shamelessly charged others to be respected as an authority himself, quickly ceased to be respected as an authority himself, and his notions are accordingly quite obsolete. St. Croix, whose researches are otherwise the most complete, sets Al in an astronomical and eminently superficial aspect. 276. Gebelin and Lapluche see all with vacant agricultural eyes. 277. Whilst the author of Antiquity Unveiled, notwithstanding so much learning to his aid, has found out only the foolishness of the ancients, and thinks that the mysteries should be regarded as a depository of the religious melancholy of the first men. 278. Every trifling interpretation in short has been given, and everything imputed to the mysteries except a discovery of the wisdom which they professed. For although some with superior mind, as Thomas Taylor for example, have examined philosophically, Yet from lack of evidence, and being without a guide from anything analogous in modern times, they too dispose of them as immaterial ceremonies, representations at best of abstract philosophic truths. 279. Now this and all such, as the foregoing opinions, are discordant to our apprehension, and injurious to the spirit of antiquity, which not alone upholds philosophy, that is to say, ontological wisdom, as the true object of initiation, but represents the rites themselves as really efficacious to procure it. As the Platonist and Psellus, before cited to the point, distinctly declare, and Cicero, they were truly called ainetia, for they were the beginning of a life of reason and virtue. Whence men not only derived a better subsistence here, as being drawn from an irrational and brutal life, but were led on to hope and aspire for a more blessed immortality hereafter. 280. Nor did the ancients promise this indiscriminately, but to those who were initiated in the greater mysteries only, as the Pythagoreans and Plato in Phaedo assert that by such means an assimilation was induced, and final contact with the object of rational inquiry, which is that identity whence, as a principle, we make our first descent. But Iamblichus more particularly explains that it was by arts divinely potent, and not by theoretic contemplation only or by mere doctrinal faith or representations either of reality, but by certain ineffable and sublime media that theurgists became cognizant partakers in the wisdom of true being. 281. Heraclitus calls these medicines, as being the help and remedy of imperfect souls. They possessed a power of healing the body likewise, which was extensively practiced in the temples of Aesculapius with various minor physico-magical arts, but philosophy, according to Strabo, was the object of the Eleusinian rites. And without the initiations of Bacchus and Ceres, he considers the most important branch of human knowledge would never have been attained. Servius, commenting on Virgil, observes that the sacred rites of Bacchus pertain to the purification of souls. Libris patris sacra ad purgationem animarum pertimbent. And again, animae ventilator, quod erat in sacris liberi purgationis genus. The Greeks conceived that the welfare of the states was moreover secured by these celebrations, and the records refer to them as bestowing that on which human nature stands principally in need, viz., moral enlightenment and purification of life. Without the revelation and support afforded by them, indeed, existence was esteemed no better than a living death. The tragedians echoing the sense of the people made the chief felicity to consist therein, as Euripides, by Hercules says, I was blessed when I got a sight of the mysteries, and in Bacchis. O blessed and happy he who knowing the mysteries of the gods, sanctifies his life, celebrating orgies in the mountains with holy purifications. And Sophocles, to the same purport, life only is to be had there, all other places are full of misery and evil. 282. The doctrine of the greater mysteries, says Clemens Alexandrinus, related to the whole universe, here all instruction ended. Nature and all things she contains were unveiled, O mysteries truly sacred, O pure light. At the light of torches the veil that covers deity and heaven falls off. I am holy now that I am initiated, it is the Lord himself who is the Hierophant. He sets his seal upon the adept whom he illuminates with his beams, and whom, as a recompense for his faith, he will recommend to the eternal love of the Father. These are the orgies of the mysteries, concludes the bishop, in pious transport, come ye and be initiated. But the usage of the Church is not to discover its mysteries to the profane, especially those that relate to the final apotheosis. It is even unwilling to speak of them to the catechumens, says Saint Cyrillus, except in obscure terms, in such a manner, however, as that the faithful who are initiated may comprehend, and the rest be discouraged. For by these enigmas the Dagon is overthrown. 283. There was undoubtedly a secret, hanging about these celebrations, both ethnic and Christian, which no record has divulged or common sense literally succeeded to explain away. The belief in providence and a future state were freely promulgated, and ordinary worship apart from these mysteries with which they ought not by any means to be confounded. Since that might indeed be perpetuated anywhere, and has been without essentially changing the state of life. Previous, however, to more fully entering, we are desirous to observe that a few writers on animal magnetism, having within these few years become enlightened by that singular discovery, suggest their trance and its phenomena as a revelation of the temple mysteries and various religious rites. But no one, that we are aware, has developed his suggestion of carried the idea sufficiently above the therapeutic sphere. They appear to have taken a broad view, without particular inquiry into the nature of their rites from the ancients themselves. Had they done this, we speak of the more advanced minds, we are persuaded that with that key in hand, their attention would have been drawn in new directions. And their satisfaction about the modern use of it become much modified by observing the far superior results which, through their theurgic disciplines, the ancients aspired after, different too, as they were superior to any that we are accustomed to imagine even at the present day. The ordinary effects of animal magnetism, or mesmerism, or vital magnetism, or by whatever other term the unknown agency is better expressed, are now so familiarly known in practice that it will be unnecessary to describe them. They have attracted the attention of the best and leading minds of the present age, who have hailed with admiration a discovery which enables man to alleviate pain and maladies insurmountable by other means, and by benevolent disposition of his proper vitality, acting in accord, to restore health and equilibrate repose to his suffering fellow creatures. And thus it is true we can lull the senses, cure the sick, sometimes to restore the blind and deaf to hearing, sight and utterance, and it is a glorious step in progress, cheering and hopeful, a blessing on our mortal suffering state 284. But are we to halt here always, or how long? The ordinary phenomena of lucidity, prevision, community of sense, will, and thought, have long been familiar and might have instigated to more important discovery. But years have passed, and the science has not grown, but retrograded rather in interest and power, since de Maynadic, Pisgah, Calhoun, Eliotson, Townsend, Depotet and the rest, faithful spirits, first set their fellow men on the road of inquiry. But the best effects of mesmerism, if we connect it with the ancient sacred art, appear as trifles in comparison. The supreme wisdom they investigated, the self-knowledge and perfection of life and immortality promised and said to be bestowed on those initiated in the higher mysteries. What has mesmerism to do with these things? What wisdom does it unfold? What is its philosophy, or has it yet made an attempt even to investigate the subject being, the cause of its own effects? In common arts, the ingenuity is set to work how it may advance and adapt them to the best advantage. Now capabilities are discovered which, put in action, often prove the fruitful source of more. Whereas mesmerism, dwelling together altogether in the practice, the same which, from the first, unfolded nature as far as it was able, continues to run on with her in the same commonplace round. Our sleepwalkers are little better than dreamers, for the most part, or resemble children born into a new world, without a guide, unable of themselves to educate their latent talents or discriminate truth from falsehood in their revelations. And, as respects the universal medium, they even, who believe in such a thing, take it as it presents itself naturally, having no knowledge of the capabilities or means of improvement, whither it is able to ascend or descend. Or what is its right determination? The few experimental tests that have been instituted hitherto prove nothing but to identify the same imponderable through all. And if we make trial of the spirit's instincts, asking for revelations of prophecy and distant scenes or journeyings through the air, and they follow us, those patients of our will, we then go out from them to philosophize, or wonder, or to think no more about it, as the case may be. Repeating the same mechanical operations, and witnessing similar effects continually over and over again, until at length the enthusiasm which early characterized the novelty and raised expectation about it has very generally and naturally died away. Now this, according to our gatherings, was not the sort of investigation that the ancients followed in their mysteries, although working in the same material and with similar instruments, on the same ground, yet their practice was different. For it was conducted upon established principles and with a truly philosophic as well as benevolent aim. Theurgists, indeed, condemned the spirit of the natural life as degraded and incapable of true intelligence, nor did they therefore value the revelations of its first included sphere, but proceeded at once, passing these, as it appears, in the lesser mysteries, to dissolve the medium more entirely. And, as they knew how, to segregate the vital spirit away from those defilements and imaginative impressures which, by the birth into sense, had become implanted there, obscuring the intelligence and that divine eye which, as Plato says, is better worth than 10,000 corporeal eyes. For by looking through this alone, when it is purified and strengthened by appropriate aids, the truth pertaining to all beings is perceived. The Neoplatonists wrote largely of the theurgical art. Many books are quoted by St. Augustine and his contemporaries which are not transmitted, but were destroyed probably through the sectarian malice and short-sighted policy of the later Roman government, which tolerated nothing but luxury and arms. Yet sufficient remains to evince the nature of the mysteries since, besides those before named, Plotinus, Proclus, Porphyry, Synesius, and Iamblichus especially, all refer to them, declaring also the objects and revelations. And in what the disease of the spirit consists, and from what cause it falsifies and is dulled, and how it becomes clarified and defecated, and restored to its innate simplicity, may be learned in part from their philosophy. For by the lustrations in the mysteries, as they describe, the soul becomes liberated and passes into a divine condition of being. Synesius writes appositely on the early disciplines, showing the fantastical condition also of the natural understanding essence, before it is purified by art and exalted. This ethereal spirit, he says, is situated on the confines of the rational and brutal life, and is of a corporeal and incorporeal degree, and it is the medium which conjoins divine natures with the lowest of all. And nature extends the latitude of a fantastic essence through every condition of things, it descends to animals in whom intellect is not present. In this case, however, it is not the understanding of a divine part, as in man it ought to be, but becomes the reason of the animal with which it is connected, and is the occasion of its acting with much wisdom and propriety. And it is obvious, he continues, that many of the energies of the human life consist from this nature, or if from something else, i.e., to say, from reason, yet this prevails most. For we are not accustomed to cogitate without imagination, unless, indeed, some one should on a sudden be enabled to pass into contact with an intelligible essence 285. That is into the identical apperception of true being. Which is not possible under the ordinary conditions of thought in this life. But reason is always more or less debilitated in its energies by the habitual dependence on sense for data and objective proof, and by that modal consciousness which prevents from transcending it. Nor is this the only barrier, since when freed from the encumbrance of the senses temporarily, when in a state of trance they are quiescent, their impressure yet remains, and, as Synesius says, a false imagination, which it is requisite to destroy. As well as to banish all influxions from without, before the understanding spirit can superinduce divinity. It is well known that Pythagoras instituted long preparations and ordeals to train the minds of his disciples, previously to admitting them into the deeper mysteries of his school. And his biographer relates how, by divine arts and media, he healed and purified the souls of his followers, and that by constantly holding them allied to a certain precedential good, their lives were preserved in continual harmony and converse with the highest causes. But dense thickets, which are full of briars, says Iamblichus, surround the intellect and heart of those who have not been purely initiated, and obscure the mild and tranquil reasoning power, and openly impede the intellective part from becoming increased and elevated. And again, it may be well to consider the length of time that we consumed in wiping away the stains which had insinuated themselves into our breasts, till, after the lapse of some years, we became fit recipients for the doctrines of Pythagoras. For as dyers previously purify garments, and then fix in the colors with which they wish them to be imbued in order that the dye may not be evanescent, after the same manner also that divine man prepared the souls of those that are lovers of wisdom. For he did not impart specious doctrines or a snare, but he possessed a scientific knowledge of things divine in Divine 286. The Egyptian Olympiodorus also speaks of the natural imperfection of the human understanding, and how far its conceptions are adverse to divine illumination. The fantasy, says he, is an impediment to our intellectual conception. Hence, when we are agitated by the inspiring influence of divinity, and the fantasy intervenes, the enthusiastic energy ceases, for enthusiasm and the fantasy are contrary to each other. Should it be asked whether the soul is able to energize without the fantasy, we reply, that the perception of universals proves that it is able to. 87. As a rational promise to this life of a higher reality, the subsistence of these universals cannot be too often or too distinctly brought to mind. For not only do they reveal in us a necessity of being beyond present experience, but, adumbrating, as it were, their antecedent light, assist much, if perspicaciously beheld, to introduce the idea of that consummate wisdom, wherein this reason, becoming passive, receives the substance of her whole. And the ancients glowingly described the truth so conceived as an unquestionable experience, one and the same in all, where difference is merged in objective union. And Iamblichus moreover asserts, that theurgic rites conspiring to this end were scientifically disposed and early defined by intellectual canons. Neither is it lawful to consider these canons as mutable, since they are the natural faith of life, and alone of all creeds Catholic and independent. But to transcend the sensible life in rational energy permanently apart is described as not less difficult than fortunate to attain. Hence Plato appropriates the possession of wisdom to old age, signifying by this intellect diving intuitively without imaginative error. A wisdom such as is not worldly, since it by no means belongs to the common life of man, nor is to be hoped for at all either in the early awakening of the life within. But by a transition gradually effected by art away from the profound strains of a baser affection, it is carried up through the love of truth by faith into vivid contact with its whole. And the extremity of all evil in this life consists, according to the ancients, in not perceiving the present evil and how much human nature stands in need of amelioration. And this is a part of that twofold ignorance which Plato execrates, which being ignorant that it is ignorant has no desire to emerge, but may be compared to a body all over indurated by diseases, which, being no longer tormented with pain, is neither anxious to be cured. But he who lives in the consciousness of something better will meditate improvement, and desire is the first requisite. Indeed, without desire on our part, art will labor for us in vain, since will is the greatest part of purgation. And through the means of this, says Synesius, both our deeds and discourses extend their hands to assist us in our ascent. But this being taken away, the soul is deprived of every purifying machine because destitute of ascent, which is the greatest pledge of reconciliation. Hence disciplines willingly endured become of far greater utility, while they oppose vexation of evil and banish the love of stupid pleasure from the soul. But the fantastic spirit may be purified, even in brutes, continues this author, so that something better may be induced. How much will not the regression of the rational soul be therefore base, if she neglects to restore that which is foreign to her nature, and leaves lingering upon earth that which rightly belongs on high? Since it is possible, by labor and the transition into other lives, for the imaginative soul to be purified and to emerge from this dark abode. And this restoration indeed one or two may obtain as a gift of divinity and initiation. Then, indeed, the soul acquires fortitude with divine assistance, but it is no trifling contest to abrogate the confession and compact which she has made with sense. And in this case force will be employed, for the material inflictors will then be roused to vengeance, by the decrees of fate, against the rebels of her laws. And this is what the sacred discourse testifies by the labors of Hercules, and the dangers which he was required to endure, and which every one must experience who bravely contends for liberty. Till the understanding spirit rises superior to the dominion of nature and is palsied beyond the reach of her hands. 288. Hence, and from the foregoing evidence, it may have become probable that modern art has hitherto unfolded but a small and inferior part only of the spirit's life. Nor has experience yet opened into those temptations and trials which the consciousness must necessarily pass through, all the while regressive, before it reaches into the central illumination of truth. Nor does anything occur to us more beautifully suggestive than the whole the passage, from which we here gather, wherein Synesius describes not only the life that is operated upon and, in graceful terms, the artifice, but shows the conditions of desire and will, so indispensable for advancement, the labors and dangers likewise which attend those who aspire to the upper grades of intellectual science. And is it not true, as he remarks so far, we do lead for the most part a fantastic life? Nor least they who least suspect it, for it is the shining of truth that makes this visible, as a cloud before her face. Are we not filled too with conceits and roving imaginations and idols, which we are evermore mistaking for the real good? Do we not abound in sects and dissensions, heresies and doubts, so that scarcely two are to be found agreeing on all points? And the causes are obvious. Without a standard and sure foundation to build on, we judge, as we are only able, with the rudimentary faculties and senses that are born in us, and of all nature, as through a glass darkly. If, therefore, with this same misunderstanding and infected spirit, we enter in for the discovery and contemplation of ourselves, it will be useless. We shall not there discern the true hypostasis, but err amongst the turbulent and shadowy impressures of this life's birth and sphere of accidents. Thus mingling with the soul of the universe, without purification or any distinction of its light, our vehicle disports herself oftentimes in many mingling forms. As it is with those who dream or make to themselves a fool's paradise with the druggist's gas, since this, even impure as it is and full of folly, being if like nature with our life, coalesces. And would, if allowed to persist, consume its rationality. And on this account we observe the ancients more particularly warn about the treatment of their spirit, which, though of a higher birth and instinct, as we may observe in the comparison of mesmerized patients and those under the influence of chloroform or common ether, and capable of so much higher, even as they say of the highest intelligence, yet in proportion may suffer also the most fearful degradation. Accordingly, if the will incline downwards, persisting to grovel, or evil agencies intervene, then, as the sacred discourse has it, the spirit grows heavy and sinks into profound Hades. It is necessary that the mind, once seated in this spirit, should either follow or draw or be drawn by it. Hence, if growing predominant in folly, she should cease to aspire, the whole identity, being submerged together, would be converted to her life. For is she not that very sphinx of the labyrinth, the devourer of strangers and all who have not the wit to unriddle her and know themselves? At all events, such is said to be the nature of the fantastic spirit before it is mundified, that he who enters so far as to be profoundly conscious in her essence, will be lost in irrational confusion. If he assume not quickly his intellectual energies and solve, that is comprehend, it on its own ground. For, if reason remains passive, this nature at length prevailing, will ravage and devastate and take possession of the whole mind, destroying its active energies and converting them to herself. Thus Iamblichus, speaking of this mundane spirit, says, it grows upon and fashions all the powers the soul, exciting in opinion the illuminations from the senses, and fixes in that life the impressions which descend from intellect. And Proclus, concerning the same nature, declares that, it folds itself about the indivisibility of true intellect, which is in its center, conforms itself to all formless species, and becomes perfectly everything from which dianoia and our individual reason consist. And, as it is commonly observed to be a vain labor to infuse doctrine into a perplexed and turbid brain, or for a merely practical unspeculative soul to judge of abstract propositions. Just so, no doubt, the best constituted minds would be inadequate to self-inspection on their first entrance into life. For the spirit understands the affections of the mind, and reflects its image as it is, whether good or evil. But the primary and proper vehicle of the mind, when it is in a wise and purified condition, is attenuated and clear-seeing. When however the mind is sensually affected, then this vehicle is dulled and becomes terrene. The instincts are said to be imperfect just in proportion as the perceptive medium is impure, and therefore it needs alternation and solution, as the oracles teach, for the discernment of good and evil, and the proper choice of life. It is therefore that the alchemists so much declaim against the vulgar matter as it is at first made known, full of heterogeneous qualities and notions, as a subject fallen from its sphere and defiled. Hence all those preparations, solutions, calcinations, etc. before it becomes to be the mercury of the philosophers, pure, agile, intelligent, living, as they say, in her own sphere, as a queen upon her throne. Take, says Albertus Mangus, the occult arcanum, which is our brass, and wash it that it may be pure and clean. The first rule of the work is a perfect solution 289. All which we understand with reference to the universal mundane spirit, as it is at first consciously revealed in the recipient life of humanity. Which Aristotle, in his Metaphysics, calls passive intellect, because capable of receiving and being converted to all, the best or worst inclination, the highest truth or the most delusive imaginings of manifesting motives in vital effects. And within certain limits of organizing even and transporting them. And this we take to be the identical agent which is spread abroad in the present day mesmerizing, the photogenic medium, our new imponderable, for it is the common soul. Also the subject matter of the alchemists aforesaid, when they call it a thing indifferent, abject, and exposed in all hands, moving here below in shadowy manifestation, invisibly and unconsciously converted to every will and various use. It is what the world cares not for, as the adept says, but disesteems it, it hath it in its sight, carries it in its hands, yet is ignorant thereof, for it passeth away with a sudden pace without being known. Yet these treasures are the chiefest, and he that knows the art, and the expressions, and hath the medium, will be richer than any other 290. But, in its natural state, the microcosmic life is not dissimilar from the vitality of the greater world, which is included by respiration in the blood of all creatures, maintaining its perpetual pulsation, as of the wind and waves. Their flux and reflux. Supplying to all existence the food of life. And how much such a life is in need of melioration, how much it suffers and desires, and how far its beneficence falls short of human hope and capability, may be apparent, and that in her doorkeeper, Isis, is not revealed. But so far we have yet advanced only to the gate of the great labyrinth, where the Sphinx is even now present, rapidly propounding her dark riddles in the world, images of the obscure and intricate nature of the human spirit. Which, by the devious windings, delusive attractions and similitudes of its own included sphere, leads imperceptibly, as it were, by an alluring grace, into that hermetic wilderness and wild of magic in which so many adventurers have gone astray. This is the monster and the eternal riddle explained to common sense as suits it, but misunderstood to this day. That compound simple and ground of the Magian's elements, a thing so perplexly treated of by them, and having about it such a latitude for sophistication, that it is almost impossible to collect or unravel what has been said of it. Or how should reason attempt to define an essence all-comprehending, yet separated in each particular, by so great an interval from itself? But this is that Augean stable that was to be cleansed, that most famous labor of the philosophic Hercules. Nor the least of labors, to turn the current of life into another channel, and purify the natural source. Close upon the revealment of the medial life then, as we take it, in order of the mysteries followed the purificative rites, which were designed also to restore the monarchy of reason in the soul, and this not either as an end so much, but as preparatory to undergoing the final initiations. We are induced, however, to dwell longer on this first step, and on the necessity of intellectual preparation and auxiliaries. Because it may be objected, as we proceed to unfold the ultimate tradition of this wisdom, that we have no valid witness to our side. That any individual may declare according to the revelations of his mind, and introduce a various imagination to the idea of truth. That even supposing the mind included for a while and entirely free from outward impressions, still, retaining as it must the original bias, not only of sense but of birth and education, its experience will be neither trustworthy nor important to this life, and then nothing of a universal character, such as the ancients speak of, has been observed. Or if asserted, how should it be scarcely proven? Reason in these days is not content with affirmation, it will have objective response to its faith. All pretensions, therefore, to internal lights and revelations have ceased to attract the attention of mankind. And again, it may be inquired why, if true being is everywhere totally present, it is not so perceived. And why all things partaking do not enjoy the light of the so-called superstantial world. In reply to this last objection, we would ask if it be not because that very light is drawn outwardly, and enchanted by sense that it is internally unconscious and oblivious everywhere of the great identity whence it springs? If that were applied inwardly which now looks out, and every natural impediment removed, experience might then reveal to us the antecedent life. But the former objections recur here, there are impediments. And it behooves us to consider scrupulously, but without prejudice, the possibility and tests of such an experience. For if by this traditionary fall and outbirth, the understanding is so polluted as to be no more able, as Lord Bacon supposes 291, to reflect the total reason to itself, introspection will be useless, and the central mystery remains. As respects humanity, a hopeless problem after all. None better than the ancients, who profess to have enjoyed the rational life in its most intimate spheres, and to have reaped its most real and lasting advantages. Describe the folly and fatal allurements to which they are subjected who trust themselves to remain passively dreaming in the region of the fantasy, with its notions and instincts, often more false, fleeting, and evil than the corporeal images with which sense is conversant. It is for this cause they insist so much that, before any one betakes himself to the inner life of contemplation, before he hopes, we mean, to pass into its reason, that all else be effectually obliterated, and the mental atmosphere made clear and passive before its objective light. Without this, they promise nothing, with it, all. And on this possibility, namely, of purifying the human understanding essence, and developing to consciousness its occult causality, the transcendental philosophy of the mystics may be observed to hinge entirely and exceed every other. For that there is a foundation of truth in existence, is as necessary for us to admit as that we are ignorant of it, and the doubt rather remains also about the discovery of means, than the possibility of self-knowledge. To continue then, partly on the authority of the Greek philosophers and partly on some other grounds hereafter to be disposed of, we are led to infer that the Hermetic purifications and mysteries, celebrated in the Eastern temples and by the priests at Eleusis, were real and efficacious for the highest ends that philosophy can propose to itself, namely, the purification and perfection of human life. And that inasmuch as the object was different and immeasurably superior to those proposed by modern mesmerism, or any other art or science of the present day, so also were the means employed, the particulars of which are further discussed under the practice, and the administration in proportion purer, holier, and entirely scientific. For does not all our experimentalism and philosophy end in fact where the ancients began, purifying the vital spirit in its proper light? Or if any one think we have been discussing all the while a mere nothing, and developing a vain imagination, we admit it, suggesting only that which is, in his mind, so mere a nothing, becomes sin that of a philosopher to be the all in all. But who will now conceive the full latitude and substantiality of this principle, or the true metaphysical use thereof? Few, very few, Philolethes said, there were in his day. And who will even inquire now, or believe that it is the very same which solved and resolved, and wisely manipulated, becomes to be the concrete stone of philosophers. In its pure, passive expanse, a mirror of the Catholic reason of nature, and the medium of that holy and sublime experience granted to man alone in the divine alliance ex natura et divino factum est, as Reuchlin, in the Mirific word, expresses it, divinum enim quia cum divinitate conjunctum divina substantias facit. Take that which is least, and draw it by artifice into the true ferment of philosophers. Although our metal is exteriorly dead, yet it has life within, and wants nothing more than that which in the eyes of a philosopher is the most precious should be collected, and that which the many set more value on be rejected. And these words are manifest without envy, says the Greek Aristhenes. Oh, how wonderful different and detract nothing, only in the preparation removing superfluities 292. From that which is perfect nothing more can be made. For a perfect species is not changed in its nature, neither from an utterly imperfect thing can art produce perfection, but this universal spirit is described as a middle substance, passive, undetermined, susceptible of conversion in all extremes. And such accordingly we understand to be the one thing requisite, purifying and to be purified itself by itself, in turn agent and patient, which are the Hermetic luminaries. In their full representative advancement, the sun and moon philosophical, passing through many phases from imperfection to perfection in the true magistery. And the Hermetic art would seem to consist simply in the right disposition and manipulation of this our undetermined subject, taking her where nature leaves, and by divers operations, to be hereafter noted, as of amalgamation, distillation, filtration, digestion, and lastly by sublimation to the head of an appropriate vessel, establishing her in a new and concentric form of light. Nor may this seem a fable to the wise. Since all things live according to their kinds. Their life is light which in them hidden lies. Discerned by the eyes of soaring minds. To them discovered is true nature's map. By whom produced nothing is by hap. For she her secret agent doth possess. Which in the universe is only one. But is distinct through species numberless. According to their seeds, which God alone in the beginning did produce, and then set them their law, found out by mental men 293. But a long interval is between, and all the labors of that heroic intellect to be passed through before the rejected keystone regains her head place. None but a philosopher ever achieved the work, or for reasons that are imperative, ever will. The idle and vicious are totally excluded, nor are the rewards of wisdom to be won by fools wanting the very principles of melioration in themselves. Nemo enim dat id, quod non habet. He only that hath it can impart, and he only has it who has labored rationally in the pursuit. As is exemplified in that saying of Esdras, the earth giveth much mold, whereof earthen vessels are made, but little dust that gold cometh of 294. Non levis ad sensus, si cas petat ardua, sudor plurimus hunc talit, nocturna insomnis olivi immoritor, delet quat mox laudaverit in se. Cupidi turni donari frondis honore. Chapter 3. The Mysteries continued. It's necessary that the soul, when purified, should associate with its generator. Porphyry, EUX, to intelligib. We have so far developed the nature of the internal life only, as it was at first revealed to the aspirant in the lesser mysteries, and this was the only popular initiation open to all. It represented, according to the accounts, new and fertile field of natural contemplation which every one was at liberty to appropriate, and where each roamed at pleasure without rule or subordination. And without that consent and sympathy which a uniformity of life produces. Previous to the purificative rites little change, therefore, was effected. It gave a passing experience to the multitude, and in a few awakened the desire and hope of better things. Just as amongst us mesmerism, which of all modern arts is most pertinent to this philosophy as working in the same matter, affords entrance together with the imagination of another life. And more than this, in well-conditioned cases, we have proof of the intrinsic intelligence and power of the free spirit which can expatiate into the whole circumference of its sphere and reveal hidden things, exhibiting a variety of gifts. It can philosophize also more or less well according to the direction, natural purity, and relaxation of the sensual bond. But not all that men wonder at in the present day, the insensibility, the cures, the mental exaltation, nor much more of the same class which the trance spontaneously develops evening the best subjects, could satisfy the exacting reason of our forefathers. Desirous rather to investigate the thing itself, the subject of so many marvels, they passed the first phenomena to look for causes, experimenting within. Volo ovum philosophorum dissolvere eti partes philosophici hominis investar, nam hoc est initium ad alia, says the experimental friar 295. And to concentrate the whole vitality, to turn the spiritual eye, to purify and analyze the total essence and draw forth the true efficient and to know it in co-identity, this was their object and the art of theurgy. For it is not, as they say, that the spirit is free from material bondage, or able to range the universe of her own sphere, that guarantees the truth of her revealments or helps the consciousness on to subjective experience. For this a concentrative energy is needed, and an intellect penetrating into other spheres, rather than discursive in its own. There are many ways known and practiced of entrancing the senses, and the key of the Hermetic vestibule may be said to be already in our hands, which are able to dissolve the sensible medium and convert it to the experience of another life 296. But the order in which the next solution, or resolution rather, was operated which was to translate the consciousness underneath this medium by obscuration, towards the central source, is known probably to very few in the present day. For it is entirely concealed from the world, they only, amongst the ancients who had fulfilled the previous rites and undergone all the required ordeals, were entrusted with the passport. It discovers a fearful mystery in the opening sensation of power, in a life which, at its entrance, is described as dark, delusive, and dangerous, and more corrupted far than the foregoing. But through which it is quite necessary to pass before inquiry can hope to meet its object in the Elysian light. Tenent media omnia sylvae. Cositusque sine labens circumflut atro. Betwixt these regions and that upper light, deep forests and impenetrable night possess the middle space. The infernal bounds. Cositus, with his sable waves surrounds 297. We are aware that the descent to the infernal regions and all those highly wrought descriptions of the poets concerning the riches and powerful allurements of Pluto's kingdom and Hades, have been looked upon, and very naturally, as purely imaginative, and the representations of the same in the mysteries as a pictorial or pantomimic show. But as we have hitherto been enabled to regard the minor celebrations from an esoteric point of view, showing their relationship to more modern experience and the Hermetic art, we hope to continue on our adventure, being not without precedent either or guiding authority over the same ground. For it is not absurd to suppose that men should have philosophized and composed so many excellent and sublime discourses from the contemplation of shadows only. But setting aside such a notion, neither do we conceive that by Hades, or that profound Lethe, the ancients understood a corporeal nature, or this fleshly existence of ours, or anything in fact with which the whole allusion is to a state of vital submersion in the mysteries, when the consciousness is artificially drawn about the penetralia of its first life. Nor, if we may credit accounts, is the descent difficult, or so far off, but the infernal gates lie open to mortal men on earth. But because of the arduous nature of the reascent and for the sake of securing it, lest unprepared souls, presuming to enter, should be taken captive by deluding and fatal desires, and work irremediable evil there, every precaution has been instituted to keep the way a secret from the world, as well for its own sake as for the cause of justice and divine wisdom about to be revealed. Wherefore the Sibyl warns Aeneas of the danger of his undertaking in those memorable lines. Facilis descensus Averni. Nox ac dies patet atri janua thethes. Sed revocer gradum superasque evadir ad horas. Hoc opus, hic labor est. Posse quos equus amavit. Jupiter, aut ardens evexit ad ethia verdis. Dies geniti potuere 298. The grand requirement of the mysteries after the first purificative rites, the inclination being already freed from the dominion and all the superficial progeny of sense, was that the will should conceive within itself a motive purely rational to withstand the temptations of its next including sphere, that it might be enabled to follow the true path upward, penetrating through darkness, and defilements, and dissolution even, to the discovery of wisdom in her light abode. To this Aeneas accordingly directed by the Sibyl, whom we follow, after her warning already given, to search for that well-distinguished, most mysterious golden bough. Oris e folius e delento vimen remus. Junoni inferni caesar 299. Without which as a propitiation he may not venture on the subterranean research. But it may be asked, why this myrtle branch was represented to be of gold. Not merely for the sake of the marvelous, Warburton tells us, we may be assured. A golden bough was literally part of the sacred equipage in the shows, a burden which the ass, who carried the mysteries, we may believe, was proud of. But of what kind this branch was, Apuleius partly indicates in his procession of the initiated into the mysteries of Isis, where we find it connected with the mercurial caduceus and treated as a most important symbol in initiatory rites 300. Which we therefore understand ontologically, as a ray of living light, golden and flexible, the true branchos spiritualis of Raymond Lully. Intellectus naturam habens subtilem ad intellignitum res intellibles 301. Insinuating by rational penetration alone through the murky circumference of the chloric ether into its own congenial life, which is Proserpine, and that lapsed soul of ours, seated in her dark hypostasis unknown, whose vapor is so subtle and transient that nothing but the glance of its proper intellect by faith can arrest it. And those doves that lead the way to, are they not known to our alchemists and those chosen seats? But to be brief, it is only by exceeding zeal and piety of intention, such as is ascribed to Aeneas in search of his father, and a prevailing reason, that the seeking mind becomes fitted for establishment in her essence and percipient of her final duty to separate the good and reject the evil therein by birth allied. That she may know to what she ought to aspire, dismissing every other consideration, where desires are images and will there act. Thus Plato says, it is necessary that a man should have his right opinion as firm as adamant in him when he descends into Hades, that there likewise he may be unmoved by riches or any such like evils, and may not, falling into tyrannies and such other practices, do incurable mischief and himself suffer still greater. But that he may know how to shun extremes on either hand, both in this life as far as possible and in the whole hereafter. 302. And again, in the 7th book of the Republic, he who is not able by the exercise of his reason to define the idea of the good, separating it from all other objects and piercing, as in a battle, through every kind of argument, endeavoring to confute, not according to opinion but according to essence, and proceeding through all the dialectic energies with an unshaken reason, he who cannot accomplish this, neither knows he the good itself, nor anything that is properly denominated the good. And would you not say that such a one, if he apprehended any certain truth or image of reality, would apprehend it rather, through the medium of opinion than of science? That in the present life he is sunk in sleep and conversant in the delusions of dreams, and that descending into Hades, before he is roused to a vigilant state, he will be overwhelmed with a sleep perfectly profound. 303. To fall asleep in Hades was indeed to be absorbed, without the encumbrance of body, in all its defilements, according to the Philosopher, the direst evil that can befall any one, or, as Virgil has it, to be a king in hell. But with all the earnings of difficulties, and dangers, and death, to be encountered, no hero or demigod occurs in the poets, but he sometime descended to the infernals, and had free egress thereafter to the Elysian fields. But two are described as suffering for the attempt, Theseus and Pirithous, who, as Proclus admirably explains, were detained there, the one because he was too much a lover of corporeal beauty, the other through his natural inability to sustain the arduous altitude of divine contemplation. In the 6th book of the Aeneid, Virgil has gracefully set forth the whole transaction of his successful hero, with the labors and difficulties, and appalling visions that attended on the outset of his pious research. All which has been shown by Warburton 304 and other learned commentators, to bear close allusion to the mysteries, in which we have reason also to believe the poet himself was profoundly initiated, and whose allegoric conduct, therefore, we pursue as an inquiry of intellect after its paternal source. To continue, then, in order of the tradition, after the ordeal rites had been undergone, and the few who were found fit, selected for further initiation, the concession of more arcane mysteries succeeded. Gressus remivit proponi. Jam furor humanus nostro de pector sensus explut. 305. As the consciousness passing the middle region, clear and rational from out the equator, enters the fire world, and the Sibyl leads her hero to the dark descent. Spelunca alta fut, vastoque manis hiatus. Scripia, tuta lacu nigro nemerunc tenebris. Quam super haud ulli poterant impune volantes. Tnetera iter pennies, talus sisi halidus atris. Faucibus effundin supera ad convexa furbat. Unde locum graei dixerunt nomini aornum. 306. And what does all this imagery point at, but the thickening darkness of the nether air verging to the chaos of matter and flowing out from the perpetual motion of the first life? Destitute of elasticity, aornus, heavy like that of an enclosed cave, and vast, dangerous, as it is said by some, giving forth a murky odor, like that of graves. It is the black Saturn of the adepts, and that appearing corruption that precedes the mystical death and regeneration into new life, as describing the same ends, they call it lapis niger, vilis, photens. Eti dissiter origo mundi eti orator sicit germinantia. Sendivogus calls it Uranus Saturni, with which he waters his lunar and solar plants, and another, ex mari meo orienter nebulae, quae ferent aquas benedictas et ipsi irriganteris et educant herbas et flores. With this allusion, the alchemists also call the ether their mineral tree. For they were not so careful to hide this in general, seeing the true species was laid asleep in sense, and doubly locked up, as it were, within both corporeal and spiritual confines. And how far the world was off from the art of unfolding or profiting by it. The reception of Aeneas in Hades is next described. Ecce autem, primi sib lumina et ortis. Sub pedibs mugire solum, e juga coepta moveri. Silvarum, visaic canes olulaire por umbrum. Advent ante Dea 307. And Claudian, to the same effect, poetizes the tremendous advent. Jam mihi cernunter trepidis delubromoveri. Sidibius, e clarum dispergere fulmina lusum. Adventum testate Dei, jam magnus abimus. Auditor fremitus terris, templum remugit. Secropium, sanctasque faces adlata lucen. Angs triptolemi strident, ed squamia curvis. Calla levanta trita jugis ecce procul turnas. Hecate variata figures exhorter 308. And all this, extravagant and fanciful though it should appear, has been echoed by philosophers, and the Greek descriptions agree in each remarkable particular. Plato, amongst others, likens the descent of the soul into these oblivious realms of generation to an earthquake and other strong convulsions of nature. Psellus, in his valuable commentary, describes the apparitions procured by the Chaldaic rites as of two kinds, the first called superinspection, when he who celebrates the divine rites sees a mere apparition, as, for instance, of light in some form or figure, concerning which the oracle advises, that if anyone sees such a light, he apply not his mind to it, nor esteem the voice proceeding thence to be true. Sometimes, likewise, to many initiated persons, there appear lights in various forms and figures. These apparitions are created by the passions of the soul, in performing divine rites, mere appearances, having no substance, and therefore not signifying anything true. 309. Which vaporous estate of universal being, the poets also fabulously concealed under the satiric form of Pan, who exhibited himself in every variety of atrocious disguises of wild beasts, and monsters, and demoniacal appearances. That he might affright those who would captivate him. Corripit hic subita trepidis formidine ferum. Aeneas strictamque acium venientibus offert. Edieni docta comes tenuis sine corpori vitas. Admoniat volitaire cava sub imagine formae. Iruat, e frustra ferro diverbere umbras 310. For it is the imaginative spirit which is the maker of these images, as in dreams, only more intense. As moisture condensed in the air constitutes clouds, which the wind disposes in various forms, so our pneumatic vehicle, becoming humid and condensed beneath her heaven, presents many formidable apparitions to the inner sense. And all the race of demons, so much celebrated by antiquity, appear to have their origin in a life of this kind, viz. From an included vapor of the imagination, nor these, individually belonging, were seen only, but, as it is recorded, each by rapport in this state becomes conversant with the whole phantasmagoric universe of his sphere. Hence the platitude of the descriptions and poetical crowding of images to the individual sense. Proclus, commenting on the first Alcibiades of Plato, asserts that material images, assuming the appearance even of things divine, constantly attended on the mysteries, drawing towards them souls not yet sufficiently purified, and separating them from truth. And that such actually appeared to be the Mosai, during the evaporative process of purification, and before the lucid vision of the light within, is further shown in the following passage of the same experienced theologist. In the most holy mysteries, says he, before the presence of the God, the impulsive forms of certain terrestrial demons appear, which call the attention off from undefiled advantages to matter, and again, as in the most holy mysteries, the mystics at first meet with the multiform and many-shaped genera which are hurled forth before the gods. But on entering the interior part of the temple, unmoved and guarded by the sacred rites, they genuinely receive into their bosom divine illumination, and divested of the divine nature. The same method takes place in the speculation of holes 311. For the reason of this life imitates, inasmuch as it is able, and obeys instinctively its motive light. And as the natural intellect is liable to error, so the spiritual also, not et perfected, is liable to be caught in the traps of these exterior spirits, which being, as Basil Valentine, in his alchemical chariot, observes, endowed with senses and understanding, know arts, and have in themselves an occult operative life. Giving testimony also of their virtue in the art of healing and other secrets, by which they deceive and detain the unwary from the search of better things. 312. The writings of the Middle Ages abound likewise with descriptions of these demoniacal natures. Regular descriptions of them are given by Agrippa 3:13, and Trithemius 3:14, and Cellus 3:15, Proclus 3:16, Iamblichus 3:17. And Porphyry 3:18, allude to their material efficacy and operation in divine works, where desire, entering into those aerial forms, is said to vivify them, and the Chaldaic oracle even persuades that there are pure demons. Natura suadet esse demon aspiros, eti mali materii germina utilia eti bona, and that the germinations even of evil matter are of use. 319. Synesius mentions them also as the progeny of matter, and as having an energetic virtue, but at natural war with the truth-seeking soul. 320. And Proclus, in his hymn to the sun, designates them as demons who machinate 1,000 ills, pregnant with ruin to our wretched souls, that merged beneath life's dreadful sounding sea. In body's chain they willingly may toil, nor e'er remember in the dark abyss the splendid palace of their sire sublime. And it is the dread of such an oblivion there below that the oracle announces to intellect in those solemn tones, Ducat anime profunditas immortalis oculos scaphadim, omnes sussum extend. Let the immortal depth of thy soul be predominant, and all thy eyes extend upwards. Incline not to the dark world whose depth is a faithless bottom and Hades dark all over, squalid, delighting in images, unintelligible, precipitous, and a depth always rolling full of stupidity and folly. 321. Umbrarum hic locus est, somni noctisque sapere. 322. If the soul on its departure, says Porphyry, still possesses a spirit turbid from humid exhalations, it then attracts to itself a shadow and becomes heavy. And a spirit of this kind naturally strives to penetrate into the recesses of the earth, unless a certain other cause draws it in a contrary direction, as, therefore, the soul when surrounded with this testaceous and terrene vestment necessarily lives on the earth, so likewise when it attracts a moist spirit, it is necessarily surrounded with the image. But it attracts moisture when it continually endeavors to associate with nature, whose operations are effected in moisture, and which are rather under the earth, when however the soul earnestly desires to depart from nature, i.e., strives to penetrate centrally without exploring the intermediate spheres, then she becomes a dry splendor from exhalation. 323. Hence that renowned saying of Heraclitus, that a dry soul is the wisest, for the soul looking at things posterior to herself beholds the shadow and images of her vaporous vehicle. But when she is converted to herself, she evolves her proper essence and irradiates the whole circumference with her own abundant oxygenating and dispersive light. 324. Thus Hermes, extract from the ray its shadow and its obscurity, by which the clouds hang over it, and corrupt and keep away the light, by means of its constriction, also, and fiery redness it is burned. Take, my son, this watery and corrupted nature, which is as a coal holding the fire, which if thou salt withdraw so often until the redness is made pure, then it will associate with thee, by whom it was cherished and in whom it rests. 325. Visitabis interiora terrae rectificando, invnis. Occultum lapidem, verum medicinum. Visit the interior of the earth rectifying, says the sage, and thou shalt find the hidden stone, the true medicine, not the feculent dead soil, but our dark divulsed chaotic life from sense, which opened and rectified, dissolved and reunited, is changed from an earthly to a spiritual body, by rapport divine. In such a process it would seem the alchemists discovered the hidden principles of nature, as, experimentally passing thought the animal and vegetable into the mineral circulation of her law. They described the life of all things here below to be a thick fire imprisoned in a certain incombustible aerial moisture. Ignis rubber super dorsum ignis candidi, which moisture in its native state, before it is purified by the inflowing light of reason, is that Hades we are treating of, the purgatory of the wise, wherein the consciousness, becoming artificially wrapped by the mysteries, continues for a while in a state of solicitude and painful amazement, unable of itself to discover, through so great a cloud of darkness, that hypostatic reality towards which it is instructed evermore to aspire. And until this attraction is found and finally established in union, the opposive powers display their mutual forces in discordant dissolute array, as the alchemists, with all who have been profoundly experienced in this ground, relate each in his own instructive way, warning about the conduct through it, and the many real, though chimerical horrors and enticing phantoms that haunt around, guarding the secret chamber of their mineral soul. For, as the sage in Enoch declares it, lead and tin are not produces from earth as the primary fountain of their production, but there is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. 326. Vaughan notes the same in the Regio Fantastica of his hieroglyphic, and elsewhere, speaking of the mineral nature or first matter, he says, the eye of man never saw her twice under one and the same shape. But as clouds driven by the wind are forced to this and that figure, but cannot possibly retain one constant form, so is she persecuted by the fire of nature. 327. As, by the re-entering light of reason in the mysteries, which is that sulphur of adepts, causing all this manifold scenery in the disruption of life. O nature! The most wonderful creatrix of natures, cries Hermes, which containest and separatest all things in a middle principle. Our stone comes with light and with light it is generated, and then it brings forth the clouds, and darkness which is the mother of all things. 328. Raymond Lully, also, in his Compendium of Alchemy, calls the first principles of the art, spiritus fugitives in aero condensators, in forma monstrorum diversorum eti animalium etium hominum, cavadant sicit nubes, modo hinc modo illic. That is to say, certain fugitive spirits condensed in the air, in shape of divers monsters, beasts, and men, which move like clouds hither and thither. In an outward acceptation such an announcement of principles would be absurd, or what possible interpretation could afford them a place in common sense? Or whence, if they be true, and Lully's name stands well for their defense, were they so probably brought to the cognizance of the philosopher, as from the self-inspection of them in life? But Lully, indeed, calls these chaotic forms first principles. Not because they are permanent or their essence rational, in that unctuous dark condition, but because within the material extreme of this life, when it is purified, the seed of spirit is at last found, which the adept further describes as being found in the process a decompounded ens, extremely heavy, shining through the darkness like a fiery star, being full of eyes like pearls or aglets. For it is the whole Demogogon, as yet not actually animated by contact of his own returning light. The father of it, says Vaughan, is a certain inviolable mass, for the parts of it are so firmly united you can neither pound them to dust, nor separate them by violence of fire. 329. This is the rock in the wilderness, because in great obscurity and difficult to find the way of, compassed about with darkness, clouds, and exhalations, as it were dwelling in the bowels of the earth. Our viscous soul, as Synesius calls it, circulating in the midst of all her Adamical defilements, and which Plato compares to that marine glaucus so deformed by the foreign weeds and parasites that had grown about him, that in every respect he resembled a beast rather than what he really was. 330. In such a deplorable condition is the divine germ of humanity said to be beheld under the thousand evils of its birth. Monstrum, horrendum, inform, ingens, cui lumen ademptu. There is a curious figurative account given in a letter circulated under the name of the Brethren of the Rosy Cross, which appears to have reference to this passage of initiatory progress in the mysteries. It may be rendered thus: there is a mountain situated in the midst of the earth or center of the world, which is both small and great. It is soft, also above measure, hard, and strong. It is far off, and near at hand. But, by the providence of God, it is invisible. In it are hidden most ample treasures, which the world is not able to value. This mountain, by envy of the devil, who always opposes the glory of God and the felicity of man, is compassed about with very cruel beasts and ravenous birds, which make the way thither both difficult and dangerous. And therefore, hitherto, because the time is not yet come, the way thither could not be sought after by all, but only by the worthy man's self-labor and investigation. To this mountain you should go in a certain night, when it comes most long and dark, and see that you prepare yourself by prayer. Insist upon the way that leads to the mountain, but ask not of any man where it lies. Only follow your guide who will offer himself to you and will meet you in the way 331. This guide will bring you to the mountain at midnight, when all things are silent and dark. It is necessary that you arm yourself with a resolute heroic courage, lest you fear those things that will happen and fall back 332. You need no sword or other bodily weapon, only call upon you God, sincerely and heartily seeking him. When you have discovered the mountain, the first miracle that will appear is this, a most vehement and very great wind that will shale the whole mountain and shatter the rock to pieces. You will be encountered by lions, dragons, and other terrible wild beasts, but fear not nay of these things 333. Be resolute, and take heed that you return not, for your guide who brought you thither will not suffer any evil to befall you. As for the treasure, it is not yet discovered, but it is very near. After this wind will come an earthquake which will overthrow those things which the wind had left. Be sure you fall not of. The earthquake being past, there shall follow a fire that will consume the earthly rubbish and discover the treasure, but as yet you cannot see it 334. After all these things, and near daybreak, there shall be a great calm, and you shall see the day star arise, and the darkness will disappear, you will conceive a great treasure. The chiefest thing, and the most perfect, is a certain exalted tincture with which the world, if it served God and were worthy of such gifts, might be tinged and turned into most pure gold. And thus much of the concordance of these famous Christian philosophers who, if they had not promised gold, and proclaimed prodigies after an entertaining Arabian Nights fashion, would never, probably, have been thought of by the world. Or inquired after, as they were, over Europe during the last century, but without success. For they who have this knowledge know where and how likewise to bestow it, discerning betwixt the lovers of mammon and of truth. Fearing the dangerous curiosity of the vulgar herd also, we observe, the Greeks pass by in silence the physical revealments of these Tartarian realms, or, poetizing the great experience, evaporate in fancy, as it were. The teeming life therein opened with its overflowing spirit and light of increase. Let none admire that riches grow in hell, that soil may best deserve the precious bane. And here let those who boast in mortal things, and wondering tell of Babel and the works of Memphian kings, learn how the greatest monuments of fame and strength and art are easily outdone by spirits reprobate 335. And further, how these again may be surpassed and vanish, as Aladdin's rapid castle into air, before the discriminate radiance of celestial light. And as in the pursuit of other sciences and arts, though, and persevering labor and experience are required to ensure success, so should those delusive visions and errors which occur during the conscious transference to a more excellent condition of being be considered, in like manner, not as derogatory or casting a doubt at all upon the ultimate truths of divine science, but as obstacles rather contrary to it, as evil is to good everywhere adverse. We do not, therefore, linger here any more to consider the different allotments, the longer or shorter periods which engage pure or impure souls in Hades, their habits or the triple path arising from their essences. All which is indicated in the Platonic discourses, and most of which is abound with symbolical theories and poetical descriptions concerning the descent, ascent, and intermediate wanderings. Expiatory punishment and sacrifices and things of a similar import, which the rites enjoined, before the aspirants, by the Greeks called mustai, were passed on by the Hierophant of the inner temple to its immortal abode, for such was Tartarus. The next beyond Hades, according to the ethics, the alone eternal hypostasis to be redeemed from thence, from the oblivious realms of generation, into the Elysium recollection of wisdom in the highest consciousness. But the soul is said to be in Hades all the while that her hypostasis continues in darkness, that is, we would say, whilst she regards her image objectively, before attaining to the experimental knowledge. And here the lesser mysteries ended. The soul, as it were, on the borders of the Stygian lake in view of Tartarus, which Euripides has elegantly styled also, a dream of death. And the conformity between death and this next initiation, is strikingly exhibited in a passage preserved by Stoboius from an ancient record. It has been well rendered by Dr. Warburton, and runs thus: the mind is affected and agitated in death, just as it is in initiation into the grand mysteries. And word answers to word, as well as thing to thing, for is to dies, and is to be initiated. The first stage is nothing but errors and uncertainties, laborings, wandering, and darkness. And no, arrived on the verge of death and initiation, everything wears a dreadful aspect, it is all horror, trembling, sweating, and affrightment. But this scene once over, a miraculous and divine light displays itself, and shining plains, and flowery meadows, open on all hands before them. Here they are entertained with hymns and dances, and with sublime and sacred knowledges, and with reverend and holy visions. And now become perfect and initiated, they are free, and no longer under restraint. But crowned and triumphant, they walk up and down in the regions of the blessed 336. But all, during the transition, is described as wearing a fearful aspect, and dread fills the soul about to relinquish her natal bond in life. Neither may it be irrelevant to call in mind that repeated advice of Solomon, that, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. As the spiritual regard in the mysteries, already involuted, and drawing towards its end, with awe, begins to perceive itself in that identic source. And shall we not believe that it was out of the same intimate experience that the son of Dirac, inciting men to search after the divine wisdom, confesses, that, at first she will walk with him by crooked ways, and bring fear and dread upon him, and torment him with her disciplines, until she may trust his soul, and try him by her law. Then she will return the straight way unto his, says the divine teacher, and comfort him, and show him her secret. The root of wisdom is to fear the Lord, and the branches thereof are long life. Strive for the truth, even unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee. 337. So, likewise, we read, that there is in alchemy a certain noble body, which is moved from one lord to another, in the beginning of which there is suffering with vinegar. But, in the end, joy with exaltation. O happy gate of blackness! Cries the adept, which art the passage to so glorious a change. Study, therefore, whoever appliest thyself to this art, only to know this secret. For to know this, indeed, is to know all, but to be ignorant of this, is to be ignorant of all. Take away, therefore, the vapor from the water, and the blackness from the oily tincture, and death from the feces. And by dissolution thou shalt possess a triumphant reward, even that in and by which the possessors live. 338. In the beginning of Phaedo, Plato, by Socrates, asserts, that it is the business of philosophers to study how to be dead. Plotinus, at the same time reprobating suicide, has the same doctrine, but Porphyry, in his auxiliaries to the perception of intelligible natures, explains the meaning of these others. For there is, says he, a twofold death, the one indeed universally known, in which the body is liberated from the soul, but the other peculiar to philosophers, in which the soul is liberated from the body, nor does the one entirely follow the other. That which nature binds, nature also dissolves, that which the soul binds, the soul likewise can dissolve. Nature, indeed, binds the body to the soul, but the soul binds herself to the body. Nature therefore liberates the body from the soul, but the soul may also liberate herself from the body. 339. That is to say, if she know how, and have the right disposition awarded, she may dissolve her own disposition awarded, she may dissolve her own conceptive vehicle, even the parental bond, and return consciously, the elementary principles remaining. Nor yet suffered to depart, under the dominion of another law to life. That was the way to precious death, spoken of by the Hebrews and academics. This the happy gate of blackness celebrates by the old adepts, the head of Hermes crow, which is in the beginning of the work, that which was fixed, viz. The sensual compact, is dissolved, and that which is dissolved is renovated, and hence the corruption and evil of mortality is made manifest in the ultimate circulation of the matter to be renewed, and on either side it is a signal of art. And all without destruction to the mortal body. If perhaps some one values this, the willing life was made to pass out of its present oblivious fall, through regeneration, into the reminiscent consciousness of her causal source. As the truth-telling oracle again declares that, if thou extend the fiery mind to the work of piety, thou shalt preserve the flexible body likewise. Even through death, re-entering into and fortifying it with the elixir of an immortal life. Orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano. Seek thou the way of the soul. Whence and by what order, having served the body, he same from which thou dost flow, thou must return. And rise up again, joining action to sacred speech 340. Suppose any one beginning at the top of an artificial edifice, should undertake to decompose it stone by stone, setting all aside, with the dirt and rubbish, as he proceeds, he would at last come to the earth which is at the foundation, and have space to build up anew. And thus it would appear to be in the Hermetic process. If any one should take the natural life as it presents itself, opening and analyzing the parts thereof, spiritually and wisely, one from another, graciously, as the mandate runs, terra abigni, subtile aspisso, suaviter cum molto ingenio, he would arrive finally at the basement, wherein is hidden the true alkaline original of life in this threefold essence separately contained. And this, the adept tells us, is the syllogism it best behooves us to look after, for he that has once passed the equator, and entered the fire world, sees what is both invisible and incredible to common men. He shall discover the miraculous conspiracy that is between the prester and the sun, the external and internal fire of life, the thing desiring and the thing desired. He shall know the secret love of heaven and earth, and why all influx of fire descends against the nature of fire, and comes from above downwards, until having found a body, it reascends therewith in perpetual interchange. He shall know, continues the adept, and see how the fire spirit has its root in the spiritual fire earth, and receives from its root in the spiritual fire earth, and receives from it a secret influx upon which it feeds. A body immarcessible, than which there is nothing more ancient, vigorous, and young. The salt of Saturn, that most abstruse principle of the stone, the most ancient demogorgon, etherodempto, deprived of light, whose perpetual motion emanates the first material universe, and is the mineral soul, this is the earth. Distinguished by Anaxagoras, which abiding durably in the center, hands loftily, but its being is Tartarus. And the light-hating world, and the winding current, by which many things are swallowed up. Stoop not down, for a precipice lies below in the earth, drawing through the ladder which hath 7 steps, beneath which is the throne of necessity. Enlarge not thou thy destiny. The soul will, after a manner, clasp God to herself 341. As Porphyry, in our motto head, declares that, it is necessary that the soul when purified should associate with its generator. And the virtue of its after this conversion is said to consist in a scientific knowledge of true being, which cannot be obtained either otherwise or without such a conversion. O beatum quisque felix neris. De sacrorum, vitam piat. Ac animum initiat orgyrus bacans in montibus. Sacris purus lustrationibus 342. But, perhaps, inquisitive reader, you will very anxiously ask, what was said and done? I would tell you, replies the Epidaurian, if it could be lawfully told. But both the ears and tongue are guilty of indiscretion. Nevertheless, I will not keep you in suspense with religious desire, nor torment you with a long-continued anxiety. Hear therefore, but believe what is true. The priest, then, all the profane being removed, taking me by then, all the profane being removed, taking me by the hand, brought me to the penetralia of the temple. I approached the confines of death, and, having trod the threshold of Proserpine, I returned from it, being carried through all the elements. At midnight I saw the sun shining with a splendid light. And I manifestly drew near to the gods above and beneath, and proximately adored them. Behold, I have narrated to you things of which, though heard, it is nevertheless necessary that you should be ignorant. 343. By no explanation, nor any familiar analogy do we here presume to aid the natural intellect to a conception that transcends it, and which can only be attained through the identical experience. Yet reason does perceive it, and which can only be attained through the identical experience. Yet reason does perceive it, but abstractly only as an inference. Yet it is her true hypostasis, for which, as Isis for Osiris, she is constantly seeking, her objective reality in the great unknown. The rude, uneducated reason, however, which serves sensibles without reflection, will not understand. But that only which, seeing something more in causation than mere antecedents, can reflect into the intelligible substance of her law. For there the true efficient is to be found, which is not externally developed. But, becoming conjoined in consciousness, the soul knows herself as a whole which before knew but a part only of her human nature. And proceeding thus, by theurgic assistance, arrives at her desired end, and participating of deity, perceives then and knows, as Plotinus gratefully expresses it, that the supplier of life is present. And free from all external perturbation and desire, percipiently included in the circular necessity of her law, believes its revelation which is her very self. This is the introspection which Sella speaks of, as distinguished from the superinspection which takes place in Hades. When the initiated person sees the divine light itself without any form or figure. This the oracle calls sacro sancto, for that is seen with a beauty by sacred person, and glides up and down pleasantly through the depths of the world. This will not deceive. But as the oracle in fine advises, when thou sayest a fire without form, shining flashingly through the depths of the world, hear the voice of fire. 344. The same solemn and articulate instruction is given in an Indian record, translated by Sir William Jones, as follows: except the first cause, whatever may appear or may not appear in the mind, know that to be the mind's maya, or image or delusion, as of light or darkness. As the great elements are in various beings entering, yet not entering, thus am I, in them and yet not in them. Even thus far may inquiry be made by him who seeks to know the principle of mind in union and separation, which must be everywhere and always. 345. And in the book of Deuteronomy, 4th chapter, the unfigured form of the divine essence, is noted in several places. And in the book of Zohar, it is explained, that before the descent into creation divinity has no form, and therefore it was forbidden to represent him under any image whatever, even so much as a letter or point. And in this sense we are to understand the mandate, take good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the say that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire. 346. But then the revelations we have here gathered, and which are but a small part indeed of what has been described of the visions, and awful accompaniments which took place in the celebration of the greater mysteries, have been explained away as trifling exhibitions. Or is, as some say, contrived after the fashion of Walker's or Lloyd's eye Duranian. By those unfigured lights, it has been argued, were meant asteroids, whilst the figured are supposed agreeably to represent constellations of stars, grouped together in a more defined form. The whole, in fact, has been regarded as a moving panorama and illusory display of lights. But what extreme of trifling or fantastic folly has not modern imagination ascribed to the ancient mind? And how commonly mistaken and useless do not its best relics remain, for want of a corresponding intelligence in latter times. Allegories of recondite experience, truthful fables, symbols replete with instruction and refined emblems of art, have been either trivially interpreted, or condemned as futile without appeal. Even those life-bound mysteries, those disciplines, purifications, sacred and primordial rites have gone for nothing, or as good for nothing, whilst astronomy has been the imputed spirit of the whole. On risk of some ridicule, therefore, and dilettante scorn, we continue by our clue, leaving the darker scenes of life's drama, to look beyond, even upon that beautiful sunlit horizon of the Madurention, rising to intellectual radiance, as of the real life. Thus Proclus says, that to the wise indeed all things possess a silent and arcane tendency, and intellect is excited to the beautiful with astonishment and motion. For the illumination from it and its efficacy, acutely pervade through every soul, and as being the most similar of all things to the good, it converts every soul that surveys it. The soul also, beholding that which is arcane, shining forth as it were to view, rejoices in and admires that which sees, and is astonished about it. And as in the most holy mysteries, prior to the mystic spectacles, those who are initiated are said to be seized with astonishment and dread, so in intelligibles, prior to the participation of the good, beauty shining forth astonishes those that behold it, converts the soul to itself, and being established in the vestibules of the good, shows what that is which is in the adita, and what the transcendency is of occult being. Through these things, therefore, concludes the philosopher, let it be apparent whence beauty originates, and how it first shines forth, and also that animal, life, itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. 347. But Apuleius no less directly indicates the nature of his own mysterious revelation where, speaking of the intellectual contact which the wise have proved, when they were separated from body, through the energies of mind. He says, calling his divine master also to witness, that this knowledge sometimes shines forth with a most rapid coruscation like a bright and clear light in the most profound darkness. 348. And Plato himself, speaking in like manner of the intellectual intuition, in his 7th epistle, writes from long converse with this thing itself, accompanied by a life in conformity to it, on a sudden a light, as it were a leaping fire, will be enkindled in the soul, and will there itself nourish itself. 349. And heaven, he adds in another place, is the kindled intelligence of the first intelligible, and sight looking to things above is heaven. 350. And the sense of sight is celebrated by all these, therefore, as not only beautiful and useful for the purposes of this life, but as a leader in the acquisition of wisdom. For it is not that very light which in us looks out beaming on our eyes that, directed within, and being purified also, and scientifically inquiring, discovers at last that other light which is the substance of its own. Until light meeting light apprehends itself alone. While through the middle of life's boisterous waves, thy soul robust the deep's deaf tumult braves. Oft beaming from the gods thy piercing sight beholds in paths oblique a sacred light, whence rapt from sense with energy divine, before her eye immortal splendors shine, whose plenteous rays in darkness most profound thy steps directed and illuminated round. Nor was the vision like the dreams of sleep, but seen whilst vigilant you brave the deep, while from your eyes you shake the gloom of night. The glorious prospect bursts upon your sight. 351. Open the compound creature, look up the elements. Divide the elements, and you shall find the quintessential nature. Open this, continues the adept, and you shall conceive the subtle alteriety of the angelical spirit in which is the divine act, an immediate beam or wisdom from God. In this work, therefore, there concurreth in the separation of the first, a sensible aspect, in the other we behold with intellectual eyes, so that you may observe how all is in everything, and everything in all. As Hermes alludes, ca fornisem cum vase nostro construt, novum mundum conflat. He that mocketh a furnace with our glass to it mocketh a new world. 352. A new hypostasis, and a new stone, even that stone of the Apocalypse, the true crystalline rock without spot or darkness, that renowned terra mega in ether clarificata, which carries in its belly wind and fire. Having got this fundamental of a little new world, says Vaughan, unite the heaven in triple proportion to the earth, and then apply a generative heat to both, and they will attract from above the star four of nature. So hast thou the glory of the whole world, therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. 353. This is the true astrum solis gotten and conceived, the internal spiritual sun which is the perpetual motion of the wise, and that Saturnian salt which, developed to intellect and made erect, subdues all nature to his will. For it is the whole Demogorgon, now actually animated, which before was made visible without its subject light, but at length becoming ignited, reflects from out the dark abyss of being, as a luciferous wheel, with its radiant sections, all comprehending in their law, as the oracle again proclaims. Fire, the derivation and dispenser of fire, whose hair pointed is seen in his native light. Hence comes Saturn. The sun assessor beholding the pure pole. And this we take to be that midnight sun of Apuleius, the ignited stone of Anaxagoras, for which that philosopher has suffered such abundant disrepute, under error that his allusion was to the luminary of this world. This is the triumphal chariot of antimony, the armed magnet of Helvetius turned swiftly about the current axle of life, which is the wheel of fire signalized in Ezekiel, seen by the Hebrew prophets, Moses, David, and Zechariah. In which all things are transfigured. And this is the stone with the new name written in the Revelation, and that salt which the Saviour orders that we should have it in ourselves. And is the same with the prester of Zoroaster, which in the Chaldean sense means the fire spirit of life, and is that identity in all which sustains all by the efflux of his power, the supernatural centre of every living thing. The infinitely powerful and all-efficient making power. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life. And the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. 354. And that light shining in darkness, if men had never known, how should they have asserted, do theologians invent such things in the present day? Neither did they formerly invent, but what they knew and had seen, declared. To as many as received the Spirit, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. This therefore is that power which is hidden in man, the true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, if haply one might feel after him and find him. An enchanted treasury known only to the wisely simple who have subdued their will to the law of wisdom, as Abraham did, as soon as he had gotten the creature into his hands. 355. We omit many things here relating to the mystical death and regeneration, which may be better understood when we come to treat of the manifestation of the philosophic subject. Adding merely at present, in conclusion from our doctors, that the grand perfection of their art was to multiply the prester and place him in the most supreme ether, which is that Augean palace already prepared for him in the beginning. Where, as in a suitable habitation, he abides shining, not burning as below, or wrathful, but vital, calm, transmuting, recreating, and no longer a consuming fire. Intellig in scientia et sepius intellignitia, explorare in illis, et investiga illa, et nota, et cogita, et imaginare, et statu rem integritate et fac sedere creatorem in thrano sua. 356. Chapter 4. The Mysteries, concluded. It behooves thee to hasten to the light, and to the beams of the Father, from whence was sent to thee a soul clothed with much mind. Zoroastri oracula, anima, corpus, homo. It is known concerning Hercules, that he performed his last labor in the Hesperidian region, and Olympiodorus, in his commentary on the Gorgias of Plato, informs us what we are to understand by this. It is necessary to know, says he, that islands stand out of, as being higher than the sea. A condition of being, therefore, which transcends this corporeal life and generation, is denominated the islands of the blessed, and these are the same with the Elysian fields. Hence Hercules is said to have accomplished his last labor in the Hesperidian region, signifying by this, that having vanquished an obscure and terrestrial life, he afterwards lived in open day. 357. For he dragged up Cerberus from hell, that is to say, he liberated the whole individual entity through a threefold evolution from the bond of its earthly geniture, and established it finally in the most exalted life. And those golden apples were a part also of the regard of his arcane and telestic labors, which Theseus, before him, was unable to finish, being detained by his passions in the sea of sense. So Proclus understands the allegory, where he says that, being purified by sacred institutions and enjoying undefiled fruits, Hercules at length obtained an establishment among the god. Felix, capituit rerum cognoscere causas. Ac metus omnes et inexorable fatum. Subjectit pedibus, strepitinc accarantis avari. Nature indeed, as a beneficent mother, offers the rich treasury of life to all, and the universal Father, it is said, keeps the gate of the fatal cavern open for the convenience of mankind. The descent, therefore, is allowed on all hands to be easy, but the ascent otherwise, the gate indeed being so narrow, close, and difficult to discern, that there be few, and they immortals only, that are able to pass through. The allusion to these gates is frequent in antiquity, and that of Homer in the 13th book of the Odyssey, describing the cave in Ithaca, has been the subjects of many comments. A lofty gate unfolds on either side. That to the north is pervious to mankind. The sacred south to immortals is consigned. That the poet does not narrate these particulars from historical information or misinformation either is very evident. For neither, if there had been any geographical ground for such a description, could he have hoped to gain belief for the persistent allegory, thus artificially opening up a path to God and men in the region of Ithaca. But the wise Porphyry, after combating many erroneous opinions, explains that whereas the northern gate pertains to souls descending into the realms of generation, and the southern to souls ascending to divinity. We ought to observe, on this account, that Homer does not say indeed that this last is a passage of the gods but of immortals, signifying by this, souls which are per se, that is to say, essentially immortal. 358. For nothing but the subtlety of an immortal essence, and that by regeneration, can pass into immortality. And here we may better conceive, perhaps, the value of that golden branch, which, attracted from the first to its native soil, indifferent to every other lure, through death and darkness enters. And taking root at last, gathers strength to germinate and blossom, as a radiant flower, overspreading and illuminating the surrounding wilderness of life. The sudden transition from the horrid realms of Tartarus, forms an admirable contrast in that part of the Aeneid where the hero, having passed the Stygian border, goes forth to meet his father in the Elysian fields. Devenir locos lados, etiam mina verita. Fortunatorum nemo rum, setsc beatas. Larger hic campos ether et lumen vestit. Purpurio, solemque sum, sua sidera norant. 359. This divine ethereal purpled verdure, this meadow of divine ideas, or pratum, as the oracle denotes it, is a place well known to philosophers. The alchemists in general call it their garden, and Flammel, in his summary, includes the mountain of the 7 metals, saying, the philosophers have indeed a garden where the sun as well morning as evening remains with a most sweet dew. Whose earth brings forth trees and fruits which are transplanted thither, which also receive nourishment from the pleasant meadows. And if thou wouldst come hither and find good, betake thyself to the mountain of the 7, where there is no plain, and look down from the highest downward to the 6th, which you will see afar off. In the topmost height, you will find a royal herb triumphing, which some call mineral, some vegetable, some saturnine. 360. For it is either and all, which Vaughan describes as the rendezvous of all spirits, where ideas as they descend from above, are conceived and incorporated. But it is a delicate and pleasant region, he says, as it were in the suburbs of heaven. Those 7 mystic mountains, whereupon grow the roses and lilies, are the outgoings of paradise mentioned in Esdras, and the planetary sphere of Sendivogus. And that most famous tincture of the sapphiric mine, which is in truth the cleansed Augean, the already prepared medial receptacle of the newborn light. No sooner does this arise than all the vegetable colors, before obliterated in darkness, return to neutralize their poison and restore the suspended circulation to a conscious equilibriate accord. This is Elysium, the enclosed garden of Solomon, where God condescends to walk and drink of the sealed fountain. The true terrestrial paradise, which some have called nox corporis, the night of body or corporeal sleep, a term made more intelligible by the apposite saying of Heraclitus, concerning souls in that condition. That we live their death and die their life. In these meadows therefore the souls of the dead are said to inhabit, souls dead indeed to this life, yet more alive in that. For converted to externals, we desert our best life unconsciously, as Empedocles says. Heaven's exiles straying from the orb of light. But philosophers are said continually to have visited this place, as we read for instance concerning the habitation of R.C. Vidi aliquando Olympicos domos, non procula fluviolo et civitate nota quas sanctus spiritus fontem apparit perennis aquae et huc stilentum, in quo Diana se lavit, cui Venus ut pedis aqua et Saturnus ut anteambulo, conjunguntur. Intelligenti nimium in experto minimum hoc erit dictum. To clear the prospect a little, therefore, Vaughan adds this description to the Indian Brahman's abode. I have seen, says Apollonius, the Brahmins of India dwelling on the earth and not on the earth, they were guarded without walls invisibly, and possessing nothing, they enjoyed all things. 361. In such a place the oracle told Aemilius the soul of great Plotinus was. Ubi amicitia est, ubi cupido visu malis. Puri plenus laetitii, e sempiternus rivis. Ambrosius irrigatus adeo. Unde sunt amorum. Retinacula, dulcis spiritus et tranquillus. Ether aureae generis magi Jovis. By such clear and rapid rivers of supernal light the adoring Sibyl drew her inspiration, and by such, according to the Orphic poet, the god Apollo even loved to contemplate. Omnia quae Phoebo quandam meditanti beatus audiat Eurotus, and There are three modes of human vision recorded by St. Augustine, the first external, and belongs to the outward eye, the second that of imagination, by which representations are visible to the internal sense. The third is anagogic, and an intellectual sight, drawn above, by which intelligible species are beheld, as a pure infusion of light to the understanding. The first mode is familiar, the second has already been discussed. But this third vision of the light is in Elysium, where the eye of mind, no longer as heretofore looking from without inwardly, beholds its object through the atmosphere of the natural life. But contrariwise, having passed through this, purifying to the center, is converted and raised, and, as a unit, now regards the circumference transitively, including it as an understanding or reflector, as it were, to the focus of her light. Porphyry beautifully resembles this mode of being to a fountain, not flowing outwardly, but circularly scattering its streams into itself. And thus there is an assimilation established, as near as may be in consciousness, of the self-knowing in the self-known. Yet with this motion of the soul, time is consubsistent, as changing her conceptions, she passes from one to another according to the self-motion of her essence. And through her eyes being directed to the survey of the different forms which she contains, and which have the relation of parts to her whole essence. But eternity is consubsistent only with the permanence of intellect ion itself. 362. And thus, though there is a grade above, yet this is the intellect ion in Elysium where the exemplary image of the universal nature also is revealed, as in that Athanor of Hermes before mentioned, or furnace having a glass to it, that singular fundamental of his small new world. And the life of the intelligible world consists thenceforth in intellectually energizing, and this energy, distinguishing, desiring, understanding within itself simultaneously, generates light through a perpetual tranquil and quiet contact with the principle of things. And the calm delight of being there in universal harmony, the truthful visions, scenery, occupations and integral intelligence are pictured with all the vivid coloring of that experienced poet's soul. And will be rightly understood as an unfolding of the embryo life, the nourishment and education of the understanding vehicle now standing in open presence before its archetypal light, according to which also it perfects all the newborn attributes, as of justice, beauty, charity, hope, every faculty, sentiment and desire in orderly relation under the dominion of reason. And evolves the total harmony of nature, and all specific variety in her originating source. The sun shines but for us, exclaims the chorus of the initiated in Aristophanes, we alone receive the glory of his beams. For us alone the meadows are enameled with flowers, even for us, who are initiated and who have learned to perform all acts of piety and justice. 363. Nor is it without reason that the river Eridanus is said by Virgil to pass through those celestial abodes, for this indicates the prolific flow of spirit which exceeds spontaneously from the occult energy of such a life. Taylor has admirably set forth these particulars of the poet in his dissertation. And that the most abundant spectacles and powers are belonging to those Elysian fountains is shown by Proclus, in his fourth book on the Theology. In which also he relates that theurgists placed their chief hopes of salvation, for the plane of truth, he says, is intellectually expanded to intelligible light and is splendid with the illuminations which proceed from thence. And as the one, subjective identity, emits by illumination intelligible light, so the intelligible, objective entity, imparts to secondary natures a participation productive of essence. But the meadow is the prolific power of life, according to Plato, and of all various reasons, and is the comprehension of the first efficient causes of life and the generation of forms, for the meadows also which are here, continues the great exponent, are productive of all various forms and reasons and bear water which is the symbol of vivification 364. And here the metaphysician accords with the ancient physiologists and alchemists, who, experimentally searching, were said to prove the universal identity of nature on the ontological ground, reproducing the whole material principle to sense and visibility from the dissolution of the spirit in its proper kind without alloy. But intending to speak of these material rewards of initiation hereafter, and of this water especially, we pass onward for the present to introduce the self-conspicuous and prolific goddess herself, according to Apuleius' most eloquent announcement. Appearing in the Eleusinian fane. Moved by thy prayers, O Lucius. Behold, I am come. I, who am nature, the parent of all things, the queen of all the nature, the parents of all things, the queen of all the elements, the primordial progeny of ages, the supreme of divinities, the sovereign of the spirits of the dead, the first of celestials, and the uniform resemblance of gods and goddesses. I, who rule by my nod the luminous summit of the heavens, the salubrious breezes of the sea, and the deplorable silences of the realms beneath, and whose one divinity the whole orb of the earth venerates under a manifold form, by different rites and a various of appellations. Hence the primordial Phrygians call me Pessinuntica, the Attic aborigines, Cecropian Minerva. The floating Cyprians, Paphian Venus, the arrow-bearing Cretans, Diana Dictina, the three-tongued Sicilians, Stygian Proserpine, and the Eleusinians, the ancient goddess Ceres. Some also call me Juno, others, Bellona, others, Hecate, and others, Rhamnusia. And those who are illuminated by the incipient rays of that divinity, the sun, when he rises, viz. the Ethiopians and the Arii, and the Egyptians skilled in ancient learning, worshipping me by ceremonies perfectly appropriate, call me by my true name, Queen Isis. Behold then, I, commiserating thy calamities, am present, favoring and propitious. Dismiss now tears and lamentations, and expel sorrow, for now salutary day will shine upon thee. Listen therefore attentively to these my mandates. The religion which is eternal has consecrated to me the day which will be born of this night, on which day my priests offer to me the first fruits of navigation, dedicating to me a new ship, when now the winter tempests are mitigated and the stormy waves of the deep are appeased, and the sea itself has now become navigable. That sacred ceremony you ought to expect with a mind neither solicitous nor profane. For the priest, being admonished by me, shall bear a rosy crown in his right hand adhering to the rattle, in the precinct of the pomp. Without delay therefore cheerfully follow, confiding in my benevolence. When you approach the priest, gently pluck the roses as if you intended to kiss his hand, and immediately divest yourself of the hide of that worst of beasts, and which for some time since has been to me detestable 365. Nor should you fear anything pertaining to my concerns as difficult, only remember and always retain it deposited in the penetralia of your mind, that the remaining course of your life must be dedicated to me, even to the boundary of your latest breath. Nor is it unjust that you should owe your whole life to that goddess by whose assistance you will return to the human form. But you will live happy, and you will live glorious under my protection, and when, having passed through the allotted space of your life, you descend, once more, to the realms beneath, there also in the subterranean hemisphere, you dwelling in the Elysian fields, shall frequently adore me whom you now see, and shall there behold me shining amidst the darkness of Acheron, reigning in the Stygian penetralia, and being propitious to you. Moreover, if you shall be found to deserve the protection of my divinity, by sedulous obedience, religious services, and inviolable chastity, you shall know that it is possible for me to extend your life beyond the limits appointed to it by fate. The venerable oracle being thus finished, adds the philosopher, the invincible goddess receded into herself. And without delay, I, being liberated from sleep, immediately arose, seized with fear and joy, and in an excessive perspiration, and in the highest degree admiring so manifest a presence of the powerful goddess. Having sprinkled myself with marine dew, and intent upon her great commands, I revolved in my mind the order of her mandates. Shortly after 2 the sun arose, and put to flight the darkness of black night. 366. The dragon shuns the sun's beams which look through the crevices, and the dead sun lives, and the new vessel, purified and holy, is brought into the Eleusinian temple, to be consecrated in light. Not, as some have imagined, a crystal night lamp or magic lantern, cleansed for the consumption of the best olive oil, to dazzle the ignorant or instruct beholders with artificial emblems of natural science. But a far more pellucid gas lamp, an infallible gasometer, able to hold and sustain and measure simultaneously, even within itself to kindle a perpetual flame, shining in equilibriate constancy about the sufficient fuel of all life. As Apuleius further apostrophizing the same divinity, continues, Thou rollest the heavens round the steady poles, dost illuminate the sun, govern the world, and tread on the dark realms of Tartarus. The stars move responsive to thy command, the gods rejoice in thy divinity, the hours and seasons return by thy appointment, and the elements reverence thy decree. 367. All which is readily admissible of the universal nature. And, if we may believe the experienced, we are not cut off from this fountain, but attracted out from it, which supplies all things with life perpetually, so that we are what we are by its influence. But in turn receiving the impressure of foreign forms, passions, accidents, and evil generations, the passive purity is defiled and obscured, and unconscious of that inner light which lives in reality. Of which the present life is a mere vestige and a comparative diminution of existence, an imitation, as it were, of that which is absolute and real. Whose spontaneous revelation in a purified soul imparts virtue with understanding, and universal knowledge, health of body, and long length of days, riches as from the causal fountain of all things, and felicity in communion with all. It also emits light accompanied with harmony of intellect ion, and finally exhibits a form of such rarefied effulgence that the eye of mind, all the while faithfully regarding, is drawn to contact suddenly, unable longer to sustain itself alone. This is the method and arcane principle of self-knowledge, and the narrow way of regeneration into life. And so great is the tenuity and attractive subtlety of the divine nature, says Iamblichus, that the initiated, when surveying it, are affected in the same manner as fishes, when they are drawn upwards from the dark and turbid waters into the diaphanous clear air, becoming languid as soon as they perceive it, and deprived of the use of their connascent spirit. 368. For to this spirit the vision in Hades is allied which is borne be through without much disturbance of the common life. But, when the central magnet moves to the ascent, this expiration is described as taking place. A liberation is effected through agony, as it were of death, the circulation oscillates, and the soul, coalescing with its vehicle, transcends free from corporeal hindrance into the Elysian light. That was the rosy crown of which the Hierophant was to assist Apuleius Lucius to partake, when he was enabled to put off the hide of that worst of beasts, and re-enter into the divine form of humanity. Wherefore, O ye asses! Cries Agrippa, in condemnation, which are now with your children under the commandment of Christ by his apostles, the messengers and readers of true wisdom in his gospel, be you loosed from the darkness of the flesh and blood. Ye that desire to attain to true wisdom. Not of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, but of the tree of life, setting apart all traditions of men and discourse of the flesh and blood whatsoever it be. Entering not either into the schools of other philosophers, but into yourself, ye shall know all things, for the knowledge of all things is compact in you, even as God hath created trees full of fruits. So hath he created the soul as a reasonable tree full of forms and knowledges, but through the sin of the first parent all things were opened. And oblivion, the mother of ignorance, stepped in. Set you then now aside who may, continues the magician, the veil of your understanding, who are wrapped in the darkness of ignorance, cast out the drink of lethe, you who have made yourselves drunken with forgetfulness, and wait for the true light. You who have suffered yourself to be overtaken with unreasonable sleep. And forthwith, when your face is discovered, ye shall pass from the light to light. 369, and from glory to glory, as the Apostle says, from the light of the senses to the illumination of reason. And from reason through its topmost faith into the substantive glorification of all. 'Twas in a golden cup the Helios passed. Helios, Hyperion's son. O'er floods and oceans wafted far away. To Erebus he went, and the sad realms of night. His aged parent there he found. And the kind consort of his better days. And all his blooming offspring. Then to the sacred grove he sped. The sacred grove of laurel. And this strain brings us to the final purpose of Aeneas who, going forth to meet his father in the Elysian fields, has the whole epoptea open to him, the pantheistic revealment of the universal nature, her secret foundation. The soul's essence, origin, hindrances, and proper end. Principio caelum ac terra, compos glicendis lucentem globum luni, titaniac astra spiritus intersalit, totam confusa per artis mens agitat molem et magno esse corpori missit. 370. This initiation to the paternal abode which, according to the Alexandrian Platonists, opens the whole of the divine paths and media by which the soul becomes finally fitted for establishment under the celestial circulation of her law, exhibits in progress likewise the self-splendid appearances of the true gods, which are both entire and firm, and expand likewise the self-splendid appearances of the true gods, which are both entire and firm. And expand to the mystic inspection of all intelligibles. As Socrates explains in Phaedrus, fortellity precedes musis, and musis, epoptea. Hence, says he, we are initiated, teleometha, in ascending by the perfective gods. But we view with closed eye, i.e. with the pure soul itself, muyamitha, entire and stable appearances, through the connective gods, with whom there is the intellectual wholeness and the firm establishment of souls. And we become fixed in, and spectators of, epoptomen, the intelligible watchtower, through the gods who are collectors of wholes. We speak, indeed, of all these things as with reference to the intelligible, but we obtain a different thing according to a different order. For the perfective gods initiate us in the intelligible through themselves. As the collective monads are through themselves the leaders of intelligibles. And there are indeed many steps of ascent, but all of them extend to the paternal port and the paternal initiation. 371. To find the hero, for whose only sake we sought the dark abodes and crossed the bitter lake. For the paternal is the first source of life, and the last into which the conscience is initiated. And the rebirth and recreation of this principle in the free ether, prepared for it, is the end and plenitude of initiatory rites. In Taylor's notes to his Pausanias we find an extract from an ancient writer, Asclepius Trallianus, wherein the etymon of wisdom is derived from the conspicuous and the clear. Thus, what is wisdom? We reply, that it is a certain clearness, as being that which renders all things conspicuous. From whence was this word clearness denominated? We reply, from light. Since, therefore, the clear is accustomed to lead into light and knowledge things concealed in the darkness of ignorance, on this account, concludes the writer, it is thus denominated. Thus, also, Minerva is sometimes called phosphor, as being the bearer and measure of the demiurgic fire. And what are all the gods but manifestations of this same fire germinating through the projecting energy of intellect distinct in light? In its lucid understanding, stable expanse, Minerva, in its golden radiance and ideality, Apollo, shining forth in beauty, warmth, and infinite attraction, Venus, in its concentrated flashing force, Mars. In compact impenetrable purity, the chaste Diana, penetrating in all the variety of perspicuous thought and imagination, the winged Mercury, in its universal fabricative virtue and beneficence, the demiurgic Jupiter. And thenceforth downward and upward from the last to the first ineffable fans, before Saturn, or that ancient Cybele, proceeded to manifestation by will in time. Then nor the sun's swift members splendid shone, but in dense harmony established lay, concealed, eternity's revolving sphere, rejoicing round its center firm to roll. Until, as a poet goes on to explicate, by the fanning of the celestial ether set in motion. Then all the members of the god appeared. 372. And the nourishing cause of these gods is said to be a certain intelligible union, comprehending in itself the whole intellectual progression, and filling the ethereal hypostasis with acme and power. All the gods, says Plotinus, are beautiful, and their splendor is intense. What else, however, is it but intellect through which they are such? And because intellect energizes them in so great a degree, as to render them visible by its light. For they are not at one time wise, and at another destitute of wisdom, but they are always wise, in an impassive, stable, and pure intellect. Seeing such things as intellect itself sees, they occupy and pervade without ceasing the whole of that blissful region. For the life there is unattended with labor, and truth is their generator and nutriment, their essence and their nurse. 373. Plato also by Socrates narrating the mode of ascent to the intelligible beauty, and how, following the divine leaders they became partakers of the same, concludes. It was then lawful to survey splendid beauty, where we obtained together with that happy choir, this blessed vision and contemplation, and we indeed enjoyed this felicity, following the choir together with Jupiter. But others in conjunction with some other god, at the same time beholding and being initiated in those mysteries which it is lawful to call the most blessed of all mysteries. And these divine orgies were celebrated by us while we were perfect and free from those evils which awaited us in a succeeding period of time. We likewise were initiated in and became spectators of entire, simple, quietly stable, and blessed visions, resident in a pure light. Being ourselves pure and liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we denominate body, and to which we are bound like an oyster to its shell. And beauty, continues the divine narrator, shone upon us during our progression with the gods, but on our arrival hither, we possessed the power of perceiving it, through the clearest of our senses. 374. Not, let us believe with Dr. Warburton, a mere illuminated image, which the priest had purified, for indeed his while account of the institution is absurd. But when we consider to what Plato really alludes, by those simple and blessed visions resident in a pure light, we can no longer wonder why the initiated were conjoined with the total deity and intellectual perfection of their leaders, and were replenished with the divine essentiality. And the being entire is derived to souls from equilibriate circulation in their ether, which contains, and is connective of all the divine genera. Everything, however, which in the whole contains parts, comprehends also that which is divided, and collects that which is various into union and simplicity. But the quiet, stable, and simple visions, are unfolded to souls supernally. As Proclus explains from the supercelestial place. And so those gods and those powers that follow the gods reveal themselves each in his particular form or essence of light, but by no means extend themselves as figured phantasms. Such as the mind before beheld in Hades from its own self-shadowing creative fancy. For wherefore should they be supposed to exhibit these? Is it not evident that their characteristic would be far better expressed by their simple idea living in the understanding, than by any other figured light or representation? By no means therefore, says Iamblichus, does divinity either transform himself into phantasms nor extend these from himself to other things, but emits illuminations, true representations of himself in the true manner of souls. And truth, he adds, is coexistent with the God, in the same manner as light with the sun. For as all other things, such as are principal, primarily begin from themselves, and impart to themselves that which they give to others. As for instance, in essence, in life, and in motion, thus also the natures which supply all beings with truth primarily proclaim the truth themselves, and precedenteously unfold the essence of themselves to the spectators. Hence likewise they exhibit to theurgists a fire which is itself, to itself, visible. 375. Let no one therefore wonder, says Proclus, the gods being essentially in one simplicity according to transparency, if various phantasms are hurled forth before the presence of them. Nor if they, being uniform, should in their appearance be multiform, as we have learned in the most perfect mysteries. For nature and the demiurgic intellect extend corporeal formed images of things corporeal, sensible images of things intelligible, and those without interval, since all things are an emanation from these. 376. And thus the soul, when looking at things posterior to herself, beholds the shadows only and images of true being, but, when she converts herself to herself, she evolves her own essence, and the vivific reasons which she contains. And at first, indeed, she only as it were perceives herself, but, when she penetrates more profoundly for the examination of herself, she finds in herself both understanding and the reason of created beings. When, however, she proceeds into her interior recesses and into the adytum of life, as the great theologist declares, she perceives, with the eye closed, as it were, the genus of the gods. Which are the unities of all being, for all things are in us psychically, that is to say, in the efficient reason of our life, and through this, when it is developed, we are capable of knowing of all things. By exciting the images and powers of the whole which we contain. And this has been said to be the best employment of our energy, to be extended to a divine nature, and having our individual powers at rest, to revolve harmoniously round it, to excite all the multitude of the soul to this union. And laying aside all such things as are posterior to the one, to become seated and conjoined to that which is ineffable and beyond all things. 377. It is satisfactory to observe how these ancients, with one accord, dismiss all visions which take place during the imperfect self-activity of the human mind as arbitrary and untrustworthy. How well they had learned to discriminate, and how very absolute and clear a line they draw between enthusiasm and fanaticism, between the shadowy world of imaginative vision and the light of the true gods. Nor will any one, profoundly considering their assertions, doubt about the origin or respect due to these divinities, which, as an emanative splendor from the causal fountain, make manifest in energy its intellectual law. What though in solemn silence all move round this dark terrestrial ball? In reason's ear they all rejoice, and utter still their glorious voice, forever singing as they shine. The hand that moves us is divine. Or, as the mathematician paints it, en tibi norma poli, en divi libramina molis, computus en jovis, equas dum primordial rerum conderet, omnipotens sibi legis ipsi creator dixerit, edi operis quae fundamenta laceret. And here again we take occasion to observe that it is indeed by divine media, and not a mere conception of the mind or metaphysical abstraction either, that theurgists are conjoined to the divine nature. Since, if this were the case, what would hinder those who philosophize theoretically from participating of this union? Which they do not. The perfect efficacy of ineffable works, says Iamblichus, which are divinely performed, in a way surpassing all ordinary intelligence, and the power of inexplicable symbols which are known only to the gods themselves, impart theurgic union. Hence we do not perform these things through intellectual perception. Since, if this were the case, the intellectual energy of them would be imparted by us, neither of which is true, for when we do not energize intellectually, all preparative conditions having been fulfilled, the synthemata, i.e., the theurgic aids and media themselves, perform by themselves their proper work, and the ineffable power of the gods itself, knows by itself its own images. It does not however know them, as if excited by our intellect ions. But it is requisite to consider these and all the best dispositions of the soul, and also the purity pertaining, as certain concauses, the things which properly excite the divine will being the divine synthemata themselves. And thus things pertaining to the gods are moved by themselves, and do not receive from an inferior nature, i.e., to say, from the regardant subject, the principle of their energy. 378. As the Chaldaic oracle likewise in its own operative language declares. And these things I revolve in the recluse temples of my mind, extending the like fire sparkling into the spacious air, to put into the mind the symbol of variety, and not to walk dispersedly on the imperial channels, but stiffly. For the king did set before the world an intellectual incorruptible pattern. This print through the world, he promoting, accordingly appeared, beautified with all kinds of ideas of which there is one fountain. Intellectual notions from the paternal fountain cropping the flower of life. And to these intellectual prestors of intellectual fire all things are subservient by the persuasive will of the Father. Having put on the completely armed vigor of resounding light, with triple strength, fortifying the soul and the mind. Oh, how the world hath intellectual guides inflexible, 379. So did Theurgic rites, by the medium of the passive ether, unfold the embryo vigor of her newly conceived life, awakening intellect into reminiscence and filling it with the conscious reasons of things manifest and occult. And as it were by an obstetric hand and action, bringing forth the total nature and ornamenting it with light. For wisdom here enacts the part of a discreet mother, who having educated her son and furnished him with understanding, bids him use it, exercising him in every virtue and theoretic discipline for the final conversion and accomplishment of his soul. And if the education has been complete and the discipline perfect, says Porphyry, the whole inferior powers will range in harmonious concord about their proper rule, and will so venerate this reason, as to be indignant if they are at all self-moved, in consequence of not being quiet when their master is present, and will reprove themselves for their imbecility, so that the motions themselves will be dissolved through their proximity to the reasoning power. 380. So did Theurgic rites, by the medium of the passive ether, unfold the embryo vigor of her newly conceived life, awakening intellect into reminiscence and filling it with the conscious reasons of things manifest and occult. And as it were by an obstetric hand and action, bringing forth the total nature and ornamenting it with light. For wisdom here enacts the part of a discreet mother, who having educated her son and furnished him with understanding, bids him use it, exercising him in every virtue and theoretic discipline for the final conversion and accomplishment of his soul. And if the education has been complete and the discipline perfect, says Porphyry, the whole inferior powers will range in harmonious concord about their proper rule, and will so venerate this reason, as to be indignant if they are at all self-moved, in consequence of not being quiet when their master is present, and will reprove themselves for their imbecility, so that the motions themselves will be dissolved through their proximity to the reasoning power. But the government of the natural life is oligarchical, almost an anarchy, where there is no permanently accepted leader of the whole, but each motive rising, as it were, becomes a usurper of a vacant throne. And external institutions imaged from thence accordingly are selfish, conflicting, and unhappy. Yet observing how the faculties of each tyrant motive, as it exceeds, and how the highest are thus often made to subserve the lowest ends, how covetousness, ambition, and envy, and pride will erect and manifest themselves in the circumstances of individual and social life, and stamp their character on nations, and obscure the perception of every other good. We may gather from thence a passable though faint conception of the almighty force that moves about the rational magnet, and how the prestors of intellectual fire follow in radiant order the will of their first cause. Under such a monarch indeed, when once he is established, no dissensions would be likely to arise, but the inferior powers will so venerate his leading motive that they will move only according to his movement, pursuing constantly in observant order his infallible rule. Fire, says the adept philosopher, is the purest and most worthy of all the elements, and its substance is the finest of all, for this was first of all elevated in the creation with the throne of divine majesty. This nature is of all the most quiet and like unto a chariot, when it is drawn, it runs, when it is not drawn, it stands still. It is also in all things indiscernibly. In it are the reasons of life and understanding, which are distributed in the first infusion of man's life, and these are called the rational soul, by which alone man differs from other creatures and is like to God. This soul was of that most pure fire, infused by God into the vital spirit, by reason of which man, after the creation of all things, was created into a particular world or microcosm. In this subject, God, the creator of all things, put his seal and majesty, as in the purest and quietest subject, which is governed by the will and infinite wisdom of God alone. Wherefore God abhors all impurity. Nothing that is filthy or compounded, or blemished may come near him, therefore, no mortal man may come near him, therefore, no mortal man can see God, or come to him naturally. For that fire which is carried the seal and majesty of the Most High, is so intense, that no eye can penetrate it. For fire will not suffer anything that is compounded to come near to it, but is the death and separation of everything that is compounded. We have said that it is the most quiet subject, so it is, or else it would follow that God could not rest. But it is of a most quiet silence in itself more than any man's mind can imagine. Thou hast an example of this in the flint, in which there is fire, and yet is not perceived, neither doth appear until it is stirred up by motion, and kindled in it that it may appear. So the fire in which is placed the sacred majesty of our Creator, is not moved unless it be stirred up by the proper will of the Most High, and so is carried where his holy will is. There is made by the will of the supreme Maker of things a most vehement and terrible motion. Thou hast an example of this, when any monarch of this world sits in state. What a quietness there is about him, what a silence, and although some one of his court doth move, the motion is only of some one or other particular man, in an order which is not regarded. But when the Lord himself moves, there is a universal stir and motion, then all that attend on him move with him. What then, when that supreme monarch, the King of kings, and Maker of all things, after whose example the princes of this world are established, doth move in his own majesty? What a stir! What a trembling, when the whole guard of this heavenly army move about him! But some one may ask, how do we know these things, since heavenly things are hid from man's understanding? To whom we answer, that they are manifest to philosophers into whom the incomprehensible deity has inspired his own wisdom. 381. For the total reason is in this life of ours hidden, as the fire and fuel that is not kindled, or as gold in the dark or unseen our iron, our red earth, our lodestone, celebaramus al microcosmos ideatum, in which we are all now as dead. Nor can be awakened to reminiscence without a resolution of the whole circulatory confine, when I arises identically reverse, perfect, and alone. This is the sal sapientum et mercurius philosophorum, their secretu, secretorum. Scire etiam tibi convenit, o bone rex, quod hoc magisterium nihil aliud est, nisi arcanum et secretum secretorum de altissimi et magni, ipsi enim hoc secretum prophetis commendavit, quorum silicet animus suo prediso collocavit. 382. We learn, finally, that the souls of the initiated, being made perfect in every telestic accomplishment and virtue, and having passed orderly through the whole progression of intelligible causes, by the Greeks called gods, were next promoted to a contemplation of their highest unity. For having vanquished every irrational and gravitating inclination, the soul, holding the circle of reason complete, as it were, and paramount over all, and possessing all, except her own identic essence, desires this now alone and above every other good, her final cause and consummation in the absolute so long deprived. I open a secret to the initiated, but let the doors be shut. And thou, O Musaeus, offspring of the bright Silene, attend carefully to my song. For I deliver the truth without disguise, suffer not therefore former prejudice to debar thee from that happy life which this knowledge will procure unto thee from that happy life which this knowledge will procure unto thee. But studiously contemplate the divine oracle, and persevere in purity of mind and heart. Go on in the right way, and contemplate the sole governor of the world. He is one and of himself alone, and to that one all things owe their being. He operates through all, was never seen by mortal eyes, but does himself see every one. 383. His contemplation, then, of the indwelling unity was the final preparative to translation. And it has been supposed, from the concluding passage, that he was never seen by mortal eyes, and others of like import, that the initiated, therefore, did not behold him. But it should be remembered, that the initiated were nowhere considered as mortal men, in respect of their souls, which were regenerate and so fortified by assimilation and proximity, that, whether in union or separation, their regard was not extraneous but hypostatical, as of like to like. No mortal can see God or come to him naturally. For if that light which is in the circumference be so intense that nothing corporeal can sustain it, and previous unions, which were but partial and instantaneous, as it were, tried the ethereal vehicle to its utmost susceptibility, how much less, therefore, can the compound creature, approaching to the fiery center, live? Neither is it said to be lawful for the pure to be touched by the impure, and the uninitiated are for this reason totally debarred, as it were, by a threefold barrier of sense, ignorance, and disinclination, from the discovery of truth. But neither let it be imagined, do the initiated self-actively comprehend the life of deity, for that would be indeed an inversion and a submerging of the Creator in the creature. But Plato beautifully unfolds the passive method of the divine intuition, and the three elevating causes of love, hope, and faith, to those who do not negligently read what he has written. For what else than love conjoins the soul to beauty? And where else is truth to be hoped for, asks the philosopher, except in this place? And what else than faith is the cause of this ineffable musis? For musis, in short, is neither through intelligence nor judgment, but through the uncial silence imparted by faith. Which is then better than every Gnostic energy, when it surpasses this, and which establishes both whole and individual souls in the ineffable unknown 384. But, lest we prolong the transcendental theme, that which is most externally remarkable in the theurgic mandates for this translation is, that the whole body should be buried, except the here. Sublimely signifying that the total life, with exception of that which is intellectual, should be buried in profound oblivion. Alone elevating, in Platonic phrase, the head of the charioteer to the place beyond the heaven, where he is filled with the demiurgic wisdom and an imperial life. And it is necessary, says Proclus, that the soul thus becoming an intellectual world, and being as much as possible assimilated to the whole intelligible universe, should introduce herself to the Maker of the universe, and, from this introduction, should, in a certain respect, become familiar with him, through a certain intellectual energy. For uninterrupted energy about anything calls forth and resuscitates our dormant ideas, but through this familiarity, it is necessary that we should become united to him. For discovery is this, to meet with him, to be united to him, and to see him himself, the alone with the alone, the soul hastily withdrawing herself from every other energy to him. For then, being present with her Father, she considers scientific discussions to be but words, banquets together with him on the truth of real being, and in pure splendor is purely initiated in entire and stable vision. Such, therefore, is the discovery of the Father, not that which is doxastic or pertaining to opinion, for that is dubious and not very remote from the irrational life, neither is it scientific. For this is syllogistic and composite, and does not come into contact with the intellectual essence of the intellectual demiurgus. But it is that which subsists according to intellectual vision itself, a contact with the intelligible, and a union with the demiurgic intellect. And this may properly be denominated difficult, as Plato alludes, either as how to obtain, presenting itself to souls, after every evolution of life, or as to the true labor of souls for after wandering about generation. After the purification and the light of science. Intellectual energy alone, by the intellect that is in us, shines forth, locating the soul in the Father, as in a port, purely establishing her in fabricative intellect ions, and conjoining light with light. Not such as was with science, or that vision that was in Elysium, but more beautiful, more intellectual, and partaking more of the nature of the one than this. This, then, is the paternal port and the discovery of the Father, according to Proclus, viz., an undefiled union with him 385. And with what magnificence of thought and diction does the Platonic successor recall the initiated reason to the contemplation of her end, as ablating everything else in gradual approach, and calling together the whole voluntary accord. He exhorts us now, if ever, to remove from ourselves multiform knowledge, exterminate all the variety of life, and in perfect quiet approach near to the cause of all. Let not only opinion and fantasy be at rest, and the passions alone, which impede our anagogic impulse to the first, be at peace. But let the air in the universe be still, within us, and let all things extend in us with a tranquil power, to commune with the ineffable. Let us also, standing there, having transcended the intelligible, and with nearly closed eyes, adoring, as it were, the rising sun, since it is not lawful for any being whatever intently to behold him, let us survey that sun whence the intelligible gods proceed, emerging, as the poets say, from the bosom of the ocean. And again from this divine tranquility descending into intellect, and from intellect, employing the reasonings of the soul, let us relate to ourselves what the natures are from which, in this progression, we shall consider the first God exempt. Let us, as it were, celebrate him, not as establishing the earth and heavens, nor giving subsistence to souls and the generations of mortals, for these things he produces indeed, but amongst the last of things. Prior, rather, let us celebrate him as unfolding in light the whole intelligible universe and intellectual genus of gods, together with all the supramundane and mundane divinities. As the God of all gods, the unity of all unities, and beyond the first Aditya, as more ineffable than all silence, and more unknown than all recondite essence, as holy amongst the holies, and concealed within the intelligible gods. Such was the theology of the wise ethnics, such their piety, and with such an energetic expansion of their whole unfettered will and understanding, did they seek to prove reality in the great unknown. Because concealed in this life, unconscious, even whilst yet in Elysium, the soul looked out through all her imaged light. But returning from thence into herself with all her beams concentrated, addressing the great archetype, he becomes known, yet not as in the individuated consciousness, things are said to be known apart. Nor as before, either in separation of subject and object, but absolutely, in identity. As passing from herself the soul no longer sees or distinguishes by intellect ion nor imagines that there are two things, but, consubstantial, becomes herself the ultimate object as she was before the subject in simultaneous accord. And thus the divine oracle ratified the Platonic instruction to inquire. There is something intelligible which it behooves thee to understand with the flower of thy mind. For if thou inclinest thy mind thou shalt understand this also. Yet understanding, thou shalt not comprehend this wholly. For it is a power of circumlucid strength glittering with vehemence of intellect ion. But with the ample flame of the ample mind which measureth all things. Except this intelligible. But it behooves thee to understand this also. Not fixedly but having a pure turning eye. Extend the empty mind of thy soul towards the intelligible. That thou mayest learn the intelligible, for it exists beyond the mind. Such is the conditioned metaphysical alienation which ancient experience sublimely proved, as passing to deification, which the natural reason echoes, but by a necessity of faith only, since it cannot pass into the superstantial proof. Theoretic contemplation, sensible attraction, continuity of active thought, all are alike inadequate. Without the pontic medium, without theurgic assistance we are unable to transcend the consciousness of this life, and so are prevented from carrying metaphysics or of proving existence on the ontological ground. But this desiring faith of reason by which she has persisted and still persists, occasionally to inquire and infer, respecting causes which are both beyond and behind her natural grasp, has, we think, been aptly compared to the perception which the eye has of light and colors, for as sight, observing believes, yet can affirm nothing absolutely about the reason, reflecting abstractedly, perceives a necessity of subsistence within itself, yet, unable to know, can affirm nothing with respect to it. For affirmation implies a double testimony in subject and object, or as a logician might say, affirmation implies a double testimony in subject and object, or as a logician might say, affirmation arises out of that which is composite from a subject and a predicate. If therefore intellect should by any means be enabled to come into visive contact with its vision, as if begetting an experience, it would then assert, and the assertion, as respects itself, would be true. And the disbelief of other who had not proved the same, would be to it as if some one having slept away his life dreaming in this world, should on awakening to outward sense, persist in those dreams with which he had been so long conversant, denying the reality of the appearing world. And as his infatuation would be obvious, and his denial disregarded by mankind, so is the blindness of the sensible life described as obvious and lamentable by those who have passed into a more profound and convictive experience. But not reason, nor enthusiasm, nor ardent desire, nor an intellectual conception, nor abstraction, as we are taught, conjoins Theurgist with the one. But these are preparatory steps only to the self-oblivious amplitude of conception which precedes him moving in the ultimate recessure of life. He comes, says Plotinus, suddenly alone, bringing with him his own imperial universe and total deity, in one. And all things in that ultimate circulation are diaphanous, nothing dark or resisting, as of subject and object remaining in the mind. But everything is apparent to every faculty intrinsically throughout. For light everywhere meets light, as thought its understanding in the all, continental all, resident in each particular, perfect with all. And the splendor there is infinite, for everything there is great, even that which is small, for it has the great. The sun which is there is all the stars, and again each star is the sun, and all the stars, as ideas are in the mind everywhere, and the same mind in all. Only in each a different quality is dominant, yet all are comprehensible in each, and transmutable one into another, as thoughts arise and are displaced without disorder or opposive persistence. Motion likewise there is perfectly harmonious, for the motion is not confounded, as in the world it is, by a mover different from itself, but the seat of each thing is that which the thing itself is. But the seat of each thing is that which the thing itself is, and concurs and proves itself to be what it is by its own self-evidence, proceeding constantly towards that whence it originated. Thus that which thinks and understands, and the thing understands, and the thing understood are one, co-eternal and co-equal, and their substance is intellect, and intellect according to these philosophers is the subsistence of all. But in the sensible world the circulation of things is altogether different. For though this has been proved also to be an outbirth from the same universal center, yet the equilibrium of being is broken everywhere at the circumference for manifestation. One thing does not subsist by another, but each part or individual remains alone in contrariety of conscience. Nor does the devious wheel of life obey her axle any more, until returning into it, she perceives her error and the transgression that was made in self-will, for the sake of this experience, from the great law of light, from plenitude of power, from immortal harmony, and that high exemplar which is before all things, and the final cause of all. Which seeing only is seen, and understanding is understood by him, who having a sight like that of Lynceus, penetrating all centers, discovers himself in that finally which is the source of all. And passing from himself to that, transcending, attains the end of his progression. Al deum vitam excipiet, devisc videbit. Premixtos heroas, et ipsi videbitur illis. And this was the consummation of the mysteries, the ground of the Hermetic philosophy, prolific in supernatural increase, transmutations and magical effects. And thus it is said to be lawful for the vital spirit to descend and ascend in successive circulations until she terminated her flight in the principle of things. And this was the life of the gods and of divine happy men, who rising in voluntary abnegation above the evil and sensual habitude of this life and many sufferings to which body is allied, obtained together with a liberation from these. A foretaste simple, beatific, and secure, of the life which is eternal. When, by exciting the divine virtue within, they became simultaneously elevated, and proceeding through intellect to wisdom, they arrived at the first principle. And again descending thence, increasing in divine virtue by each ascent, until the total life was irradiated from the ample recess of light. Tunc ire ad mundum archetypum seep ac redire cunctorumc patrem rerum spectere lispit. Cujus tunc cooperator effectus potest omnia. But there are many degrees of divine illumination. Nor were the rites of Eleusis found to be equally efficacious for all. Since the souls are not of equal capacity or bias towards intellectual education, but as philosophers agree that preceding initiations are preparatory to those in a subsequent order, so the possession of the best habits of thought in this life and natural inclination, render the spirit better adapted to sublime. Plato, accordingly, cites the records of the mysteries, to witness that there are many more thrisis bearers than baksheek souls. Which is to say, that many had the fire indeed, and were able even to perceive it, who were without the power to discover and draw it forth to manifestation. For, in the thrisis, Prometheus is fabled to have concealed the fire he stole from heaven. But Bacchus, persisting through the whole course of life allotted, returned. As the Orphic verse denotes him, triumphant, and appearing in splendor to mortals. Bacchus, ipsi totus igneus edi fulgitus apparet, canutis oculis tolerari non possit. So Osiris appeared in shining garments, as Apollo, all over radiant. So Socrates, in his mighty genius once freed, in ecstasy shone forth, as it is related, to the beholders, more dazzling than the luciferous wheel of the meridian sun. Diffusing itself from the freed center outwardly until it moved the dark circumference of sense itself 386. So Orpheus, and so divine Achilles shone refulgent in his armor, and Jason, on his return from Colchis, with the golden fleece. But, say the expounders, all this splendid delirium and transfiguration in the mysteries was the effect of narcotic liquors, which were administered to the misty before the shows commence, causing a confusion of their intellects. And the strange and miraculous appearance of the objects exhibited to them. But this is all a mistake, arising naturally enough out of the tendency of common sense, Procrustes-like, to accommodate things to the limitation of its own sphere, which comprehends but a small part, however, of the things which are. The light exhibited in the Eleusinian mysteries, i.e. in the true initiations as is plainly to be gathered from the sense of the ancients, was the light of life which these could kindle and fortify, and the total drama was divine. Let ignorance believe, and impiety reprobate, as long as they are able, those theurgic associations were neither futile nor unholy. Nor were the visions or gods attending on those mysteries dead images, nor mere symbols, nor impotent, nor idle, nor invisible, though unseen. For are we not taught by the highest philosophic authorities to believe that by theurgic rites, an ascent was made through appropriate media and a gradual assimilation, which without these could not be effected, to the knowledge of the first cause? And that not theurgic only, but actual in coefficiency of being and universal intellection? And here, if any agree with us, he will readily appreciate that mandate of the mysteries which forbids that divine things should be divulged to the uninitiated. For beyond the early danger to unpurified souls, there remains this objection, that such things cannot be understood by the multitude, nor rightly by any but by those only who were fortunately enabled to perceive them. But it is not possible, following their descriptions, the sublimely articulate relations of the Greek and Alexandrian Platonists, or those no less profound and earnest mystics of the Middle Ages. Concerning the divine hypostasis and the last conjunction of the contemplative soul and its immortal experience, to maintain an indifferent spirit, or without being in a degree moved to a responsive sense of their reality. And he who, being endowed with a percipient mind and liberal, will take pains to examine those writings, or even those of the reputed enemies of their faith, the enlightened fathers of the Christian Church, may be persuaded by very much evidence. Too much to intrude in this place, that the Eleusinian rites alluded to, and the objects attained, were of a nature widely differing from those which have been generally reported. And if, as must be indeed admitted, they became latterly disgraced in impure hands, yet this ought not by any means to detract from our esteem of the original institution. To which those latter orgies were diametrically opposed. That the mysteries were instituted pure there is no doubt, since it is universally allowed. Early Christians concurring with the wisest ethnics in declaring that they proposed the noblest ends, and by the worthiest means attained them. Where not only everything within was conducted with decorum, but utmost care was taken to secure the same for those passing without the fane, where misbehavior, even of the eye, was accounted criminal, and indiscretion was punished. And profanation by death. That all was a mere machination and priestly lure, or the visions of men of obscured intellects, is an assumption arising out of the double ignorance of modern times. All those immortal fables and glowing descriptions of poets, philosophers, saints and historians belie the folly, and reflected on those who, from regarding objects of sense only, with a trifling imagination, have obscured the high reality and light of better days. But is then, as Epictetus says, that the idea of the mysteries become truly venerable, when, believing the ancients, that all things therein were provided by them for the improvement and perfection of human life. Thus far we have endeavored to sketch through the order of the mysteries of their consummation. For the sake of affording a ground to the pursuit of our inquiry, to indicate the connection of the sacred art and alchemy, and inasmuch as modern revelation would permit, the nature of that art and proper subject of this philosophy. In the progress of this vital experiment, it may not be difficult to imagine that powers would be disclosed and particular secrets of nature in the substance of her whole. These intermediate fruits and fragments, having been exhibited at intervals to the world, without a discovery of their source, have given rise to much astonishment of common chemistry after the elixir and gold. Both of which are vital products, as we shall proceed to elucidate with the method and metaphysical origin of the philosopher's stone. Part 3. Concerning the laws and vital conditions of the Hermetic experiment. Chapter 1. Of the experimental method and fermentation of the philosophic subject, according to the Paracelsian alchemists and some others. Naturam in primissimidabir in arte, magister. Hanc mas sam exterio tentum calor excitat ignis. Etherio interior sed perficit omnia fot. Tractatus aureus scholium, cap. 1. It is not less the tendency of the Greek philosophy to substantialize life, than to free the conscious being from corporal dependency. In considering mind apart from its material organs, they by no means make it appear therefore as an abstract conception, or inferential only, as with modern metaphysics is the case, but as an absolute substratal matter also of existence. In just such a foundation do the alchemists establish their free masonry, claiming like extreme attributes and miraculous origin for their first matter, as do the Greeks, for that ethereal hypostasis we were before discussing. A few also profess, with the same admirable earnestness, to have observed in the experimental development of their own internal being, the whole procedure of the occult nature into evidence. With her universal efficient by the light of wisdom thenceforth revealed. In ignorance of the means by which such a spectacle was obtained, they may continue unaccredited, for their assertion is at variance with the judgment of common sense, neither does it belong to the natural order of mental experience. Nevertheless, since the whole of the Hermetic philosophy, and every tradition of occult science, depend immediately therefrom, for our understanding's sake, it will be requisite to consider this, their initial principle, more particularly. And how possibly it became known in its first arcane descent and emanation. We have already endeavored to prepare a way in part, showing the imperfection of the natural spirit in his world, the occultation of its light. And the vital alteration that was deemed necessary and operated in the mysteries upon those who were desirous of wisdom and immortality in the awakening conscience of a divine life within. Let us examine yet further into the method of this vital experiment, that, before proceeding to unfold the art in actual practice, we may understand the principles. And be enabled, from out the many clouds of sophistry in which it is enveloped, to distinguish that light and virtue of true chemistry, by which the ancients were assisted, that deformed and limping Oedipus for example. So that he was able to vanquish the metaphysical monster, and enter I with her to the temple of truth. And here, preliminarily, we may remark with how much propriety the Egyptians placed the Sphinx in the vestibule of Isis, who is the same with Minerva and that wisdom we are investigating. For what the natural intelligent spirit is in man, that ether is in the universe. And this intelligence, phantasic as it is and drawn without, may be called the vestibule of reason, which is, as it were, the temple of that intellectual illumination which proceeds, when the conditions are duly offered, from the divinity within. In our vestibule, therefore, the fantastic spirit, which is the natural vehicle of our life, is situated. And in a similar manner the commonly diffused ether is as a vestibule or vehicle in respect of the universal soul of the world, which is occultly suspended in nature, and may be called her temple. As an outward shadow, guarding the light within if both world, so is that ether then the Sphinx of the universe. And she is all things passively which the internal light is impassively. By her animal form, combined with the human face and summit, is indicated the twofold capability in diffusion of such a life. For she is the summit of the irrational mind relying on instinct, and the basis whereon build the rational and transcend opinion in indivisible science. Her winds are images of the elevating power which the imagination possesses, by which likewise she is rendered capable of divine assimilation and of returning within and upward to a region of vivid intellect ion everywhere resplendent with light. 387. Such was the doorkeeper of the Egyptian mysteries, agreeable also do we find the art of alchemy directed upon the same enigmatical source. A nature to search out which is invisible. Material of our magistry a substance insensible. This material, whilst yet immanifest, they worked, and worked with by itself alone, joining self to self, as the advice runs, vita vitam concipit, natura naturam vincit ac superat, pate facit, gignit et renovat. Item natura natura latator et emendator 388, as men also now prove, mesmerizing one another but without the important knowledge how to alter and amend the thing. This mesmerism, in respect of our mystery then, may be regarded as a first key which, opening into the vestibule, affords a view within the senses' prison, but of the labyrinth of life only. Facts vary at the circumference, and appear often so contradictory that reason is at a loss, even if otherwise admitted capable, for stable materials whereon to base judgment. And each succeeding theory yields to some unforeseen diversity of the spirit's manifestation. If the ancients had known the inner life only as it is now known, if they had mistaken dreams for revelations, instinct for intellectual vision, and insensibility for the highest good, and so left nature to dream on and take her rest without exerting a thought to probe or prosper her ability, then they would have been just such inconsiderable heathens as the world has taken them for. The Sphinx had never owned her mastery or yielded to theirs her wary wit, then they would have been, as we, servants, not masters, plodding interpreters of effects, without power or prescience. But it was all otherwise, as will one day be perceived. Their philosophy as far exceeded ours in substance and objective certainty, as it does avowedly is scope, beauty, and intellectual promise. It may be considered that the discovery of vital magnetism is young, and has had no time to grow up into a science, that it is the business of a philosopher to observe and gather facts from without patiently and compare experiences. And we do not object but admit that it is a way. But whether it is the best way, or surest, to find the truth eventually we doubt, a long way we all know it to be, laborious and not very cheering, if we regard the point to which has hitherto attained in the most intelligent and experienced hands. Or how should they attempt to theorize about a revelation that is above their own? As well might we presume to estimate the worth of a treasure that is unseen, as to judge of spiritual causes from remote effects. Is not experience the basis of true knowledge, and rational experiment the proper road to attain it? How then can we hope for an understanding of spiritual causes without entering in upon the proper ground of their experience? Verily, says the adept, as long as men continue to lick the shell after their fashion, presuming to judge of hidden celestial things which are shut up in the closet of the matter, and all the while perusing the outside, they can do no otherwise than they have done. They cannot know things substantially, but only describe them by their outward effects and motions, which are subject and obvious to every common eye. 389. But be the modern method of experimenting as it may, right or wrong, according to opinion, the ancients did not choose it, but adopted a different one in their philosophy. Which we, observing the imperfect fruits of the inductive sciences generally, and that facts accumulated about them for ages, having failed in every instance to yield the satisfaction which reason requires, are more particularly desirous to examine at the present time, if peradventure philosophy might hope with advantage to return with her instruments to work as formerly on the a priori ground. It has lain a long while uncultivated, and indigenous weeds and briars have sprung up over, so that it is difficult, on first view, to believe that it ever yielded foreign fruits. But patience, and the possibility granted, we will endeavor to clear a path, by the help of evidences that yet remain, many and curious, about the riches of wisdom and those living waters that abound in paradise. Compassing about too that land of Havilah where good gold is. 390. The tree of life also, and knowledge, and other precious things wonderfully adumbrated about the penetralia of true being. Surely there is a vein for the silver, says Job, and a place for gold where they find it. Iron is taken out of the earth, and brass is molten out of the stone. As for the earth, out of it cometh bread, and under it is turned up as it were fire. And the stones of it are the place of sapphires, and it hath dust of gold. There is a path which no fowl knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen, the lion's whelps have not trodden it, nor the fierce lion passed by. He putteth forth his hand upon the rock, he overturneth the mountains by the roots. He cutteth out rivers among the rocks, and his eye seeth every precious thing. He bindeth the flood from overflowing, and the thing that is hid bringeth he forth to light. But where shall wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it to be found in the land of the living. Whence then cometh wisdom? And where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and kept close from the fowls of the air. God understandeth the way thereof. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he weigheth the waters by measure. When he made a decree for the rain and a way for the lightning and thunder, then did he see it, and declare it, he prepared it and searched it out. And unto man he said, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding. 391. Let us then, investigate a means for the discovery of wisdom, as the ancients declare to be right and profitable, and believe that he spoke well and summarily who said, that, the first step of philosophy is to set the mind a-going. As we are informed that the conduct of the mysteries was uniform and entirely scientific, so likewise philosophers insist that, in the Hermetic art, theory ought to precede practice. And that, before the spirit can be expected to yield any rational or pure effects, she must be made to conceive them, the right way and object of investigation being well understood. Dwell not altogether in the practice, says the adept, for that is not the way to improve it. Be sure to add reason to thy experience, and to employ thy mind as well as thy hands. 392. So wrote Vaughan in 1650. And to the same effect, artists of every age, and, in the sequel of this inquiry, we may understand why. And why we have no such miracles as those which are related of the saints and apostles in former times who received the gift of healing from their Lord. Is it not obvious to common sense, that he would heal others, or hope to impart any superior efficacy, should first of all heal or be healed himself? Take first the beam from out thine own eye, and then thou mayest see clearly to take out the mote that is in thy brother's eye, and again, is it not written, Physician, heal thyself? Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in thy field, and afterwards build thy house. 393. If, 10, we go out at once to throw our common lives to common lives, what wonder we have only common results? That much depends on the quality of life imparted, general observation teaches, and with what sure corresponding consequences the moral heaven is attended may be understood, in a degree, by the recipient in the mesmeric trance. But the spontaneous fermentation which the vital spirit undergoes, and the change that is thereby effected in the passive subject, is not taken advantage of in modern practice, or pushed to the uttermost. Much less is understood, that exact art of grafting and transplanting which the ancients practiced, and by means of which a growth and sublimation of the spirit was effected, even to a third, fourth, and fifth degree of concentrated essentiality in as many representative vessels or forms. The true medicine, according to the Paracelsians, is bound in man, shut up as it may be milk, within the hard and solid nut, and as fire which lies hidden in fuel, unless it be ignited, is good for nothing. So our fire of life, called antimony by adepts, can effect nothing comparatively excellent whilst it is immured. When, however, by a due purgation, the pure life is separated, as metal from the dark and sordid ore, it will flow forth, as is declared, a pure panacea from the God of light. As all things are proved by fire, so also, are we told, the trial of the knowledge of physic is to be made by fire. Physic and pyrotechny, says Crollius, cannot be separated. For the natural inbred chemist teaches to segregate every mystery into its own reservicle, and to free the medicine from those scurvy envelopes wherein naturally it is wrapped. By a due separation from the impurities and filthy mixtures of superficial external elements. That the pure crystalline matter may be administered to our bodies, and therefore a physician should be born of the light of grace and spirit of the invisible divinity. 394. Wherewith a man no longer asks, What is it? How can this be? Or whence come such salutary effects? For it feels itself move in conscious virtue from its own source being allied, as an efflux of that living light which can move mountains to its faith. To find this light, and to free it from captivity, was the practice of physicians on the middle periods, for curing bodily ills, and administering to the defects of age. But the theurgic art professed a power of purifying and informing the mind much more beneficial and lasting than this pertaining to the mortal body, and far advanced beyond that object. Approaching more nearly, as it would seem, towards a fulfillment of the perfect doctrine of regeneration preached by Jesus Christ and his apostles, than any other known. For, by an effectual baptismal purification, they also prepared the way, and by a gradual subjugation of the passions and adaptation of the subordinate powers to reason. The whole hypostasis was converted finally through faith into the identity of substant light within. And it appears that, in order to discover this reason, men had in former times the faith to put the question to nature rationally, not rudely indeed, or, as is with modern chemistry the fashion, to demolish her edifices and burn her out of life and home. And they knocked as was bid them, and the doors being opened from within, they enjoyed and took advantage of their entrance as lawful guests, and, when all was ready, and they were admitted to the inner chamber, we observe them still, not much engaged in noting phenomena, or looking about for facts to furnish private judgment, but more becoming inquisitive, addressing themselves to nature, and admitting there where they found her happily exalted above them, sphered in the Magian circle of her own light, not stupidly gazing either, but speculative now they might approach nearer and become worthy of the knowledge and familiarity of that light. For they were not content with first phenomena, nor did theurgists disturb the divine intellect about trifling concerns, but they consulted it about things which pertain to purification, liberation, as Iamblichus tells us, and the salvation of life. Neither did they studiously employ themselves in questions which are indeed difficulty, yet useless, to mankind. But on the contrary, they directed their attention to things which are beneficial to life, and such as tend towards the discovery of truth. 395. No man enters the Magian school, it seems, but he wanders a while in the region of chimeras. And the inquiries which he makes before attaining to experimental knowledge are many, and often erroneous. 396. But investigation, once begun in a right rectifying spirit, enters. As adepts who having set the chain of vital causes in action, succeeded in tracing them to their last efficient link in deity. Whence surveying, they were enabled, under the divine will, to work such perfection in things below as are supernatural to this life, and greater than the natural intellect is able to conceive. For the central light and wisdom was all their aim, and the way to it was all the revelation they valued or asked for, until the hidden divinity was moved into experience and made manifest in effect and power. But what say our Oedipus distillers of this ether, the instructive alchemists? Lay the line to thy thoughts and examine all patiently, and infer from experience, and thou art in the way to become infallible. Take hold of that rule which God hath given thee for direction, by which thou mayest discern the right from the wrong. Seek not for that in nature which is an effect beyond her strength. You must help her, that she may exceed her common course, or all is to no purpose, for the mercury of the wise comes not but by help of ingenuity and industry. 397. But he that devoteth himself to philosophy, says Crollius, and shall sincerely and as he ought come to the inner rooms of nature by a holy assiduity of preparations, joining thereto diligent contemplation of natural causes. And withal shall refuse no pains or difficulties to get experience by the industry of his handiwork, he shall, if the grace of the Most High be infused into him, bring forth far greater things out of this open bosom of nature than they seem to promise at first sight. 398. To the same effect Van Helmont writes, that the attainment of the tree of life is laborious, and the fruit of intellectual research. 399. Excellent, also, is this advice of Basil Valentine, and instructive to the point. Learn and look for the first foundation, says the monk, which nature holds concealed. Search for it even with thine own eyes and hand, in order that thou mayest be able to philosophize with judgment and build upon the impregnable rock. But without this discovery, thou wilt continue a vain and fantastic trifler, whose discoursings, without experience, are built upon sand. Let not any one imagine either that we can be satisfied with mere words, who rather exact documents proved by experience, in which we are bounden to have faith. 400. Such are a few of the preliminary lessons of adepts, in which they all agree that the way to wisdom is by patience and rational inquiry. Some scattered specimens of the kind we have remarked in the writings of Lully, and Michael Meyer and others, to which in the practice we shall have occasion to allude. That they did not investigate trifling matters is indeed obvious, but diligently, from the first, concerning the intimate causes of things, and how they might themselves enter into the fundamental experience, their anxiety is manifest and the truly philosophic inclination of their mind. But the contemplation which absolves the second part of our admonition is celestial, continues the monk Basil, and to be understood with spiritual reason. For the circumstances of everything cannot be perceived any other way than by the spiritual cognition of man, considering how nature may be helped and perfected by resolution of itself, and how the destruction and compaction are to be handled. Whereby under a just title, without sophistical deceits, the pure may be separated from the impure. 401. For it is no graft from this life that enters into the divine foundation, nor any arbitrary instinct. Natural reason, even the most acute, is dull here comparatively, and inoperative, and stands in the philosophic work, albeit necessary, as a mere circumstantial aid on the threshold of the divine inquiry, as it were an iron key, intended to unlock the golden treasury of light within. And no sooner, we are informed, has it done this, and, further extricating itself, helped to introduce the spiritual intellect into self-knowledge, than this latter, returning with power upon the life without, proceeds to analyze and revolutionize, proving all, as may be said, chemically by the fiery essence of its newly conceived law. It is this vital prescriptinator, the internal fire of the sulfur of thy water, as Irenaeus calls it, that, investigating scientifically, operates the whole change. And it is happily provided against intruders, lest the casket should be rifled of its rich offering, that they only who have obtained this passport can attain to the magistery of life. Since they only, literally speaking, can enter in through the narrow gate, as in the mysteries we have already described. And the discovery is difficult, and reputed tedious by many who have spared no labor either of body or mind in the research, reclusa residet longius, as the poet says. It is far off, gotten in the penetralia, as it were, the flower of human intellect, triply imprisoned in the dark body's hold. This it is the business of the philosopher to open and set free. And this is the security, that he must be a lover of wisdom who can set her free. Our fire is the true sulfur of gold, says Irenaeus, which in the hard and dry body is imprisoned, but by the mediation of our water it is set loose, by rotting the moles of the body, i.e., of the ethereal body, under which it is detained. And after separation of the elements, of the same body, it appears visibly in our third menstrual. But the means to discover this is not a light work, it requires a profound meditation, for this is the seed of gold, involved in many links, and held prisoner, as it were, in a deep dungeon. He that knows not our two first menstruals is altogether shut out from attaining to the sight of this third and last, yet he who knows how to prepare the first water, and to join it to the body in a just pondus, to shut it up in its vessel philosophically, until the infant be formed, and, what is greater than all, to govern his fire dexterously, so as to cherish internal heat with external, and can wait with patience till he sees signs, he shall perceive the first water will work on the body till it hath opened the pores and extracted partly the tincture of soul. Take counsel, be not so careful of the fire of the Athenor as of your internal fire. Seek it in the house of Aries, and draw it from the depths of Saturn, let Mercury be the internal, and your signal the doves of Diana. 402. On some such errand, we may remember, the Sibyl sends Aeneas, that, from out many entanglements and obscurity, he may discover and bring to her the golden bough, while directing him how to look from beneath upwards, and take it in hand. Alti vestiga oculis, iti right repertum. Carpe manu, namque ipsi volens facilisaque sequitur. Cte fate vocant, aliter, non viribus ullus. Vincera, nec duro poteris convelera ferro. 403. So Orpheus, in his Argonautics, leading to the cave of Mercury, exhorts mankind how they ought to act and study there. At quicunc virum ducit prednitia cordis Mercurii ingidier spulencam plurima ubi il deponit bona, stat quorum pregrandis acervus amibus valet hic minibus sibi sumra, etiista fere domum, valet hic vister incommoda cuncta. He, therefore, who wishes to partake of many goods, let him approach to the cave of Mercury, which, according to the Hermetic interpretation, is tenorus, the most hidden vapor of life, let him enter with a prudent motive. well understanding and allied to what he seeks. And that which he shall bear away from thence, centaur-like, in both his hands, will be the mineral radix and true mater of the Hermetic art. But if he have not a right mind, and unless the predestined conditions and the order of operation be observed, all will be in vain, for the power will remain hidden, despite of every effort, in a pusillanimous uncongenial soul. Nescit sol comitis non memor esse sue, ignire ignis amat, non orificare sed, aurum. Fire loves fire, say they, not to make gold, but to assimilate it. Take, therefore, that body which is gold, not a brazen ferment, and throw it into mercury, such a mercury as is bottomless, or whose center it can never find, but by discovering its own 404. This is the art of Oedipus which, well conducted with the Sphinx, ends in her subjugation. In other words, the ethereal spirit abandons her fantasy, and yields the clear light of understanding to him who, having been duly educated and singled out, knows how and wherewith to investigate her peculiar essence. Thus, Synesius says, intellect above all things separates whatever is contrary to the true purity of fantastic spirit, for it attenuates this spirit in an occult and ineffable manner, and extends it to divinity 405. But the natural intellect cannot do this, neither comprehending properly, or being conceived of the spirit, neither is its essence so acutely penetrative as to operate the change required. Salt is good, but if the salt have lost its savor wherewith shall it be seasoned? And here the common difficulty ensues, as language becomes less and less adequate to convey to the natural understanding the truth alleged. To conceive at once the free perspicacity which experience and long study bestowed on those men, their assertion of the magic action of mind in her own spheres, the efficient force of an individual freed will upon the vehicle of its motive cause. Separating, refining, and transmuting it from an impure, dull consistency to the clear light of universal intelligence, is arduous to the unaccustomed mind. And in this age, which is without a witness, without experimental knowledge, we should say, of true causality, most especially adverse, yet it will be necessary, having so far ventured, to discuss the point. And, as well as we may be enabled, to substantialize without deforming this intellectual science. It may be remembered, in a former citation from his book to the Athenians, Paracelsus saying, that separation is the greatest miracle in philosophy, and that magic the most singular by which it is effected. Very excellent for quickness of penetration and swiftness of operation, the like whereof nature knows not. Now this separation, of which he speaks, and of which all the Hermetic masters speak appears to be identical with that which is described as taking place in the Mysteries. When the great ordeals are passed through during the decomposition and death of the natural life. The analogy bears throughout from the beginning in suffering, succeedent dread, dissolution, and corruption, to the final resurrection of the pure ether into light. This separation is indeed the primary object of the art which, continues our doctor, if it were divinely done by God alone, it would be to no purpose to study after it. But there is a free power in the creature to its mutual affection and destruction, and again, the free will flourishes and is conversant in virtue, and is either friend or foe in our works. But that is the Suggestive, which gives to everything its form and essence 406. Which is the part especial of intellect, that same perscrutinating intellect which Hermes speaks of 407, and where in the Smuggardine tablet it is written, Separabis, thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently. With much sagacity. It will ascend from earth to heaven, and again descend from heaven to earth, and will receive the strength of the inferiors and of the superiors. This is the strong fortitude of all fortitudes. Overcoming every strong and penetrating every solid thing, therefore let all obscurity flee before thee. So the world was created, and hence are all wonderful adaptations of which this is the manner 408. So passing wonderful is it said by the same reputed author, in the Asclepius, that man should be able not only to find the causal nature but to effect it 409. Nor ought we, therefore, taking into consideration the human agency, to understand this decomponency of life in a mechanical sense, or in any ordinary way of dissolution, but according to the literal wording of the table. We observe mind to be the true separator, the efficient as well as the regimen of the work, into which, as before shown, no foreign admixture is allowed to enter. And thus we are given to understand that the knowledge of the elements of the ancient philosophers was not corporally or imprudently sought after, but is through patience and wisdom to be discovered according to their causes and their occult operation. For their operation truly is occult, since nothing is discovered except the mat be decomposed, and because it is not perfected unless the whole introversion is passed through. Auditor, understand, reiterates the great master. Let us use our reason, consider all with the most accurate investigation, the whole matter I know to be one only thing 410. And as folly, and fantasy, and passion are modes of being of the one thing, and reason is another. And as the fantasy, if suffered to prevail, will convert all to her own folly in the internal life. So may we judge contrariwise, that this reason gaining the ascendancy, would gather all up, as a ferment, into the superior essence and traction of her own light. This Lully intimates. And Arnold, and Bacon, and Geber, with the rest, abundantly celebrating the virtues of their headstone 411. But if anyone should be further disposed to question their doctrine or demur about the physical efficacy of this reason, let him for a plea only regard the image of it in this life. What else is it but reason, that enables us to analyze and judge opinion, to govern our passions, and separate facts from falsehood in the understanding? And with the logical faculty, is there not a universal evidence which subsists by faith, an independent standard by which all things are measured and proven in life? Considering this standard of our common faith, abstractedly a prior necessity of being also, will be understood, an infinite sufficience, magnitude and eternity of duration. And thus obtaining a glance only of the antecedent, we find less difficulty in imagining the superior virtue of that which is the reason of our rule. Well remembering that it is of this the ancients speak, calling it wisdom, intellect, gold, soul, sulfur, tincture, intellectus naturam habens subtilem ad intelligendum residential intelligibles participat, cum entibus intensis et cum entibus extensus, viz. Cum intenso calor corporis, cum quo conjunctus est et cum intens bonitate sustentata in sui intensis concretus 412. For it is light indeed, and an occult splendor of existence transcendentally pure. And as the luminary of the sensible world purifies and subtilizes the gross parts of matter, and by a natural chemistry sublimes and converts the varied elements of earth, so are we taught to conceive of the intellectual sun. For these things which the natural reason as an image enacts theoretically, this supernatural reason is said to do as an archetype essentially. Separating and rejecting the false forms and elementary qualities which supervene through generation, assimilating the whole inferior life by continual trituration of its foreign tincture. Perfection to such faculties as are indigent by pure infusion of itself to the pacified spirit throughout, even as light through the open atmosphere is everywhere seen diffusing itself invigorating and manifesting all. The following remarkable extract from the lost works of Anaxagoras, one of the earliest of the Greek Hermetic school, further exemplifying the nature of such an intellect, confirms what has been said above of its efficient operation. The passage, as preserved by Simplicius, is given in a note to Aristotle's Metaphysics, by Taylor, and runs thus: intellect is infinite and possesses absolute power, and is not mingled with anything, but is alone by itself. For if it were not by itself, but were mingled with something else, it would participate of all things, for in everything there is a portion of everything. And things mingled together would prevent it from having a similar dominion over things, as when alone by itself. For it is the most attenuated and pure of all things. It likewise possesses an universal knowledge of everything, and is in the highest sense powerful. Whatever soul possesses greater or lesser, over all these intellect has dominion. Everything, too, that comprehends or contains is subject to its power, so that it even comprehends the principle itself. And first of all indeed, it began from that which is small to exercise its comprehending power, but afterwards it comprehended more and more abundantly. Intellect also knew all that was mingled together, and separated and divided, together with what they would in future be, what they had been, and what they now are. All these intellect adorned in an orderly manner, together with this circular enclosure which is now comprehended by the stars, the sun, and the moon, the air and the ether, which are separate from each other. But this comprehending intellect made things to be separated, and separated the dense from the rare, the hot from the cold, the lucid from the dark, and the dry from the moist. There are many parts indeed of many things. But in short, no one thing is singular by itself except intellect. Every intellect too is similar, both the greater and the lesser, but no other thing is similar to another. 413. That is to say, no other faculty is universal, or of itself alone consciously distinguishable except this root of reason which is truly Catholic, and so by the microcosmic experiment into it, the knowledge if the macrocosmic cause also was derived. For in the Hermetic process they are seen to cooperate, and all that Anaxagoras here speaks of as relatively past, has been described as present by philosophers on the internal ground. Else, how should men have asserted about intellect and the rational faculty such things as by no means belong to the natural revelation of it, if they had not known another and proved the work divine? No one could assert them now. Some believe, indeed, that mind is nothing really but an elaboration of the brain, a resulting phenomenon of organization. Sensible evidence favors such an opinion, for life is nowhere seen apart by itself, but follows constantly as a result of material generation in order of effect of cause. And human reason, as a ray of light, reflected apart from its originating focus, is halting and impotent in respect of nature, and unconscious of its first source. There is a piece of Egyptian mythology, related by Eudoxus in Plutarch, concerning Jupiter, that his feet had grown together and that he was forced to live in solitude, and ashamed of himself as it were. Until at length Isis, pitying his forlorn condition, succeeded in cutting them asunder, and so restored him to himself and society. And this, continues the scholar, is designed to represent to us that the mind and reason of the Supreme God, which in nature is invisible and dwelling in obscurity, by being put in motion becomes known. And proceeds to the production of other beings. 414. And this, too, is an allegory of the art, in which the purified spirit or intelligence, that is Isis, by dissolving the vital medium, opens the occult source, and draws the voluntary efficient upward into intellectual reminiscence. And this one thing is to be consummated, that man may know himself, whence, what for, and whereto, he is allied. All is one soul, says the Magian, but reason, unless it be illuminated, is not free from error, and light is not given to reason except God impart it, for the first light is in God, far exceeding all understanding. 415. And Aristotle says, that intellect must be assumed which is most perfectly purified, the knowledge of which must be sought for in spirit or spirits, by him who aspires to obtain it. For this indeed is pure, and possesses an ineffable beauty, because it is nothing but intellect. For the beauty of spirit is the highest beauty when it energizes intellectually, without error, and purely. And it knows things as they are unfolded by the divine will. 416. The Alexandrian Plotinus, also speaking of such intellect, describes the material of it as beautiful, and as far surpassing ordinary intelligence, as paradigms are wont to do the images which represent them. And the soul receives with it, he says, a sudden light, and this light is from intellect, and is also at. 417. It would be mere perplexity, and evince a want of rational perception, to regard this reason therefore as inessential, or as arbitrary, either in operation or event, since, in our mere individual consciousness it is the foundation of all law, the only unerring necessity of faith in this life. The luminous revelation of which in a purified human intelligence, is that perfect beginning of wisdom, which is half of the perfect whole. Dimidium factica bene copit habet, says the philosopher. For a small grain of the metaphysical ferment leavens the whole lump. And as the grain of wheat is putrefied in the earth, and afterwards by the vital force becomes growing wheat, terminating and multiplying in the fermental form inbred, so the metaphysical graft, already purified and past the fire, re-enters to redeem its congenital life, and finally by assimilation transmutes all into the substance of its own aurific light. During the process of working this leaven, many phenomena arise, and those wonders which, having been variously observed, are described and poetized. For this acute discriminative sulfuric spirit occasions a putrefaction of the philosopher's mercury, i.e., Of the impure vapor of life, into which it enters, so that all the elements are in commotion, raging, swelling, and rolling like a tempestuous sea, darkness, made visible by the appearing light, shrinks more and more condensing. And falsehood, as it were, trembling for her kingdom, puts on every sinister guise, to combat and eclipse the living truth, as, increasing in power and armed with bright effulgence, it arises, threatening to dissipate the total fabric, and dissolve its very foundation. So did the armor of Achilles, while yet far off he only showed himself, dismay the assembled hosts of Troy, that shield so ominous in its device, breastplate and helmet's crest of gold, forged by Vulcan, at Thetis's prayer for her hero in Olympus. Wherewith he single-handed overcame them all, gods, men, and rivers, triumphant in the divine fury which roused him to the fight. 418. And here the poetic allegory likewise is apparent. Achilles does not appear at all in arms, nor has he these, until after Patroclus, his bosom friend, is slain, just as Maecenas' funeral rites must be celebrated before Aeneas is allowed to journey to the infernal shades. 419. Peculiar too the rites are, which the Sibyl enjoins, and the sacrifices to be made to those remains, as at the pile of Patroclus, set on the seashore. Let it not be believed that Virgil on this or on any other occasion was so servile an imitator, or that either poet is relating events of human history, or magnifying the heroes of a common fight. But Virgil and Homer agree in this, that they adopted the same theme, had witnessed the same heroic conflict, the same summary action of divine vengeance and mysterious metamorphosis of life. Their warriors, therefore, are demigods divinely tutored and sustained, free from the dilemma of earthly difficulties, and in their strength and use of it sublime. If tradition was useful to supply their imagery, the incidents are nevertheless woven into a mystical accord, and natural probability and the relations of time are unscrupulously sacrificed to the report of truth. And they who have partaken of the same mystic knowledge from the Greeks, Plato, Proclus, Porphyry, to Faber, Tullius, and Michael Meyer. The golden chain of Hermetic philosophers unanimously tracing even through minutest incidents their allusion, have claimed those poets for their own. Skillfully, doubt not, they have delineated the most poetical of arts, and the admiring world has listened, but without understanding. And may long continue to do so, yet we will proceed. For the friends of those heroes must die indeed, as they are said to do, those bosom friends, and he lamented. For the celestial medial life which, in the order of divine rights, precedes the heroic work, is by necessity cut off, even in its prime, when perfected at all points, is shut up and buried, all but the hallowed memory burning to retrieve. Thus the excellent poet Manzoli, whose assumed name of Palingenius denotes one regenerated, divulges the artificial method in the few following lines, which have been rendered thus. Take this Arcadian slippery lad that's apt to fly. And in the glittering Stygian lake, drowned let him die. Then set on Hylas's lap, let Lemnos God take him to feed, and crucify the lad. Then in a warm womb placed, his taint dissolve. Whose dropping limbs a spirit shall devolve to him and penetrate, and strangely so, dead by degrees, shall bring to life anew. All clad in robes of gold and silver hue. Cast him again on hot coals, Proteus-like. He'll be renewed, and all he touches make most perfect, nature's laws and promises excel. Species he'll change and poverty repel. Nothing is done radically to meliorate the vital spirit previous to this dissolution of the first medial life, so Hyanthe died, so Hylas at the fountain, Adonis, Maecenas, Elpenor, Patroclus, too, before the heroic virtue was brought into act. It needs a motive and excitation, and this is given by artifice of the divine law depriving it when in full vigor of its understanding light. So Eurydice was lost to Orpheus and Proserpine by Pluto's stratagem, whom the goddess Ceres too bewails. For the identical dilemma is common to these all, who personate the wanderings and anguish of intellect so artificially isolated on the plane of truth. 'Tis not in fate alternate then to give. Patroclus dead, Achilles hates to live. Let me revenge it on proud Hector's heart, lest his last spirit smoke upon my dart. On these conditions will I breathe, till then. I blush to walk among the race of men 420. Nor all in vain was that vindicative will conceived or those heroic tears, though Pope has rendered them unavailing. Not so the Master. Nor is anything, we believe, in that so lengthened Iliad of woes unpurposed, or with all its inconsistencies, untrue, but in those particulars above all suggestive, which are to common sense least bent. Such weeping warriors, so much brave reserve, such radiant armor, such a magic strength of hand, and eye, and voice, to kill and terrify whole armies and convulse the elements, belongs but to one race, one cause, one conflict. Divinity mingles but in one, the war of life. And for this cause the heroic will enters in, self-sacrificing, and stirs the bitter waters, to redeem and reinstate the kingdom lost. But Achilles, too, must die and suffer, as was predestinated, before the fatal gates, as Aeneas leaves the dedicated bough in Tartarus. For how otherwise should that which is sown be quickened unless it die? Does not the grain putrefy in the moist earth before it springs? So each succeeding life must die, as transplanted in the next, it dissolves, corrupts, and rises into a better form. For when thou sowest, as the great apostle says, thou sowest not that body that shall be 421. But it is the law especial of spiritual generation that the parent is bettered in the offspring, even to the fourth generation, or fifth, if this happily should be attained. There is an earthly body and there is a spiritual body, the terrestrial is bettered in the celestial, and the celestial, descending and overcoming, is conceived into the divine. No man ascends up into heaven but he who came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven. This is the true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, which is in the Saviour was perfected. One ray of which is able to cleanse this leprous life of ours, and convert it to the purest spiritual extreme. Cujus de lumen lumen. Omni micet, sine quo tenebrescent lucida, de quo luscant tenebri ac inimini noctis imago. Speaking of the intellectual essence, Plotinus writes to the effect that we should not at first hope to obtain the universal subject, but through the medium of an image, and be satisfied, such is his expression, with a certain portion of gold. As a representative of universal gold 422, and therefore Anaxagoras says, it begins from that which is small to exercise its comprehending power. Ramus, non arbor, the bough, not the whole tree, is to be taken. For, in however small a proportion, if the reason be but pure, it will penetrate according to its purity, and gather growth. But if it be not pure, in other words, if the motive be not universal, it must be returned, to work, and resolve, and meditate, and prove, until it finds experience at length in the supreme unity of its law. To find the true separator is described, in fact, as the greatest difficulty 423, as we may remember also in Virgil, the tree is hid. Hunc tegit omnis. Lucus et obscures claudent convalibus umbri. The tree of life covered over, indeed, with the dark oblivion of this natural outbirth, is latent and difficult to find. Even for him who has already passed the turbulent waters of the senses medium and sees within. For it lies not in art merely, or in natural cunning, but with the celestial instinct only to reveal, that subtle maternal, intelligence which originally conceived it, and can alone lead into the yet more central, antecedent paternal, light of life. Materna agnoscit avis latusque precator. Este dutses, osi qua vea est, cursunc per horas. Dirigite in lucos, ubi pinquam dives opicat ramus humum 424. Thus has the premeditation of the divine art been poetized. And the discovery of that heroic, separable, triply refined intellectual purpose, which has been so often and under so many names personified, Hercules, Jason, Lynceus, Perseus, Cadmus, Oedipus, Dionysius, Achilles, Bacchus, Amphiaraus, our son. As Hermes calls him, born a king who, taking his tincture from the fire, passes through darkness, and death and Stygian waters. This is that prolific mustard seed, and light of divine faith, which being the proper substance of the thing hoped for, penetrates into the yet unseen reality of life. It is this, which, visiting the interior rectifying, discovers the occult stone, the hidden medicine. Such was the caduceus of Hermes, the golden bough, the ferrying cup of Hercules, and all the golden passports admitting to those realms, so dangerous to folly, and delightful, to wisdom recovering her lost efficient in the light of life. This vertical separated light then we take henceforth to be the true alternative principle in the divine art. The alchemists are excessively wary in speaking of it, as they are indeed concerning the human circumstances of the mystery throughout. For as we may be by this time perceive, it is no common light that enters into divinity, but a congenial ray, a power which glancing forth from the capable will of such only as are divinized, is essentially divine. The persevering Trevisan worked for upwards of half a century in vain, until he found this. And Pontanus in his epistle confesses how he erred 200 times, experimenting even after he had attained a general knowledge of the matter and method of its use. Never correctly diving the identity of the singular thing itself. Seek therefore, he says, writing to his friend, seek to know this fire with all thy soul, that so thou mayest attain to thy desire, for it is the key of all the philosophers which they have never openly revealed. But profound meditation alone can give it to thee so thou mayest discern, and not otherwise. 425. Other examples we have in Zachary, and in Flammel, who, after he was conversant in the mat, and had both fire and furnace indicated to him by Abraham the Jew, wandered in the wilderness of uncertainty for 3 several years. Mata then, another celebrated adept, practiced for 5 years together unsuccessfully, until at last, he says, after the 6th year, I was entrusted with the key of power, by a secret revelation from Almighty God. 426. Contemplate therefore and observe, says Basil Valentine, these things diligently, for in the preparation of antimony consists the key of alchemy, and this principal key is of great concern. Be it known, moreover, that our stone of fire, which is antimony, ought to be boiled and maturated with the corporeal fire of the microcosm, for at the farewell, or any plus ultra, of the operative fire of the macrocosm. The fire of the microcosm doth begin the production of a new species of generation. And, therefore, let no man wonder at this coction. 427. And believe not only Basil, says Cocringius, but me, with the same faith and sincerity, affirming to you that this key is the principal part of the whole art. This opens the first gate, this will also unlock the last, which leads into the palace of the king. Believe not only, but consider and observe. Here you stand in the entrance, if you miss the door, all your course will be in error. All your haste ruin, and all your wisdom foolishness. He who obtains this key and knows the method, which is called manual operation, by which to use it, and hath strength to turn the same, will acquire riches, and an open passage into the mysteries of chemistry. Sophistry, it will be observed therefore is no leader in this art, or avarice, or ignorance. But he who presumes without the revelation of the divine light to introduce his own blind purpose, instead of conditionating and inquiring patiently, will be in danger of falling into infinite snares. The law of nature, being simple and harmoniously framed, will baffle him and rise up in judgment against his generation, and condemn him to wander in the labyrinth alone. Hence, all the care that is taken to train the true inquisitor, that he may obtain the passport clear, as we have shown it, that he may know what, and where, and how he ought to obey, and inquire, and will, and hope. And it therefore declared to all lovers of art, says Jacob Boehme, whose separator is an artist of great subtlety in them, that they first seek God's love and grace. And resign up themselves to become wholly one with that, else all their seeking is but a delusion, or a courting of a shadow, and nothing is found in any fundamental worth, unless one doth entrust another with somewhat. The which is forbidden to the children of God in whom the grace is revealed, that they cast not pearls before swine, upon the pain of eternal punishment. Only it is freely granted to them to declare the light, and to show the way of attaining the pearl, but to give the divine separator into the bestial hand is prohibited, unless a man knoweth the way and will of him. Tat desires it. 428. We do not see either that it is exactly possible to give into such possession that which is divine, except, indeed, the Theosophist alludes to a mediate occupation. And this brings us to consider more particularly the representative understanding, measure, and guardian of the light. For, as we may remark in the fables, the heroic adventurer with all his divine equipment, though he loses his first companion, never goes through the labors alone, but is aided by stratagem and wise counsel in the way. Without Ariadne's conduct, Theseus could not have tamed the Minotaur, or Jason, but for the ready counsel and assistance of Medea, have obtained the fleece. Eurystheus set Hercules to the performance of each separate labor, his mother aids Achilles. Minerva, Ulysses, and the Sibyl accompanies Aeneas through the infernal shades. In alchemy too, the moon is singularly honored, for it is the passive intelligence which, freed by art and set in conjunction, responds to the will of her seeking reason. Discovers the way of progress, unraveling the context of each involuted thought, and setting aside obstacles with utmost discretion, passes with him through the abyss, as it were the very kingdom of confusion, triumphant over all and unconfounded. It is from within that the knowledge springs together with the true efficient, which are indeed one in principle, but in their practical operation and for the sake of offspring are distinguished and separately represented in the art, revealing at the same time their origin, essence, and destination. The mode of analysis however is directed, and the means for the most part provided by the passive understanding gotten in transcendental contemplation of herself. Isted est vas Hermetis, quod stoici cultiverant, ing non est vas nigromaniticum sed est mesnura ignis tuae 429. Both therefore have to be prepared, the spiritual agent and the spiritual patient according to those words of the Smuggardine table. That which is above is as that which is below, and that which is below is as that which is above, for performing the miracles of the one thing whence all the rest proceed by adaptation. It is not lawful therefore, in this work, to conjoin unlike natures, but, in order to bettering in the offspring equal spirits are allied, as Hermes says, both need the help of the other, for the precepts demand a medium 430. That as the crude natural life was in the first place bettered in the natural, so the supernatural may be so much further advanced within themselves, even to the order of bodies permanent, being changed from a corporeal to a spiritual extreme. Ouvrir, sur tout I cure que l'art imite la nature. Externe feu de charbon rend la matière altérée. Mais interne idéal artherie fire ton ouvrage bon 431. The fire of the natural life stirs up and, being manumitted, alters, but the internal alone is able, being purified, to perfect the work begun. According to that other saying of the sage, si periat ventum valet ori pondera centum, if wind be made of gold it is worth 100-fold. Let us be careful therefore to distinguish, in our conception, the pure from the impure. The rectified spirit of universal reason and its intelligence from the gross ether and perplexed understanding from the gross ether and perplexed understanding of this mundane sphere. For there cannot come of anything that virtue which it has not, though that which it has indeed may be improved and magnified. And therefore it behooves us to mortify two argent vives together, says Hermes. Both to venerate and to be venerated, viz., the argent vive of aura pigment and the oriental argent vive of magnesia 432. Sol meus eti radii sunt in me in time, luna vero propria meum lumen est, omni lumen superans. Eti bona mea omnibus bonus meliora sunt. Protege me et protegam te, largiri, vis, mihi meum ut adjuvum te 433. These are they which sound the depths together, the sun and moon, philosophical. And as the influence of the moon, says Plutarch, seems to reflect the works of reason, and to proceed from wisdom, so the operations of the sun are seen to resemble those strokes which by mere dint of strength and force bear down all before them. You also have been initiated in those mysteries in which there are two pairs of eyes, and it is requisite that the pair which are beneath should be closed when the pair which are above them perceive. And when the pair above are closed those which are beneath should be opened. Think therefore, says Synesius, explaining the same Egyptian mythology of Isis and Osiris, that this is an enigma indicative of contemplation and action, the intermediate nature alternately energizing according to each of these 434. Proclus, also dividing the Apollonical intellect, remarks that the prophetic power unfolds the simplicity of truth and takes away the variety of that which is false. But the arrow-darting power exterminates everything, furious and wild, and prepares that which is orderly and gentle to exercise dominion, vindicating to itself unity. 435. Power alone, indeed, if destitute of the ruling aid of wisdom, would be borne along with violence, mingling and destroying all things. Yet nature will not move by mere theory either, and intellect is therefore useless for the purposes of action when deprived of the subserviency of the hands. But these two concurring, wisdom with power in subtle and firm texture of divine splendor and prophetic companionship, the will may descend in safety to the abodes of power. A wise man is strong, says the wise king, and knowledge increaseth strength. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor, as in water face answers to face, so the heart of man to man. 436. By mutual confidence and mutual aid, great deeds are done and great discoveries made. The wise new prudence from the wise acquire, and one brave hero fans another's fire. 437. And as the rational efficient, armed with a bright intelligence, discovers the evil of its first conception, now appearing manifold within the veil, it proceeds even to a dissolution of the vital bond, continually imaging its revelation in act. Beloved brother, advises the experienced and earnest Boehme, if you would seek the mystery, seek it not in the outward spirit, you will there be deceived, and attain nothing but a glance of the mystery. Enter in even to the cross, then seek gold and you will not be deceived. You must seek in another world for the pure child that is without spot, in this world you will find only the drossy child, that is altogether imperfect. But go about it in the right manner, enter I even to the cross in the fourth form, there you have soul and Luna together. Bring them through an anguish into death, and bruise that composed magical body so long until it becomes again that which it was before in the center of the will, and then it becometh magical and hungry after nature. It is a longing in the eternal desire, and would fain have a body, give it soul, viz., the soul, that conjoining they may conceive a body according to that soul. So the will springs up in paradise with fair golden fruits. We speak not here of a glass or image, but of gold, whereof men vaunt themselves, their idol god. 438. In such few words does the theosophist comprehend the end and beginning of the sacred art, the sum of the divine intention and its vital fruits. For by death and contrition of the agent in the patient, and vice versa, the old life is finally crucified, and out of that crucifixion, by reunion of the principles under another law, the new life is elicited. Which life is a very real and pure quintessence, the mercury so much sought after, even the elixir of life. Which needs only the corroborative virtue of the divine light which it draws, in order to become the living gold of the philosophers, transmuting and multiplicative, the concrete form of that which in the dead metal we esteem. O nature, the most magnanimous creatrix of natures! Cries the Master, which containest and separatest all things in a middle principle. Our stone comes with light, and with light it is generated. And then it brings forth the clouds, or darkness, which is the mother of all things. 439. Let us pause here, then, to consider what it was the philosophers really searched for and discovered in this stone. That we may be prepared to learn some more definite particulars of their practice, and in what condition the vital elements are placed during their experiment and recreation. We have seen that, next to the first preliminaries, the object was to produce an alteration in the vital spirit and that this was operated by a true rational analysis, which, repeatedly passed through, leads on to a dissolution of the whole natural-born hypostasis, and is the condition proper to induce a new life and growth into consciousness. That which they sought after, and profess accordingly to have discovered, therefore, is this miraculous principle of regeneration, by which the relationships of the vital elements are exchanged. The sensible medium, which in this present birth is dominant, being made occult, and the occult supernatural reason of life, which is Catholic, becoming manifest in self-evidence and power. And this is the true way and means by which the metaphysical body of gold will be made profitable, and in no other way, as the adepts teach. But by taking that body, when it is found, and joining it with a spirit that is consanguineous and proper to it, and circulating these two natures one upon the other, until one have conceived by the other. Pinge duos angs, cries Cornelius Agrippa, or, to proceed in the more suggestive language of his ingenious disciple, take our 2 serpents, which are to be found everywhere on the face of the earth. They are a living male and a living female, understand in relation to the spirit always without all corporeal illusion, tie them in a love knot and shut them up in the Arabian Karaha. This is the first labor, but the next is more difficult. Thou must encamp against them with the fire of nature, and be sure thou dost bring thy line round about. Circle them in, and stop all avenues, that they find no relief. Continue this siege patiently, and they turn into an ugly venomous black toad, which will be transformed to a horrible devouring dragon, creeping and weltering in the bottom of her cave, without wings. Touch her not by any means, continues the adept, not so much as with thy hands, for there is not upon the earth such a vehement transcendent poison. As thou hast begun so proceed, and this dragon will turn into a swan, but more white than the hovering virgin snow when it has not yet sullied with the earth. Henceforth I will allow thee to fortify thy fire, till the phoenix appears. It is a red bird of a most deep color with a shining fiery hue. Feed this bird with the fire of his father and the ether of his mother, for the first is meat, the second is drink, and without this last he attains not to his full glory. Be sure to understand this secret, for fire feeds not well unless it be first fed. It is of itself dry and choleric, but a proper moisture tempers it, gives it a heavenly complexion and brings it to the desired exaltation. Feed thy bird then as I have told thee, and he will move in his nest, and rise like a star of the firmament. Do this, and thou hast placed nature in the horizon of eternity. Thou hast performed that command of the Kabbalist, unite the end to the beginning as the flame is united to the coal, for the Lord is superlatively one and admits of no second. 440. Consider that it is you seek an insoluble, miraculous, transmuting, uniting union, but such a tie cannot be without the first unity. For to create and to transmute essentially and naturally without violence is the proper office of the first power, the first wisdom and the first love. Without this love the elements will never be married. They will never inward and essentially unite, which is the end and perfection of magic. 441. Thus Vaughan, the italics, copied from the original, serve well to denote where a latent meaning is implied and those analogies which are aptly referable throughout the process. The following verses translated from the Aquarium Sapientum of about the same period, may help to elucidate the subject further and lead on the discerning mind. The spirit is given to the body for a time. And that refreshing spirit washes the soul by art. If the spirit suddenly attracts the soul by art, then nothing can separate it from itself. Then they consist in 3 and yet abide in one seat. Until the noble body is dissolved, and putrefy and separate from them. Then after some time the spirit and soul come together in the extreme or last heat, and each maintains its proper seat in constancy. Then, nothing wanting, an entire sound estate and perfection is at hand. And the work is glorified with great joy. 442. This is the constant doctrine and rule of the regeneration of light out of darkness, of life from death. The solution of the sense-born spirit and its subsequent sublimation, by a preponderant affinity artificially endowed, into the transparent glory of its prototypic form. And thus we learn from adepts, though particulars vary, that nature was not proved by them at random. For neither does she move by theory only or mere mechanic art, but by rational experiment and the light of faith, which, entering, stirs up in the inward oppressed of the chaotic natural-born life, and endeavors to convert, as it were. By a pure conscience, moving at length penetrating to meet the self-willed identity within, is arrested, and the contest of good and evil commences in the soul, each striving for the ascendant. Until the later prevailing for a period, such being the necessitous decree, an eclipsation of the light takes place, and a dissolution of its body, as was before shown. And, as we read in the fable, Typhon killed Osiris, his uterine brother, and scattered his members to the 4 winds, and usurped his rightful throne. But Isis, recollecting, hides them in a chest, just so the ethereal hypostasis is divided against itself and brought to a separation even as these 3, the soul, the spirit, and the body principle. The paternal, maternal, and preceding substance of life, sulfur, mercury, salt. The sulfur, which is the soul and golden ferment, being dislocated in its purpose by the oppressive will, is carried aloft to float upon the ethereal waters, whilst these continue to tear, decoct, and soften the sensual dominant and make it more fit for the returning reason and understanding to work upon. For it is brought to an extremity indeed, and made to feel the want of the light it had rejected. The light moreover ascending carries with it a fermental odor of the body, which by the divine art also is so contrived in order that the soul may not depart altogether into the region of nonentity. Thus Hermes, take, my son, the flying bird and drown it flying, then divide and cleanse it from its filth which keep it in death. Expel this and put away all pollution, that it may live and answer thee, not by flying away indeed but truly by forbearing to fly. 443. And all the while, during this period of the severation, a wonderful coction is described as going on, the earth is overflown with waters, the two great lights are eclipsed, the air is darkened. And all things are in confusion and disorderly relation, by reason of the successive passion and prevalence of the vital principles one over another. For the balance is so maintained that they can neither be said properly to die or live according to that descriptive prosopopea of the stone. I am not dead although my spirit's gone. For it returns, and is both off and on. Now I have life, now I have none. I suffered more than one could justly do. 3 souls I had, and all my own, but 2 are fled. The third had almost left me. 444. Unremitting care and attention are enjoined at this critical juncture, lest either of the dissolute elements should escape from its legitimate attraction, and the property of the spirit, which is as yet indifferent to life or death, should by force of too strong a fire, as Lully explains, be dissevered from the body, and the soul thenceforth depart into the region of her own sphere. And therefore he says, let the heavenly power or agent be such in the place of generation, or mutation, that it may alter the humidity from its earthly complexion to a fine transparent form or species. 445. But we are not yet proposing to exhibit the practice, but only to understand it. Previous, therefore, to the birth and fruits of spiritual increase, it may be expedient briefly only to consider the intermediate stages of the abyssal regeneration and contest of the metaphysical embryo before it is born into the perception by the eye of sense. Entering it for the dissolution, adepts describe it indeed as the greatest poison, the contrary will of the whole dissolving life is loosened by it, which actuates it exceedingly, the one being natural and the other of fire against nature. Conjoining together, they make a conflagration more fiercely consuming than any elemental flame, and being of equal origin, they prey upon each other incombustibly, and by so much the more increasing as they draw together in might. And as the fable further relates of the Egyptian monarch, that his hair was suffered to grow whilst yet he tarried in Ethiopia, so this fire is suffered to grow profusely, shooting forth all his satanic radiance in personality and act, until the time for his mortification is ripe and ready at hand. Adepts call him the green lion, Typhon, firedrake. Or during the mortification, he is their venomous black toad. For the newly roused efficient is exceeding wrathful, as we before hinted, reducing the foreign body of light, which is Osiris, to a mere vapor, called by the philosophers, on account of its origin, the 4 winds, which, condensing together at the top of the vessel in the form of drops, runs down continually, day and night, without ceasing. 446. So Sendivogus, in witty discourse of his, relates that Sal and Sulphur meeting together at a certain fountain began to fight, and Sal gave Sulphur a mortal wound, out of which, instead of blood, came forth, as it were, most white milk. And it became to be a great river. 447. For first the sun in highest uprising obscurate shall be, and passe the waters of Noah's flood, on earth which were 100 days continuate, and 50, away or all these waters yode. Ryght so on our waters, as wise men understood, shall pass, that thou, with David, may say, abirant in sicco flumina, etc. 448. This is commonly called the gate of putrefaction, and its entrance is described as dark, with Cimmerian windings, and continual terrification of the spirit. But the cause of the dissolution appears to proceed from the action of the vital heat stirred up artificially within the blood, and which being so continuously triturated, ignites and opens for itself a passage. Endeavoring forthwith to absorb the circulating light by the efflux of its own abundant chloric spirit being transfixed. And all this while it is that the powers of the philosophic heaven are so wonderfully shaken and defiled. For, as the French adept phrase it, the two dragons do bite one another very cruelly, and never leave off from the time they have seized one another, till by their slavering venom and mortal hurts they are turned into a gory blood, and then, being decocted totally in their own venom, are turned into a fifth essence. To Saturn, Mars with bond of love is tied. Who is by him devoured of mighty force? Whose spirit Saturn's body doth divide? And both combining yield a secret source. From whence doth flow a water wondrous bright, in which the sun doth set and lose his light. 449. There is a profound mystery couched in these light word. For as there was darkness upon the abyss when the divine spirit moved upon the water's face, so in the hyperphysical work is it seen to be. When the swifter current of the infernal motive will surmounts and eclipses the divine light in the circulation. And, moreover, there is the tempter evil of the Son of Man made manifest, and in all its reality the original sin with a more appalling possibility. To be met only by voluntary sacrifice and humiliation of the selfhood under the exemplary cross of Christ. For is it not written, He shall overflow the channels, and go over all the banks, and he shall pass through Judah, he shall overflow and go over, he shall reach even to the neck. And the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of thy land, O Emmanuel. 450. There is, say the alchemists, nothing of an unclean nature that enters into the composition of the stone, except one thing, which is the instrument moving the gold to putrefy. And in this respect, for it is the very grave of the rational light, it is called by them Typhon, Satan, Aquafetida, Ignis Gehenna, Mortis Immundities, etc. And because the philosophers are obscure concerning this principle, lest the rational inquirer should be led into troublesome error by their sophistication, we are induced to dwell rather and explain at length that, though impure in the beginning, and manifestly evil, it is nevertheless a necessary ingredient, and when finally brought through the natural alembic, and returned, it constitutes the natural alembic, and returned. It constitutes the force and integral perfection of the divine superstructure. And although sulfur and mercury, says the adept, should be already described and known, yet without salt no man can attain to this sacred science. 451. Hermes, alluding to the same, says, the dragon dwells in all the threefold nature, and his houses are the darkness and blackness that is in them, and while this fume remains they are not immortal. But take away the cloud from the water, the blackness from the sulfur, and by dissolution thou shalt obtain a triumphant gift, even that in and by which the possessors live. 452. And although Hermes does not speak of it openly, because the root of this science is a deadly poison, yet I protest to you, says Maria laconically, that when this poison is resolved into a subtle water, it coagulates our mercury into most pure silver. All tests. 453. But whilst it remains in the natural state, in the evil of its original conception, no good can come until it is overtaken and resolved. Then like as souls after pains of purgatory, be brought into paradise, where is joyful life. So shall our stone after his fartens in purgatory be purged, and joined in elements without strife, rejoicing in the beauty and whiteens of his wife, and pass fro the darkens of purgatory to Lyght of paradise, in whiteens elixir of great might. And like as ice to water doth relent, whereof congealed it was by violence of Greek cold, when Phoebus whitey smiteth his beams influent. Ryght so to water mineral reduced our gold. As writeth plainly Albert, Raymond and Arnold. White heat and moisture by craft occasionate. White congelation of the spyrite. 454. By craft occasionate, he says, because, it is by the attractive grace of the connate spirit that the self-willed agent is finally seen to be subdued and betrayed to self-mortification, as it were, by a conscience moving contrite in the law of her light. Here, therefore, Sol being eclipsed, the lunar Vulcan acts a principal part, as Isis in the Mysteries, where she is also called Athena, to express that self-motion and intelligence with which this spirit is endowed. In like manner they gave to Typhon, in this predicament, the name of Seth, Bebo, and like words, as Plutarch explains, importing a certain violent, forcible restraint, contrariety, and subversion, all which Osiris, i.e. the divine light, suffers in passing through the voluntary axle in the regeneration. But tempered by the benign offices of Isis, he, Typhon, is likewise gradually enthralled, and the opposive principles are, through her artful intercession, finally reconciled, and remain together, circulating with her in equilibriate accord. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook? Or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook into his nose? Or bore his jaws through with a thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him for a servant forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird? Wilt thou bind him for thy maidens? Shall the companions make a banquet of him? Shall they part him among the merchants? Canst thou fill his skin with barbed hooks, and his head with fish spears? Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle and do no more. Behold, the hope of him is in vain. Yet shall not one be cast down even at the sight of him? None is so fierce that dare stir him up, who then is able to stand before me? Who hath prevented me, that I should repay him? Whatsoever is made under the whole heaven is mine. I will not conceal his parts nor his comely proportion. Who can discover the face of his garment? Or who can come to him with his double bridle? Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible all about. His scales are his pride, shut up together as with a close seal. One is so near to another, that no air can come between them. They are joined to one another, they stick together, that they cannot be sundered. By his neesings a light doth shine, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as out of a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out from his mouth. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are firm in themselves, they cannot be moved. His heart is firm as a stone. Yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. When he rouseth up himself, the mighty are afraid, by reason of the breakings they purify themselves. 455. The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold, the spear, the dart, nor the habergeon. He estimeth iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make him flee, sling stones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble. Darts are counted as stubble, he laugheth at the shaking of a spear. Sharp stones are under him, he spreadeth the deep to boil like a pot, he mocketh the sea like a pot of ointment. He mocketh a path to shine after him, one would think the deep to be hoary. Upon earth there is not his like, who is made without fear. He beholdeth all high things, he is a king over all the children of pride. 456. Much might be added, and innumerable similitudes belonging both to this rebellious principle and to that identical representative of him which the divine art requires. In order that his stolen forces may be drawn forth and spent in the sanguinary conflict which he provokes in life. Just as in the Egyptian relics he is so frequently seen depicted with all the emblems of grace and power in human semblance, fiercely seated between his circumventing foes. For the Orient animal must be stripped of his skin, not with arrows or clubs, but with the hand, as adepts say. The whole garment of light must be dissected, shorn, and the signal of victory be heroically transferred. Animal de Orient pel sua leonine spolieri debet ejusque allo evanescere ac tum simul ingredi magnum oceani salem cumque pulchritidine iterum egredi, etc. 457. But we must proceed. Giving only, by way of recreation, this Philolithian lion hunt from Malden in part, and the cosmopolite Irenaeus. The hunting of the green lion. Unabridged. All highly to the noble company of true students in holy alchemy, whose noble practice doth them teach to veil their art with misty speech. Mought whitey please your worshipfuls to hear my idle soothfastens. Of that strange practice I have seen in hunting of the lion green. And because you may be apaid that ys truth, that I have said, and that you may for surety ween that I know well this lion green, I pray your patience to attend till you see my short writ end, wherein I'll keep my noble master's rede, who while he lived stood me in stead. At his death he made me swear hym to that all the secrets I should never undo to no one man, but even spread a cloud over my words and rites, and so it shroud that they which do this art desire should first know well to rule their fire. For with good reason YT doth stand swords to keep fro mad men's hand, lest one shoal kill other burn, or either do some fore shroud turn, as some have done that I have seen, as they did hunt These lion green, whose call are doubtless ys not so, and that your wisdoms well do know. For no man lives that each hath seen's upon 4 feet a lion collared green. But our lion wanting maturity is called green for unripeens, trust me. And yet full quickly he can run, and soon can overtake the sun, and suddenly can hym devour, if they be both shut in one tor. And hym eclipse that was so bryght, and make These red to turn to white, by virtue of high crudity, and unripe humours whych in hymb. And yet withing he hath such heat, that one he hath the sun upeat, he bringeth hym to more perfection than ever he had by nature's direction. This lion mocketh the sun sith, fifth, sun, to be joined to his sister the moon, by way of wedding a wondrous thing. These lion should cause him to beget a king. And 'tis as strange that These king's food can be nothing but These lion's blood. And 'tis as true that These ys none other than ys it the king's father and mother. A wonder a lion, and sun and moon, all these 3 one deed have done. The lion ys the praised, and the sun and moon the wed. Yet they were both boreen in the lion's bed. And yet These king was begot by none other but by sun and moon his own sister and brother. O noble master of pardon I you pray, because I did well near bewray the secret which to me ys so dear. For I thought none but brothers were here. Then should I make no doubt to have written plainly out. But for my fealty I must keep I'll turn my pen another way, to speak under benedicity of These noble company, which now perceives by These that I know what our lion ys. Although in science I am no clerk, yet I have labored in These worka, and truly withouten any nay. If you will listen to my lay, something thereby you may find that well may content your mind. I will not swear to make you give credence, for a philosopher will find herein evidence of the truth, and to men that be lay, I skill not greatly what they say, for they ween that our lion ys common quicksilver, but truly they miss, and of These purpose evermore shall fail, and spend his thrift till avail, that weeneth to work a heist will thereby, because he doth so readily fly. Therefore leave off ere thou begin, till thou know better what we mean. Whych one thou doest then wilt thou say that I have taught thee a good lay. In that whych I have said of thee before. Wherefore listen and mark well my lore. One thou hast they lion with soul and luna well fed, and laid them cleanly in their bed. An easy heat they may not miss, till each the other well can kiss, and that they shroud them in a skin, such as an egg yelk lieth in. Then muse thou draw from thence away a right good secret withouten any nay, which must serve to do thee good. For ys the lion's blood, and therewith must be the king fed, when he ys risen from the dead. But lunge time it will be, or ere his death appear to thee, and many a sleep thou must lack, or thou see of collar black. Take heed thou move not with yire, but keep in an easy fire, until you see separate from high's vile earth vituperate, which will be black and light withal, much like the substance of a fussbowl. Your magnet in the midst will be of color fair and white, trust me. Then when you see all these thing, your fire 1 degree increasing, until you well may see thereby your matter to grow very dry. The ys fit without delay, the excrements be ta'en away. Prepare a bed most bryght and shine, for to lodge this young kilda in, and therein let alone lie, till he be thoroughly dry. Then time as I do think, after such drouth to give him drink, but thereof the truth to shew, is great secret wek I know. For philosophers of time old, the secret of imbibition never out-tude. To create magnesia they made no care, in their books largely to declare, but how to order it after high's creation. The left poor men without consolation. So many men thought they had perfection, but they found nothing in their projection. Therefore they marred what they had made before, and of alchemy they would have no more. Thus do old fathers hide it from a clerk, because in it consisteth the whole subtil worka, which if ye lift of me to know, I shall not fail the truth to shew. One your pure matter in the glass is fit, before that you your vessel shit. A portion of your lion's sweat must be given it for to eat, and they must be grounded so well together, that each fro other will flee now wither. Then must you seal up your glass, and in high's furnace where he was, you must set them there to dry. Which being done then truly, you must prepare like a good physician, for another imbibition. But evermore look that you dry up all high's drink, that none lie by. For if you make drink too free, the longer will your working be. And if you let be too dry, then for thirst your child may die. Wherefore the mean to hold is best, twixt overmoist and too much raft. 6 times thy imbibtions make, the 7th that Sabota's rest betake. 8 days twixt ilk day of the 6, to dry up moist and make it fix. Then at the n1 time thy glass up seal, and let him stand 6 weeks each deal, with his heat tempered so right, that blackness past he may grow white. And so the 7th week rest him still, till thou ferment after thy will, which if thou wilt ferment for white, thereby thou gainst no great profit. For I assure thee thou needest not dread to proceed with fire till all be red. Then must thou proceed as did philosophers old, to prepare thy ferment of pure gold, which how to do though secret that it be, yet will I truly teach it thee. In the next chapter as erst I did say, that so the truth find thou may. Therefore of charity and for our Lord's sake, let no man from my writings take 1 word, nor add thereto. For certainly if that he do, he shall shew malice fro the which I am free, meaning truth and not subtlety, which I refer to the judgment of those which ken the philosopher's intent. Now listen me with all your might, how to prepare your ferment right. O noble work of works that God has wrought, whereby each thing of things are forth I brought, and fitted to their generation, by a noble fermentation. Which ferment must be of such a thing, as was the work's beginning. And if thou do progress aright, one thou hast brought the work to white, and then to stay is thy intent, do after my commandment, work Luna by herself alone, with the blood of the green lion, as erst thou didst in the beginning, and of three didst make one thing, orderly yielding forth right, till thy magnet should full white. So must thou worka all thy ferment, both white and red, else were whitey shent. Red by whitey self and so the white, with the lion's blood must be date. And if thou wilt follow my lore, set in thy ferment the same hour, of soul for red, of Luna for white, each by himself let work tight. So shall thy ferment be ready dress, to feed the king with a good mess of meats that fit for his digestion, and well agreeing to his complexion. If he be of color white, feed him then with Luna bright. If his flesh be perfect red, then with the sun he must be fed. Your ferment 1/4 part must be into your magnet made evenly, and join hem warm and not cold. For raw to ripe you may be bold, have disagreements so have heat and cold. Therefore put hem warm into thy glass, then seal it up even as it was, and circle all till yt be one, by passing degrees every each one, both black and white, and also red. Then of the fire here have no dread, for he will never dreade the fire, but ever abide thy desire. And here a secret to thee I must shew, how to multiply that thou must know, or else it will be over Michael pain, for thee to begin thy work again. I say to thee that in no fashion it's so well multiplied as with continual fermentation, and sure far it will be exalted at the last, and in projection run full fast. Therefore in the fire keep ferment alway, that thy medicine augment mayst I. For if the maid do not her leaven save, crave, then of her neighbor's ski must needs go, or ski must stay till ski can make more. Remember the proverb that store is no sore. Thus have I taught thee a lesson, full of truth. If thou be wicked therefore my heart is wroth. Remember God highest blessing he can take, one he hath given it, if abuse any you make. For surely if thou be a clerk, thou wilt find truth in these werke. But if so be that thou be lay, and understand not what I say, keep counsel then and leave thy toy. For it befits no limmerloy to meddle with such greta secrecy, as ys these hygh philosophy. My counsel take, for thou shalt find it true. Leave of seeking these lion to pursue, for hym to hunt that ys a pretty while. Yet by his craft he doth most folky beguile, and hem devour and leave hem full of care. Wherefore I bid thee to beware, and counsel give thee as my friend. And so my hunting here I end, praying God that made us we may not myss, to dwell with hym in his heavenly bliss. The evil of the original sin being overcome by so many subtle stratagems, the new life thence arises whose quintessential virtue, imperishable and perpetually victorious, is the cornerstone or first material foundation of the Hermetic art, known, as the adept says, only to the wise, because they alone can know it who have it in themselves. The irrational and frivolous-minded cannot receive this truth, because it depends exactly upon the knowledge of that which is most abstruse in them. The example given of Cadmus, from the Greek fable, identified him with Jason, Orpheus, Aeneas, and the rest, who represent the rational ferment. The associates are taken to signify the other faculties of the mind originally attendant on this, but which are drawn away afterwards into the vortex of the opposive principle, rapidly attracting them when it is freed, and reveling with which it becomes satiated and more easily ensnared. As it is told of Saturn, likewise, that he was inebriated when he was bound in fetters by his son, and by the advice of the goddess, too, according to Orpheus, the subtle stratagem was contrived. When stretched beneath the lofty oaks you view Saturn, with honey of the bees produced. Sunk in ebriety, fast bind the god. For the Saturnian will, being allowed to revel without limitation or rational restraint, throughout te subordinate faculties, becomes intoxicated, his desires are more than satisfied, and, as the image runs, from the effect he sleeps. It is then the watchful eye of intellect, well advised and able, prepares to cut him off, and drawing forth all his brazen strength, plants it in the newly furrowed soil, whence springs another armament, which, still rebellious, contending with each other for the selfsame stone, are by it once more annihilated and again raised up. So the bath of Diana is prepared out of the blood of many battles, where the innocent suffer for the guilty, and many barbarous images befall, until the identical spirit arises, pure, bright, and contrite, from its primeval element, and free in legal subordination only to its own perfect law. The matter first of metals mercury. A moisture is which wetteth no the hand. Yet flows, and therefore is named water dry. The vulgar is at every one's command. But this is not the water we desire. For in our water is our secret fire. This matter while its life it did retain, was apt all metals e'en to procreate. The life when gone, then dead it doth remain. Till a new soul shall it reanimate. This matter is to metals all of kin. All which do hide a mercury within. He then who knows the parts of mercury, and can its superfluities decrease and with true sulphur it can vivify. For dead it is, though, fluent, he with east. May gold unlock and after recongeal. Both to an essence which all griefs can heal. Lo! Here a spring of wealth, a tree of life. No wealth so great, no sickness here is rife. Here in a map, thou sayest the creatures all abridged, and reduced to their perfection. Here thou beholdest in a subject small, from this world's isery a full protection. O Mercury, true wonder of the world! How strange thy nature is and how compact! A body dost possess which doth enfold a spirit inexpressible to act. Our mysteries, this only we desire. This is our water, this our secret fire. For argent vive is gold essential. Only unripe, which, if thou canst prepare by art, it gives the secret menstrual. The mother of our stone which is so rare. Our oil, our unguent, and our marcasite. Which we do name also our fountain bright. O crystal fountain! Which with fourfold spring rubs down the valleys with its pearly drops. Distilling, with which our noble king is shed carried to the mountain tops. Where he the virtue of the heavens receives. Which never after him, when fixed, leaves. This our May-dew which our earth doth move. To bring forth fruit, which fruit is perfect gold. This is our Eve, whom Adam doth so love. That in her arms his soul, stang to be told. He doth receive, who erst as dead was seen. And quickened first appears in colors green. How this? Even thus, in Saturn there is hid a soul immortal which in prison lies. Untie its fetters, which do it forbid to sight for to appear, then shall arise a vapor shining, like pearl orient. Which is our moon and sparkling firmament 458. By such a vital and mysterious process is the first matter of the adepts said to be generated and produced by an emancipation of the fontal source. And this is Diana, and that refulgent light which eclipses every other light but that of its proper reason, and strikes the irrational intruder blind. For she is the wholeness of the fundamental nature at once personified, the knot and link of all the elements O being, inferior as well as superior, which she contains within herself. A light more splendid than the sun and gold, and more beautiful than the moon or silver, and more diaphanous than the purest crystal. Inasmuch transcendent, says the acute Helvetius 459, that most recreant beauty can never be blotted out from my mind, though it should be rejected by all, and disbelieved by fools and the illiterate. For though our art is unknown, we do assert, according to experience, that this mystery is to be found, but only with the great Jehovah saturninely placed in the center of the world. There, within most intimately, the abyss of the spoagiric artifice is disclosed, there, as in a crystalline diaphaneity, the miracle of the whole world. There, in that region, no longer fabulous but by art made natural, is seen the salamander casting out the ethereal waters, and washing himself in the flames. There the river Nemesis, in which Aeneas, bathing, was absolved from his mortality, and by command of Venus was transformed into an immortal god. There, also, is Eridanus, and that Lydian river Pactolus transmuted into gold as soon as Mygdonian Midas had washed himself in the same. Also, as in a beautifully pictured series, there is displayed every mythological antique device. Apollo and the Muses, and Parnassus and the fountain struck from Pegasus, and the fountain of Narcissus, even Scylla washing in the flood, beneath the fervent rays of the meridian sunbeams. There, too, the blood of Pyrames and Thisbe, which turned the white mulberries to a deeper dye. The blood of Adonis transformed by Venus into an anemone rose, that blood too, of mighty Ajax, out of which sprung the fairest hyacinth flower. There are also the drops of water decocted by Medea, out of which such a verdure sprang up suddenly to cover the bleached earth. And that potion which the enchantress boiled out of so many herbs gathered 3 days before the full moon, for the healing of Jason, when that hero had grown infirm. The gardens of the Hesperides, also, are in Elysium. And here Hippomenes runs the race with Atlanta, and vanquishes by stratagem of the golden fruit. Here, too, magnanimous Hercules, having burnt all his maternal body upon a pile of wood, revives entire and incombustible, as the phoenix on her pyre, and is changed into the likeness of an immortal god. Such are a very few of the games and choice spectacles which tradition commemorates as instituted by wisdom, for the benefit of souls emerging from Lethe and Egyptian darkness to the glorious liberty of the freed will in life. And it is that kindling of divine ecstasy, in connection with its source, that attracts the whole phenomenon of nature to its desire, and works the total miracle of the Hermetic art in life, exalts mind by the understanding of causes, and confirms it. But in the summary language of the Greek saint, since here it becomes us not to assert no, says Synesius, that the quintessence and hidden thing of our stone is nothing else than our viscous celestial and glorious soul, drawn by our magistery out of its mine, which engenders itself and brings itself forth, and that water is the most sharp vinegar, which makes gold to be a pure spirit, nay, it is that blessed nature which engenders all things, but by usurpation, in each particular universally and without return. These plain words, supporting the evidence which has gone before, will leave less doubt, if we yield them credence, with respect to the method and true basis of the Hermetic experiment. Reason, aided by a perspicacious imagination, will attain readily to the idea, and research may further assist the faithful to confirm it. We cannot, however, quit a subject, the preliminaries of which are so important to establish, without adverting to certain Kabbalistic and other Greek concordances, in the hope that their separate witness may tell favorably toward the development of this material of mind. Chapter 2. A further analysis of the initial principle, and its adduction into light. Deus, cum solus fuesit in principio, crevit unam substantium, hanc prima materiam nominamus. Milius Phil. Reform, Pars. 6, Lib 1. The philosophy of the Kabbalah, as delivered in the only genuine Hebrew remains and their commentaries, is eminently comprehensive and sublime, and these characteristics are mainly dependent on its very great simplicity. All things therein are psychically derived, and, according to the doctrine of an essential emanation, the whole physical universe is extended and corporified, as it were, by a multiplication of the indeficient unit into its parts, under the intelligible law of its own proceeding light. Into the method of this philosophy, or the many beautiful particulars arising out of its material, space does not allow us to enter. They who are desirous may conveniently examine for themselves either in the Latin editions of Rosenroth 460, or to begin with, Frank's very excellent History of the Kabbalah, which contains, besides numerous translated passages from the Hebrew, commentaries and notes, that we have read with no less instruction than Delight 461. The initial principle, however, which we have been discussing, and to which it will be necessary to confine inquiry for the present, is in the Zohar designated by the name of wisdom, or the supreme crown. That is to say, after it has become into manifest being. But in the beginning, for reasons metaphysically explicable, the divine hypostasis is distinguished by the epithet of unknown, and described according to its negative absoluteness, in the sum of 2 or 3 paragraphs. As follows. All things before they became manifested were concealed in the unknown and incomprehensible infinite, and this subsistence, whence all proceeded, was but as an interrogation, an imperceptible sufficience, having neither mind, nor figure, nor self-comprehension, or being, properly so called. But when the unknown would manifest himself, he begins by producing a point. But, whilst the point of light remains within subjective and inseparate, he is unknown, and as the unity of things to be developed only by the separation of them in himself, in this sense he is called the Ancient of Days, the White Head. The Old Man by excellence, the Mystery of Mysteries, which is before all things, whose emanation is all 462. And thus the hypostatic vision is more prominently delineated. He is, says the Rabbi Ben Jokahi, speaking of the same, the mystery of mysteries, and most unknown of the unknown, yet he has a form or idiom which belongs to him. But, under this form by which he is seen, he remains still unknown. His clothing is white, and his aspect that of a countenance unveiled. From his head he shakes a dew which awakens the dead, and brings them to new life. Wherefore, it is written, Thy dew is the dew of light. It is this which nourishes the most exalted saints, the manna which descends into the field of sacred fruits. The aspect of this dew is white, as the diamond is white, the color which contains all 463. This white appearance of the primeval splendor in the abyss, is very constantly notified. Thus we reading the Apocalypse, of the white stone with the new name written upon it, and in the vision of the Son of Man, of the snowy whiteness of his glory, whose hair was like wool, and white as snow 464. And I beheld, says the prophet in Enoch, the Ancient of Days, whose head was like wool, etc. 465. But these, and all such revelations, will be esteemed fanciful or figurative, perhaps, or arbitrarily, since they are not commonly conceivable, and the worldly mind is shut out from the imagination even, of occult truth. They only who have entered experimentally within to know themselves, have been satisfactorily able to recognize the ground. And they only who are gifted with an approximately faith, to discriminate their universal testimony from amongst so many fanatical delusions, will be inclined, or able either, to advance to the contemplation of their proofs. But to continue. As all colors in their prismatic unison are white, just so is the universal nature, described as appearing in the evolution of her fontal light. And Paracelsus gives it as a reason, that there should be a simple ground of all diversity without confusion whereon to recreate, omnia in de manu alba sunt. Is eas tingit ut volt, all things in the hand of God are white, says the Magian, he colors them according to his pleasure. Agreeably, the author of the Lucerna Solis writes, he matter will become white like a hoary man, whose aged complexion resembles ice, it will also whiten more afterwards, like silver. Govern your fire with a great deal of care, and afterwards you shall see that in your vessel your matter will become white as snow. Then is your elixir perfect as to the white work. This agrees with the descriptions of Arnold, Lully, Artephius, and the rest cited in the theory, which, in the original verse, runs thus. Acquirit canadium viri senis. Albicabic fir ut argentums. Summa dilignitia ignum rege. Vides bisque sequenter moderiam in vitro. Albera omnino candor nivli. Et tum confectum est elixir ad album 466. The same Sendivogus, in his new light, call the water of our sea, the water of life, not wetting the hands, and believe me, he says, for I saw it with my eyes, and felt it, that water was as white as snow 467. And Irenaeus, but we will not enlarge, for is not this the matter already defined so often by the old alchemists, saying, it is no common water, but an unctuous mineral vapor, universally subsisting? Bodies, therefore, say they, are to be turned into such a vapor, and this vapor is the stone known and proven in the Book of Life, summater lays in capitulus notice, such is the subtle phrase of the Arabian. And this is the matter everywhere alluded to, and so often denoted in the mysteries, which in demoniacal forms is at first in vision made apparent, nor known until the eye of mind, regardant and purifying, meets its first source. For are we not all verily, such stuff as dreams are made of? Yet the discovery of it is no dream, if we may believe the experienced. But, on the contrary, every fantastic desire and imagination is alienated and merged in intellectual contact of the thing itself, which is our identity. This is the true Hermetic material, which is celebrated by all his disciples. That recommended by Orpheus to be taken in the cave of Mercury, and carried in both hands away. And this is the power borne by the centaur Cheiron, the monster tutor of heroes, cloud-begotten, sprung from out of the nebulous impure ether, with a duplicate real, and promise of a more perfect life to come. The same in Silenus is satirically personified the most venerable preceptor of the god of wine. And this is Pan, and the foundation of the great Saturnian monarchy of the freed will, which was once circumscribed in intellect, for the manifestation of its light. This same, the Arabians call flas salis albi, the flower of white salt, and thus the substant hypothesis is said very truly to be designated. And this is the white sand, quellum, which Van Helmont speaks of as manifesting itself forth in a vivid vital soil, which spade or mattock never pierced. 468. This is the true magic earth wherein is the recreative fire, even that land of Havilah, where good gold is, and this fire binds the parts thereof spontaneously to himself, coagulates them, and stops their flux. And this salt is the water that wets not the hands, and that identical magnesia that was exhibited in the mysteries, the white island of Vishnu, the Lord of Radha. The white paradise, which the author of the Round Towers, with an exclusiveness, pardonable for its enthusiasm, mistook for his emerald home. 469. The Platonists have declared true being to be white, and all that Plato says, in Phaedo, about Tartarus is, according to Olympiodorus, to be understood ethically and physically, ethically, in that Tartarus is the place of the soul's trial, where the balance of existence is struck, and imperfections are made manifest. Physically, in that it is the wholeness of existence. And what is written about rivers and seas by Plato, which is ridiculous in an external sense, is to be psychically understood, as when he says that the taste and color of these waters is according to the quality of the earth through which it flows. This also indicates, adds our exponent, that souls, in which reason does not preside as a charioteer, are changed according to the subject temperament of the body. But when reason has the dominion, the soul does not yield, but, contrariwise, assimilated herself to the supreme virtue. 470. And her first motion towards this from her ultimate artificial recessure is the true origin of matter, according to these philosophers, and the primary cause of all. When the generative virtue is drawn up into intellectual alliance with the medial life and light. In the third book of Reuchlin, De Arte Cabalistica, we read, Nihil est in principio nisi sapientia. Nothing is in the beginning but wisdom, or sapience. It is this which we are accustomed to call the three persons in divinity, the which is an absolute essence, that, whilst it is retracted in the abyss of darkness, and rests still and quiet, or, as they say, having respect to nothing, is for this cause termed by the Hebrews, ein, I.e., to say, nihil quod nos, nothing or no entity as respects us. Because we, being affected with inability in the conception, do judge and imagine of those things which do not appear immediately as if they were not at all. But when it has showed itself forth to be somewhat indeed, and that it does really in the human apprehension exist, them, continues the Kabbalist, is dark Aleph converted into light Aleph. As it is written, the night shineth as the day, the darkness and the light are all alike to him, tenebris sunt ei sicut ipsa lux. C2, Deus meus, illuminavris me lux fiant tenebri me. So paradise was opened in the seer, and by that kindling of divine enthusiasm in conjunction with its source, the soft lenient light was created, which he celebrates, and whence all things are said to emerge, and whither they return. But without our cognizance, who are chained to these exterior surfaces, content with the bare tradition of a life to come. But in that place, whither he was snatched up, the prophet describes them, and what he beheld of the radical essence, and the manifold glories of that mystical Adamic soil. And this I beheld, says he, the secret of heaven and of paradise according to its divisions, and there my eyes beheld the secrets of thunder and lightning, and the secrets of the winds, how they are distributed as they blow over the earth. The secret of the winds and of the clouds, there I perceived the place whence they issues forth, and I became saturated with the dust of the earth. There I saw the wooden receptacles, the vegetable or medial life, out of which the winds became separated, and the receptacles of the snow, and the cloud itself which continued over the earth before the creation of the world 471. This nebulous apparition of the Catholic embryo before its birth, some modern Kabbalists have explained to be an absolute concentration of divinity within its original identity, which, as a cloud before the falling shower, gives birth to the primitive ether, which is the pure attracting vacuum, or understanding whereby the central efficient is drawn forth to will and operation. Dionysius styles it colligo divina, because, as he says, it is obscure and humanly incomprehensible, though visible indeed. The author of the Lumen calls it, from the Kabbalists, tenebrae activae, and describes it as beneath all degrees of sense and imagination, a certain horrible, inexpressible chasm 472. Non-being, which nor mind can see, nor speech reveal. Since, as of being void, 'tis not the object of the mental eye, but there thy intellectual notions check. When in this path exploring 473. For its end is infinite. As the oracle forewarns, stoop not down, for a precipice lies below in the earth, it is nothing as respects the consciousness before it is conceived. Nothing, as Dionysius adds, of those things that are, or of those that are not, in an empty destructive sense, but it becomes that only true thing of which we can affirm nothing, whose theology is negative, but which constitutes the perfect possession of the most happy life. This Bohm also declares, God, incomparably good and great, out of nothing created something, and that something was made one thing in which all things were contained, both celestial and terrestrial. And this first something was a certain cloud or darkness, which was condensed into water, and this water is that one thing in which all things are contained 474. Now here we do not read either that all things came of nothing absolutely, but that God of nothing created something which was made that one thing in which are all. And this one thing appears to be nothing less or more than that identity which is made in the regeneration by the reprocedure into experience out of the dissolute void of life when artificially induced. As respects the creature, therefore, it may be considered as the first divine manifestation out of the abyss, when the spirit is brought forth into a new circulatory confine, displaying its universal properties internally according to the magnetic virtue, action, and passion of the microcosmic heaven. And there is in the celestial light, continues the same author, a substance like water which yet is no water, but such a spirit or property, but it burns more like a kindred oil, and is called by many the tincture. And this tincture is the source of the material world, and gives to all essences virtue to grow, it is also in all metals and stones. It causes silver and gold to grow, and without it nothing could grow, but with it, all things. Amongst all the children of nature it only is a virgin, and has never generated anything out of itself. Neither can it generate, yet it makes all things that are to be impregnated, it is the most hidden thing, and also the most manifest, it is the friend of God and playfellow of virtue. It suffers itself to be detained of nothing and yet it is in all things, but if anything be done against the right of nature, then it readily flies away, it continues in no kind of decaying of anything, but abides constantly with life. The way to it is very near, yet no language can express it, nevertheless it meets them that seek it aright in its own way. It is powerful, yet of itself does nothing. When it goes out of a thing it comes not into it again naturally, but it stays in its ether. It is not God, but it is God's friend, for it works not of itself. It is in all things imperceptibly, and yet it may well be overpowered and used, especially in metals, there it can of itself, being pure, make gold of iron or copper, and makes a little grow to be a great deal. For it is as subtle as the thoughts of Ma, and his thoughts do even arise from thence. All things are thence arisen through the divine imagination and do yet stand in such a birth, station, and government. The four elements have likewise such a ground or original, but the understanding and capacity is not in nature's own ability without the light of God. But it is very easy to be understood by those who are in the light, to them it is easy and plain. 475. I have myself seen this knowledge, continues our author in another place, with those eyes wherein life generates in me, for the new man speculates into the midst of the astral birth or geniture, and thus, he adds, in explication the method of his experience. At last when, after much Christian seeking and desire, and suffering of much repulse, I resolved, he says, rather to put my life to the utmost hazard than to give over and leave off. The gate was opened to me, so that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than if I had been many years at the university, at which I did exceedingly admire, and knew not how it happened to me. And therefore, I turned my mind to praise God for it. For I saw and knew the being of beings, the abyss, or ground or original foundation, and the abyss, that is without ground, or fathomless or void. Also the birth or eternal generation of the Holy Trinity, the descent and original of this world and of all creatures through the divine wisdom, and I knew and saw in myself all the three worlds, viz., first, the divine angelical, or paradisiacal. And then the dark world, being a procreation or extern birth or, as it were, a substance expressed or spoken forth from the internal and spiritual worlds. And I saw and knew the whole being, and working essence in the evil and in the good, and the mutual original and existence of each of them. And likewise how the pregnant generatrix or fruitful bearing womb of eternity brought forth, so that I did not only greatly wonder at it, but did also exceedingly rejoice. Albeit, I could very hardly apprehend the same in my external man, and express it with my pen. I saw as in a great deep in the internal. For I had a thorough view of the universe as in a chaos wherein all things are couched and wrapped up, but it was impossible then for me from time to time, as a young plant, and came forth into the external principle of my mind. And thus I have written not from instruction or knowledge received from men, nor from the study of books, but I have written out in my own book which was opened in me, being the noble similitude, the book of the most noble and precious image of God. And therein I have studied as a child in the house of its mother, which beholdeth what the Father doth. I have no need of other books, my book hath only 3 leaves, the same are the principles of eternity. Therein I can find all whatsoever Moses and the prophets, Christ and his apostles have taught and spoken. I can find therein the foundation of the world and mysteries. And yet not I but the Spirit of God doeth it according to the measure as he pleaseth. 476. Here we have modern testimony agreeing in all particulars with the most ancient Kabbalah and profound experimental divinity. Nor this alone, but other favored individuals, amongst whom Van Helmont relates, how by a mysterious hand he was led along into a perception of the simple element of nature. And while I variously wandered that I might view the tree of life, says the physician, at length without the day and beyond the beginning of the night, I saw, as in a dream, the whole face of the earth even as it stood forsaken and empty or void at the beginning of the creation. Then afterwards, how it was, while, as being fresh, it waxed on every side green with its plants, again, also, as it lay hidden under the flood. For I saw all the species of plants to be kept under the waters, yet presently after the flood, that they did all enter into the way of interchanges enjoined to them, which was to be continued by their species and seeds, etc. For in the sky of our Archeus, aspectual ideas are deciphered as well from the depth of the starry heaven of the soul itself, as those formed by the erring or implanted spirit of the 7 bowels. 477. Here is this sphere those mighty wonders are, which, as the sporting of the deity, themselves display. Wonders indeed they are, which do exceed man's comprehending far. Here 'tis that God himself himself displays, from whence the sense arises up in joys. 1,000 things for eye arise, eternal waters and eternal skies. 478. Basil Valentine also, before proceeding to a description of the philosophic matter, opens his discourse in effect as follows: when at a certain time an abundance of thoughts, which my internal fervent prayer to God suggested, had set me loose and wholly free from terrene business, I purposed in myself to attend to those spiritual inspirations of which we have need for the more accurate scrutiny of nature. Therefore I resolved to make myself wings, that I might ascend in high and inspect the stars themselves, as Icarus and his father Daedalus did in times past. But when I soared too near the sun, my feathers with its vehement heat were consumed, and I fell headlong into the depths of the sea. Yet to me, in this my extreme necessity, invoking God, help was sent from heaven which freed me from all peril and present destruction. For one hastened to my assistance who commanded the waters should be still. And instantly in that deep abyss appeared a most high mountain upon which at length I ascended, that I might examine whether, as men affirmed, there was indeed any friendship and familiarity between inferiors and superiors, and whether the superior stars, i.e. id divini mentis, have acquired strength and power from God, their Creator, to produce any one thing like to themselves on earth. And having searched into things, I found, viz. in the metaphysical chemical analysis, that whatsoever the ancient masters had so many ages committed to writing and delivered to their disciples, was true as truth itself in very deed, that I may expound the matter in a few words. I found all things which are generated in the bowels of the mountains to be infused from the superior stars as light, and to take their beginning from them in the form of an aqueous cloud, fume, or vapor, which, for a long time fed and nourished, is at length educted into a tangible form by the elements. Moreover this vapor is dried, that the wateriness may lose its dominion, and the fire next by help of the air retain the ruling power of water, fire, and of fire, air and earth are produced. Which notwithstanding are found in all things consisting of body before the separation of them, but this water therefore containing all, which by the dryness of its fire and air is formed into earth, is the first matter of all things. 479. In this allegory the whole metaphysical chemical analysis of the universal subject is displayed, the separation, introspection and reunion of the vital elements in their ethereal accord. And for this reason adepts have concluded this identic salt to be the true grain, since it cannot be annihilated, but survives the wreck of the whole dissolute being throughout, the seed not only of this world but the next. For all things, whether organized or otherwise, decay and pass away into other elements, but this mystical substance, this root of the world, returning immediately upon the dissolution of its parts, renews them. Nor will then be quiet, but Proteus-like runs from one complexion of light into another, and from this color to that, transmuting himself before the regardant eye into a strange variety of forms and appearances, exhibiting the universal phenomenon of nature in recreant display as he runs forth from green to red and from red to black, receding thenceforth into a million of colors and transmigrating species. Verum ubi corruptum minibus, vinclisque tenebis. Tum varii illidnet species, ac ora ferierum. Fiat enim subito sus horridus, attract tigris. 480. And when he has departed from the fragile labyrinth through which he was dispersed, says the adept, and is moreover purified from every impurity, he raises himself likewise into an infinity of forms, one while into a vegetable, and then into a stone or into some strange animal. Now he transmutes himself into the sea, becoming a pearl, or a gem or a metal, beautifully shining with red flames, and iridescent with myriads of colors. And thus he lives perpetually the worker of miracles, an indefatigable Magian, by no means wearying in his labor but growing young evermore and increasing daily in vigorous display and strength. 481. And these miraculous alterations will not cease, as Democritus hints, until the matter has worked out its own restitution and is brought by art into the supernatural fixity of its final cause. And that mode of binding is said to be best which makes use of manacles and fetters, as Hermes also says, the philosophers chain up their matter with a strong chain or band when they make it to contend with fire. 482. Nam sine 6 non debit precepta, nec illum. Orando flex, vim durum eti vincula capto. Tenda. Doli circum haec demum frangitor inanes. 483. To arrest this imaginative flux of freed vitality, we may well conceive that it need the whole voluntary force of the central magnet, and that this alone, which is its proper reason, can compel it to repose. Reuchlin, concerning the two Catholic natures contained in the Mirific word, alludes to this, saying, one nature is such that it may be seen with the eyes, felt with the hands, and is subject to alteration almost at every moment. You must pardon. As Apuleius says, the strange expression, because it makes for the obscurity of the thing. This very nature, since she may not continue one and the same, is accordingly apprehended of the mind under such her qualification more rightly as she is not than as she is, namely, as the thing is in truth, that is, changeable. The other nature or principiating substance is incorruptible, immutable, and always subsistent. 484. And this, adds an ancient and much esteemed Adeptus 485, is the work which I have sometimes seen with a singular and most dear friend, who showed me certain large furnaces, and those crowned with cornues of glass. The vessels were several, having, besides their tripods, their sediments or caskets, and within was a holy oblation or present, dedicated to the ternary. But why should I any longer conceal so divine a thing? Within this fabric, i.e., the consecrated vessel, was a certain mass moving circularly, or driven round about, and representing the very figure of the great world. For here the earth was to be seen standing of itself in the midst of all, compassed about with most clear waters, rising up to several hillocks and craggy rocks, and bearing many sorts of fruit. As of it had been watered with showers from the moist air. It seemed also to be very fruitful of wine, oil, and milk, with all kinds of precious stones and metals. The waters themselves, like those of the sea, were full of a certain transparent salt, now white, now red, then yellow and purpled, and, as it were, shamletted with various colors, which swelled up to the face of the waters. All things were actuated with their own appropriate fire, but in very truth imperceptible as yet, and ethereal. But one thing above the rest forced me to an incredible admiration, namely, that so many things, and diverse in kind, and of such perfect particulars, should proceed from one only thing. And that, with very small assistance, which being strengthened and furthered by degrees, the artist faithfully affirmed to me that all those diversities would settle at last into one body. Here I observed that fusel kind of salt to be not different from pumice stone, and that quicksilver, which authors call mercury, to be the same with Lully's lunaria, whose water gets up against the fire of nature, and shines by night. But by day has a glutinous, viscous faculty. 486. Here we have the whole hermetic laboratory, furnace, fire, matter, and vessels, with their mysterious germinations, subtly depicted and set apart. For this clarified hypostasis, shall we not believe in it? Is the stage of all forms, and here they are spontaneously produced, not in mere imagination, or as we might conceive imaginatively, or, as in a dream, shadowly, but as the true genesis of light. Haec dedit argenti rivos, erisque metalla ostendit Venice, ac plurum affluxit haec genus aer virum, marsos pubenc sabella assemtuc, malo ligurum valcosque verutos extulit, haec decios Marios, magnos Camillos. Salve magna parens frugum satinia tellus magna virum. And though these images, with the rest, may appear extravagant, and Virgil refers all the compliment to his native soul, yet the truth, gathering strength by detail, may plead through the whole accord. Such are a few only of the remarkable declarations of individuals who, by an experimental ingress, as they acknowledge, to the vital radix, have discovered the Catholic original of nature, intellectual and material. With the ground of every phenomenon, through the arising spectacle of the creative majesty within themselves. Many might be added of good repute and accordant, but numbers would not ensure more credence for them, who ought, on their own authority, to be believed. And have been and will be always by those who are able to glance freely, without imaginative hindrance, into the capability of mind. And, by analogy of their own clear reason, can judge of that fontal revelation which, when entertained in consciousness, becomes efficient, and in consciousness, becomes efficient, and, in its simultaneous energy, divine. Hence, they will perceive that from no idle dreaming the conviction of those sublimated souls arose, who were not alone superior to the dictation of folly, but were freed moreover from the liability of error which besets ordinary minds, for they had passed the turbulent delusions, not of sense only but of the selfhood, and having combated every sinister disguise in opposition, were proved and reproved. Previous to being admitted to the apperceptive vision of the causal truth which they describe, when light meeting light, apprehends itself alone, and develops the triple mystery of its creative law throughout, from the infernal motive wheel which is the origin of the mineral kingdom, through the whole intermediate paradisiacal vegetable growth, up to the final concord of the divine image in man. For as life passes through the philosophic fermentation, its substance is entirely transmuted, and the threefold property is developed, with a dividing of the heterogeneous parts, by an extinguishing of the forms and properties of the medial spirit. And not only is it resolved into these three principles, which Van Helmont also calls salt, sulfur, and mercury, but there is a procedure towards a radical destruction, almost annihilating the components of the former life, which at length, in its extreme exigence, draws a new seed to begin a new generation. Hence this is the way of the recedure to the night of Hippocrates, leading thenceforth into the day of Orpheus. It is not a little remarkable that the same ideas, even to their expression, are to be founding the metaphysics of modern Germany as in the Kabbalistic commentators and mystics of the Middle Ages. Yet the surprise which this might otherwise awake is diminished, when we consider the universal characteristic of reason. Whence it happens accountably that truth which common logic arrives at by abstraction as an inferential necessity, is the same which the rabbis, ontologically experimenting, and guided by the same law, affirm out of their own more proving observation and experience. And thus we may illustrate the point. All things, says the German philosopher, Hegel, have their commencement in pure being, which is merely an indeterminate thought, simple and immediate. For the true commencement can be nothing else, but this pure being is no other than a pure abstraction. It is a term absolutely negative, which may also in its immediate conception be called non-being 487. Such is the conclusion rationally arrived at by sensible abstraction, Kant, Fichte, but more especially Schelling, whose intellectual penetration appears to have passed beyond these two, carried metaphysics into the same void nonentity at last. Hence the skeptical result of their transcendental labors, which, too far surpassing sense and its phenomena to accept their proof, stopped short nevertheless of objective realization on their own ground. Their being arrested, faithful and as it were in view, without a means of passage to the promised shore. Yet so it is, that very hypostasis which bounds reason in transcendental abstraction, when met by contact of the inquiring light within, is that absolute identity which it seeks after, which, before all duality of consciousness, is the fortitude and life of all. But let us revert to the learned Rasbai's advice concerning the true nature of divine inversion, for Ben Jokai and his disciples also affirm that God created all things out of nothing, and this not dubiously, said quasi-auctoritatem habens. But in what sense this nothing is to be understood, we are thus, differently than by the German, informed. When the Kabbalists affirm that all things are drawn forth from nothing, they do not intend, says the rabbi, from nothing in the common sense acceptation of that word. For being could never be produced from non-being, deficiently understood, but by non-being they mean that which is neither conceivable as cause nor as essence, but yet is in fact the cause of causes. It is that which we call the primitive non-being. Because it is anterior to the universe, and by it we do not signify corporeity either, but that principle or wisdom on which it is founded. Now if any one should ask what is the essence of wisdom, and in what manner she is contained in non-being, no one can reply to this question, because in non-being there is no distinction, as of subject and object in the consciousness by which it can be truly said to be known, no mode of true existence. Neither can we, therefore, comprehend, so to say, how wisdom becomes united to life. 488. Now this doctrine is precisely in accordance with the Hermetic philosophy, and these definitions of the primitive non-being, perfectly corresponding with the Platonic theology. And Aristotle's discourses concerning the origin of things and incomprehensible nature of the objective contact in identity. And as to the dogmas of the rest, as of Thales, Pythagoras, Anaxagoras, Parmenides, Empedocles, and others, which men have been accustomed neglectfully to run over. It may not be amiss, as Lord Bacon advised, to cast our eyes with more reverence upon them. 489. For, although Aristotle, after the manner of the Ottomans, thought he could not well reign unless he made away with all his brethren, yet, to those who seriously propose to themselves the inquiry after truth, it may not be displeasing to regard the positions of those various sages, touching the nature of things and their foundation. Nor ought we, in this our state of inconceptive ignorance, to conclude, as many have done, that these men spoke ill, or arbitrarily, imagining causes whereof to make a world, for it was not so, their elements, atoms, numbers, mathematics, physics, and metaphysics, or by whatever names their principiating ideas were distinguished, all their philosophy, in short, was confessedly established, and belonged to an experience and method of observation, unknown to the profane multitude. For they discovered, and have asserted, that there are methods by which an ascent may be effected from the oblivious bondage of this existence, and, through a gradual assimilation, to a survey more or less immediate of the causal source. And thus, neglectful though it has seemed in general of facts, and common-sense observation, these Greeks too derived nature immediately from a certain intellect and energy, but without distinction, fixing her true being in the law of universals. Those even who appear to differ, as for example, Thales, and the physiologist Empedocles, substituting elements as principles, do so in the choice of expression chiefly, and in the manner of regarding. For the substance alluded to by them all is the same, for the substance alluded to by them all is the same, for the substance alluded to by them all is the same. As we may judge by their definitions, which agree not with any material of elements, or intellect, or atoms, that we discern or understand at all. But they speak, as before said, out of another perception of things, exhibiting the phenomena of the substantial world. It may not be improper here to delay a short time, in order to point out to the more studious, how it happens, that so many mistakes have arisen about their doctrine, and that language apparently divergent, may, nevertheless, harmonize at its source. For that these philosophers have discoursed variously, is very certain, some saying indeed of the initial principle, that it is one and finite, others infinite, some, as Heraclitus, according to essence, have denominated it to be fire. Another, as Thales, looking to the first material manifestation, teaches that all beings have their beginning from water, whilst Timaeus, with no less reason or authority, mentions a certain earth as antecedent, and the most ancient element. But Anaxagoras, rather regarding the perfection and origin of the one thing in consciousness, calls it intellect, as Plato likewise, in the Parmenides, derives all things transcendentally, proving the perpetuity of being in itself. But whilst these celebrate mind as prescindential, and those desire to indicate the subsistence of matter, in either case it is the same, for the mind is not without the matter, the universal element we mean, nor that matter without the mind. But all things, however various in manifestation, are consubstantial in their cause. And with respect to the number of principles and elementary transmutations, we may plainly perceive that it is not the common elements, or abstracts either, they contend about, but their investigation concerned the prior elements of life, which some, openly distinguishing, call the celestial elements, as Plato, in Phaedo, speaking of earth, for instance, calls it the most ancient element within the heaven, and Proclus informs us what we are to understand by the heaven. Heaven, he says, is the intellectual contact with the intelligible, for there is an intelligible which may be conjoined to intellect, and is its true end. 490. But this is an allusion to the highest sphere of ethereality, which Aristotle triply distinguishes, first, as the essence of the ultimate circulation of the universe, second, as that which is in continuity with it, and third, as that body which is comprehended by the last circulation. For, he says, we are accustomed likewise to call that heaven, which is composed from every natural and sensible body. 491. That is the arising spirit of the universal nature which, persisting separately, bounds as it were, by an invisible summit, every corporeal subsistence, and in the conscious alliance only becomes known. The same is called by Hermes, a quintessence. And the Hermetic philosophers, speaking of their earth, located even as Plato does, within their heaven, and in order to distinguish from the feculent dead soil, call it magical, the earth of the wise, Olympus, our earth, etc. And of the other elements the same, as we have shown already in our exoteric theory, and elsewhere. Which the initiated poet, in his Metamorphoses, neither unaptly signalises in the arising circulation of mature from the four concentring winds. Haec super imposut liquidum et gravitate currentum. Ethera, non quicquam turinae facis habentum 492. But Plato, yet more plainly alluding to the ethereal quintessence, in Timaeus, says, that of four elements the demiurgus assumed one whole from wholes, in all things perfect and free from old age and disease 493. As Aristotle again, where he says, that the world, being composed from all sensible matter, is one alone and perfect, cannot mean this world, which is neither uniform nor free from age or disease, or perfect in any way. What other, therefore, should they either mean but the ethereal, which art once taught them to segregate, and establish upon the ruins of this mortal and dislocated existence? That Empedocles likewise taught a twofold order of natural procedure, the one intelligible, and the other sensible, deriving the latter as an image from the former as an exemplar, is evident, from the whole tenor of his physics. For he identifies all things in respect of their source, making elements there to subsist as qualitative virtues, which, multiplying into being, become distributive powers, of which the sensible elements and this world are the remote subjects and emanation. Contrariwise, also, receding from effect to cause, he shows how the universal frame is borne along in perpetual interchange. How many things to one their being owe? Fire, water, earth and air immensely high. And each with equal power is found endued. And friendship equalized in length and breadth. All things in union now through love conspire. And now through strife divulsed are borne along. Hence, when again emerging into light, the one is seen, T is from the many formed. All mortals, too, so far as they are born, of permanent duration are deprived. But, as diversified with endless change, through this unmoved forever they remain. Like a sphere rolling round its center firm 494. Anaxagoras, and certain others of the early Greek school, alluding to this absolute subsistence of things, assert, that matter likewise is the progeny of mind, and the Alexandrians go so far as to explain the manner of its descent and efflux. As if they too in alliance had known these things, and by analogy, through their own, the structure of the universe. Observing so many fine distinctions and such a subtlety of ontological operation as was extremely difficult to delineate by words, or consistently in writing to unfold, many, therefore, adopted fables, symbols, similitudes, enigmas. And the license of poetry they also called in aid, as well on this account, as to veil their meaning from vulgar misprision and debate. But Aristotle preferred an abstruse style of diction to every other disguise, that he might be comprehensible to the profound only. As, when writing to Alexander about the publication of his Achomaic Ethics, he avows that none but his own pupils would be able to understand them 495. And with respect to those strictures on the writing of his predecessors, we are disposed to take them in a particular application only. His most erudite translator, Thomas Taylor, having also shown that their reference has been alienated and widely misunderstood. The Aristotelian philosophy is built on similar grounds, and arrives at the same conclusion as those whom it rebukes. But the method is different, and herein the Stagirite lays claim to superiority, rather than by professing any new basis of argument or superior knowledge. The differences that arose in philosophy owing to men regarding the same nature from diverse points of view, and the contradictions that occur in language, offended his accurate genius. And he was desirous that they should harmonize in the expression of that truth in which they, by co-knowledge, were agreed. That thereas, for instance, Pythagoras would explain essence in number and define it by mathematical reasons, as Plato by ideas, mingling these with geometric symbols, Parmenides and others, by atoms, elements, and by so many various ways. He complains that they deliver nothing clearly, nor carry their principles duly and comprehensively through their whole system, but shift from one assertion to another, that is apparently, varying their speech. Thus, in the beginning of his Metaphysics, there are some, he says, who have discoursed about the universe as if it were indeed one nature. Yet all of them have not discoursed after the same manner, but their assertions are of a different nature, for the physiologists who contend that being is one, when they generate the universe, at the same time add motion. But these men assert that the universe is immovable. Thus, Parmenides appears to have touched upon the one according to reason, but Melissus, according to matter, hence the former asserts that the universe is infinite, but the latter that it is finite. But Xenophanes, who was the first that introduced this doctrine, did not assert anything clearly, nor does he appear to have apprehended the nature of either of these. But looking to the whole heaven, he says, the one is God. These men therefore are to be dismissed, two of them indeed as being a little too rustic, viz. Xenophanes and Melissus, but Parmenides appears to have seen more than these were to speak 496. Such like defect of method and incorrectness of diction does the Stagirite complain of, sparing none of his predecessor. But his opposition is uniformly directed to the letter rather than to the spirit of their doctrine, for he was strenuous in asserting the causality of mind, and praises those as in the highest degree gifted who perceive this. In his metaphysics throughout, evincing a magnificent appreciation of the intellectual ground. But he was desirous, as we have said, to methodize philosophy. And accordingly undertook, by establishing a system of universal logic, to correct the imperfection of common thought and speech. The design was noble, and carried out to the original intention and on its own intimate basis, was no doubt valuable to fix experiment and assist in defining and unfolding, by means of the categories, as by a congenial channel, the birth of the divine intellect into life and manifestation. That was the syllogism so important to be sought after, which also is according to Aristotle the true object of philosophy, in the universal terms of which every other science is implicated, and without which nothing permanent is said to be endued. When, losing this substantial ground and aim therefore, the organon began to work upon itself, it grew weak and wore out gradually, as Bacon observed it in his day, becoming worse than useless. Since it occupied an intellect that might have been better employed, and substituted for truth the least salutary kind of satisfaction in the display of scholastic subtlety and aimless dispute. The same has happened with the Pythagorean numbers, and those mathematics which had all their original keystone in the arch of heaven. Or how else should numbers have been established as the causes of things if they had not been allied in idea to something better than themselves? All things naturally produce their similars, numbers beget numbers, letters and words constitute phrases, and lines superficial forms only. They may, by composition, be made, in their way, to represent degrees and kinds of things. But this is the utmost of their abstract capability. They cannot produce themselves, or anything else, into substantive appearance. We may exhaust all their combination, divide, add up, and multiply figures to infinity, we shall have figures and nothing more, nothing solid, long, short, or square, not the smallest grain of sand without the efficient which is in all. This being obvious therefore, we judge that when the ancients established numbers as the causes of things and derived from them the gods themselves, with all their hosts of power and material dependencies, they had some very different idea attached from that which modern theorems or their probations supply. Or shall it be believed that Pythagoras was so wanton and vainglorious as to sacrifice a hecatomb, when he discovered that the subtendent of a right-angled triangle is equivalent to those parts which contain it? Or that Thales, when, as is related, he did something of the same kind about the inscription of the circle, gained nothing more than a flat demonstration for his pains? Or are not rather the hecatomb, and the theorem separately symbolical, and alike relating to the discovery of that miraculous psychical quintessence, known to the wise as the tincture of the sapphiric mind which, being in its own threefold segregated essentiality equal to the whole dissolute compound whence it arises, cast off the superfluity, sacrificing the old nature to begin anew? Charon does not ply the Stygian lake without a recompense, neither are the secrets of the highest causes approached without a mean of expiation. But the vicarious dedication of huge beasts will not avail whilst their prototypes remain feeding and fattening in the philosophic field. The habit of exhibiting points of abstruse philosophy by mathematical reasons has been general in every age. But in order to derive from them or from numbers anything substantive, it is necessary that the point or unit should be established as something absolute. That every dependent partaking, whether multiplied, added, or divided amongst each other, may be essentialized in the same. Hence Zeno said, of Elia, not the Stoic, that if any one should undertake to demonstrate the philosopher's unit, he would unfold being. For the one of these philosophers is the fountain of all being. And just as there is a descent from unity into multitude, and all that multitude is implied in the one. And this furthermore fills all and each of its dependent multitude, as one is in two, and two in three, and three in four, and four in five, and still that unit, which is in the beginning, is implied in all and all in each. And every part of each in all, from the equilibriate eternal center to its infinite extremes. And as the smallest fragment of the lodestone remains perfect in two poles, and each particular spark of fire contains the principle and developing force of the entire kindred element. So may we not conceive every portion of existence to be continent and comprehended proportionally of the great whole? All those amongst the Greeks who have written concerning this whole, and who appear to have arrived at an experimental conception of its reality in the self-knowledge, unanimously assert that it is simple. And not so much therefore an object of reason as of contact and intuition. They contend moreover, with the alchemist, that there is a certain pure matter subsisting about intelligibles which is universal, and the proved origin of every vital and corporeal existence. That though occult in nature, it can be made manifest to sense even, and exhibited in divine and practical effects. But it was forbidden by the mandate of the mysteries that their revelation should be communicated to the profane. And the modern alchemists are, with few exceptions, silent respecting the metaphysics of their art. The Neoplatonists were, however, more communicative, since forbearing direct allusion to the practice, they feared less to speak of principles and the procedure of mind. Their writings appear indeed as so many auxiliaries to the perception, and images are admirably adapted to stimulate that faith, dormant as we now are in the corporeal darkness, glows notwithstanding responsive to the truth within. If we desire to investigate principles and the highest causes, let us inquire now therefore of them briefly, how we may begin to learn. And concerning this pure matter, whether it is, what it is, and after what manner it ought to be conceived of, what the perception of it resembles, and what relation it bears in general to the reasoning power. And finally how it comes forth are of the causal fountain to be in effect. The following summary gathered from the scientific conduct of Plotinus and Porphyry may not be acceptable to the philosophically inquisitive reader. That it is necessary there should be a certain subject of bodies which is different from them, is sufficiently evinced by the continual mutation of corporeal quantities, for nothing that is transmuted is entirely destroyed. Since if such were the case there would be a certain essence dissolved into nonentity, and this persisting, there would be no remaining ground of generation. But change arises from the departure of one quality in the essence of another. The subject matter, however, that which receives the forms and reflects them, always remains the same and proceeding and receding continually into itself. This therefore corruption manifests, especially the artificial, for corruption is of that which is composite, and so each sensible thing is made to consist of matter and form and their union in corporeality. This too induction testifies, demonstrating that the thing which is corruptible is composite. Analysis likewise evinces the same thing, as if for example an iron pot should be resolved into gold, but gold into water. And the water, being incorruptible, will require no analogous process. 497. But the elements, continues Plotinus, are neither form, not matter, but composite and therefore corruptible. And since everything manifest is corruptible, and yet a certain subsistence remains, it is necessary there should be a nature primarily vital which is also formless, indestructible and immortal, as being the principle of other things. Form indeed subsists according to quality and body in manifestation, but matter according to the subject which is indefinite, because it is note form. This indefinite is not therefore everywhere to be despised, not that which in the conception of it is formless, if it applies itself to things prior, i.e., to the divine exemplaries, and the most excellent life. Neither should it be considered by any one as incredible that there is a certain pure and divine matter mediately subsisting between primary and secondary causes and their gross effect. But it is rather requisite to be persuaded by philosophical assertion that such is the case, and that by means of the theurgic art it is made manifest and imparted through arcane and blessed visions. So far do the ancients likewise extend matter even to be gods themselves, and no otherwise according to them can a participation of superior being be effected by men who dwell on earth, unless a foundation of this kind be first established. For this matter, as Iamblichus relates, being connascent with the gods by whom it is imparted, will doubtless be an entire and fit receptacle for the manifestation of divinity. He moreover adds, that an exuberance of power is always present with the highest causes, and at the same time that this power transcends all things, it is nevertheless present with all in unimpaired energy. Hence, the first illuminate the last of things, it is nevertheless present with material natures manifestly 498. Since then, it becomes necessary simply to refer being to all things, and all things sympathize thereby internally with each other. But consciousness in this natural life of ours is separated off from the antecedent essentiality, so that we perceive in reality nothing of our true selves. Hence the ancients have declared this life to be little better than a diminution of existence, for by no ordinary process of rational contemplation is the mind able to conceive of this nature or the infinitude of true being. But if any one wish to discover the one principle he must become first assimilated to it, as Proclus in the 6th book, on the Parmenides of Plato directs, he must raise himself to that which is most united in nature, and to its flower and that through which it is deity, by which it is suspended fro its proper foundation and connects and unites and causes the universe to have a sympathetic consent with itself. I have also, says Plotinus, investigated myself, as one among the order of beings, and the reality is testified by reminiscence, for no one of real being subsists out of intellect nor as sensibles in place. But they always abide in themselves, neither receiving mutation nor corruption 499. And again in his treatise concerning the descent of the soul, the same author relates, often when by an intellectual energy, I am roused from body and converted to myself, and being separated from externals, retire into the depths of my essence, I then perceive an admirable beauty, and am then vehemently confident that I am of a more excellent condition than of a life merely animal and terrene. For then especially, I energize according to the best life and become the same with a nature truly divine. Being established in this nature I arrive at that transcendent energy by which I am elevated beyond every other intelligible, and fix myself in this sublime eminence as in an ineffable harbor of repose. But after this blessed abiding in a divine nature, falling off from intellect into the discursive energy of reason, I am led to doubt how formerly and at present my soul became intimately connected with a corporeal nature. Since in this deific state she appears such as she is herself, although invested with the dark and overflowing vestment of body. And since there is a twofold nature, one intelligible and the other sensible, it is better indeed for the soul to abide in the intelligible world, but necessary from its condition that it should participate of a sensible nature. Nor ought it to suffer any molestation because it obtains only a middle order in the universality of things. Since it possesses indeed a divine condition, though it is placed even as in the last gradation of an intelligible essence, bordering, as it were on the regions of sense. For our souls are able alternately to rise from hence, carrying back with them an experience of what they have known and suffered in their fallen state, from whence they will learn how blessed it is to abode in the intelligible world. And by a comparison, as it were of contraries, will more plainly perceive the excellence of a superior state. For the experience of evil produces a clearer knowledge of good, especially where the power of judgment is so imbecile that I cannot without such experience obtain the science of that which is best. 500. These things supposed then, we proceed to a more intimate consideration of the material principle which, according to these philosophers, the divine experience imparts. That we may judge how far they agree or whether they differ at all in their definitions from those of the foregoing Hermetic philosophers and adepts. These Greeks wishing indeed to exhibit, as well as words might enable, the peculiarities of this matter when they assert that it is one, immediately add that it is all things. By which they signify that it is not some one of the things with which sense brings us acquainted. And in order that we may understand that the identity of every being is something uncompounded, and that the mind should not fall into the error of coacervation, they say it is one so far as one, depriving the idea of multitude and dual, i.e. reflective, contemplation. When likewise they assert that it is everywhere, they add incontinently that it is nowhere, so on endeavoring by means of contrary peculiarities to gather the mind up into a neutrality about itself. At one and the same time exhibiting these in order to exterminate from the apprehension those notions which are externally derived, and such ordinary reasoning as tends to obscure rather than elucidate the essential characteristics of real being. Neither is there any absurdity in their conduct of the understanding so far, or even in an external sense considering one thing to be many, since every center bears a circumference of radii, and each dependent number differs from the one. But since the ethereal element is described by so many ablative characteristics, since they assert it is neither form, nor quality, nor corporeal, nor reason, nor bound, but a certain infinity. How therefore ought we to conceive, asks Plotinus, of that which is infinite? What is its idiom in the intellect ion, or how is such an image to be entertained by the reasoning power? Shall we say it is indefiniteness? For if the similar is perceived by the similar, the indefinite also will be apprehended by the indefinite. Reason however in such an apprehension, will become bounded about the indefinite, that is to say, will pass out from itself into an undefined void of thought. But if everything is known by reason and intelligence, and not otherwise, and here reason is bounded so that it cannot be said to have intelligence, but as it were, a deprivation of intellect is implied, how shall we conceive such a state of being to be genuine, or believe it even to be at all? Yet Plato, in Timaeus, informs us that matter is indeed to be apprehended, and that by a sort of defective or ablative reasoning, and Aristotle has been at some pains in his Metaphysics to explain the conceptive idiom of materiality. I mean, he says, by matter, that which of itself is neither essence nor quantity, nor any one of those things, by which being is defined. For there is something of which each of these is predicated, and from which being and each of its predications are different. But matter, being the last of things, extant without identity, has neither essence nor quantity nor anything else in its perception, at least of those things which subsist according to accident. Or if any one from this suppose matter to be essence, he will err. For a separate subsistence as this or that particular thing especially belongs to what we call essence, that is to say, composition of subject and object is necessarily implied in the idea of true intelligence, which is both posterior and anterior to the subject sought. Which therefore is in a certain respect manifest only, being one and void in respect of other things, matter, therefore, concludes the logician, is made veritably manifest only be negation and in defect of true being. So that, to pass into contact with it, is to be in a certain respect ignorant. 501. Since, then, they assert this subject matter to be somewhat, and real, notwithstanding all its inverse and irrational characteristics. Ought we not to analyze yet more profoundly therefore, not slighting reason indeed, but passing through it, beyond every bound and finite probability in order to conceive that kind of ultimate ignorance, which is the infinity of life? Whether shall we conceive it to be an all-perfect oblivion, or such an ignorance as in the absence of every knowledge is present? Or does the indefinite consist in negation simply, or in conjunction with a certain interrogative affirmation? Or shall we suppose it to be like darkness to the eye, obscurity being the ground of every visible color? Or to this, also, the wise ancients have compared the estate of being verging to annihilation, and as the sensual eye without light sees nothing but darkness, becoming in a certain respect and for the period one with it. So the mental eye, observant of no attracting object, thought, reflection, and all that in sensibles resembles light being submerged, and not being able or having the motive to bound that which remains, is said to become wholly into that obscure oblivion which is the original of life, a crass, obscure vacuity as the Descent Virgil describes it, vast, endless, horrible, and Parmenides and the rest cited to prove the same initial nonentity of all. Having the same relation to true being, indeed, as silence to sound, as night to day, or as body rude or misshapen bears to any artificial form with which it may afterwards become endued. And as body rude or misshapen bears to any artificial form with which it may afterwards become endued. And as that which is above all degrees of intelligence is a certain infinite and pure light, so is this darkness, therefore, to be conceived at the opposite extreme of the magnetic chain, which is extended a non gradu ad non gradum, and this is that ladder of Celsus and of Zoroaster which reaches from Tartarus to the highest heaven. Just as in the ascending series of causes, it is necessary to arrive at something which is the final cause of all. So in descending analytically it is equally necessary to stop at the contrary conclusion, which is this proved, in the experience, to be the last and lowest effect, in which all the attributes of the first cause are not only deficient but reversed. When therefore the mind is in the night of matter, shall we suppose that she is affected in such a manner as if she understood nothing? By no means, says the philosopher, but when she beholds matter she suffers such a passion as when she receives the being of that which is formless. And her perception of the formless subject is obscure, and vast, and infinite, as we have shown, where descending into the bosom of the mysteries, intellect, having already analyzed and separated the component parts of being, becomes dismayed about the sensation of her extreme life. Then indeed she understands obscurely, and sinking into the abyssal subject, feels, but understands not her intellection any more. Until, pained with the void of the retreating infinitude, such being the divine decree, and as if afraid of being placed out of the order of things, the soul retracts, rallying about her last deserted unit. And not enduring any longer to stop at nonentity, becomes into true being. So true is it, that death is the way of life, and that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. For self-knowledge is impossible unless every other knowledge is deprived. As this selfhood likewise is obliterated in the overwhelming attraction, which raises it into the first place. And thus extremes are said to be present at the new birth, when light springs forth to manifestation out of the abyssal darkness, which is then alone before its Creator, and is brought forth by him for a first matter to give contrasting substance to his revelation, and understanding to his act. As the motto simply expresses it, Deus, cum solus fuisit in principio, crevit unam substantiam, hanc prima materiam nominamus. And since it is given us in theory to understand that such an hypostasis is in the beginning without all affirmation, being neither in life, nor intellect, nor reason, nor bound, for it is infinite, nor power from itself, but falls off from the consciousness of all these. Sought we therefore to conceive of the first matter, which cannot either receive the appellation of being, since it is not known in energy, but flies from him, indeed, who wishes intently to behold. For the thought, as circumscribing boundary, eludes the infinite, and thus the desire it, in this instance, diametrically opposed to the presence of the thing desired. When therefore, as the Platonist and the Kabbalist teach, it is unknown, or known as nothing, it is rather probably present, but is not perceived by him who strives self-actively to comprehend it. And this the poet signify in the story of Actaeon, who for his presumptuous intrusion was disgraced by the goddess and hunted thereafter by his own distracted thoughts. But to the sleeping Endymion she vouchsafed her willing presence, and the vast benefits of her love. Queries multum et non invenis. Fortas invenis cum non queries. When you have assumed to yourself an eternal essence, says Porphyry, infinite in itself according to power, and begin to perceive intellectually an hypostasis unwearied, untamed, and never failing, but transcending in the most pure and genuine life, and full from itself, and which, likewise, is established in itself, satisfied with and seeking nothing but itself, and which, likewise, is established in itself, satisfied with and seeking nothing but itself. To this essence, if you add a subsistence in place, or a relation to a certain thing, at the same time you diminish this essence, but you separate yourself from the perception of it, by receiving as a veil the fantasy which runs under your conjectural apprehension of it. For you cannot pass beyond, or stop, or render more perfect, or effect the least change in a thing of this kind, because it is impossible for it to be in the smallest degree deficient. For it is much more sufficient than any perpetually flowing fountain can be conceived to be 502. If, however, you are unable to keep pace with it, and to become assimilated to the whole intelligible nature, you should not investigate anything pertaining to real being. Or if you do, you will deviate from the path that leads to it, and will look at something else. But if you investigate nothing else, being established in yourself and in your own essence, you will be assimilated to the intelligible universe, and will not adhere to anything posterior to it. Neither therefore should you say, I am of a greater magnitude, for omitting this idea of greatness, you will become universal, as you were universal prior to this. But when, together with the universe, something was present with you, you became less by the addition, because the addition was not from truly subsisting being, for to that you cannot add anything. When, therefore, anything is added from non-being, i.e., from the subjective selfhood, a place is afforded to poverty as an associate, accompanied by an indigence of all things. Hence, dismissing non-being, you will then become sufficient. For when any one is present with that which is present in himself, then he is present with true being, which is everywhere. But when you withdraw from yourself, then likewise you receded from real being. Of such great consequence is it for a man to be present with that which is present with himself, that is to say, with his rational part. And to be absent from that which is external to him. 503. Add to this, that contraries are always consubsistent in the divine original, the small, the great, the deficient, and the exceeding. For as a mirror is, to external images, passive, neither able to itself to withhold, nor yet to pass away, so is this ethereal glass to intellect, subsisting according to procedure and in defect of all imagination. Hence, every imagination concerning it will be false, either that it should appear in the conception as any particular thing, or contrariwise as nothing, for it is both. And the subsistence, which is the reality of it, may be felt indeed, not known, but as an escape of consciousness into its primal source without ideal limitation. Thus it is said to be formless, variable, incorporeal, infinite. Neither mere power, or perfect action, but a weak superstantial prolific nature, as it were nothing in the idea yet in being all things, whence every form of life, increase, and materiality also are derived. And ideas, as they enter into and depart from it, are seen as images which pervade without dividing, like shadows in water, or more exactly as in a dream. Or as if we should conceive imaginations sent into a percussive mirror or reflective vacuum on the understanding. And the passive nature ought indeed to be a thing of this kind, pure and indeterminate. That it may reflect, without self-hindrance or refraction, the divine light throughout, that there may be no falsehood or commixture of images, but the truth only, and alone, and by itself should be made manifest in life. Such was the matter so often celebrated by the alchemists, the quintessence of Plato, the water of Thales, the non-being of Parmenides, and that abyss of the Kabbalists, styled also by them unknown, void, nothing, infinite. Until returning by its rational boundary in the freed will to consciousness, T makes manifest the life, wisdom, plenitude, and supreme cause of all. And concerning this matter ecclesiastics of different orders are happily agreed, Pierce the Black Monk, with the Benedict Valentine, the experimentalist Friar Bacon, with the Greek divine Synesius, with the Canon Ripley, Maurian, Lully, and Albertus Magnus. The Mohammedan princes Khalid, Geber, and Avicenna, with Paracelsus and the Christian Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, who, having searched into nature by their proper reason experimentally, found hers, and used it. Giving thanks, and adoring the perfection of the Almighty Creator in His discovered light. For in the natural world there is no such matter to be found, but the purest is defiled with the imagination of forms externally introduced. Nothing therefore is generated truly, i.e., we mean, simply so as to represent the formal agent alone, or can be. For nature is bound magically, nor is she able of herself to loosen the bond of coagulation by which her inner light and principle of perfection is everywhere shut up. She cannot enter into the true light. For, as the adept says, she has no hands 504, nor intellect sufficient, nor a free will to vindicate her final purpose in life. It is therefore she proceeds to generate in monotonous retrogression, always circulating into herself. If indeed things beheld in nature were such as the archetypes, whence they are derived, it might be said that matter is passive to their reception, but that which is seen as that which sees is falsified, and nothing possesses a true similitude. All is mixture and an adulterous manifestation, so far as the phenomenon of the external nature is concerned. Without the magical solution and human aid to fortify, the spirit is not able to forsake her extraneous forms even, much less can she conceive herself singly in the universal anew. Wherefore she reads this important lesson to Madadan, who thinking, in his ignorance, to make the philosopher's stone without dissolution, receives this check, and tu nunc cochleas vel cancros cum testis devorare niteris. And non prius avitastissimo planetarum coquo maturari et preparari illos opertet? Dost thou think, says she, to eat the oysters, crabs, shells and all? Ought they not first to be opened and prepared by the most ancient cook of the planets? If any one now, therefore, by hazard should lightly propose to himself to probe this matter, yet without risking anything, or devoting his life, as philosophers did formerly, to the pursuit, but thinks the times are altered, and that his mind, being on the alert, will discover it, or that some entranced sleepwalker will reveal the truth to him, if there be any, without delay, let him be advised by these monitions. Since life and nothing but life, and no other fire but that of intellect, sublimed and fortified in its efficient source, discovers the true matter of the adepts. And this, as we are abundantly instructed, by a dissolution of the vital spirit and alienation of its natural bind, flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven, neither doth corruption inherit corruption. The sting of death is sin, but the strength of sin is in the law of dual generation. Debit modo ergo lapidem solvas. Et inequaquam sophistico. Sed potia secundum mentem sapientem. Nullo corrosivo adhibito. 505. All that is performed in the protochemic artifice may be comprehended in three terms: solution, sublimation, and fixation. Solution dissolves and liquefies the included spirit, sublimation volatilizes and washes it. And after calcinations there is a reunion into a more permanent form of being. And these processes are reiterated many times, and many labors of body and mind have to be undergone, as in the practice will be demonstrated. And as Hermes himself assures, that to obtain the blessed lunary of Diana, he had suffered much, and toiled incessantly. For the spirit is in the beginning, even in the seat-disposed subjects, terrestrial, heavy, fantastic, and proves rebellious everywhere at its source. And, as in the Sphinx's fables, we read that when vanquished, she was carried within the temple upon the back of an ass. This is to signify the simple estate of being to which such a nature is to be reduced by deprivation of all passion, will, imagination, purpose, or reflective thought. Neither, perhaps, is the patient suffering that has afterwards to be endured, in bearing and bringing forth the burden of the divine mystery, unaptly represented under this same guise of an ass. For it is not until the conquered elements return under the humiliating cross of dissolution that the Catholic wisdom is made manifest, and brought to hand. Agrippa, in his Vanity of the Sciences, has written many things in favor of this asinine condition, which is very necessary, he says, for a disciple of wisdom to undergo. For this beast is an example of fortitude, patience, and clemency, and his influence occultly depends on Sephiroth, i.e., Chokmah. He liveth on little forage, is contented with whatsoever it be. Is ready to endure penury, hunger, labor, stripes, and persecution, is of a very simple, indifferent understanding, yet withal has an innocent, clean heart, without choler, and peaceful, bearing all things without offense. As a reward for which virtues, he wanteth lice, is seldom sick, and liveth longer than any other beast. So runs the parallel according to the magician's mind, and the ass, he goes on further to observe, does also many labors above his part. For he breaketh the earth with the plough, draweth many heavy carts and water in mills, grinds corn, etc., and these things willingly, for against his will he does not go. All which qualifications are, in their similitude, very applicable and necessary to be found in the philosophic subject, and without which it does not serve to carry out into operation the divine behests. But many wonderful stories are related of this allegorical ass in former times, and of his qualifications, which the familiar quadruped is no more known to exhibit. Nor is he even treated with that kind of consideration which tradition has secured in certain instances for things less celebrated and as unworthy. For did not the Saviour signalize this beast above every other, making choice of it on the occasion of his greatest earthly triumph? Of Abraham, too, the father of the faithful, we read that he constantly travelled with his asses. And that one, ridden by the prophet Balaam, was notoriously clear-sighted and, more discerning than his master, intelligibly spoke. A story, little less astonishing, is related of Ammonius, the philosopher, that he admitted an ass daily to be the auditor of his lectures, and join in fellow scholarship with Origen and the Greek Porphyry. Who would believe it? Yet this same ass has been accounted a worthy companion of the wise in all ages, and has borne the burden of the mysteries from time immemorial. Jews, ethnics, Christians, have in turn, identifying, honored him. Neither, perchance, had Apuleius honored him, neither, perchance, had Apuleius of Megara been admitted to the mysteries of Isis, if he had not first of an inquisitive philosopher been turned into an ass. There is no creature, concludes the panegyrist, that is so able to receive divinity as an ass, into whom if ye be not at length turned, ye shall in no wise be able to carry the divine mysteries 506. For nothing that is defiled by information, or inconstant, or impassive, or selfish, or impure can attract divinity. All mixed unguents are hateful to Minerva. The goddess scorns all mixture of her pure and simple oil 507. And, as in the mysteries, the aspirant entering into the interior to behold the adytum, leaves behind him all the statues in the temple. So must the mind be prepared to depart from all images and intellect ions, whether self-originating or impressed, before it can entertain the simple unity of light within. The wise hierophants indeed appear to have signified by these illustrations the order in which divinity is perceived. For, as when returning after the association within, which was not with a statue or mere mental image, but with the reality which these images represent, the statues again present themselves as secondary objects to view. So likewise, subsequent to the divine union, there recurs that also which was in the mind prior to the union, exalted and multiplied. And that which thus remains to him who passes beyond all things, is that which is prior to all things, and the first matter. For the soul does not willingly accede to that which is entirely non-being, but running back from thence in a contrary direction, it arrives not at another thing but at itself. And as in the divine conjunction, whilst it lasts, there are not two things as of subject and object in the consciousness, but the life understanding in the light understood are one. Whoever thus becomes one by mingling with the efficient, will have a remnant of it with himself. According to the eloquent tradition of Plotinus, where, discussing this union, he treats it as no mere spectacle or theoretical figment, but as a true experimental ingress of the understanding essence to its source. And the light and energy which are there, he says, are of the first light shining primarily in itself, which at one and the same time illuminates and is illuminated. But if any one should inquire what the nature is of this first light, which is the foundation of every intellect and primarily knows itself, such a one should first become established in intellect, when he will be able through it, as an image, to behold the archetype. And this, continues the philosopher, may be effected if you first separate body from the man and its defilements, and that which becomes generated of intelligence, after everything foreign is removed, is the original of all. For this primary motion of the ebbing life from its ultimate recessure recreates, and so the generative virtue, which was alienated, becomes reunited to mind. And here we observe the rule of thought to be invariable, whether theoretic or in actual operation, whether, according to strict analysis, reason becomes bounded about its own inversion, as with common logic is the case. Or, experimentally proving, it effects that inversion, strictly followed either way, it arrives at the same truth, though in different relations, the one in light, the other in life, the one by inference, the other in absolute identity. Proving the first source. The differences and inconsistencies that occur in the ancient writers and those faults which now to verbal writers and those faults which now to verbal critics are most apparent, vanish for the most past in their right understanding. And might cease to be regarded as such, could we but for an interval only enter into their original light. The proud spirit of modern science might then be taught to venerate the wisdom it has so long in ignorance despised. Even to honor the very contradictions, which not from levity or indistinctness of thought arose, but from such an excessive subtlety in refinement of reason rather, as, seeking to find utterance, was blurred by inadequate reception. And the duplicity of common speech.